Thank you so much for attending my Dota 2 ability tier list. This video is quite different from my standard fare. Instead of the normal semi-scripted PowerPoint presentations, it's going to be one massive tier list of every ability in the game. The rules for the tier list will be explained once I head over to the uncut content. However, before I do so, I would just like to acknowledge the fact that I do make some mistakes in this video. Whether they're small, minor statistical mistakes, not knowing the actual numbers of spells, or misinterpreting which abilities are currently in the game, I do have a section where I talk about Fusion Rune, which has not been in the game for quite some time. I just want to acknowledge that I do make a lot of mistakes in my videos, and I apologize for this, and I'll talk a little bit more about it in the ending speech. But for now, I just wanted to disclaim that I do make mistakes in this video, and I will be attempting to be more accurate with my future PowerPoint work. Thank you very much for your support. Enjoy. Okay, so today's video is not a PowerPoint presentation at all. There is no script, there is no nothing. What I was thinking about was I was like, okay, what if I made a really long video, right, that no one ever watched? And I was thinking about lazy content formats, because I do PowerPoints, right? And the second laziest one, even lazier than PowerPoints, is a tier list. But Jenkins is already doing the whole hero tier list as like a meta glance. I don't know if he's still doing those, probably just for offlane. So what can I rank? And I was like, there's so many different options, but what I realized is that I could do a tier list of every single ability in the game. Now, depending on your definition, there's like around like 900 abilities in Dota. Like if you count like neutral camps and like the abilities of summons and everything like that. And that's a little bit too much for me. I don't want to go insane. I just want to go a little bit crazy, you know? So what I did is I vibe coded a PowerShell program to get all of the icons off of Open Dota with their original file names. You may notice that Underlord is second on the list. That is because his file name is Abyssal Underlord, which starts with an A. So the heroes are not going to be entirely in order, but they're going to be mostly in order. Also, I might have just messed up. Like, there could be an entire hero missing, and I wouldn't know. I went through all the icons and just removed all the, like, abilities that don't exist anymore, or, like, the special event mode abilities. And then stuff like Icarus Dive. Like, when you cast Icarus Dive, you can then cancel Icarus Dive as a new ability. I got rid of that. Probably left one or two in. But yeah, we're going to be doing a tier list of every single ability. This will also take place over the course of several recording sessions. If I spend 1 minute talking about each ability, it's going to be more than 10 hours long, and it might be. And as part of that, this is also going to be edited super lazily. I'm just going to stitch all of the recordings together. My voice might suddenly sound different because I recorded it at like a different time of day, or like 8 at a different period of time before this first recording, etc., etc. So that might happen. I don't know why I'm making this video. Maybe you can fall asleep to it or something. I don't know. Here are the rules. Spells that belong to summoned units are... the ability that summons it is what is going to take all of those into account. So like the Lycan Wolves have like Hamstring, right? Hamstring is not getting rated, but when I rate Summon Wolves, it includes that as it, right? So that's just getting wrapped up into the ability that summons it. The second rule is that like the ranking idea here is not like how good is this ability in this current patch and meta, right? It's about like the conceptual strength of the spell, like kind of the rules for how it works, which may change in the future, obviously, but like it's kind of the spell in a vacuum, but like not actually in a vacuum. Like it takes the other spells into account for how it works. And that might sound weird. Abaddon is actually a really good example because I think all 4 of his abilities are in different tiers. And then whether or not they're an ultimate is factored in as well, right? Ultimates are judged a little harsher because they're ultimates. If an ability is granted by a Shard or Aghanim Scepter, I will take into account, like, does this hero like to go Ags? Can this hero go Ags? And then that will matter as well. So there's going to be like quite a bit of criteria to this, and it's very like theoretical and conceptual, but like once I'm done with ABBA, you'll understand what I mean by that. What else? I think that's it. I think we can just start. A journey of 600 plus abilities begins with Mephotic Shield. So Mephotic Shield I've actually already messed up. We're going to be ranking Mistcoil first, because Mistcoil is going in deep. This is a bad spell, right? Is it useless? No, not at all. It's actually a very, very solid spell very early on in the game, but there's problems with it, right? So these kinds of abilities that are like heals slash offensive abilities, like Warlock Shadow Word, whenever you heal someone, like let's say you heal someone for 100 HP, they heal up the full 100, but if you use them offensively, the character that you're casting it on has magic resistance built in. And so they're not actually going to take that 100 or whatever the number is. They're going to take like 75-ish, right? So offensive heals are pretty much like not good on balance to be used offensively. You can use it to like secure a kill. The biggest weakness of Mistcoil is the fact that you can't use it on yourself. Most heals in this game, you can use it on yourself. Abaddon could not. And that is because another downside of Mistcoil is that it doesn't just cost you mana, it also costs you HP, which sucks. Like, that's really bad. You compare that with some of the other heals, and Mistcoil is just worse in many ways than a lot of other heals. It is instant, which is nice. Most other heals are like over time. So it's got that going for it, but there's a lot that goes against Mistcoil, which makes it like a bottom tier spell. Keep in mind, this is not like trash. This isn't a bad spell. It's just bad compared to like other things, and it's not that essential to Abba's kit. You could take away Mistcoil, and Abba would still feel roughly the same if you gave him another way to heal up during his Aghanim Scepter. Meanwhile, Mephotic Shield, this is an A tier spell. This is amazing. This is a hard dispel that also gives an HP barrier, that also deals magic damage. It's on a relatively low cooldown. It's got a decent mana cost for him because he's like a strength hero, right? But overall, Mephotic Shield is an amazing spell, and if you've used it, you understand why. Like, this enables so much about Abaddon. It's what makes him a really good support. It makes him like a really good core in the lane. Excellent spell. Borrowed Time, meanwhile, is a B. It's not bad, and you can do some funny stuff with it. For example, if you're in Borrowed Time, getting hit by damage actually doesn't contribute towards Blink Dagger cooldown, so you can just like hang out and blink out when it's almost done. And there's really not a whole lot. Like, they can stun you to prevent you from doing that, but there's not a whole lot that they can do about it, which is really funny. It's also just good. Like, the way you can think about this is like, imagine if an Oracle cast False Promise on you, like really good every single time this is off cooldown. Like, there's a hidden Guardian Angel Oracle looking down on you that's casting False Promise whenever it would be good to do so. However, since you can't really control it, it's like the enemy team can like trigger it on purpose to put it on cooldown, right? Like, because they'll gank you and like they won't kill you, but they'll put your ultimate on cooldown, which is kind of like killing Abba already. So it's not a great spell, but it's like it's a good spell. A lot of heroes would like to have Borrowed Time. And then Curse of Avernus. Curse of Avernus is a C tier spell. It's an interesting on-hit effect. If this was Curse of Avernus back when it would silence after 4 hits, it'd probably be in the B tier. It enables some fun stuff. It enables the entirety of core Abaddon, and it's really good in the lane, but even as an Abaddon who's like tanky and stuff, you don't get a whole lot of opportunities to really use it as a support. And then compared to like other on-hit effects, it's not that great as a core, but it's still like reasonable. So we're going to put that in C. So that's Abba. Like, Mephotic Shield is an amazing spell. Borrowed Time is like a good spell. It's a nice spell. Curse of Avernus is like whatever, maybe average, slightly below, and then Mistcoil is a bad spell. So that's, if you're struggling to understand the idea of like the conceptual idea of the spell, that should give you a clearer picture. Now we have Abyssal Underlord, who is going a lot earlier than I expected him to be, but that's okay. Atrophy Aura is a very good spell that does a lot of things. It allows him to do a bunch of damage. With his Cleave Facet, he can actually wind up hitting pretty hard. I think as far as auras go, it's probably like a B. It's like a good aura. It's a very good aura. Back when Wraith Pact was in the game, this hero was the single best Wraith Pact carrier because it guaranteed that not only would they be affected by the Wraith Pact, they would also be affected by Atrophy Aura, which means that they just don't do any damage. So this has enabled some really messed up stuff. It's a total pain to play against in the lane because Underlord has good damage, and if he's also reducing yours by a solid percentage, like, it's really hard to last hit against him. And it scales really, really well. Like, just percentage damage reduction as an aura, no questions asked, is really, really good. So this is going in B. Teleport is like kind of underwhelming, low-key. Like, the ceiling is crazy high. Like, you know, when this hero first came out, everyone was like, oh, we're going to use teleport to like force backdoor situations and stuff. But the channel time is so long, the enemy team can use it, so the positioning has to be taken into account. Like, it's really like as far as ultimates go, it's like kind of low impact. Like there are other abilities that do this but better. One of which is going to be an S tier spell. So it's like as far as ultis go, it's just kind of eh, and it doesn't have a ton of synergy with his kit. Underlord is very much so a circles on the ground type of hero. This just lets you get your circles in other places after like a substantial mana cost and a channel time, but your team can come with you, so like that's a good thing. Firestorm is also really good. It is like the definitive like circle on the ground, get out of this circle on the ground spell. It's good. It allows him to farm, gives him a really strong lane presence. Really helps a lot in bad matchups because you can use it to jungle very early on, and it's good. It's good, but it winds up getting your range creep denied a lot, which is annoying. That's going to be kind of a trend with some spells. Is like, oh, you know, they let you get melee creeps, 2 melee creeps guaranteed every wave, but you're trading that for a denied range creep, and this is one of those spells. And then Pit of Malice is like good. This is a very good spell, actually. This is like a repeated big circle on the ground that roots you. It can root you multiple times. If you go Rod of Atos on Underlord, which you don't really mind doing because the int is nice, you can keep someone in place for a very long time. And it stays up forever. I feel like every time I play against an Underlord, the duration of Pit of Malice increases by 1 second. It stays up so long. It's a good spell. Alchemist. Acid Spray is like bad. Low key. Like, yes, having access to a Desolator at level 7 is like really cool, but one of the things with like farming abilities in Dota is the good farming abilities make it so that you don't actually have to go any farming items, right? This is not good enough. You still need to go Radiance or like a Mjolnir or whatever you go. So Acid Spray is interesting. It's good. If it lowered the armor of towers, it would probably be a B. But it's got a really chunky cooldown. Its mana cost is like prohibitive. You have to go Soul Ring or something like that in order to just fund it. And it's overall kind of difficult to use. Next is Berserk Potion. This is like fine. It's a Dispel, right? Dispels are cool. Having a 1400 gold Dispel on your carry that he can use on himself or on other heroes is very good. The actual stats that it gives you are like pretty underwhelming though. You read it and you're like, oh wow, this is like a second ultimate, and like, no, it's not at all. It's not even close to a second ultimate, but it's a point target Dispel on a reasonable cooldown on a hero that can farm Aghanim Shard very easy. So this is you know, solid. And then we have Chemical Rage, which in my opinion is the first S tier ability. This ability makes Alchemist function. If it weren't for a Chemical Rage, he wouldn't really be a hero at all. Being able to heal that much HP and move that quickly, I mean, you get so much from that. Like, you basically get a heart and BOTs whenever you hit the R button. And, like, that's crazy. Except it's, like, way better than both of those things because it gives you so much movement speed and so much HP regen. Like, heart could never. This is really, really good ability. Lowers your bat, which is an incredibly strong thing to do because you tend to buy so much attack speed. Chemical Rage is the first of probably between 10 and 12 S tier abilities. The goal of getting into S tier is you have to be like superlatively, you have to be able to make an argument that it is the best ability in its class and one of the single best abilities in the game. And I think Chemical Rage is solid. Put this on any other hero and it's nuts. This tier list, by the way, is agnostic towards ability draft. This is not an ability draft tier list. That's all I have to say. I don't really play AD very much. What's this one? It's the thing that lowers armor and attack speed. I know what it does, I just can't remember the name. It's like corrosive something. This one is, it really only shines when you're man-fighting someone. And if you're man-fighting Alk, you're doing it wrong. So, it's good, but you need to apply it in stacks, so you need to hit someone a bunch. And yeah, your attack speed is high, but like, there are other abilities like Curse of Avernus, you just hit them once and you get the full effect. This one, you have to like ramp up to it. It can be good, it can be useful, but I think it's hard to argue that this is any better than like an average spell. Grievel's Greed is a great spell. I'm a little torn on where to put it. It sort of makes up for the rest of his spells being kind of trash. I'm going to put it in B because it's an amazing passive to have, and a lot of carries would kill to have an effect like this. Yeah, I'm just going to put it in B, but it's a strong B. Tiers are not ordered, by the way. That's another rule. Not ordered. Unstable Concoction. This is like kind of shitty, right? It's got a good stun, and if you land it, it's nice, but it has potential to like get you killed, which automatically makes the spell much worse if it can result in literal suicide if you use it. So I don't think that you can rank it any higher than a C. It also just takes forever, right? Like you need to sit there for 5 seconds charging it up, and then the better the stun will be, the more risk you have of potentially stunning yourself, and like that can be really bad. That can force you to pop BKB, or you can just like sit there and tank it and take a bunch of damage, potentially die from the enemy team jumping on you. So it's like, it's a decent stun, but it has some very clear downsides. It could be a D, honestly. I'm gonna put it in D. It's not a confident D, but it's, you know, it's there. Chilling Touch. This is a very good spell. It gives AA a way to interact in the lane. That's the major thing. Like, AA is kind of just a range creep without this. No questions asked, just big old smack. You can put rhyme stacks on people with it. It's a very, very good harassment tool. The Aghanim Scepter for this is interesting, but I'm not going to rate it as if it has Ags. I'm just rating the ability by itself. Chilling Touch gives him a lane presence, and it's a pretty solid on-hit effect. The fact that you slow, and your attack range is already like really good on that hero. I think it's a B. It's like one of the better on-hit effects. The only downside is it's like, it's a C because of the cooldown, right? It's got a really substantial cooldown, and that really holds it back. But thank goodness, because AA is already like a monster. This is Cold Feet. Cold Feet might also be a D. This is actually similar to Unstable Concoction in a lot of ways. Unless you have like guaranteed setup for it, it's very difficult to like cast this in a way that feels good. It does a chunk of damage for some reason, which is interesting to me, but like you need your opponent to cooperate, or you need like your teammates to cooperate in order for this to actually be a stun. The fact that your stun isn't always a stun is like terrible. So Cold Feet is going in D, but it's like a strong D. It's better than Mistcoil, I'll say that. And then your ultimate. This is an A tier spell. Absolutely, this is an A tier spell. This is a fantastic shutdown. There's a bunch of heroes in this game that just cannot play if they get hit by AA ultimate. Like Huskar, Necrophos, there's obvious examples, but there's also just a ton of incidental lifesteal in the game, and this is great. This is really good at like starting a fight, really good at picking people off, like sniping heroes when they walk away for like a really good AA player, and you're good at that. It was involved in the $6 million Echo Slam, which automatically gives it a little bit more swag. So this is going in the A tier. It's a unique effect that cannot be replicated, and it's so good. It's so good. It's borderline game-breaking, depending on the draft. And then Vortex. This spell, like, really what this is like vision. It does so little damage, and, like, the rhyme is whatever. Just being able to get that much vision down uncontested is, like, very good. I think this is a B-tier spell. Humongous cast range. You can use it to very slowly push lanes, but you can use it to push lanes. It sucks as a jungling tool, but it's got a lot of hidden like utility and niches. You can use it to de-ward. It's a very versatile utility spell, and I think the vision that it gives alone is like really good. A lot of supports would love to have an ability like this. Next is Anti-Mage. So Blink, I'll say this, like both this and Quap's Blink are going in the A tier. I shouldn't have to explain why. They're amazing mobility tools. They enable playstyles that like you just can't really do in any other way. Like Blink Dagger kneels compared to Blink Chads, right? Like AM and Quap both have massive advantages. Both of those blinks will be going in A. I think Quap's is slightly better, but AM's is an A. Counterspell Ally. The problem with Counterspell Ally is like, let's be real. If you're in a fight, you cannot track every single point target spell going to other people. Like you do not buy this. On Anti-Mage, you go Moonshard before you go Aghanim Shard when you're like getting yourself set up. Like protecting yourself with Counterspell, which is a great spell, is so hard, right? And having to focus on not just you, but like every other teammate and all of your opponent's spells, in theory, it's amazing. Like in theory, it's like an S tier spell. But there are already games where Counterspell is like not good. So having a second Counterspell that requires even more focus in order to use with any degree of effectiveness, like it's just not, it's not practical. It's not practical at all. This goes in D. Mana Break, amazing on hit effect, also kind of unique. Diffusal Blade exists, but the fact that this deals percentage-based mana and way more than Diffusal ever could makes Anti-Mage a genuine threat. It's very good, especially in combination with his innate that slows, or maybe it's on Mana Break itself that slows you down when you're like running out of mana / out of mana. Excellent on hit effect. It does a lot on Mantas as well. All the heroes that Anti-Mage counters, he counters because of this. So this is a very solid on hit effect. Mana Void is like fine as an ultimate goes. There is the dream scenario, right, where you jump on the Skywrath and you beat his ass to death, and then you pop that and you get the Rampage, and like that's cool and all. But in the majority of like one-on-one situations, Mana Void kind of doesn't do anything. And the reason I say that is because if you can get your opponent out of mana as Anti-Mage, the vast majority of heroes just kind of like try to weakly run away while you peck them down, right? Like, they're already out of mana. They can't do anything. Like, the most that can happen is like they have a Satanic and they press it, which like if it's a Sven who already got his ultimate off, that is like a big deal. But the massive majority of heroes, once they're out of mana, they're dead men walking anyway against an Anti-Mage. So having Mana Void outside of the magical Christmas land scenarios where you get like an instant triple kill, it's really whatever. It's like fine as an ultimate, but it's really nothing special. And then Counterspell. Humorously enough, Counterspell is like hard to rank because like some games it's amazing. Like you see lineups that are like Dragon Knight, Vengeful Spirit, Sven, and you're like, oh wow, I can go Counterspell and like I don't have to go BKB, I don't have to focus on Manta dodging, right? Like you can just go this, but then there's other games where it's like, oh god, this doesn't do anything. Like there's so many matches as Anti-Mage where you just never use Counterspell because there's no reason to. But if you can pick Anti-Mage into, and you're going to be picking him at least in the second phase, you can pick him in response to heroes that have point target spells, like even just the subs, and you automatically become much stronger as a hero. So it's going in B, but like sometimes it's a D spell. Sometimes it's like a tier spell. It depends on the game, but on balance, yeah. Flux is fine. There's really not a whole lot to say about it. If the opponent doesn't know how it works, it's probably a B tier spell, but I'm assuming that people know how the spell works. So it's really just like a fine harassment slow tool, right? Like there's not a whole lot to it. Yeah, that's it. The bubble. The bubble is really good. The bubble is really good because of what it does to high ground. It's not nearly as useful in fights, and it's not as useful against melee units because they want to be up in your face anyway. But it gives you a ton of attack speed, which Arc Warden loves, and it forces, if your opponent is ranged, they kind of have to buy an MKB for this, which is funny. Like because like no hero wants to buy an MKB. It's like a shit item. Unless you have like a PA on your team already, they don't want to go this item. And so forcing ranged heroes to go MKB to counter this spell, because it's going to be up for so long. You have two of them, right? You cast them consecutively. You need to go MKB. And like that's really good. Just like being able to force enemy ranged heroes to go MKB is a very valuable thing. So this is going to go in the B tier. Fusion Rune, I honestly don't even remember if this is in the game or not. It's like whatever. You don't really go Aghanims on the hero anyway, so it's fine. Spark Wraith. The problem with Spark Wraith is you need the enemy team to kind of cooperate with you, and that's difficult to do, right? It's an unreliable spell. It's really good for securing range creeps, and yeah, you can do like the cheese thing where you stack it on a rune, like 3 or 4 of them, and then they don't realize that it's 3 or 4, and they go hit them, and then they take like 75% damage right at the start of the game. But then you're out of mana. So like Spark Wraith it has like cheesy applications, and it can be good. Like you can kind of chain the slow, especially with Flux, and like run people down from a really far distance once you have Arc Warden up. This is the reason that he has such a great level 6 power spike, is because the Tempest Double can throw these down and spend all its mana and you don't have to care. But like on balance, it's not that great of a spell. And then Tempest Double. So Tempest Double is an A. If it were old Tempest Double, it would be up here for sure. Like old Tempest, like you can pop BKB and you don't care. It can carry a rapier. It can throw around dust. Like old Tempest Double would be undoubtedly at S tier. But there's so many special rules and restrictions on him now that I think you can't call it an S tier spell, but it's still an amazing spell. Like being able to pop Midas and stuff like that is great. It really does make the hero. Outside of this, Arc Warden is really just like a pile of spells, but this turns him into like a cohesive hero. And it's always, you just pop it off cooldown. You can do the bots build, you can run around and fight with it. It's overall great. Like Double Dude is a hero because of Tempest Double, and any other hero would kill to have something like this. So Tempest Double is an A tier spell. On to Axe. So Battle Hunger is like kind of his weakest ability, but like it's not bad either. Axe has really good spells. We're gonna put Battle Hunger in C because it's solid. You usually get it level 1, so you can harass the support really well. But it has this like really big power valley where like yeah, you'll eventually go shard on this hero and then you can slow people like crazy. But like it doesn't do that much damage. Like even if you stack a ton of armor, it's like even in the mid game before shard and you can't stack it, it's like a worse radiance effect that slows, and it only slows when they're facing away from you also. So like it doesn't help defensively much. Like if someone is chasing you and you cast it on them, it's not going to slow them down because they're going to be facing you the whole time. So it's got a lot of limitations, and they can get rid of it early, sometimes very early, just by getting a last hit. So it's borderline a D tier spell, but its utility in the late game makes it a lot better. Axe Call, this is an amazing spell. This is an S tier spell. A solid duration, BKB piercing AoE taunt that interacts with the rest of his kit in such a cohesive way. Like, it's hard to call this anything other than an S tier spell. If you want to throw like circles on the ground, this is the circle that you throw. It's an amazing spell. Just the fact that it pierces BKB, you can get it even bigger with the talent, though that's not always in every patch, and I have a feeling Valve is going to remove that. It's a giant AoE BKB piercing stun on a relatively low cooldown. It's an S tier spell. It really is. Counter Helix is solid. The numbers sort of fall off later on in the game. It's kind of like a band-aid. It just sort of fixes a lot of the structural issues that Axe would have if he didn't have it. Like, it gives him a way to farm. It gives him a way to interact with the lane. The problem is, like, most people aren't going to... Like, everyone plays around the spell. No one's just going to walk up to you and start hitting you like crazy. Like, the Wind Ranger is never going to go within melee range of you during her ulti so that you can spin, like, a helicopter, and, like, put her in the dirt. That's just not something that happens. So, it is a good spell. It does a lot for Axe, but, like, his other spells are mostly better. Except for Battle Hunger, I guess. I could see this in B. But, like, it requires cooperation or you using one of the best spells in the game to actually take advantage of it. Culling Blade is very good. It's a great spell. Culling Blade enables a bunch of bullshit from this hero. Like, you can walk up to a Medusa who didn't buy a Gauntlets of Strength and just kill her as soon as you hit 6. And there's really not... Like, obviously she can buy a Gauntlet, but, like, in the moment, there's really nothing she can do about it. Or, like, switch to Strength Treads or something like that. It gets through Shallow Grave, which is really good. You can also use it. It also just is a nuke. That's like one of the funny things. Is like if someone's about to get Sunstruck or something like that, you can just ult, and it'll get them below the threshold needed for Sunstrike to kill them. Like, there's some really interesting utility with this spell, and then it also just like cheeses the fuck out of a couple of heroes. So Culling Blade overall is like a good ultimate. And it refreshes itself, which is crazy. And you get bonus armor from the innate. It's a good spell. It's a good ultimate. Bane. Bane. So what's funny about Brain Sap is I'm reading this without Shard, but I'm like kind of considering the Shard. It doesn't do enough to solve Bane's problems. It helps him with his lane. And Bane's already a good laner, but Brain Sap is the reason why. I think it's an okay spell. It could be a very strong D. Reminded that this is not ordered. It could be a D tier spell, but I'm gonna put it in C for now, I think. The rest of his spells are amazing, though. Like, Enfeeble is nuts. This is a B tier spell for sure. The only problem is that it costs a lot of mana, but like the cast range is ginormous. Its effect is insane. Reduce cast range by up to 50%. Reduce damage by 70%. It does pure damage on top, which is really nice against like random heroes. It doesn't pierce BKB or anything like that. But the fact that you can force your opponent, it's on like a 7-second cooldown, 9-second duration, so more than 100% uptime. You can force your opponent to cast their dispels, like a Satanic or a Manta or a BKB or whatever they have. It's a very good spell. And if it's cast on you and you're in the middle of a fight, you're probably going to lose that fight. Or at least it'll feel like you're losing that fight because you're not doing anything. So Enfeeble is a great spell. Nightmare before Fiend's Grip, this one's also a great spell. This enables so many combos. It's really good. Bane himself can just use it as like a value ability to like force trades that end in his favor because you can right click you while you're nightmared. It sets up a ton of lane combos. Heroes like Mirana are like the obvious ones, but there's so many spells that go great with a nightmare. You're just keeping someone held still or even walking towards you against their will for like a good chunk of time. Like, that's even just on paper, it's amazing. And then it has a bunch of niche applications. You can also, it has the like Manta Dodge style save. It's much longer than a Manta Dodge, but you can use it to like save your team from like a Laguna Blade or something like that. Or just like, you know, let your offlaner sit there nightmared, and it's like, okay, what are you guys going to do? Like, go ahead, cast spells on our offlaner to get rid of it, or right click it and take it upon yourself and reset the duration. So there's a lot that you can do with Nightmare. It's a very versatile spell, and it really helps the hero tick. Fiend's Grip, I think, is like an A. I think it's an A. In terms of like single target disable, it's crazy good. It's channeled, which sucks. The Aghanim Scepter makes it so you don't have to channel it anymore, but like, it's hard to justify that on the hero. But even without it, It's an absolute monster with a lot of synergy with his kit. You can Nightmare someone, have them walk towards you, Fiends Grip them, they have to stand still forever. That's very good. It's a very good spell. It's a great support ultimate. It's like the Pause 5 Doom, right? And it burns mana, which is incidentally like useful in a lot of matchups. A tier spell for sure. Firefly. This one's a weird one. It does so many things. It's such a good farming tool. It has so much synergy with his other spells. I think it's a B. Like, this is an ability that could be his ultimate, right? Flaming Lasso, which is like not actually that good of an ultimate. It does so many things and it really makes the hero work. I think Firefly is an above average spell for sure, just because of the level of utility. You can go over impassable terrain with it. You can go up cliffs. You get good vision. It does so many things that it's got to be a B. The cooldown sucks, and you don't need your opponents to cooperate with you, but like it's best when they are. Like they're chasing you, and you use that, and you go over a cliff, and now they're sitting there taking damage and slowed. What's this ability called? It's fine. It's like an okay spell. Bounces them around, does a little bit of damage, works with Sticky Napalm to deal even more. It's a good spell, but like there are other spells that kind of do its effect much better, and it feels kind of weird. Like you could remove this from Batrider's kit, and like you could rework it, and the hero would still feel like Batrider. You know, it's not super central to his identity, but it's also very useful. You can use it to knock people down cliffs while you're going up them. You can use it to reposition. It does like a shocking amount of damage if you have the napalm stacks on them. So it's got utility for sure. It's just not an amazing spell. Flaming Lasso, as far as ultimates go, I also think this is like not that good of a spell. Like there's so many ways to reposition heroes in Dota now. Like you have like the Magnus Yoink, you have Venge Swap, especially if it's a core Venge who has an Ags, and then it's like basically like risk free. That Flaming Lasso is like not the problem it used to be. It's good in theory, but it's like, okay, you blink in, you lasso someone, you can't blink out with them, so you can't like initiate with another tool and then blink out. It's very limited, and it doesn't last nearly as long as you'd think. It's just not that good of a spell. But it pierces BKB, which is a huge deal. But it's just not, it's kind of underwhelming compared to a lot of the other stuff. Because like you can RP that also pierces BKB. Venge Swap just straight up ignores BKB. It does not care. But Flaming Lasso, just compared to like other spells that do similar things, it's just worse than them. And it's an ultimate, and it's got a really long cooldown. Valve is like scared of Batrider, and for good reason. Like that hero was an absolute terror in a lot of tournaments, and like, but you know, like 10 years ago it was an absolute monster ability, and now it's just kind of like gotten power crept. So I think it's a C. But it's not a bad spell. It's a useful spell, but it's not like, whoa, oh no, Flaming Lasso. It's fine. Sticky Napalm is a good spell. This is a really good spell to spam. The only problem is you need to like stack up a bunch of it for it to really have an impact. And any spell that like you're giving wand charges and then it might not actually lead to anything is like kind of difficult. But the fact that it slows like turn rate, it makes your right clicks do a ton of damage. It synergizes really well with the rest of your kit. Sticky Napalm is a good spell. It's just not. It just, you have to jump through a hoop to make it good. Right? If you could store up charges and just drop 8 stacks on a hero, it'd be like an A tier spell probably. But it's a B. It's a B. It's a good damage amp, good ability to spam. It's got some of the same problems as like Bristleback spikes, which we'll talk about not that far from now, because Bristle's not that far away. But that's Batrider done. Where are we looking? Okay, we've got 2 S tier spells, 5 S tier. The C tier is like a little bit crowded, but that's okay. It's supposed to represent like the average spell, and then D is like the stinkers, you know? Call the Wild Boar. Call the Wild Boar is probably a B. It's a total pain in the ass to deal with in the lane. If you don't have an obvious counter, the boars deal so much slow. It's such a pain to run away from Beastmaster, you kind of can't. And the damage is substantial in the early game, because they can just right-click you with impunity. Like, there's no reason the Beastmaster can't just, like, A-click them on you, and then hit creeps and, like, force them under tower. Like, he really does a lot. The only downside is, like, you have to micro it a little bit, and the boars give, like, what, 40 gold when you kill them? But the fact that you can have 2 active at a time, they deal decent damage, it's a good summon. It's a good summon. It doesn't scale super well, but that's okay. It's definitely good enough to get its job done, and then later on it can just be like a nice like slow that you don't really have to micromanage. You can just like A-click them on a hero and then it slows them. Being able to just summon random units in fights is also really good. Call the Wild Hawk. It's probably here. It's really annoying to deal with, but like you can't control it the same way that you can with Boar. And it just kind of does one thing, you know, it just like will occasionally stun a unit around you, which is fine. Like it's fine, but it's really not that impressive. The old Hawk, where you could like basically make it a ward, was always like really good. I don't know why they got rid of that. I always thought it was fun. But yeah, this is a C tier spell. Not as good as the Boars. Drums of Slom. This ability was freaking busted when it first came out, but they've done a really good job of like tamping it down. Now it's pretty optional. You don't always see Beastmasters go for it anymore, but it can still be good. I think it's like a C. As Beastmaster, you really like, you get Helm of the Overlord, right? That's the most obvious thing, and that's already a ton of gold. And then you also kind of want aura items and like sometimes some utility, so it's kind of hard to justify an Ags these days, but like there are matchups where it's really good. Like if you're up against Illusions or something like that, Drums of Slom can be solid. That's really all I have to say about it. Inner Beast is an interesting spell. It requires playing in a very specific way, right? Like you need to play Zoo in order to really make this work. The old version of it, where it just gave everyone attack speed, was like insane. I thought it had the highest win rate in ability draft for some reason. I could be misremembering that, but I do remember it just being a broken spell that was like super strong in AD. But the current version of it, you need to like get your menagerie together. So that's a hoop to jump through. And then it does have a significant impact, but it's like not enough to be like, oh my god. Like Inner Beast, we need to look out. Like, no, you're fine. It's like fine as a passive. It's like a C. Beastmaster yelling a racial slur at you as soon as you pop BKB is one of the worst feelings in the game. It's just a really long single target AoE stun, or not AoE, it like pushes heroes aside, which is like not a big deal really, but it's Primal Roar is like, it's good. It pierces BKB. It's just like a big fat stun, right? But Beastmaster really likes having a big fat stun, so he can just walk up and wail on you and like throw whirling axes where you don't move, so he can get the like sweet spot hit on you. There's a lot to like here in Primal Roar. I think it's like a good ultimate. It feels kind of weird though. Like, it's so important to Beastmaster to have an effect like this, but honestly, you could rework Primal Roar and I wouldn't be too upset. And the hero would keep his identity. So it's a B. It's a B. And then Whirling Axes. This is kind of just a stapled on. We need to make this hero work. Give him Whirling Axes. The stacking damage feature is really interesting. Another spell where you kind of need your opponents to cooperate. Like the stacks don't last forever, right? Like if you whiff Whirling Axes, the stacks are probably going to go away. And it's really hard to hit the sweet spots where you get like maximum stacks from each one. The travel time is kind of slow. There's a lot of like downsides to this ability. So it's not bad. It's definitely necessary. But I don't know. I have some reservations about Whirling Axes. The spell doesn't impress me. So it'll go and see. Bloodseeker spells. Okay. So he's so hard. He's so hard. I can tell you right now, Rupture's going to go in the A tier. We can just talk about Rupture first. So, Rupture, BKB piercing spell that punishes you for moving. Very, very good. This is an outright counter to a ton of heroes. Like, Timbersaw absolutely hates getting ruptured. Pangolier has to cancel out his ulti if you rupture him, or otherwise he's just going to kill himself. It features, or it pierces BKB, which is already really nice, and then if you get the facet, you can forcibly shove people. There's like shenanigans you can do with Force Staff, other spells like Ravage, or not Ravage, Magnus Skewer, that's what I was thinking of. Pudge Hook is like a classic one, because they can't move, right? It also has some synergy with Blood Ride as well. You're just dealing a ton of pure damage, and it deals pure damage, which is crazy. If it dealt magical, it'd be down here, but it's not. So it's a very, very good spell. It really puts the kibosh on a lot of heroes. You throw this on a PA as soon as she pops BKB, and she's not going to have fun. It forces people to build like Lincoln Spheres and stuff like that, and like that item is also not very good, in my opinion. So It's great. And the fact that you can get 2 charges, and then if you're a based boy like Eternal Envy, you can have 4 ruptures and literally just rupture almost the entire enemy team. Is like very satisfying. It's very good. So rupture is an A tier spell. Bloodright is like tough. It's a weird spell. It's probably going in here. It's difficult to land without any kind of setup or synergy. You have a little bit of that synergy thanks to rupture, but on balance, it's like it's a solid silence. You can use it to kind of like deal with channeled abilities too, like kind of put a timer on like Witch Doctor ult or Bane. It's a good spell with good applications. Just using it to like secure range creeps alone is really good, but the mana cost is really high. Deals pure damage, which is good. It's just a big hoop to jump through. Like they have to sit in this very visible and loudly announced circle for like what, 2.5 seconds or whatever it is, and then they will get negatively affected, but it can also just do nothing. You know? It's a good zoning tool. And it has tech against a lot of channeled abilities, but overall it's just not that impressive of an ability. Blood Spray. What's it called? This is Zag's. A couple patches ago, this was broken. I scammed a lot of MMR off of like the magical Bloodseeker build. I don't know. This one's hard to rate. It is good because like Bloodseeker, anytime Bloodseeker can deal magic damage, it's usually a good idea because he gets so much freaking spell amp from Blood Rage, especially if you go the talent. It is like good, and he can farm an Ags, and it really makes him a bit of a problem. It just depends a lot on the enemy team, because if they can burst you, like you need a BKB to make it work. You also need to be faster than them, which obviously isn't that difficult. But I think overall it's like it's But it's relatively new in the game. It had its time in the sun, and like Valve has yet to kind of find a way to actually balance it. They just sort of made it shit. So maybe it'll be a B spell eventually, but I don't know. Blood Rage is nuts. This is a very good ability. The ability to increase your attack speed by a ton while also buffing your spells, and your spells are that good, makes Blood Rage a very, very good spell. The max HP cost is kind of rough. It can be a little bit difficult to sustain, and it has a lot of downtime in the early game until you get it up to level 4, where it has 100% downtime. It's kind of like OD Arcane Orb in that aspect. But it is, the buffs that it gives you are insane. It's like up there with Empower, I think, as far as like impact goes. Yeah, that's really all I have to say. Its biggest issue is that it has exactly 100% uptime, and you have to cast it. So, you know, that's kind of an issue, but it's not that big of a deal. And then Thirst. Thirst is like kind of a gimmick. It feels weird to call it that, but it really is. The reason this is going in B is because of the vision aspect, right? Like being able to always know exactly where they are when they're on super low HP is really good. The movement speed itself is a gimmick, but like it's combined with the vision, it makes it like a solid spell. I think we're gonna get through the Bs, and that's gonna be it for this first recording session. Maybe I'll find a second wind. I don't even know how long I've been recording. It feels like a really long time. 42 minutes, and we're like a couple heroes in. Okay. Janata. Difficult to rate. In the early game, it's very good, but like later on, you don't get the opportunity to actually Janata that much. So a lot of heroes would like to have a Janata-like effect. The fact that it's on Bounty Hunter is its biggest problem. Like if it was on a ranged hero, Janata would be crazy. It's fine. It's fine. It's really not that big of a deal. The money steal is funny. It's really not much at all. Like the money steal never feels that impactful when you actually do it, but then later on in the post game screen where you see like, oh, you stole like 2,000 gold, it's like, oh shit, like that's a lot of gold. But Janata itself doesn't necessarily feel good to use. Shuriken Toss is like a really weird ability. It's mostly just like Le Magic Nuke, you know? But it's not anything particularly special. The bounce feature is great. The ceiling for this is really high, right? Because it actually deals a lot of damage. Like its damage scales really well. I think maxing Shuriken Toss is like kind of silly, but I think it's kind of the way to go. Especially if you're like pause 4 Bounty Hunter. You get like 2 points in Janata, 2 points in this, get a point in Ghost Walk, and then ulti, and then max out Shuriken Toss, and you actually deal a shocking amount of damage. So it's fine, but it really just is like a magical Duke with a tiny little bounce upside, and you can use it to steal a little bit of gold, which is fun. Track is really good. Track is like an A tier spell. Being able to counter pretty much every invis hero in the game while also enabling snowballing for the rest of your team is so good. You get the talent where it also shares vision, and it makes high ground so much easier. Really low cooldown. You can cast it while remaining invisible within Shadow Walk. There's so much utility to track that I think it demands to be put in the A tier. It's not the flashiest spell, but like you never. It's another like in the moment you don't feel like it's doing that much, but then like if you watch a replay, you're like, oh my god, like we got so much value out of track. Like the gold is insane, the vision is insane. It's a great spell, amazing spell. It's going in A. Shadow Walk, I think that's what it's called. It's fine. It's good. It's good. It makes you invis, which is really nice. Is it better than like Skeleton Walk and stuff like that? Probably not. It's not best in class, but any ability that gives you like movement speed and makes you invisible is like pretty strong. Being able to cast track while Shadow Walk, Ghost Walk, what is it? I don't care. Being able to cast your spells, really just track while in it is great. You also get the bonus damage, I believe. I don't know if you can still like right click someone during the fade time to get the bonus damage and then right click them again immediately to get it again. But that is that's a piece of tech that may or may not still be in the game. God, Dota is so complicated. It's a good spell. Any spell that gives invisibility is automatically going to be good because now the opposing team has to buy dust. They have to buy sentries and put them down in fights. It helps you a lot with the vision game. It's a good spell. It's a good spell. It's not best in class, but it's a good spell. And then friendly invis. It's fine. It's not that hard for him to get shard, right? Steals money. You can hit lane creeps pretty well. Can't really farm jungle at all, but that's okay. I think it's good. I think being able to give the amount of pressure that you put on the enemy supports by having this ability is substantial enough to put it in B. I think giving that ability to any other hero on a reasonable cooldown is like also very good. So it's good. It's a good spell. Invis is good. This is the spill, right? The spill is weird. You need to use like this slam as well. It's a weird spell. I think it's like C because you have to have like the barrel slam or whatever. You need to do that. Is barrel slam not on the list? It would also be C. Wait, isn't it this? Or is that something else? I don't know. We're gonna say that this is barrel slam even if it isn't. I haven't played Brewmaster in like 2 years. It's a hoop to jump through. You have to cast 2 spells in order to get full value out of it. And the effect is like fine. It's like an interesting slow, but it's not really anything crazy. So yeah, it's fine. This is gonna go in the same one. It's a fun little AoE spell. It's an offlaner like around myself spell that doesn't stun, which kind of takes away a lot of potential from it, but it's not bad by any real metric. Drunken Brawler is interesting. I find that like 90% of the time people just set it on Agi and forget. It's not that great of a bonus, and the bonuses are like themselves not super impactful in my experience. But it's got a lot of versatility and utility to it. I think this is also a C. I think all of his spells are a C, except for this son of a bitch. This one is like potential S tier spell as well. Primal Split is a broken ability. I will literally go to my grave talking about how broken Primal Split is. It gives him one of the biggest level 6 power spikes in the game. It makes him impossible to deal with. He has access to so many things. It's just hard to use, right? Like that's the issue. Is like you're playing this hero that's kind of like a brain offlaner, and then suddenly you have to like micro a bunch of different units that all have like spells on individual cooldowns. But like putting a carry in the tornado is huge. Moving people around with the void one is nice. You get a point target stun with the earth one. He also like hits towers like a motherfucker. And you can like basically throw them into the fight to die while keeping the earth one safe, because that's the one you're going to respawn on, right? So it's difficult to use, but the ceiling is really high. You can dispel illusions too. I forgot about it's like a mass dispel that like obliterates illusions. Like it just does so many things and counters so many heroes in so many different hard to deal with ways. Like you can't go Lincolns to counter Primal Split, you know what I mean? Like you're getting tornadoed one way or another. Like it might work the first time, but like even if it does, you're gonna get stunned, and then the next time you're gonna get stunned to break the Lincolns, and then you're getting tornadoed anyway. So you have to buy a BKB against it, and then it's really difficult to kill. So it's a solid A tier spell. It's Brewmaster's best spell by far, and justifies why all of his other spells are like mid. Bristleback. This one is solid because you kind of don't need the opponents to play along. You can literally just turn around. It's good, it's exploitable, but like the thing is, like, if they exploit, like, oh, we'll just hit them from the front, it's like you're still a tanky offlaner, right? Like, you still have decent stat growth, the items you buy make you tanky, you're gonna do a ton of right click damage. Like, it's something that even at its worst, it's not a downside, right? You're just taking full damage. But the upside is, like, you can walk into the fountain and kill everyone. So, like, it's a very good passive. It's a very good passive. One of the best passives in the game. But, like, I think Mars's is better, actually. Like, it could be A. It could be A. I'm going to put it in A because of the ability to, like, kill people in their fountain, and there's something they can do about it. It forces them to buy Silver Edge, which is, like, oftentimes an awkward item to buy, even on heroes that enjoy going a Shadowblade. I think it's going to go in the A tier. Hairball. Eh. The slow is nice. It kind of jumpstarts your combo. The problem is, like, you go Aghanim Scepter, and that both jumpstarts and capitalizes on your hero's sort of internal combo. So it just kind of loses out to its more expensive brother that you really want to go anyway. So it's fine. You get it off Torm, you're happy, but it's not a huge deal. I think the spikes are like you're really rating like Bristleback, the passive, and the spikes sort of as one ability because there's so much synergy to them. I think it's like a B tier spell because of the damage potential. It's sort of insane. It's really good in the lane because it forces them to like go away for a while. You know, you get like 4 or 5 stacks on you and it's like, okay, no, we can't do this anymore. And like it can lead to like communication issues as well. Like, it's a very good spell with a super high ceiling, so I think it goes into B. Nasal Goo is a way to get more Warpath stacks. That is like primarily what it does. It's a good slow. It stacks. The armor reduction is like whatever. It matters, but like not a whole lot because it doesn't reduce it by very much per stack. And then getting more than a couple stacks on someone is like relatively difficult. So I think it's like you need it to be able to chase down supports and kill them, but it's like whatever. It's fine. It helps the hero work. Low-key, Warpath is also a C tier ability. The reason Warpath is bad, right? You read it and you're like, oh, you get this much bonus damage. Like, that's insanity. But you have like massive hoops to jump through because first off, you need to be constantly mashing your spells, and you need to itemize around the fact that you need to be constantly mashing your spells in order to get that damage. But in order to right-click someone, you have to be facing them, which means that Bristleback, the ability that your hero was named after, cannot be active. Like, you can only use one of your passives at a time, right? You can either use it, you know, there's the miracle scenario where you're wailing on their support by facing them, and then the rest of their team is positioned in such a way that they're hitting you in the back. But like, that doesn't happen really often at all. So it's a non-bow with his own ability that he is named after. So it is good, but the fact that using it betrays the core identity of your hero is like tough, right? It's difficult to justify. But still, it's so much damage that it actually allows you to like hit towers, and like you can whack down supports, and in a 1v1 situation, it's like really good to use. So Warpath is solid. The movement speed is a huge deal as well. It's just a non-bow with his other ability. So, you know, it's C. It's an ultimate, so it's going to be judged a little bit harsher. On any other character, it would be really good. Like, imagine this on a, well, no, not even, because like, what other, like Batrider? It'd be good on Batrider. Batrider would love to exchange Flaming Lasso for Warpath and deal even more ridiculous right-click damage, especially this patch. So it's a C. Okay. Broodmother. Incapacitating Bite is like nuts. It's nuts. It has like a ridiculous mischance once you're getting hit by it. It's like what, 50%? 60%? So like that alone makes it incredibly good. And like dispelling it doesn't really make any sense because you can just put it right back on you, right? And it's one hit and it's there. And like that's crazy. It also has a great movement speed, slow. Like that's what really this is like low key the thing that makes Broodmother work is incapacitating Bite because it's so broken. It's very, very good. It's an amazing on hit effect. One of the best on hit effects in the game. It might actually be an A tier spell. It's like I'm putting it here. I might move this shortly after done talking about Broodmother. I'm also not a huge Broodmother player. I've like dicked around with her, but I'm not like a brood spammer or anything like that. Insatiable Hunger is crazy good. This is the ability, like if brood wasn't already a pain in the ass, Insatiable Hunger would be the, like, this just completely takes the hero over the edge. Ton of damage. It gives her like a free satanic. It's a very good spell. It's a very good spell. We're gonna move both of these to B. That's how we're gonna do it. These are Bs. It's a very strong B. Kind of middle of the pack B. Spawn Spiderlings. Ooh, this is an A. Broodmother spells just are insane, honestly. Like, the hero's a problem. Such a gimmick hero, but yeah, this is an A. Being able to spawn Spiderlings, and the Spiderlings are so versatile, right? Like, yeah, they get like a little on-hit effect that they can apply to a bunch of different heroes. You can use them to scout, you can use them to absolutely obliterate like ranged heroes, especially because they don't get the damage block. Because you have the Spiderlings, and then you also have the Spiderites when the Spiderlings kill things. So it sort of like propagates itself. And they're so versatile and useful for so many things that the downside is like they're vulnerable, right? Like if there's a Sven or anyone with like AoE, like consistent physical damage, like it's just food. But they don't even feed that much gold. Like unless you're dealing with like an Alchemist, right? It's not that big of a deal. And you can just like spam this ability and like get a bunch of Spiderlings very quickly. You can build yourself back up quickly. So this is an A tier spell, and honestly Webs is like almost an A tier spell as well. Is it? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put Webs in A. The ability to go over terrain, move super fast, basically like lock down a part of the map. There are weaknesses to Webs, right? But you get so many charges, and if you're an experienced brood player, you can make such good use of like every single web that it's difficult to justify it being any lower. Like so many heroes, it really is tied to her kit, but a lot of heroes would like to have a web-like effect. And this is a big reason why Broodmother is such a pain in the ass. Really, all of her abilities are just nuts. Not Silken Bola. What's it called? This is the one that like sacks a web and slows them, I think. It's fine. This is probably Brood's only like bad spell. But our other spells are so insane that it's fine. It's fine for her to not be so good. Centaur Warrunner, a hero that I am much more familiar with. Double Edge. The way that it scales is good. The problem is in the early game. Because if you max Double Edge, which was sort of in fashion for a time, a while ago, you're dealing so much damage to yourself that it's not really sustainable. But later on, that problem goes away completely, and then you can get a shard to make it even better. So it's good. It's a really good farming tool as well, but you already have return, so it's like a little bit redundant. Like, you don't need to use it to farm, but like, if you do, you farm so much faster. Costs you HP, doesn't cost mana, which is very good. I think it's like a C only because it has the redundancy with return, but it's like not a bad spell. There's also some funny things. So if someone has a Lotus Orb on them and you cast Double Edge on them, they will also cast Double Edge on you, right? And statistically speaking, they have lower HP than you. So they're taking the self damage from the Double Edge cast along with your own damage that you're dealing to them with the Double Edge, and so you can just like obliterate a support. Like if you see a Crystal Maiden or a Rubik with Double Edge, with a Lotus Orb on them, like blink in and Double Edge them, and you'll be like, wow, how did I deal 800 damage? And it's like, Lotus Orb, dude. It's a very situationally funny thing, but it's one of my favorite things in Dota, to cast Double Edge on Lotus Orb, because it just does an absurd amount of damage. It's like a comical amount of damage. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Makes the hero work. Hoof Stomp is a big old AoE stun, and it's got a pretty good duration as far as that goes. Not really any special effects. It's kind of weird that you can, like, a while back they made it so that it's not a cast point. Like, you're not standing still, you can move during the cast point, which is interesting. I don't know if you can still do, like, the shenanigans where you, like, blink into Chronosphere and, like, stun the Void and stuff like that, but it's got a couple of niche uses and, like, applications for it. And it's relatively easy to land, because like other heroes with similar abilities, like Sardar, for example, he gets a cool little bonus, but he has to stop moving for a little bit. And the stun duration on Hoof Stomp is like much longer than a lot of like the blink in AoE spells. It's not nearly as good as Axe Call, right? It doesn't pierce BKB, and it doesn't do that much damage either. But it's got, you know, any big chunky AoE stun on a big offlaner is going to be a good spell. So Hoof Stomp is up there. Return. It varies so much. It's the same thing as like anti-mage counterspell. Some games return is the biggest deal in the world. Others it's like whatever. Like this ability is the reason why you can very confidently pick him into almost any lane. Because if they have like double ranged, right? If they're like a Rubik Drow safe lane, right? That's really scary for the vast majority of offlaners. But if you max return, you don't have to be nearly as scared. And it's a really good farming tool, and it scales pretty well. It's a solid passive. I think it's like a B. Stampede. Anything global is good, right? Really good offensively, really good defensively. The damage that you deal when you like stampede over things is like pathetic. Like it's kind of weird to me that that's still in the game because it barely does any damage at all. Like the ability has this image to it of like, oh, I'm gonna hit my ultimate and then all 5 of us are gonna walk over this like Dazzle. But like no one ever does that. Like you just use it to get within right click range because the range of actually walking over them is so small. But a very short haste rune that affects your entire team no matter where they are is like very good. It's probably a B. Centaur spells are also quite good. Look at that. Workhorse is a meme. It's a meme. Some funny stuff you can do. You can do I saw like a thing where you can like there's like some weird fountain hooking thing you can do with it with like recall. I don't know how it works. I think it's like Pudge ulti while he's in Workhorse and then you recall the Centaur. It's a meme. It's a meme. They're invincible, they're spell immune, that's nice. There's some tech you can do with it with heroes like Sniper or Drow or whatever, but like the problem with that is like wherever the Centaur is not where the Drow wants to be. So you have to kowtow your positioning to the Drow or the Sniper or whatever, and now you're a Centaur who's sitting at the back of the fight. So like there's some obvious like non-boism to the ability in its ideal use cases. So it's just not good. It's not good. You also like you can't go Ags on this hero. Like you have so many other better things to do and build than go Aghanim Scepter. So okay, I did catch a second win. I think we're gonna do up to Clinkz. No, because Crystal Maiden's next, and I'll have a lot to say. I'll have a lot to say about Darkseer too. Okay, we're gonna do Chaos Knight, and then we're gonna call it. So Chaos Bolt. Big problem with Chaos Bolt is you don't know what you're gonna get. Like when you cast this ability, yeah, it is a nice stun, and it's a good point target stun. That's a really cool thing for a carry to have, and it's got some synergy with the rest of his kit, right? But it's a super slow moving projectile that you have to solve with Reality Rift, which is already tough. And then you don't know if it's going to be a really long stun that doesn't do any damage or just a fat magical nuke that stuns for like 1.2 seconds. So it's the fact that it's unreliable is like a huge mark against it. And then even if you high roll on either of the two traits, it's like not crazy. It's like what, a 3-second stun, which is like a long stun, but like also like not that huge of a deal. The way CK works is he kind of just wants to like kill you in 2 hits, right? So the difference between a 3-second stun and a 1.2-second stun isn't that big of a deal. And then the vast majority of his damage just comes from wailing on you with Phantasm. So the damage is also not that big of a deal. But it is still a point target stun on a carry. The mana cost is kind of prohibitive for him, but like thank goodness, imagine if it wasn't. This CK crit is like really good. It might be A. It might be an A tier crit. Coup de grace is going to be an A tier crit. Shout out to all the French people in the comments of the PA video who, like, I fucked up in that video so much. Like, I just said a bunch of shit that, like, I really just messed up, like, the Shard and the Scepter because they changed it, like, 3 months ago and I didn't go either of those items when I was, like, doing my research games. But, like, it cracked me up so much that a bunch of the French commenters were like, you're actually pronouncing that wrong. And then, like, one of them was, like, really mean. One of them called me a dog, and it hurt my feelings. But, yeah. Coup de grace will go into the A tier, but this one is, like, so it's really good. I mean, you just fat lifesteal. You can get the talent at level 10. It sustains you. It does a ton of damage. Because of Phantasms having it and dealing 100% damage, you have so many, like, bites at the apple, right? Like, you are going to crit. It's like a 30 or a 33% chance. It's such a high percentage. It's so good. It's an amazing crit. I would love to have this on pretty much any carry. It's very strong. On an Agi hero, it would be even more broken. Phantasm. Phantasm is very good. This might be an A tier. Like, worst case scenario, and here's why it's an A tier. Worst case, it's just a Manta style, right? So worst case, it's already a great item, and you can go Manta style. And then you also have the innate to potentially spawn an additional illusion. But the fact that they all do 100% damage means that you have like a Manta style that is also like a double damage rune, except it's way more than a double damage rune, because you can have like 5 of these fuckers running around behind you. Reality Rift pulls them all in, so you don't have to manually micro them or like do it like a cloud. You can literally just Reality Rift and they'll all start smacking the target. Insane. Really good for taking high ground. It's not as good at taking Roche anymore, but you can just summon these and then like just kill anyone. Like you just do so much insane single target damage. And it has so much synergy with the rest of his kit. And that's not even including the Ags, which like the strongest part of the Ags is that it makes your computer explode. Which means it makes the enemy's computer explode too. So make sure to always, if you're going to pick CK, have the stronger computer. That's like the number one thing. This is an A tier spell. It's probably the, like, I don't know if it's the best illusion generator in the game, but it does generate the best illusions, you know? Like, it's, the ability to summon the illusions isn't that good, but the illusions themselves are monstrous. So, like, this is an A. This is an A tier spell. Biggest problem is, like, cooldown and mana cost, but it's an ultimate, so, like, whatever. Reality Rift. Good repositioner that also, like, reduces armor, which he really wants, and then he also, you know, he does like the spin the wheel and then applies like, was it break, disarm, something else as a chance if you do that one facet. So Reality Rift is good. Any like repositioning spell on a melee hero is fantastic. So the fact that it pulls in all the phantasms too is like the real icing on the cake. This is like a good spell. Back at it again, literally the same day, because I wanted to make more progress. So Chen is weird to rate. We're gonna do Penitence first. It's a very like fair ability, right? Like, and I say that like literally because there's a bunch of hoops that you have to jump through, but it's like a really strong damage buff. And the fact that it works on like fellow heroes and controlled units makes it like really good. It's just that like single target damage buffs are not huge unless you have some like particularly good synergy. I think it's like a C as far as debuffs go. It's fine, you know. It has some cheese potential with stuff like Witch Doctor Ultimate, but it's not a crazy ability. You don't panic when Penitence is cast on you, unless it's like really early on in the game and you're getting ganked. It's not a huge deal to get Penitence-ed, so it's fine. Divine Favor is weird because the like AoE aura that boosts healing is nice. The active that you cast on heroes is like whatever. It's like, okay, HP and armor, that's nice, but it's not like a huge deal. And then it's also the ability where you like teleport creeps. So it does a bunch of different things, right? So it's very difficult to rate it. I think it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Hand of God, we're going to do Persuasion last. Hand of God is it's a good ability. A global heal that heals for like 800 before any like Holy Locket shenanigans is a lot. And the fact that you heal half of it up front, so it's an instant heal, and then you heal the rest over time, means that it's difficult to cast a bad Hand of God. Right? Like if you cast it too early, it's okay because they're still going to have like 40 HP regen for however long they have it. So it's a good ultimate and it's global, which makes it even better. It's a little bit limited in its use cases, right? It's a weird ability in that you kind of want to be losing the fight or even losing the game to get the most value out of Hand of God. So like if Hand of God is a really good spell, it means that things were going wrong in the first place, but I wouldn't knock that against it too much because healing 400 for your entire team, I mean, that's just, it's like 800 HP regen. If you include the HP regen, it's 800. That's like 4k healing before Holy Locket, and Chen really likes to get Holy Locket. So it's a ridiculous amount of heal. It's global, a little bit limited in its use case, but it's a good ultimate. It makes sense for his character. Holy Persuasion is like probably an A tier spell. It's very, very good. There are other spells that are like it in the game, but Chen does that the best. Like taking advantage of jungle creeps. He does it better than like Enchantress does. Or like, obviously it's better than like Doom Devour, right? Because you only get 1 or 2 abilities and Not all of them are good, but the fact that you can create your giant, like, creep army and then march around the map is very, very good. There are similar effects. There's even the item, Helm of the Dominator and Helm of the Overlord, but it is very good. It is very good. It allows the hero to operate and do the things they want to do. So Holy Persuasion is up there. And then it also has, like, you know, the obvious, like, point target offensive uses as well. So it's a good spell. Clinkz, we can rate Burning Army. The problem with Burning Army is, like, as Clinkz, you need to get a bunch of items. And Ags is kind of difficult to justify. If you want to farm as this hero, you also kind of need to go Shard, which means that it's sort of a package deal. I don't think very many Chens get Aghanim Scepter without getting an Aghanim Shard first. And the Skeleton Poopers, you can control their aggro with Tar Bomb, but once you kill the initial target that got Tar Bomb, you need to cast it again. They can hit heroes, but the fact that they're, like, in a line, if this was just, like, in a circle, like a circle of 5, kind of like how it is in the Vampire Survivors game mode that came out during Crownfall. Nest of Thorns, that's it. If it was like that, it would be a better spell. But the fact that it's in a line makes it really, like, awkward and easier for the enemy team to pick it off. If it was more like Shadow Shaman's ultimate, it would be a better spell. I think it's like a C. It's like a weird second ultimate. The thing is, like, Clinkz's actual ultimate, Skeleton Walk, doesn't feel good enough to be an ultimate. This one, like, also kind of doesn't feel good enough to be an ultimate. I miss when it was, though. I think the hero had a more interesting design when he was, like, a Burning Army centered hero, but that's okay. Clinkz is weird. You can watch my video on Clinkz. It'll definitely be out by the time I post this. It's going out tomorrow, so. Burning Barrage is good. Is good. The fact that it procs stuff like Desolator, it's really good because it allows you to get Desolator charges very fast. On hit effects, you don't get a lot of them as Clinkz, but it's still quite good, and then it works with Tar Bomb as well. 1400 gold is not that hard for Clinkz to farm, and then, but, like, once you get it, you're gonna, like, get your money back on the investment, because you can use this to, like, obliterate a creep wave as it walks out, or even if it's, like, in a line, and then you just hit the range creep twice, and you clear the wave out very quickly. Skeleton Walk away. A lot of really good use cases, really good in fighting, amazing farming tool. This is a good spell. It's a great spell. Death Pact. It's good. Its value depends so much, because, like, if there's a Beastmaster or a Chen or any other, or an Enchantress on the enemy team, like, Death Pact immediately gets, like, way better, right? It is such a good spell. I don't think there's any way to eat Ancient Creeps with it right now, but the fact that you get 2 charges and you can use it to sort of, like, short range teleport, it has a lot of, like, sneak utility. And then depending on matchup, it can, like, in the right matchup against a Chen or an Ench, it's, like, not, it's probably, like, a solid B, but on balance, it's a C. It's good. The HP and damage leave a little bit to be desired. It's, like, not as much as you would think. But it's still very good. This is Strafe. Yeah, Strafe. Strafe is kind of crazy. It's actually kind of a nut spell. Like, the point against Strafe is the fact that its duration is so short. It's like 3.5 seconds, which is just not long enough for an effect like this. Ideally, you kill someone in that 3.5 seconds, though. But then the cooldown is, like, remarkably long. It increases your attack range, too, by, like, 200. That's, like, 1.5 Dragon Lances worth of attack range, which is a weird thing for an ability to do. But it's very good. It's the reason that Clinkz can split push, because it works on towers. It's a very good but very brief thing. And then if you go the facet, you can make people miss. I think it's like a B. I think a lot of heroes would like to have a Strafe-like effect. This is like if Take Aim was good. Take Aim will probably be a D tier spell, but this is like Take Aim if it was good. Tar Bomb. Also kind of a good spell. Buffs his right-click damage. It, like, sort of imitates the old Burning Arrows that he used to have. It enables Clinkz to play as a rogue position 4 or a 5. It's good in the sense that it, like, does a lot of things, but it's very much so like Clinkz himself, and that it doesn't do any one thing particularly well. It slows a little bit, it damage buffs a little bit. You can use it to manipulate Skeleton Archer AI. There's a lot of good things that it does, but it's not, in isolation, it's, like, not that good of a spell. It's, like, kind of a shit spell. But it does so many things that it's, like, fine. It's fine. I could see it being in B because of all its utility, but, like, it's gonna go in C. And Skeleton Walk. Skeleton Walk is invisibility, which automatically makes it really good. It's got like a reasonable cooldown. The bonus movement speed percentage on this is nuts, though. Skeleton Walk makes you so fast, because Clinkz, despite being an agility hero, is not agile at all. This is the spell that makes him actually agile. And it also gives you, I think, 4 Skeleton Archers if you pop out when it's level 18. So it's good. It's a good ultimate. It's not super satisfying to use, but like it makes the hero work, and it's got enough upsides between the Skeleton Archers and the movement speed that it's solid. You can also do the thing where you pop out, go back into it, and then pop out again, and now you have 8 Skeleton Archers, which is more than Burning Army gives you. So it's definitely got good use cases. It enables him to split push as well, in addition to strafe. It complements a lot of his kit and helps make him a little bit more cohesive, even though that hero is just a hot mess. So I'm gonna give it B. Clinkz has like some decent spells, but like nothing that really screams like, I am a good spell. Crystal Maiden, oh, near and dear to my heart. Arcane Aura. Arcane Aura is very good. It's a very unique effect. It was better when it was global, in the sense that like everyone got the same broken mana regen. Now you have to be close to get the broken mana regen. Other than that, it's just like a global Ring of Bassi. But it is a really good ability. And on Crystal Maiden herself, it's kind of insane. Like, she has no int, her mana pool is tiny, but she has so much regen that it's okay because of this ability. And there's a lot of heroes that love, I mean, if you're playing like Axe, right, and you see you have a Crystal Maiden on your team, you're like jumping for joy. Viper loves having a Crystal Maiden. Any hero that like kind of hates going, like a lot of heroes will buy like a single null tally, or they'll go Falcon Blade, right? Like I'm thinking Drow Ranger. Having a Crystal Maiden on your team basically like lets you save all of that, because you're going to get the mana regen and you can spend that gold on something more valuable, and you have an item slot that isn't occupied. So like Arcane Aura is a very good unique spell. I used to max it a lot. These days you don't really do that. You max Frostbite most of the time, but I used to like max this ability at level 7 just to like spam my shitty spells like as often as you can. She still has like insane mana problems in the early game. Like you need mangoes on that hero. But Arcane Aura is quite good. Wave Dash. God, this spell used to be so weird because it would Wave Dash you back. You know? So, like, you had to... It was kind of like how you had to mess with Kunkka Wave in order to get it to go where you actually wanted it to go. But now it just shoots you forward. And you can use it to get across impassable terrain. You can use it to split push lanes by Wave Dashing back and then, like, queuing it. I do not remember what this ability is actually called. I literally just call it Wave Dash whenever I play, and people understand what I'm talking about. It's fine. You'll get it off Torm a lot. It has some like really good use cases. The thing is, like, as far as defense with Crystal Maiden goes, you're so goddamn weak and squishy that if they get on top of you with a stun, you're gonna die. Like there's very few times where you're running away with like a couple hundred HP on CM, and the ability to go over a cliff will make the difference. It does happen for sure, and you can use it in some interesting ways. Like, there's a fight near a ward spot, you can use it to get up on the ward spot before you have blink, and then like ulti, so they can't mess with you while you're doing it. But as like mobility spells, it's like it's honestly best just for wave clear, which makes me sad. It's kind of weird realizing how much like Aghanim Shard is like, give this hero wave clear and farming ability, even though CM already has like decent farming ability. So it's okay. It's okay. Not a huge deal. With Axe, it's good because you can get a little burst of movement speed in your ulti. You're usually moving slow like a slug, but it helps quite a bit. Crystal Nova, pretty good. Really good in the lane because it has such a big AoE that it's very easy to hit both heroes, and therefore it technically does twice as much damage as it's listed as doing. The attack speed slow is nice in the early game. It kind of falls off. The movement speed slow is also quite nice. It's just huge, right? Like, that's the big thing. It's big enough that if you're being chased by melee heroes, you can cast it in front of you, like barely in front of you, and it'll clip them behind you, and you can keep running without having to turn, which is a nice little piece of CM tech that I learned many, many years ago. It's a good spell with some interesting use cases. It just kind of falls off in a very weird way. Freezing Field, we're going to do after Frostbite. Frostbite is a B tier spell. This is a good spell. Frostbite is good because it's a 3-second point target root, which is strong on its own, but it also has a lot of use case because you can use it to deal with jungle creeps, right? So you can use it to farm. You can also use it against the aforementioned, the Beastmasters and the Chens of the world to annoy them. Really good against Ench as well. They did sort of change how it works, so you actually have to max it first for it to really do damage against creeps. Back in the day, it just always, like, it would just last 10 seconds on creeps, which is hilarious, because then you just, like, have to watch. It did mean that if you cast it in lane, though, whatever you cast it on, it will die, but it's probably going to get denied, so you don't get, like, the 40 gold from the Beastmaster boar or whatever. But it's got a good chunk of utility. It scales well. A 3-second root is, like, good at any point in the game. And it lets her jungle, so this is a B. This is a B. Freezing Field is, like, kind of shit. Like, it can be really good, and getting a good Freezing Field is like an amazing feeling, right? Because it slows, it does a shitload of damage, but it's got like RNG elements to it that make it less reliable than you would want, and it puts Crystal Maiden in a really rough position because she can't sit in the middle of a bunch of heroes, but her ulti requires her to do it. So you have to get an item like Glimmer Cape or something just to keep yourself alive while you're ulting. And it's got hoop. It doesn't have hoops built into it explicitly the way that other spells do, but you have problems that you need to solve. It's like antithetical to her identity as this squishy little bitch who doesn't want to be in the middle of a fight. Now you have to be a squishy little B word in the middle of the fight. So Freezing Field is like good. It just does a lot of damage and it slows, but like that's kind of it. With Aghanims, this spell is broken. It's broken as hell. But it's also kind of a pain for her to farm an Aghanim Scepter. Great ability in Turbo. If this were a Turbo abilities list, this would be probably pretty high, but as far as support ultis go, I think it's a C. Ion Shell. This is a good spell. This is a solid B. This allows Darkseer to interact a lot with the lane. It also allows him to chuck it on like a pause 4, and then they can pretty much out-trade any other melee hero for the majority of the game. It's super annoying when you stack like 2 of them, because now the position 1 just has to like run away from them under the tower, and like it's kind of hard to run from creeps in the early game because creeps are faster than the vast majority of heroes. So it's got some flaws, obviously, and it kind of falls off in the late game. Back when he had like charges, it was better. I think it was tied to the shard, maybe. No, it was the scepter, and it also gave like bonus HP. That went a long way to solving it because now it's not just 1, it's 2 ion shells, but you can't stack them. You can only refresh the duration. If you could stack them, it'd be broken, but it costs a lot of mana in the lane, and it's very matchup dependent, right? Because if they have a way, like a Crystal Maiden, for example, they can just kind of get rid of it, or like Oracle can purge it, which I've seen a couple times. It's very funny. It's a good spell, but it falls off, and then it just kind of becomes like a weird farming tool later on in the game. So it's all right. Normal Punch, it's like a worse version of like Terrorblade's ability that kind of does the same thing. You can control the illusion, which is nice, but like they can also kill the illusion, which sucks. And the damage off the Normal Punch itself is not that big of a deal. Like Darkseer just doesn't hit very hard. That's like not what his hero is supposed to do, so it's okay. It's nice to get, but it's not a huge deal in any capacity. Aghanim Scepter is also kind of a bitch, because like you want to farm auras and like utility items. There's so many things you can go on Darkseer, and Aghanim Scepter is like not one of the items you want, but sometimes it can be really good. If you're up against like the heroes that are usually countered by illusions, like an Anti-Mage, right? You make an Anti-Mage and it takes all the AM's mana away, or like a Medusa with split shot on, you punch her and now you have a Medusa. So it's very good, but it is kind of cumbersome to use. You have to put yourself in harm's way to use it, and then you just get like a version of your ultimate. So I think it's actually... Is it a D? I think it's a D. I think it's a D. In highly specialized situations, it's like a C. Yeah, I'm gonna put it as a D. I am. Surge. Ooh, good ability. Good ability. So many synergies. So many synergies. I mean, the play was started by surging a Naga Siren during ulti so she can run in and shut down that entire enemy team. You throw it at any hero that wants to be in the middle of the fight and suddenly they're hasted. It's great. It's an amazing escape tool. Relatively low cooldown, low mana cost, easy to use. The shard is like goofy. I don't think you really go shard on this hero anymore, so it's fine. But Surge is a good spell. It's a good spell. Does a lot of good synergies. Every hero wants to be hasted every now and again, right? Vacuum. Ooh, they nerf this ability every patch. When I first started playing, Darkseer was known as like the nerf bat target. Valve would constantly just like add a second of cooldown to Vacuum, or like make it scale slightly worse at early levels, and like the spell kind of sucks. But the reason they had to do that is because it's also kind of broken, right? Like you have like an RP-esque effect that synergizes very well with your ultimate. And you can do goofy shit, like you can cliff people with it. So, like, the numbers on the spell are just bad, but like what the spell does is very strong. It would probably be the strongest C if I were to put it here. I think I'm gonna leave it as a C. But it's very strong. It's better than a lot of these other abilities. And then Wall of Replica. Wall of Replica is good. This spell just like obliterates team fights. It's a total pain in the ass to deal with. And then against those same heroes that normal punch is really good on. Like imagine if you normal punch the entire enemy team minus the very brief stun and knockback effect. A lot of really funny use cases. The obvious ones are like, you know, do it on a Radiance user or a Medusa or another just hero that hits really hard. And now you have a hero that also hits really hard. And it can replenish itself. So like one of the funnier things, because I play a lot of Troll Warlord, is like if you ult as Troll and you're sitting in the wall, you will kill the Troll illusion and then it will immediately spawn a new one that you will then aggro to, which is pretty funny. So there are some use cases where Wall of Replica is like broken, but even in those non-existent cases, it's still like a good spell. It causes a lot of chaos in team fights, makes a shitload of units. It's good. It's a good spell. Dark William. Okay, this one's Bedlam. This one is Terrorize. Bramble Maze. Bramble Maze is weird. It's good, but it's like not... It can also just be nothing, you know? Like you drop a Bramble and you get one Bramble proc and it's like, okay, cool. That was a lot of mana to do just that. But in cases where people are like juking through the trees and you get it down just right and it's like walk whatever way you want, you're going to get brambled and we're going to know where you are. Those are the use cases where it really shines. That and like comboing. It's very rare to see people like drop the Terrorize and then Bedlam in the right spot, or drop the Terrorize and then Bramble Maze in the right spot just because it's difficult. Like the cast range isn't great. But it is a solid spell with a very high ceiling. It's just you need your opponents to like goof. You need him to like A-click in the wrong way or like walk where they think a creep has dealt with the Bramble Maze, but it actually is still there. And then sometimes when you're laning against it, because it stays on the ground forever, like you'll just see like a random carry just like walk into one just cause, like just randomly deal some damage to themselves and rid themselves for a little bit. So it's okay, but the floor is quite low and the ceiling is like solid. I don't think you can make anyone walk into all 8 of the Brambles or 7. I don't know how many there are. There's a bunch, but it's okay. Curse Crown. This one's like bad. Curse Crown is like kind of a bad spell. The reason Curse Crown, like having that big of a delay on a stun means you can't really use it to deal with most channeled abilities. You're giving them the countdown, right? But like imagine it's like Witch Doctor. You can give that to him, but he's still going to get like what, 4 seconds of his ulti down? Like that's enough. 4 seconds of Witch Doctor ulti is enough to have like a solid Witch Doctor ulti. It's okay as a chasing tool. And there are like the freak instances where you like Curse Crown a Terrorblade and then you pop Bedlam and you just like one-shot him as a pause 4. And those are funny. But on balance, it's just like a point target stun that's like bad. You know? Like it's not even that good. I don't know if her shard is still that it puts the brambles around you. That shit's annoying. But on balance, Curse Crown is like her weakest ability. And then Shadow Realm. Shadow Realm is good. It is a good ability. It's weird. And this is like so frustrating because like sometimes you'll cast a spell in the fade time of Shadow Realm and you can see like she is stunned. Like you could see her silhouette just be like, "Durr," and like she's just like sitting there for a second because she can't do anything. So the fact that she can use it to like not dodge stuns but like dodge the after effect of getting hit by them is annoying. She's also still susceptible to like Slardar Slardar like AoE, Slithering Crush, that's it. Hoof Stomp, abilities like that. So it's got some weaknesses, but the ability to just like stay alive as a panic button, and then at the end you just do like a magic nuke is like pretty good. But the Ags, it's super annoying. Like the bonus attack range is ridiculous. So Shadow Realm is like a pretty solid spell. A lot of supports would like an ability like this. Now for the ultis, there are 2 of them. Bedlam is good. It has like a stupidly low cooldown. It's like 30 seconds or something like that. And like, yeah, you can't use both of the ultimates like at the same time or like in immediate succession of each other, but like it's okay. Like Bedlam alone deals so much magic damage. And if you use it optimally, you're dealing like way more than like a Laguna Blade or a Lion Finger. Like Bitham just does so much. You can also use it to farm. You can use it to burst a creep wave because the cooldown is so short that like you don't really feel bad about doing that. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good ability. Shout out Jax. And Terrorize. Terrorize is probably just as good. Obviously, it's a completely different use case. It's a very weird defensive ultimate, but it's huge, right? So like if you want to cancel a channel, you're not using Curse Crown necessarily, you're using Terrorize. And then Terrorize also sets up your other spells, right? So if you use this and then pop a Curse Crown, they're probably going to get stunned at the end of the Terrorize, or they run into the Bramble Maze and they get stunned and then they can't run away as far, so your team can just go in. But if you just see it as like, even if you're just using it on one target, like it's so big that you're never going to miss. You know, you might not hit everyone, but you're going to do something. And even then, it's just like a big fat stun. You kind of don't want them running away from you. That's like kind of the issue. But it's still good. It's still a good ultimate. Dawnbreaker. Hammer is a very good spell. Hammer is a solid spell. The fact that it does so much, right? Like, one of the annoying things about laning against Dawnbreaker is she is shockingly uninteractive. Like, if she's losing the lane to such a degree, she maxes hammer, throws it out, and the hammer just clips you. And the projectile speed is enough that it's pretty difficult to dodge if she's trying to hit you with it. Especially if you're in a position where you normally are behind the creep wave. She chucks that out, and then it just does a bunch of magic damage to you for no reason. Like, it's kind of insane how much damage it does, and it leaves the trail behind. It's similar to the Underlord fire spell, in that you're sort of conceding, like, yeah, I won't get the range creep until you're level 5, and then I'm pretty sure it one-shots the range creep. But at the same time, you're like, you can't, not only am I killing your melee creeps and, like, most likely getting the last hits, but also, like, you can't approach to deny them, and you can't approach to, like, hit my melee creeps. So it gives her a play pattern of, like, being able to not interact with the lane at all if she doesn't want to, and then on top of that, it's a really good mobility skill. You can use it to run away from jug spin. You can use it to get across cliffs and impassable terrain. You can use it to farm stacks. It's very good. It's a very good spell. A lot of different things that this ability can do, and it deals good damage. Star Fury, I think. This is the 3-hit spin. I think that's what it's called. This one's weird, because, like, yeah, you can interrupt it, and you see it coming, right? But even if you just get hit by the first one, it's still just like a right click. So you get right clicked and then immediate cast on Star Fury, and then you're going to take some damage anyway. But it's all physical, and it ends with a really big telegraph stun. That's huge, by the way. Like, the visual disconnect between the hitbox of this ability and the actual, like, model, what Dawnbreaker is doing, is kind of nuts, and that helps it out a lot. And, it, like, best case scenario, you're just obliterating a 5, right? Like, you just put them in the dirt. So that's very good. What is this? Oh, this is Hammer Return. Okay, I left Hammer Return in. I will have to get rid of that. Luminosity. This is her passive. This one heals a ridiculous amount. It has really good synergy with Star Fury. It just doesn't really help you kill things, which Dawnbreaker really wants to do. Like, it's incidental healing, which is always good, but it's not particularly impressive. And then it's like on a hit count, kind of like a League of Legends passive. So it is good, and it heals a remarkable amount come the late game when she's like hitting really hard because it's lifesteal based. But overall, like, it's not that impressive. It's not that crazy. It has impact in fights, but it's never like, oh, thank goodness Luminosity procced. I would have died otherwise. Like, you never think that, even if it's true in a lot of cases. And then Dawnbreaker ulti. This is a great spell. This is a godlike spell. This might be an A. Yeah. So, global, which is already fantastic. Massive heal. BKB piercing stun. Deals a good chunk of damage. There's really not much more you could ask for. Like, this lets Dawnbreaker play almost like a Spectre, where you don't show up until it's time for you to show up and have, like, maximum impact. It's really good at canceling, like, BKB'd channeling heroes, like the Witch Doctors and the Crystal Maidens and such. It's very good. It's a very, very good spell. The worst part of it is, like, you don't even have to use it to get impact. That's how good this spell is. Because if you're playing against Dawnbreaker and you see, like, a squishy target, but you're like, okay, we can kill him, but, like, we can't insta-burst, then it's like, okay, you're not going on that hero. You're going on that hero with like an extra half a health bar, and also there's going to be a Dawnbreaker there. And maybe you can win that fight, right? And maybe you get Dawnbreaker with you. But maybe, maybe she just shows up and kills you. So it's got some weaknesses to it, right? The most obvious one is Nyx Assassin. You cannot play Dawnbreaker into Nyx Assassin, because when he pops Spike Carapace, it stuns you and cancels your ultimate, so you have to like preemptively BKB, which like is a total waste because you're not even going to be there for half of your BKB duration. So that's the obvious counter. The other counter is like if you cast it in a panic, right? Like if you see like, oh, my carry's getting ganked by the offlaner in the mid, then you use your ulti, you get there, and then you realize they're actually getting ganked by 5 heroes, and they were going to die no matter what you did, and now you're dead too, because you can't cancel it. So there are some weaknesses to this hero, and Dawnbreaker can use it poorly, but what it does to the macro game and the gank potential of the enemy's team is so gigantic that this is an A tier spell, for sure. Return Hammer is okay. I'm going to delete this before the next recording session because it's going to piss me off if it's there the whole time. Anothel Projection, Dazzle's newest ult, is a good spell. It's kind of weird. It telegraphs where Dazzle is, but the cast range is so big, and then he has his like ability cast ranges on top of that, that Anothel Projection is like a total pain to deal with. It's a very good ulti. A lot of supports would like to have an ulti like this. I don't think it's an A tier, because it does have down, like, you're telegraphing where your real body is, and even if you're hiding in the trees, if they have one guy with the Blink Dagger all cooldown, he can jump on you and beat your ass. And there are cases where, like, you can't cast Shallow Grave on yourself because your Anothel Projection is all the way over there. So there's some really, like, interesting situations, but you can't be stunned out of it, which is kind of nuts. It's, like, not a channeled ability. It's very, like, uninteractive. But that's okay. It's a very good spell that elevates the rest of Dazzle's kit to an insane degree by buffing all of his other spells in cool and interesting ways as well. So it's a B. It's a good spell. Poison Touch, very good in the lane, falls off very quickly. Dazzle is not good at right-clicking heroes after like 15 minutes. It becomes very scary unless you're playing a core Dazzle. If you are playing a core Dazzle, then this ability is like a B. But outside of being a lane bully, it's just like whatever. It's not that huge of a deal. The ceiling is very high because you can like get someone down to like a ridiculous amount of negative armor and super slow in a vacuum in Magical Christmas Land, right? Like one of the things I have smurfed before. Okay, that's a confession. With that, I would always play support with my friends. And I would always go, like, we played shitty turbo games, and I would go boots on Dazzle and then just like find people before the horn and just like hit Q and run at them, because there's not really anything you can do, which is very mean. It's a very mean thing to do. But yeah, Shadow Wave, it's okay. It's weird. Like, it's a good spell. It's kind of like Necrophos Q, but it's like weird because the positioning and the way that it bounces is strange. You have to jump through a lot of hoops in order for it to do like optimal stuff, but there is cheese stuff you can do, right? Like the Broodmother surrounds someone with spiderlings and then cast this, or like it's good at countering Axe too. There's like some weird situations where Shadow Wave is really good, but most of the time it's just kind of like a clunky heal. Yeah. Shallow Grave. Ooh, Shallow Grave might be an A. I'm gonna put it as an A. It's a very good spell. There are situations where like you will have people absolutely dead to rights, and then Dazzle with Anothel Projection can just come in from like 2 screens away and Shallow Grave them. And then if they get the heal at the end, you also have Shadow Wave to heal them just manually. There's a lot of options for how to use Shallow Grave, but even just like using it on like a Crystal Maiden while they're ulting, for example, just to give them more time before they inevitably move on to the next plane of existence. And then the amazing cases where you have like a Huskar, right, who's at 1 HP, and you just pop this on them, and then they get to chill at 1 HP for a while. There's not a whole lot of counterplay, and a lot of the counterplay is done at the draft screen. So if you don't have an answer to Shallow Grave, you just have to put up with it, which sucks. It's not a fun ability to play into. But if a Dazzle is really good and is good at getting those clutch graves, it's hard to win a game. It's really hard to win a game. It makes him one of the best counter gankers as well, too, in the early game. Because if he TPs in Shallow Graves and that person can walk away because you're slowed by all the other stuff, and he throws Shadow Wave on him, like, you're not getting that kill, straight up. Very good spell. Very good spell. You still max it last, but it is a great spell. Crypt Swarm. This spell is like, I don't know if it's this patch or what. I feel like it does so much damage. Like Cryptswarm, it's like very low mana, very fast like speed. It makes up for how bad Death Prophet's right click is. It's probably one of the best just like bad nuke spells in the game because of its cooldown and the fact that like it does so much damage. You kind of have to go raindrops, but then she's gonna take away those raindrops in like a minute because the cooldown is so low and the mana cost is so low. It's a very good just like, yeah, take damage kind of spell. I think it might be like close to best in class. It's like not amazing, but I do think it's good enough to warrant being in B. Maybe I just have some like PTSD from playing against offlane Death Prophets, but it genuinely is just great. It allows her to farm camps very quickly. She's able to like sustain it very well, and then you can get Aghanim Scepter, and it does even more stuff. It like heals you and everything else. So it'll go in B, but it's like a weak B. It's like a weak B. This is Exo. Exo is good. It's also probably a B. The weird thing about Exo is like, yes, it is an ultimate that lasts forever and it does a bunch of damage to single targets and it also takes towers, right? So it's kind of like Diabolic Edict from Lesh. The issue is that one of the best parts about it is like something that never matters. Like the fact that when it ends, the ghosts all come back and heal you, but you can't really plan what HP you're going to be at when they come back. So it's kind of weird. And then Death Prophet herself is like hard to burst. So like the Exo is going to do work. And it's amazing at taking tier 1 towers. And it's really good at taking tier 2 towers. But like tier 3 towers, like if you can't like pop Exo and walk up to the tower. And it's not going to do enough damage to immediately pressure them to make bad decisions at the high ground fight. But it will eventually wear down the tower. And then it can take out the Rex as well. Trying to get it to target the right thing is the biggest pain in the ass ever. It's also very funny with, I think it's her innate, or maybe it's one of her facets. I think it's a facet, where if heroes die around her, they like join the Exo the next time she pops it, which is kind of fun. It's just kind of clunky to use, but in a lot of situations, it's very good. Like if you're stomping as Death Prophet, Exo is like an A tier spell, but if you're behind, it doesn't like help you come back. But it gives you a way to convert survivability into damage, which is a big deal for DP because she's really good at surviving. So it's going to go into the B tier. Silence is like a super generic AoE silence spell. It's fine. It's fine. It's like long, but it doesn't do anything other than just silence. You know what I mean? Like there's no, it just silences you. The spell's literally just called silence. Like I don't know what to expect. It's a very like one trick pony skill that the value of which depends a lot on what heroes the enemy team picked and what items that those heroes bought. All right back at it. There was a unexpected interruption that caused me to miss the middle of Death Prophet. So Spirit Siphon. Spirit Siphon is a really strong laning tool. If it were only a laning tool, it would probably be a B or maybe a very weak A, but the thing is its numbers just aren't high enough for it to scale very well. Later on in the game, it's just kind of like a nice little thing that gives you a little bit of a boost, but you need to still itemize around survivability. Like, in the same way that Acid Spray is like kind of a bad farming ability because you still need to go farming items, Spirit Siphon is a bad survivability tool because you still need to like itemize the rest of your hero around survivability. So it's not bad, and in the lane it's quite good, but it falls off really hard. The fact that you can cast it on multiple units and have multiple going at the same time is really good though. That definitely works in its favor. Disruptor. We are going to talk about Glimpse first because Glimpse is an A. This is an insane ability. It has a ridiculous cast range. It's one of the best repositioners in the game. There's a ton of situations where it's just incredibly valuable. There are like bad glimpses, right? Like you can wind up costing your team the kill because of a glimpse, or like a hero TPs in, gets a kill, and then you glimpse them, and so like after the kill they're like back to farming the jungle or whatever they were doing before the TP. So there are bad cases of glimpse, but on balance this is like a messed up ability. This is one of those abilities where it's like, how is this not an ultimate? Like it's a crazy strong spell, and then the cooldown gets really low later on in the game, so you can just glimpse people all the time, and it does damage for some reason. Really, I thought when they were adding damage to glimpse, I was like, okay, they'll make it do like 50, kind of like Yule's, just so you can't like immediately blink out. But no, it does like a real amount of damage. Like you can get kills with glimpse. So this spell really kind of does everything, And then also, if you plant a ward down and hide in the trees, you can glimpse people when they TP back to lane, and that's very funny. um, so it forces your opponents to play in a very conservative way, but it's like conservative in a weird way. And then if you would win a team fight, this is like if you 5v5 and you would get 3 kills, because of glimpse, you now get 4. You know, it's like it's such a win more ability in team fight situations, and the cast range is humongous. If the cast range was a lot lower, glimpse wouldn't be nearly as good. But the fact that you can cast it from like a full screen away, and then Disruptor doesn't mind going Aether Lens, primarily just to boost the cast range of his ultimate and this. So glimpse is an A tier spell. It's a very, very good spell. Very, very one of the best basic abilities in the game. This is like a strong A. This is like, again, not ordered in the tiers, but it would be up there if they were. This is the push, I believe. The push is fine. It's annoying. It's kind of like Shadow Shaman Chicken, and then in the early game, it's a total pain, and it will prevent you from killing Disruptor, but like, it doesn't really scale, and it's a lot easier now for melee heroes to get the attack range because of the neutral enhancement, which obviously is like a this patch thing. I have a feeling Valve is not going to keep that in the game for very long, but right now it's not very good, and then it just doesn't do a whole lot. The fact that I think it's like take 400, push people back, and it can affect multiple heroes, which is nice, but it's the same issue as like Crystal Maiden Shard, where like if you get gone on as Disruptor, like you're gonna die. Like you're not gonna be able to have a whole lot of room to interact if 2 heroes at a time jump on you, or even just like an Ursa, right? Ursa jumps on you, hits you, pushes you back, he hits the Q button, and now he's back on you, and you're slowed, and he can write out the rest of his abilities, and then even if you glimpse him back, like he has time to kill you. So like it sounds good on paper, and it's not bad, but it's nowhere near as useful as it kind of looks. Kinetic Wall is bad. This is a bad spell. So I believe you get 2 charges of it. The problem with it is that it removes all of the interesting synergy with your ultimate, right? If picking Kinetic Fence gave you a different ultimate that still did the same thing, but was like maybe a point target that only affected 1 hero, and you could just use this to block off like staircases and stuff like that, it would be a lot better. But Kinetic Fence is overall not very good. What you can do with it is you can go Disruptor, pick this facet, and then at level 1, sneak your way in between the enemy tier 1 and tier 2 tower, and then block their creeps. And this will force your creeps to go under their tower, and then the lane equilibrium will be super messed up. But like there's other heroes that can do that without getting rid of an amazing ability. Like Earthshaker can do it, Clockwork can do it a little bit, Tusk can do it. It's a very like meme use case for it. So Kinetic Fence is just not good. Like you don't go this facet. It's kind of weird to me that it's still in the game. If it even is. For all I know, Valve removed it, and I just haven't played Disruptor in a while. Kinetic Field, however, is good. This is a good spell. This is... The problem is it's like cast time, right? Because it takes forever to come up. And it's kind of hard to get out of. They've removed a lot of the ways that heroes can get out of abilities like this. Like Mars Arena is the other one. Like Slark used to be able to pounce over it and stuff like that. You can't do that anymore, which helps it. I think it's a C, but it's like a strong C. It's like a good ability. The problem with it is just that like it takes forever to come up, and then it's another like win more ability. You know? It's like, oh, you're running away from me. Well, now I can drop Kinetic Field because you're stunned and you can't get out of it immediately, and now you're like trapped here for a couple more seconds and you're probably gonna die. So like when it's good, it's really good, but like if you're not already winning, it doesn't really do a whole lot. You can use it to like escape from enemy heroes because your team can walk through it just fine, which is nice. But as far as its offensive capabilities go, it's just kind of stunted by the cast time, and then just like what it does is like not always that useful. Static Storm. Static Storm is a good spell. It's a great spell. The cool thing about Static Storm is you have to constantly check the Disruptor's inventory to see when he's going to get an Aghanim Scepter. Because once he does, and you can no longer pop BKB in response, you're just sitting, like you just die. Like a massive amount of heroes literally just sit there and die when they get Static Stormed in Static Field. Because what are you supposed to do? Like you can't press any items, so you can't BKB. You can like turn and right click, which, yeah, if you're some heroes, you can kind of get away with that. But a lot of other heroes just can't. Like, a lot of heroes rely on spells and items. What a crazy thought. But you can get rid of both spells and items with a single ability. and it's massive. It's freaking huge. Like, Kinetic Field is the obvious synergy with it, but you can honestly just cast it down because it has no cast point, and it's just there. And if an enemy hero is in the middle of it, it's going to take him a second to get out, and that's enough time for your team to jump on them. So you don't even need the obvious piece of synergy for this to be a good spell. It's a good ultimate. Hampered a little bit by the cooldown. There are some funny things you can do. If you have seen Storm Spirit use ulti, like just ultiing out of base while TPing in order to get back after clearing out a creep wave or two, you can actually drop Static Storm with Ags. You can't do this without Ags. And it will cancel his TP because it doesn't allow him to use items. It mutes him. That's what it's called. And that means that his TP channel will be canceled, and now he will be stuck around where a tier 1 would be with 0 mana, and you can go and kill him. So there's like some really funny tech that you can do with Static Storm Eggs. But it's just a game winner. Like, it's a nightmare to play into, because like super fast cast time. If he goes Aether Lens, he has really fast cast ranges, or really far cast ranges. It's a great support ultimate. Static Storm is a good ability. And then his Q. It's a very like generic spell. It's kind of like Chilling Touch in the sense that like it gives Disruptor something to do in the lane. But the numbers just aren't very high. The vision is nice. The vision is quite nice. And because it lasts, I think, 4 seconds and it ticks once a second, you can actually use it to time the glimpse, which is nice. The landmine version of this is like very useless. I liked it a lot more when it was the shard. They gave you like weird movement speed and you could like cast it on an allied hero. I thought that was fun. I don't know why they got rid of that. I thought that was my favorite version of the spell ever. But they did. So now it's like a weird landmine thing if you upgrade it. It's a very generic spell that happens to have a little bit of upside with being able to time glimpse and giving vision to the target. But it's not a huge deal. Doom Devour. Doom Devour is a good spell. It is nice. You can use it to secure range creeps and get abilities from the jungle that will sustain you. Like the Satyr camps are very good. You can get the mana burn creep and really annoy the hell out of a Medusa. It creates a lot of really fun, like you can get creative with Doom because of Devour. He's like a pretty straightforward, boring hero, but Devour makes him interesting. And then on top of that, it's also just a good farming tool. I think it's a B. I think it's a B because it has so little opportunity cost and it's so versatile. You oftentimes go another farming item, which knocks it down as a farming ability because it can't just have that and that be it. It's not like Split Shot, right? But it's a good spell, and it gives Doom like some really interesting lane presence. It's also good tech against like Chens and other like unit controlling heroes. Is there a way to make it Devour Ancients? I don't remember if that's the case or not. I assume there's probably a way to do it, but it might be a level 25, in which case it's not a valid counter to Home of the Overlord going, but you know, it's fine. It's okay. It's a good spell. Good spell. Doom is an S. This is another S tier spell. The cool thing about Doom is when you cast Doom on someone, assuming that they are not like Lincolned or Lotusted, they just are out of the fight. Basically, no heroes can fight into it. I said that AA Ice Blast is a unique effect and then it doesn't let you heal, and that is true in the sense that it's an AoE, like heal stopper. Not heal slower, but heal stopper. Doom is a point target one that also silences. It doesn't mute anymore. A lot of people will say, like, oh, it just makes you burn your TP, and it's like, Doom has a stun. Like, I don't know if you know this, but Doom has a right-click stun. So, it's not as simple as just, like, TPing out, and then it's a total pain. Because the pressure that this puts on the enemy carry, or the mid, whoever's snowballing, it's a bit like, I think I said that Fiend's Grip was like the pause 5 Doom. Well, this is the Doom. This is the real thing. It's very difficult to deal with, difficult to play around. A lot of counterplay. It's like, I'll go Lincolns, and it's like, well, someone else can pop your Lincolns, and then Doom can blink it anyway, or Doom can go a Halberd, or a Yule's, or a Force Staff, or something, and now your Lincolns is useless, and he has a cool little utility item that will come in handy later. The Ags upgrade for this is like also very good. It's a little bit more situational, but Doom is very fast, so if he casts it on himself and just runs at you, there's not a lot you can do. And then it upgrades itself a lot with talents and deals really good damage over time. It just lasts forever. It lasts so long. And it's one of those things where, like, you can use it as a Laguna Blade, right? Like, if someone is running away from you in a fight and Doom is off cooldown and you don't foresee using it for the next couple minutes because you're farming up a Blink or a BKB or something, you can just plop it on, like, a pause 5 while they're running away, and it's going to deal a ton of pure damage and kill them on a super late delay. And all they can do is just sort of, like, run around. Like they can't, because they can't cast spells. They I guess they can like right click you, let's just accept their death and like write out a valiant journey into the afterlife, but they just have to sit around and wait for Doom to kill them, which is really pathetic. And there's like obviously that's with like a pause 5 running away from a fight, and they happen to be in the cast range of Doom while they're running away. But that's true for like mids and carries too. Like Doom just ruins their day. The vast majority of heroes just get doomed and they die. So it's an S tier spell. It's the single like, oh, the enemy Huskar is snowballing. That's okay. We have a Doom. Like you don't care anymore. Like, oh, the enemy Necrophos is like really doing a number on us, bro. He's gonna get a Radiance really fast. Who cares? We have a Doom. Like it soothes so many potential ways to lose the game. I have a friend who used to spam the hell out of Doom because the way that our like lobbies worked in MMR match distribution is we would have like 1 or 2 really high level players in the enemy team, and then the matches would just become kaiju fights, right, between our high MMR players and theirs. And he would go Doom. He actually was one of the higher MMR players, but he would go Doom specifically to just remove one of those players from the game, which is funny. If you're in a draft league environment where teams have really wide MMR spreads, Doom is also better because you can just Doom whoever is the best player on their team, and now they don't get to play anymore. So there's like weird psychological like meta strats you can do with Doom as well. It's a very good spell. It's an amazing spell. S tier for sure. There's probably going to be 10 or so spells here. Infernal Blade is fine. It gives you a way to cancel TPs. It's a shockingly good way of just harassing in the lane, though the mana cost is a little prohibitive. Doom is not very smart. Percentage HP burn is always good. It's always going to be good. And it makes you a little bit of an anti-tank, while also being a bit of a tank. Scorched Earth is... I kind of want to put it in B. It's a really good farming tool that in coordination with Devour makes it so you don't have to go Midas or Radiance or whatever other bullshit item you go in order to hit creeps. It gives you a ton of movement speed, which helps you out a lot in the lane. It's very difficult to play into for the majority of carries in the lane as well, because they can't just sit there and take a bunch of magic damage, especially if you're also right-clicking them. You go this and Infernal Blade, and it's like you go 1/1/1 as Doom, and like you're shockingly difficult to trade with, even with those spells at level 1, because max HP, burn, plus the right-click, plus the stun, plus you have to run away from him. Like it's a pain. It's a pain. This is like a very good zoning spell that also, like, if you're up against a Juggernaut and he wants to spin on you, he can't anymore, right? Like it's hard to gank a Doom when his Burning Earth is like, or Scorched Earth is off cooldown, because you can just pop that and run away, and it's hard to catch him. So I think it's a B. It's like a weak B, but it's a B, I think. Dragon Knight, everyone's favorite hero. Oh boy, I love anime. We've got the Breathe Fire attack. It's fine. It's fine. The damage reduction is cool, but it's not as good as some other damage reducing abilities in the game. Like Anchor Smash is better. But it's ranged, and that's nice. It doesn't do much damage at all. Like, you'd think, like, oh, I can use it to secure range creeps, but you kind of can't, because it does so little damage that you have to, like, walk up and hit it a couple times first, and then the enemy mid laner is just, like, whacking you with whatever spells and right clicks they have. So its use cases are a little bit bad compared to some other similar abilities. Like, it's not as good as Crypt Swarm, but it's got the upside of reducing damage, and that's always a valuable thing to have. So it kind of balances out its weakness as a nuke by also helping in man fight. Dragon's Blood. I mean, it varies so much depending on what form you're in, right? But it always gives you the armor and the HP is tied to his innate now, I think. So it really depends. I think all the bonuses, like, are good, right? Like, it's weird. It's a very weird ability to rate because it's actually 3 different abilities in one. I'm gonna put it in C, but like this is like a random. If there was a tier for, like, I don't know, this would be in the I don't know tier, because it varies so much depending on what you're doing. But all the passives, like, are good. Like, none of them are like, oh, now I have to put points in my passive that, like, makes everyone slow as shit, or like, oh no, my Desolator has to get levels in it now. Like, no, this is good. It's a good spell. Dragon Tail. This is a very long stun. It's kind of a shockingly long stun. DK being like the Mario of this game, it's sort of necessary for him to have this. Having a point target stun on a core is always a good thing, I think. But it doesn't do anything really interesting. It just is a range stun. When you're an ultimate, it's a melee stun when you're not, and that is the reason it's going in C, is because melee range stuns are like not good. Range stuns are great. Melee stuns are eh. And you are DK, so you don't mind just walking up and hitting W on someone. So like that helps it out a lot. But on balance, a melee range stun that doesn't do anything beyond just being a stun is a little difficult to justify as like, oh, this is a great spell. Dragon Form. Is this A? I think it's A. This makes all of his other spells so much better. It boosts the bonuses off of whichever facet he picks. It makes his melee stun into a range stun, which is like a B tier ability. It's good. It's a good spell. The crazy thing right now is its uptime. Like, you can be in Dragon Form like for half the game, which is kind of nuts. It turns him into a tower-taking machine because you don't have to walk up close to the tower. You can stay relatively safe. He does a lot of damage, but right-clicking at melee range with low attack speed is like a hard thing to do in Dota. But once you become ranged, it's a lot easier. The Aghanim Scepter is really good because you can path over impassable terrain, and then it also gives you some other bonuses. It's like it's a very good spell. It's the reason Dragon Knight is the Mario, right? Because it's like, oh, I'm not strong right now, but if I manage my ultimate, I can become this really strong hero later on. And you can use it like all the time. There's like a very low opportunity cost. You can use it to like farm an ancient stack. I guess they got rid of the AoE attacks, but like you can just use it casually. And that's like a rare thing. Like you can't pop Marcy ult to farm a stack or to just like win a trading lane. But like DK, you can do it. You can just pop it just to beat the shit out of the enemy too. And like that's an okay use of Dragon Knight. So like it's very good. If the cooldown was any longer, it'd probably be in B, but it's a very, very good spell. Excellent spell. Fireball, it's fine. It's like a weird, it's a farming tool, but like not really. Like, you don't care about it, and like you don't really want to go shard because there's a bunch of other, like, you want to go blink, you want to go BKB, you want to go assault cuirass, you want to go daedalus. Like, there's so many things you want to go on this hero that sacrificing a good chunk of progress towards any of those one items feels bad. You may get a return on investment because you can farm camps and like split push a little bit. You just drop it at a creep wave and run away. But it's a little bit, it's just not interesting. It's just not. Drow Ranger. There's two versions of marksmanship here, aren't there? This is like precision aura, I think. Okay. Frost arrows. Frost arrows is a pretty good on-hit effect. The thing that really makes frost arrows good is it has a lot of synergy with their kit, but the big thing is that you get 2 points of it in the lane and you are suddenly a ranged hero with decent attack speed who is hitting as hard as a Treant Protector. And that's like unethical. That's unethical Dota. I think the way that you currently play Drow in the lane is you literally just like, you just hit Q on the enemy offlaner and 4 whenever you can. Because it adds like, I think 15 bonus damage at level 2. If you're going Falcon Blade and you get the Blade of Attack early on, you actually hit for like 80 damage at level 3, which is kind of insane. And it's thanks to Frost Arrows. And it slows. A lot of heroes are afraid to lane into Drow Ranger because of this ability. And then later on it scales, right? Because you can apply it like crazy. It's a nice little damage buff. Being able to mass slow people with multi-shot is also really good, but I put that on multi-shot rather than Frost Arrows, though you do need levels in Frost Arrows to make it do that. It's a very good on-hit effect. Glacier. Glacier is, I want to say also, it's probably like a very strong C, only because it prevents you from moving. And that's a huge opportunity cost. Like, the gold cost isn't that big of a deal, because you run out of item slots semi-quickly on Drow. You can buy this instead of an MKB because you cannot miss. So if you're up against a PA, marksmanship already pierces evasion, right? Which is great, but you pop this, and now not only do you never have to buy an MKB against illusion, or evasion heroes, you can also use it to take high ground, because you plop it down, you get a big extended attack range, you can just use it to hit tier 3s very safely. Hitting racks is a little bit scarier, but like you're also up on the high ground and you deal a bunch of damage. So like approaching you is kind of difficult, and you get the vision. So it's a good spell, but it requires you to not move, and like that's a tall order. Like there's a lot of heroes that can take advantage of the fact that you cannot move off the glacier, and if you do, you lose all the benefits. So it's very good, but its uptime is kind of shitty, and then other heroes can take advantage of it, and you have to, like, I was gonna say jump through a hoop, but like you just have to actually stand still in the middle of the hoop. So it's got very clear weaknesses. It's good. It's an okay ability. This is Precision Aura. Or is this Precision Aura? I want to say this is Marksmanship. I use the Arcana, so I don't know which one is which. Okay, this is Marksmanship. This is Marksmanship. This is Precision Aura, which is no longer in the game. This is a great spell. Is it A? I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes. So, Marksmanship does a bunch of things. The most obvious one is the on-hit effect that you can proc. It's kind of like a crit, but it ignores base armor, right? And ignoring base armor is like a huge deal, because base armor is what the vast majority of heroes have. And if they do have bonus armor, you know, it might be like phase boots. They have a blade mail, or they have phase boots and blade mail. And that does a lot to mitigate the damage, but just like having the vast majority of your armor not accessible to you is a pain. Like, you just take a ton of damage. Like, a ton of damage. And there's not a whole lot, like, a lot of heroes just, like, can't build an Assault Cuirass, you know? A lot of teams can't just build an Assault Cuirass. Like, if you have an offlaner who's, like, more of a caster, like a Batrider or a Death Prophet, I guess Death Prophet could maybe justify AC because of Ags, but, like, it's so hard to get bonus armor if you don't already want it. It's a total pain. And then very few heroes get bonus armor as just part of their kit. A handful do, and they're usually pretty solid against Drow, but forcing your opponents to build like a weirdly specific stat in order to counter your damage, and then you're still going to hit them like a truck anyway, is like, that's the real strength of Marksmanship. And then on top of that, you get more agi per agi. Drow Ranger gets higher agi with every point of agi than any other agi hero in the game. And that's good, because that gives you attack speed, that gives you armor, that gives you damage, of course. The downside to it is that you can interact with it, right? Someone can get close to you, and they can mess you up, right? They can negate the Marksmanship procs. The thing is, Valve changed it, and I believe you still keep the agility. It just means you can't get the Marksmanship proc attacks, which matters, but like, you still have all that armor, you still have all that damage and attack speed, so offloading that to the innate and then just disabling the right clicks from Marksmanship but making it scale with Marksmanship is like kind of weird. But the way that Valve has set it up is like very much so in the Drow's favor. So Marksmanship is an amazing ability. It's a very good ability. An A-tier ability, a splendid engagement. Multi-shot is good. It's like a great farming tool. This is a farming tool that makes it so you don't have to buy other farming items, right? You don't have to go Tesla Drow anymore in order to farm things up. Like, your farming item is like a Falcon Blade now. You just need the mana to cast multi-shot. It's good. It's good in the lane because the attack range is so far. Like, you can use it to chase down people as they go through the trees, because it's such a wide ability that it's like pretty much impossible to juke all of it. You can maybe avoid the third wave, but you're gonna get hit by two, and like 2 multi-shot attacks is a lot of damage. So it's a very good farming ability that also has amazing fight applications. It's just not... The only problem is, like, you can't continue just laying into people as Drow. Because I do think there is a point where, like, with single target damage, just right-clicking them is better than hitting multi-shot. She also has mana problems because of this ability. But that's not that huge of a deal. You can solve that relatively easily. Just buy a couple clarities, buy a Falcon Blade. I was a big fan of buying the single Null Tally on this hero. You would go, like, Null Tally, Wraithband, and then just, like, build up Manta and Hurricane Pike, and keep your inventory like full for the majority of the game. I liked that. Falcon Blade is much more in vogue now, but multi-shot is a good farming tool because it makes it so that you don't have to buy another farming item, unlike a couple of other farming tools on this list. Silence, or Gust. It's a good silence. You can miss it, which is embarrassing. It has a good effect, but like, it's kind of limited, and then the core idea of the ability is like, oh, push them away so you can keep hitting them, and it's like, it doesn't push them that far. Like, they regain control of themselves pretty quickly. You have enough time to like right-click them twice and apply the slow, which matters, but the enemy will itemize in a way that lets them deal with silence, and then also you can just whiff it. Like, it's the animation is a little misleading. It's a little thinner than it looks, so you can just completely whiff the silence. And then it's like, okay, Gust is off cooldown, like, kill her now. So it tries to solve the problem of enemies closing the gap, but you have to go Hurricane Pike anyway. So the thing that it's supposed to do, it isn't successful at it, but it also is like a pretty solid duration silence. But it's like a skill shot also, so it loses out on a lot. It's a C. It's a C, but in some games it's really good. If you're against like a Weaver or a Storm or something like that, and you can just keep them in place for a little while between this and your slows, like it's solid. It's solid. There's nothing wrong with it, except that you can whiff it. That's something wrong with it. Aftershock. Aftershock is like kind of a weird band-aid. It makes all of his abilities do what they're supposed to do, which is weird because like most heroes don't have that. Valve has like gotten rid of, if you played like 10 years ago, you'll remember that Death Prophet had an ability called Witchcraft that literally just made all of her other abilities better. And Razor had another one that I can't remember the name of, but it was also just like your abilities get better. And they replaced it with Static Surge. So this is like one of the last remaining vestiges of that design philosophy, where it's a spell that makes your other spells better. You kind of need it, but it's sort of a pain in the ass. Like, really, with Aftershock, like, you wish it was a different ability. You wish that the Aftershock effects were just something that all of his abilities did, and then you had, like, a fourth ability. But it's also, like, it's so good that I can't put it in D. Like, it's a C, but I wish it didn't exist. But it's not a D, because of what it does is actually, like, really good. It's just that Earthshaker probably should get that kind of effect for free. But he doesn't. He has to spend levels on it. So, like, Echo Slam. Echo Slam is an A. It's an A because it looks cool and he says funny voice lines when he does it. And it also does some damage. It allows Earthshaker to be a counterpick for a lot of different heroes and gives him a really strong identity, right? And that's always good. The thing is, like, the numbers for Echo Slam are, like, not always good. It's not always good enough to warrant picking him into a bunch of illusion-based heroes. Valve always buffs him right before TI, though, because people love to watch the big chaos dunks. So, oh, and when he slaps the totem on his back and the people clap, I love that shit. I go wild for that. So, in the conceptual level, Echo Slam is like crazy good. It's not quite an S tier, but the ceiling is ridiculous. Like you see those games where it's like, oh, they went Broodmother PL, and it's like, oh. Echo Slam is a very, very good spell. The fact that it has such an instant cast time, you can blink on someone and use it before they can react in any way, is great. That's an excellent thing. You can also get your blink clipped and like cast it for no reason, and the cooldown is insane. Like, it has a ridiculous cooldown. But it deserves it because it's such a high impact spell. And then if you do land it on like a couple heroes that are really close, you're not just hitting them with that, you're also hitting them with the Aftershock effects. You enchant Totem. You right click someone, then you drop the Fissure, and then it's like, it's never just the Echo. The Echo might be the thing that kills you, but it's like the first in a big team fight stun combo that is guaranteed to kill you and your team. So Echo Slam is an excellent spell. And in certain situations, even without like a boatload of poopers, like you just drop on a creep wave. Like you just hang out, drop on a creep wave with like a mid, like a semi-squishy mid, and you just kill them instantly, and there's really nothing they can do about it. So Echo Slam is an amazing spell. It's a great ultimate. Enchant Totem is weird. It gives him a really good laning presence because his other abilities are like so mana intensive or like cooldown. Like Fissure is like a good ability. It's probably going to be a B. Enchant Totem enables some really funny stuff, right? Like you can get guaranteed denies on range creeps and things like that with it and just like harass the enemy laner. But in stereotypical Earthshaker play, you're really using it it's a way to proc Aftershock all the time, which is good. And then you also deal like a little physical nuke afterwards because the crit is so strong. I think it's like a C. But if you're playing Crit Shaker, it's like a B. But like Crit Shaker is not really in the meta right now. Even with like even the mids who play Earthshaker, because Earthshaker's like a solid mid right now, you're still going like the magic build. You're still building around Echo Slam. You're not building around Enchant Totem. The Axe is very good though. The Axe is like one of the best mobility tools in the game. It's kind of nuts. I always thought it should work a little bit more like Monkey King, where if you take damage, it goes on like a secondary cooldown, or like Blink Dagger is the better example, but it's an ability, not an item. But no, and it's been in the game for long enough that I don't think Valve is like trying to change that anytime soon. So Enchant Totem is a C, but like it's situationally a solid B. And then Fissure is probably a B. Really good effect. The cooldown and mana cost suck, but it's a super long range stun that you can upgrade with the shard. That's also quite good. And then just being able to block things off. There are like times where you grief, right? Like if you fissure just right while you're ganking and you like give them a wall between your teammate and themselves, like, and then they get out scot-free, like you can mess up on fissure for sure. And it's kind of hard because the cast time is so long. That's why Rubik loves stealing it so much, because he doesn't have to deal with the big ass cast time. So you can mess up on this ability, but like a good fissure is great. It's really good at like, you know, you can block off the enemy mid laner's escape back to his tower while you gank and secure the kill. You can use it to do the creep blocking thing that I talked about earlier with kinetic fence. There's a lot of like weird use cases for it. You can just use it to like stack ancients from far away. Like like it's a very versatile spell, and it does a semi unique effect. So it's gonna go in B. It's gonna go in B. This is Boulder Smash. Boulder Smash is really good in the lane, and it remains a solid nuke as time goes on. It's not the most important spell in his kit, but it's a very necessary spell in his kit, and it allows him to do the things that he does. It's a bit of a band-aid ability, but it's going to go here. I'm going to kind of zoom through Earth Spirit. I'm not an Earth Spirit player. I'm just letting you know that right now. Geomagnetic Grip is kind of the same thing as Boulder Smash, but in reverse, obviously, right? It doesn't do as much damage, and I think it slows, but not as much. It's like the same. It's another like necessary tool. Magnetize is quite good. Magnetize is a solid. It's like a very strong B. The initial silence is good. The DOT lasts forever. You're canceling blink daggers for a goddamn century. You can reset the duration several times over the course of a fight. It's very good. Magnetize is a very good spell. Yeah, that's really all I have to say about it. This is Stone Form. Situationally useful. It's kind of hard to justify going the item that grants you Stone Form. So that's like the biggest knock against it, is like Earth Spirit is a very tempo-based hero. He wants to keep the tempo up. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Situationally very useful, but overall it's just kind of like one of like Earth Spirit's abilities on their own are like not amazing, but you combine them in very specific and creative ways to get a lot done. This is Rolling Boulder. Rolling Boulder is good. It's also a B tier spell. It's a very good long-range initiation tool. It's a great way to make use of remnants. It's like a very good mobility tool. The only problem is you can miss, right? And that's a pain. But even if you miss, like, as Earth Spirit, first off, it's got a really low cooldown. You can just do it again. And then second, you have, like, other ways to interact at range, so you don't have to hit it. But if you do, it makes the game so much easier. It's a B tier spell for sure. Any big melee kind of tanky hero that can also have like, oh, here's this random really good mobility spell, is like, that's generally going to be pretty good. And then remnants themselves, I think, are a B, could be an A. You have so many charges, and you can do so many things with them. I think it is an A. I think it's like a weak A, because on their own they don't do anything, but you have so many different ways to interact with them and take advantage of them. The cooldown is kind of a pain, but there's like, it's not a huge deal. It sort of puts a kibosh on his like ultra tempo pace that he wants to play at. But you don't need a ton of remnants in order to make progress in a team fight. Like just getting magnetized on 2 or 3 heroes and then refreshing it like once is already like really high impact. And Rolling Boulder still works without it. It just kind of sucks. It goes from like an amazing mobility tool to like a boof blink dagger on a low cooldown just because it's so slow. But it's still really hard to chase him without it. So, like, they're not 100% necessary for him to still kind of do his job, as long as that job is escaping. Any of his other jobs, he absolutely does need Stone Remnants. But they're good. They're good. Elder Titan Spirit Form, or Astral Form. I think because of the damage and the way that it interacts with the lane, it's very good at scouting as well. And it applies natural order. It's good. It's a good ability. I just don't know if it on its own is good enough to be B, right? I'm gonna say it's a B because the damage stack is so good, and then you don't need levels in natural order for it to actually have an impact. And then it's also just like at times a long range delayed stun that they have to worry about, right? And that's good. Like you can, using Astral Form, you can mess with their backline while still being like completely safe. Like it's not even like Nothal Projection. It doesn't tell them where you are. You can just have this be in the back of the fight messing with them, and there's nothing they can really do about it. It's not, you can't interact with it at all, right? Like you can run away from Stomp, and that's really all you can do. And meanwhile, the Elder Titan knows exactly where your entire team is. He's getting a bunch of damage by walking through heroes and dealing some damage, canceling blinks. It just does a lot of different cool things. And then you get levels in natural order, and it becomes an amazing damage steroid. So it's a B tier spell. B tier spell. Split Earth is like, this is another ability where the ceiling is crazy, right? Like, because if you land this, it's like no questions asked. A third of your health is just gone, and there's nothing you can really do about it. And like, that's an amazing thing to do. Because if you're up against a hero, like a farmed Pudge who has like 6k HP percentage damage is always going to be really good, and this does a metric shitload of it. So, of course it's going to be good. The problem is the delay. The delay used to be pi, like 3.14. I think it's now Euler's number or something. I can't remember. It's some math nerd number. But it's a pain to deal with, and very few abilities make your heart sink the way that Split Earth does. Like when you get stomped, like when you and a support get stomped and you're sitting there and you hear that like crack in the earth, you're like, oh no. Like, oh man, we're gonna die. It's super demoralizing to get hit by Split Earth. But if you don't have that setup, or if your teammates wake them up foolishly, then it's like a shitty ultimate. So the ceiling is very high, but the floor is like low, and you need setup in order to actually use it in any meaningful capacity. I Manta Dodged Split Earth once. That was the happiest I've ever been. Was I hit the Manta Dodge on Split Earth on purpose. That was good. What's up with this? Is this like Clone Stomp? I don't know. Echo Stomp. It's a good ability. Does a remarkable amount of damage in the early game, and then it causes the sleep, and sleep is a very powerful thing. For the same reason that Bane's Nightmare was a B tier spell. I think this is good. The problem is that it's not an instant point target spell. It is a very slow wind up, visually giving itself away, but the sleep duration is nuts on it. It deals some damage, and he has two of them. That's like the big thing, is like it's not just him doing it, it's also the spirit. So I think it's like a C, but it's a strong C. It's a strong C. And then natural order. This is a messed up ability. Being able to strip out a ton of magic resistance or armor from heroes, like it's the same reason why marksmanship is in the A tier, right? The only problem is that natural order is split between you and the ghost. So like you have to kind of micro it a little bit. But that's okay, because like if you're right next to someone, you don't want them to have armor, right? And then if they're in the back of the fight where your mages can try to like cast spells or your storm can zip on them, you don't want them to have magic resistance. So it's tied in a way that makes sense. So natural order is like a very, very good passive. It just never feels as impactful as it actually is. Like you never feel good putting a level in natural order, but like you should, because it's a nuts aura. It's very small range. Let me check the range on it. Yeah, like it's very small range. That's kind of the biggest issue, is it's like a very tiny radius, but like it's enough, you know? And like, what are they gonna do? Like if the ghost just like follows them around, there's nothing that they can do about it. Like they can't interact with the ghost. So it's a very good spell. It's a very good spell. This is Remnant, which I think I'm going to count Jump to Remnant as. This is a great spell. This is a great spell. Ever since Valve removed the ability to like stack it 3 times and then jump to it, people have realized just how broken this spell is. It's a great mobility tool. You can use it in a lot of like interesting tech ways, right? Like you can set up weird 50-50s with the opponent where like, oh, will I jump to the Remnant? Will I not? You can drop a Remnant in the mid lane, TB back, heal up, refill your bottle, and then come right back into the action. And then also it's just an amazing fighting tool. Like it's great for chasing. It's an amazing chase ability. that synergizes very well with his other abilities. The mana cost, like, kind of sucks. That's, like, its biggest flaw, is the fact that it just costs a lot of mana, and Ember Spirit doesn't have a great mana pool. But Remnants is still very good. I think Valve should get rid of some of the cast points that they've added to Ember over the years. He feels kind of sluggish to play now compared to how it used to be. You used to feel like a ninja playing as this guy. Now you don't feel so much like a ninja. You feel like a dork because of the cast points. So maybe if they remove some of those, this could be like an S tier ability, actually. But Fire Remnants is an incredibly strong spell, and it really makes the hero tick. The other Spirit Remnants, by the way, are not going to be here. Just letting you know. Flame Guard. Good laning tool, helps him farm. It has some weird redundancy now that he has his innate that just kind of like does damage around him. He gets like a free little radiance effect. But it's a good farming tool. Like my issue with farming tools is like it needs to be good enough that you don't have to go a farming item. That is kind of true for Ember because he has both this and Sleight of Fist. Like, because he has those two abilities, he doesn't have to go a farming item. He can just go right into whatever item he wants. Though Maelstrom is, like, not right now, but Maelstrom has been a historical good pickup on this hero. Don't get me started on, like, I think it was Ferrari 430, doing, like, the BOTs and, like, triple Battle Fury, and just, like, split pushing all lane. Or all game. Flame Guard is good, though. I mean, it has, like, the upside of just absorbing a bunch of magic damage. It allows him to lane well. And it doesn't fall off as hard as you'd think. We're going to put it in B, but it's a good, or in C, but it's a good C, solid C. And then Searing Chains is like also kind of a C ability. The problem is it can miss, right? Like if someone's in a creep wave, which people often are in Dota, or just like farming a jungle creep, there's always a chance that you slight chains and like it just doesn't hit the right targets. And that sucks. That's terrible. But it can happen. And any ability that can just like, surprise, I didn't do anything, is like automatically not that good. It's a little harder to miss chains now than it used to be. But it's something that you can mess up. And not from a mechanical perspective. Like if you demo mode this hero for 10 minutes, it's not that hard to hit like slight chains. It's not. You have like a sizable window. But the fact that it can just mess up and not hit the target you want it to makes it automatically worse and gives it a lot of counterplay. Sleight of Fist is a B. It's a good spell. It's a great spell. The fact that you can use it in lane, like you hit level 5 on Ember and it's actually really, like there's a lot of matchups where you think like, okay, I'm against an Ember Spirit. I'll be fine. Like I'll bully him. And then he gets a couple points in Sleight and then he just spams it on you and you're like, damn, Ember got hands. Like I can't actually lane into this. Like this is difficult. And then it's also just an amazing, it turns him into a ranged hero for a while, lets him dodge spells, which is really good, both in the lane and in the late game. And it gives him a way to scale in kind of a unique way, because he can just right-click you. Like, no matter where you are in the fight, no matter where your positioning is, he can remnant in and just start right-clicking you. And then when you run away, you know, you might be able to move faster than him, and maybe he's out of remnants or out of mana, but he will have enough mana for Sleight of Fist, and he can get that little, like, chunk of damage on you and kill you. And then the ceiling for it is insane. So, like, Sleight of Fist is a great ability. It's an excellent ability. Enchantress... what order are we going to do this in? Sproink is good. But she doesn't like going Shard. It's a nice little repositioning tool. It helps... It doesn't really help you deal with your weaknesses, right? Because it's not going to help you run away from most mages, but get over impassable terrain, escape out of fights, create some distance for more impetus attacks. It's good. It's a fine ability. The thing is, you just don't necessarily want to go Ags Shard on this hero. This is Enchant, right? Yeah. Enchant is not best in class as far as like converting jungle creeps, but it's still good. A lot of Ench players will literally just sit there and smack you with impetus over and over again and be like, haha, I'm playing Enchantress. But they're not. They're not, actually, because they're not using the ability that she's named after. Enchant is good. It's a very good ability. Being able to manipulate jungle creeps that early on in the game is very good. And then later on, you can have a bunch of them, right? Early, you can only have like one or maybe two. I don't know exactly how the cooldown works with the overlap, but you can just grab pretty much any creep. And now it's like a 3v2. You're suddenly tri-laning because creeps are so strong early on. And you can grab, there's like a lot of good, like small camp. Like you can get the Harpy and just like spam lightning. And then by the time the Harpy's out of lightning, like, you can go get a different creep now. The Boglets are not very good. I thought at first that, like, oh, Boglets are like a buff to Enchantress because she can go grab those now instead of clearing out the small camp and hoping for a new spawn. But this ability can force teams to block their own small camp, and that is very funny. That's a good thing to have happen. So Enchant is a good spell. Is it a B? I'm kind of arguing that it's a B. There's counterplay, and the level limits like kind of put the kibosh on it, and you have other spells that you really want to max. Like it's Enchantress is like an internally parasitic hero because your other abilities are so good in the lane that you really want to max them, but also Enchant is like very good as well, and it scales really well too because of an ability we'll talk about later. Impetus is a great spell. Consistent source of pure damage, ridiculous attack range. You know, I just made fun of the Enchantresses who just click Impetus on you while lane, but in reality, like, they're still doing something right. Like, they're still accomplishing their goal. So it's very good. Difficult to deal with, difficult to counterplay. You might think like, oh, I'll walk towards the edge slightly when she attacks you, and it's like, okay, dude, you're taking 10% less damage, but it's still a ton of damage. The mana cost and cooldown early on kind of suck, but you get some levels in that. You get some levels on her, some items to help with it, and it's monstrous. And then you go Hurricane Pike, and then it's like, oh, I'm gonna lose. So Impetus overall is a very, very good right-click orb effect. This is her Ags. It's like Nature's Buddies or something like that. I can't remember. It is a 3-second point target root with a ridiculous range. It is extremely good. This is like one of my hottest takes so far. I think Enchantress Ags is like broken. I don't know why Valve gave her that. I've played with it, I've played against it. It is ridiculous. You just park someone there, and then all of your creeps that you have, like your enchanted creeps, just go in there and just beat the shit out of them. And then you're also just like nailing them with Impetus with like increased attack speed, I think. So so many heroes that would have counterplay to Enchantress like get their counterplay jacked by this ability. Like Enchantress did not need a stun, because remember, she also has the slow on enchant. So like it turns her into like a weird CC monster that also deals a ridiculous amount of pure damage. It's hard to farm, right? But I think if you rush it, like you max Impetus, then you max enchant, and then you go for an Aghanim Scepter very early on, because you're probably going to do well in the lane. You might not like take the tower, but you're probably going to win the lane if you're maxing Impetus and you have a decent pause 4. A pause 3 Enchantress is like a real threat because of this. It's like a win condition. You can't run away from her. There's nothing you can do. She's just gonna walk up and kill you, and there's really nothing you can do. It requires a little bit of micro, but this is like a hot take, but I do think Enchantress Ags is like insanely strong. Healing Spirits, Nature's Attendants. That's what it's called. Very good. I think it's the problem with it is like it's not a mass heal. There's like mass heals like Witch Doctor that heals everyone equally. This one is like wacky. Like there's very few heals in the game that you can have a bad cast of, but you can have a bad Nature's Attendants, right? Trying to control who they heal is like a total pain in the butt. But if you max it early on and you get into fights and you're able to get it off, like it's really hard to kill Ench if they're all healing her. Like you can't right click her. So it's just spells, and then spells have cooldowns, and this heal lasts such a long time, and it heals for so much. It's a good spell, but it's like situational. It can be really strong. And then Untouchable. Untouchable is probably, I think it's a B, but like I could see it in A. The thing about it is like if you do not enter the game with a draft that can kill Enchantress, you now have to buy a Silver Edge. And that's a pain in the ass. Like, that item is not fun to buy, straight up. Like, we're already not in a very Shadowblade meta right now, but even in metas where Shadowblade is good, you don't always want to go Silver Edge, because it's a big investment. But now you have to buy it, because there's an Enchantress with an Untouchable on the enemy team. And then you have to hit her with it. Which, like it's not enough to just buy the Silver Edge. Now you have to walk up to the Enchantress invisibly and then smack her, and that's a difficult thing to do. So Untouchable just creates a play pattern that synergizes very well with Nature's Attendants, where you can just face tank people. Like, you're not scared. You can just go. There are a couple of ways to get around it in like clever way, like Omni Slash. I had the joke in the Omni or the Juggernaut PowerPoint where he's like mauling Enchantress because Omni Slash isn't affected by Untouchable, and there's other abilities that are kind of like that. And some heroes can just shit out as much magic damage as possible and kill Ench right off the bat, and then Untouchable doesn't do anything. But the thing about those situations is like, it doesn't matter who you're like. If the Lina can one-shot you, the Lina can one-shot you. It doesn't matter if you have Untouchable or not. You could be playing Ench, you could be playing Doom. If she can one-shot you, she just does. So like, that's not really as much of a point against Untouchable as it is. Like, you were probably gonna get one-shot no matter who you were playing. So, yeah. Maybe that's some like weird logic to me, but it makes sense to me, and that means it makes sense to everyone else. And if you don't get it, you're dumb. Untouchable's a good spell. What was I saying? Who's next? Enigma. Black Hole. Oh, Black Hole. S tier. Black Hole is an S tier spell. I shouldn't have to explain why. It's the single scariest spell in the game to see. You see an Enigma blink in with a BKB, and your first thought, like literally your life flashes before your eyes, and you're just like, oh, we're gonna lose this fight. Okay. Black Hole, the only weakness of it is the fact that it's a channeled ability, which has some downsides, right? Ruba can steal it. It's vulnerable to Global Silence. But that's true for like every channeled ability. The difference is Black Hole wins you the fight instantly. Like a good Black Hole is like, oh. It's kind of just game ending because it lasts so long and it deals so much damage. And then the synergies are just insane. Every hero wants to just have the enemy team in a giant black hole. You can use it as setup for like a Disruptor combo. You can use it as the payoff for like Sven just blinks in and beats the shit out of them. There's ways to set up for it in really interesting ways. The enemy team has to mind their positioning all the time. You can literally just like Wildman blink up and black hole on a high ground, and as long as they don't have a super easy way to cancel it, like you're probably going to get some work done and break high ground with it. Like Black Hole is a very, very, very good spell. It is like the best team fight wombo combo spell in the game. It's better than Chrono. It's better than Ravage. It's a very, very good spell. S tier. Easy explain. The Eidolons are good. It's a good spell. Eidolons are good because they make Enigma a total pain in the ass to lane against. And if he didn't have these, if he had some other random generic magic nuke, he wouldn't be that big of a problem to lane into. But even with their current incarnation, where you can't use them to sacrifice one of your own range creeps and get rid of the golden XP from the enemy team, they're still difficult to deal with. There's a couple of heroes, like you pick Gyro, and you get like, I think 2 points in Flat Cannon, and you can just kill them. There are vulnerabilities, but even like some of the standard creep attacking vulnerabilities, like Frostbite or Death Pact, like those don't work against Eidolons because there's a bunch of them. And they can hit towers like crazy. You sync them up because they have a very similar attack, like range and speed with Enigma, so it's very easy to just like hold down control and then right click and deny creeps with them. It's a very good spell. Very good spell in the lane. Malefice. It's like clunky. It's kind of shitty. Is Malefice a D tier spell? It is multiple stuns, which is nice, but like the stuns don't do anything. Like it's just like get stunned a couple times, idiot. It's a very underwhelming stun. It feels weird. I think because there are other stuns in this category, it's okay to put it in D, but Malefice is like not a good ability. It's like okay at chasing, but like it doesn't have anything to do with the rest of your kit. Like I guess you can Malefice someone and then just sick the Eidolons on them and hope that they do enough damage to make a difference, but like it's just not good. It's a very weird ability, and you could absolutely replace it with a new ability, and Enigma would still feel like Enigma as long as he has Eidolons and Black Hole. Circle on the ground, looking like a fool with a circle on the ground. It's max HP percent damage. That's good. That's good. It has so much synergy with Black Hole. It's an okay farming tool. This combined with Eidolons means you don't have to go any farming items. I think it's a B, but it's like a weak B. It's much weaker than Eidolons. Much weaker than Multi-Shot. It's still a good spell. I think this is Backtrack, right? Chrono, the W, Bash, Q, reverse Q. Yeah, this is Backtrack. Okay, I'll remove that later. Chronosphere is an A tier spell. It's a good spell. It enables Void himself, but the other thing that it does is it enables a bunch of other heroes. Because Chronosphere, you can just think of Chronosphere as like a ridiculous stun, right? Like you just stun everyone in the radius. The problem is you can grief with it, but that's okay because Faceless Void himself can just absolutely wail on like evasive heroes. Like you chrono a puck, right? Assuming they aren't phase shifted and can blink out because they have that swag. But like you put this on like an Ember Spirit and you just hit him until he dies. Or you put it on a Storm and you hit him until he dies. Or a Huskar and you hit him until he dies. It's a bit like Doom in the sense that like it's sort of agnostic to whoever you're chronoing, right? There is a chance that you just don't have the damage, right? If you're up against someone super tanky. But even then you're just holding them still, and then you can go beat the like you just killed 2 supports. You pop chrono and kill both supports, and like you just won the fight. Good job. The problem is that there's ways to interact with it. Venge can swap heroes out, Pudge can hook heroes out. The enemy team can cast spells on you, so oftentimes you have to use BKB in Chrono, which feels terrible, right? Because you're like, this is supposed to be your time to shine, and then you can use your BKB as like a second time to shine, but now you have to use both of them at the same time, which feels kind of bad, but it's okay because you have your Q, so it's weird. But it's still amazing because all of those downsides are offset by the fact that you're enabling ridiculous combos. Like, we've all seen the Invoker Cataclysm that just like instantly wins the fight and kills like 4 heroes in the blink of an eye because of Chronosphere. So it's got a lot of downsides, but as far as the ceiling goes, I mean, this is one of the best spells in the game, hands down. Like, the potential is just sky high, and it enables Void to be this like cool hyper carry hero that also has some cool evasion properties. And yeah, it's good. Countered by Aegis, crazy. Countered by Aegis, useless, unplayable. If my enemy gets 8, if I let my opponents get Roshan, then it's hard for me to kill them. Valve, please fix. This is Time Lock is the name of the crit. What is this ability called, dude? I don't know. It's a good spell, though. It's a great spell. There's a lot of heroes who absolutely hate getting hit by this. Weaver comes to mind, Queen of Pain, any heroes that rely on their abilities in order to like maneuver around fights, any heroes that spam spells. Bristleback really hates getting hit by this because now he can't spam his spells and then he's going to lose his Warpath stacks. So it doesn't feel good to press, but it feels awful for it to get pressed against you. So it is a very solid spell, I think. That's all I have to say. Messing with enemy cooldowns is always good. His bash is like one of the better bashes in the game. I think it's a B. And I think it's a B because most bashes you can't like crit. And most bashes you can't bash on. But this is an ability where when you bash someone, there's a chance that your bash bashes them. You have a bash that can bash bashes. That's nuts. That's ridiculous. It's just straight up a massive damage increase. It's like a crit and a bash, and it also, you know, if you have a Mjolnir or something like that, you can also just proc Mjolnir off it, because it's multiple right clicks. It's not just an additional bit of damage and a stun. It's those things plus the chance to proc itself again. And like, if you've ever hit like 4 in a row, you get like a quad bash on Void, you're just like, oh, like, it's so funny. Because you get, it's like that Ogre Magi where you like quad cast Unrefined Fire Blast and you feel like you just won $1 million at the casino. If you enjoy that feeling and you want to play carry, you should absolutely play Faceless Void because of Time Lock. It's a super funny ability. You just bash someone and then like even just a triple bash, it's like, oh my god. A double, oh my god. But there's that ceiling of like, if you play enough Void, you will eventually like bash someone like 5 times in a row, and it's just like, get fucked. And it feels good. It's a great damage amp, really good utility, and it's just a bash. Bashes are good, and this is maybe the best bash in the game. You could maybe argue that Sardar's is better because you can predict it, but I think this is the best bash in the game. Backtrack. Time Walk Forward. It's like a good mobility spell, but it's nowhere near as good as like Blink, you know? Being able to reverse some of the damage on you is also quite nice. It might be a B. It feels weird to put all the Faceless Void spells this high up, but like it's kind. I'm gonna put it in B because of the damage reduction. Go over impassable terrain. It's not as good as the Blinks. The Blinks are like better overall, but time jump or warp or whatever it's called is still good. It's still a good spell. And then the reverse version of it is like a meme. It's like down here. It's not quite meme, but we've all seen the clips where like the Faceless Void cues away and then like reverses it and then like chronos 5 people and wins the game on the spot. Like there's some funny instances for it. But in order for this to really be good, you need Ags, right? Because you get Ags, you jump forward, you bash the creep waves, meal on your procs, clears out the wave, and you can like kind of stall out the enemy's high ground push as a result. The problem is that you have to put your body on the line to do that, and Faceless Void is like not that tanky until you get the Scotty. So it's just sort of a meme. And then Time Zone. Time Zone is like a meme, but it's like also, it's like a meme, but it's like not that bad. The problem is you're giving up Chronosphere, which is an A rank spell, according to me. So it has use cases. If you're playing as like an offlane Faceless Void, or if you're really scared of griefing, you can go this ability, but like you're kind of bitch made if you do. Like I don't believe in it. I don't believe in Time Zone. Part of why I don't believe it is because when this ability first came out, it would put the leashed thing above your head, and in the ability description said leashed, and then you could just blink out of it. So, or like force staff out. Like it wasn't actually a leash. It just said leash, and said it was gonna leash you, and it didn't. You could like blink out as Queen of Pain, which is stupid. Like that's so dumb. There are some like funny things you can do because of the cooldown interactions, but like I'm just not impressed by Time Zone. I don't think it's a good spell. I think we're in the Fs. We still have so much to go. I mean, this is going to be a long video. That's another hour down. I think I'm going to call it for now, and we'll come back. I'll get rid of these, and we'll start on Nature's Prophet. All right. Nature's Prophet. Curse of the Old Growth is his shard. It reveals people in trees. I think it slows and deals damage. You like never see it. You never see it. Nature's Prophet could buy shard pretty much whenever he wanted, but he never wants to. So I think it could be in D. The thing is, it's like not that bad. It's just the opportunity cost is like really high. Like this is another situation similar to Anti-Mage where when you're kidding yourself out in the ultra late game, you go Moon Shard before you go this ability. But I don't think it's that bad either, because the opportunity cost of using it isn't as high. So I'm going to put it in C. Treants are good. They kind of don't do any damage. Ever since they got rid of the Ironwood tree facet, this ability gets maxed last for very good reason. You usually don't even see a value point in it, except in specific matchups. It's like not good. I think it's bad. I think it's a bad spell. Sprout is a good spell. This is a good spell because not only does it keep them in place, but if they want to get out of it, and it also just deals damage for some reason, I couldn't tell you why, but if they want to get out of it, they have to have a Quelling Blade, or they have to have a Force Staff, or they have to have some other ability that lets them get out, right? And that sucks. Like, that's really annoying, because there's heroes where you really don't want to have a Quelling Blade, and you really, if you do have a Force Staff, you don't want to spend it getting out of Sprout. So it's very strong, because of how it requires the opponent to interact with it. And other than that, you're just sitting there for a really long time. And that's terrible. Sprout's a B. Teleport's an S. Is an S tier ability. In terms of macro mobility, there is no better spell. This lets you go anywhere on the map. You can just exercise your free will with this ability and just teleport right into the enemy fountain and die if you want. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. Dota is a game that lets players do what they want to do. And if that's what you want to do, cool. Teleport is a really broken ability. It just lets you... This is the reason why Nature's Prophet can play pretty much any position. Because you can play him as a mid, and then you can just teleport in and like gank instantly, and then TP scroll back to the lane and continue farming like nothing ever happened. And the same is true for every other position as well. Like if you're an offlaner, you just duck into the trees for a second, teleport down, gank the safe lane, then come back. And it allows him to do things that no other hero can do. It's a very, very strong ability, and in terms of macro mobility, it's like, you know, it has a startup time, and you can't use it the same way you would use like an Anti-Mage Blink, right? It's not the same kind of mobility spell. But just the ability to be anywhere at any time is so ridiculously strong. This is an S tier ability, for sure, and it has upside when you get there. Yeah, teleportation is an S tier ability. His ulti is weird. It's kind of strange to use. It's global, which is cool. The globalness of Wrath of Nature is mitigated by the globalness of Nature's Prophet himself as a hero. Like, it being global isn't as big of a deal because he is also global. Like, he can just be wherever he wants because of teleportation. So it loses a little bit of value in the context of the rest of his kit, but in isolation, it's like a fine ultimate. It's kind of weird to use. You can also, like, you can reveal where your team's vision is by using it, which is always funny. Like, if you're a carry against an MP and you're just farming the Ancients, minding your own business, and you get clipped by his ulti, it's like, oh, they have a ward here. And now you can buy out sentries, right? So it's kind of weird. It can also, like, telegraph... I was going to say it can telegraph ganks, but that's not really true, because a lot of Nature's Prophet players will just hit it, like, off cooldown. The damage is good, but it doesn't scale super well. It's a fine ultimate, but it's not as good as it could be. Grimstroke. This is Stroke of Fate. Stroke of Fate has some really interesting applications because it's like an anti-illusion ability. So if you're up against, like, the famous one is Broodmother, right? She has a shitload of spiderlings and spiderites, and you throw this on her, and you just one-shot her with a basic ability. And that's very funny. But it's kind of weird. The facet where you can control it, like, I've yet to see anyone really take good advantage of that. But it looks funny. Like, I can only imagine it was like a headache to program in the Source 2 engine. It's a fine, interesting lane nuke with upside, but it doesn't come across to me as anything special. This is Dark Portrait. Dark Portrait is great. It's almost an A. I think I am going to put it as an A. No, because Soulblind is going to be an A. Spoilers. Dark Portrait is very good. The problem is Grimstroke is, like, not very good at farming. Like, Inkswell combined with Stroke of Fate, you can clear waves, and you're solid at ganking, as long as you have another hero that's ganking with you, right? So he's got some options there for farming up Aghanim's. It's just really hard. But if you're up against, like, you know, Anti-Mage, because he's leashed, he can't blink out, and you can just burn all his mana with a Dark Portrait that's also spell immune and moves really fast. Any hero that, like, is predominantly, like, focused on their stats, right? Like a Nature's Prophet is also really good. Medusa is very good because it'll keep split shot. There's cases where Dark Portrait is for sure an A tier ability, but because it's harder to get Ags for him compared to some other heroes, and because it's not as good every game, it's a middle of the pack B. Grimstroke's beautiful baby girl dead wife is a C. It's fine. It's like a funny special rule silence. You have to hit it off of you, which is annoying. But it's not really anything special. It's like a silence that, depending on who they are, they can get rid of it very quickly. So obviously it's better on heroes with low attack speed, and it can be good, right? Because it can cancel channels. But it's not particularly good. It's also weird because if you have Soulbind active, so the ghost in the lore is his dead wife. But if you have Soulbind active, you can send out 2 of your dead wives at once, which raises some questions about his marriage's fidelity. It also refreshes itself and deals a little bit of damage if it survives, but it doesn't usually survive. If it survives, that hero's going to die anyway. But, you know, it works out. I don't know if it refreshes if they die while it's active. I assume it does, in which case that's nice, but, like, it's really not anything too crazy. Also, Soulbind. Soulbind's an A. Soulbind's an A. So many synergies, so many amazing synergies. I made a whole video about how good this ability is with Lich ulti, and that's just one of many examples. A lot of people pointed out Venomancer ulti as well, because it bounces back and forth between the two of them when it expires. That's very funny. I had never thought about that before, but that's pretty funny. But, like, Doom is super good. The Viper ultimate, even just like Chaos Knight stun. You know what I mean? There's also, like, funnier ones, like you can duel, and you'll have 2 duels going at the same time. The way it interacts with Culling Blade, fun fact, is let's say there's, like, low hero and high hero, and you Culling Blade the high hero. It will Culling Blade and instantly kill the low HP hero, but it will not refresh the cooldown. Which I find a little sad. I wish it did. A tier spell for sure. So many synergies, enable so many combos and play patterns that are really fun. And Inkswell. Inkswell is, like, good. Inkswell is also, like, a really good spell. It's kind of cumbersome to use if you don't have the facet where you can pop it early, but it turns any, like, go-in hero into, like, a legitimately huge threat, because now you can chain stun. Like, if you have an offlaner like a Slardar or a Centaur who has, like, a big AoE stun, you throw this on them, and now they can, like, chain stun with themselves, which is really good, and it deals damage. And I think it boosts their movement speed too. It's a really good initiation spell. Any hero that wants to go in wants to have Inkswell on them, with maybe the exception of Axe because he wants them not stunned so they can hit him. But even then, it's not bad. Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter. Call Down is like kind of dumpy. We're gonna just throw it there. Call Down is like a dumpy spell. I always preferred when it was like one hit and then a second hit in the same spot that did a little bit less damage. I thought that that was more interesting and easier to use. Now that it's like in a line, it's kind of awkward. I would say the majority of call downs I've done in my life are to farm an ancient stack before I'm like really strong. It's just not that good. However, we're going to save Flat Cannon for last because that's his best spell. The Missile is funny. It's another interactive stun. The Shard makes it a colossal pain to deal with, but it's very funny. It kind of tests teamwork, and like sometimes it's hard to tell where the rocket is going. So the team can have like communication errors regarding like, oh, it's targeting my support, that's fine. My Ogre can just sit there and tank it. But then surprise, it's actually targeting your mid, and they just happen to be sitting next to each other, and it was hard to tell. Also, fun fact, you can do this as Gyro. Really, you should do this as Gyro's teammate, because he doesn't really like going Hurricane Pike unless he absolutely has to. He's against a Razor. You can Force Staff the Missile. You can. You can Force Staff the Missile and make it get there faster. I want to say you can Glimmer Cape the Missile too, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But I know for a fact that you can Force Staff it. So you can jump scare people who were like trying to hit it and like running away. It's like, nah, you're not getting away. You can Force Staff the Missile. It's very funny. Really funny in the lane too. You usually don't get it in the lane, but like if you're playing a support Gyro, random tirade, one of the things that like the boys and I would do is we would tri lane, and we would have like generic offlaner, and then we would have Wind Ranger and Gyro. And Gyro would put the missile on, max the missile, and just put it on the carry. And then when they got stunned, the Wind Ranger would fully charge Power Shot and just hit them with it. And you do that every like 15 seconds. So you're just dealing like 450 magical damage on a very low cooldown at some like Terrorblade who can't do anything about it. It's like one of the funniest things to do in the lane. You could in theory just have those two heroes, but you have another hero just farming in the off lane. And anyway, I love Gyro. This is a good spell. This spell does a monstrous amount of damage in the early game. It helps you supplement your farm when you don't have the damage to clear camps entirely with Flat Cannon yet. Rocket Barrage is a great spell. It's going in the B tier for sure. It's kind of weird because it's so unrelated to the rest of what Gyrocopter does, but it allows you to play the early game and like be a crazy threat in lane and like kill people in lane that realistically speaking you shouldn't be able to kill. But you have Rocket Barrage and it scales really nicely too, and it falls off, but it supplements your farming, makes you really good at fighting in the lane. It's a great spell. And then Flat Cannon. Flat Cannon is an A. The reason it's an A is because Flat Cannon extends the attack range for target acquisition like crazy. You can hit people from so far away if you have Flat Cannon, like so far away. And it enables the lane pattern of like push out the lane, harass them using Flat Cannon without drawing creep aggro, and then you know your support can pull, and then you kind of repeat the process. You can also like farm lane and jungle at the same time because the target acquisition is so far away, and then it also just does a ton of damage. Like, sadly, it won't work with, like, on-hit effects. Like, you can't apply Scotty or proc Daedalus with it, which makes me a little sad. That's kind of one thing Medusa has on top of Gyro. She can do those sorts of things. Currently with Axe, previously with a talent. So it's got some weaknesses, but Flat Cannon is very good. It's a very good ability. It's one of the best carry abilities in the game. It's a big part of why Gyro is so good at holding rapiers, because that bonus damage applies to every single attack, even if the on-hit effects of other things don't. So the Flat Cannon is an A for its farming and fighting ability. It's amazing. It's a farming ability that makes it so that you don't have to build a farming item, also. Even though you do if you count Axe as a farming item. Hoodwink. Hoodwink. This is so weird. Hoodwink is such a weird design. I think Acorn Shot is a C. It's fine. It has really good use cases. It's kind of like, let me put it like this. If you were to find two heroes standing close to each other, would you rather have Acorn Shot or Paralyzing Cask to throw at them? And of course, the answer is going to change massively depending on what two heroes they are. But I think having a generally support-oriented hero just have this random, like, ooh, damage, ability that scales off their right click, it like encourages really weird build patterns with Hoodwinks. Like 4 Hoodwinks going Maelstrom will never not make me upset. But it's fine. It's fine. It's a fine spell. Bushwhack. Bushwhack is good. The problem with Bushwhack, it's like a very strong C or like one of the weakest Bs. It is an AoE stun that's ranged and can hit multiple people, so I'm going to put that as a B. The problem with it is that you need a tree, right? And usually that's not that hard. But if you're using the Acorn Shot alt cast to create that tree, or if you're the guy you're playing against has a Quelling Blade, he can actually just like snip the tree in time, which always feels really good. What you'll see at like high levels is Hoodwinks will actually toss this, then do the Acorn Shot, and time it's like it's really hard to clip the tree. But even then you can like clip the tree, and then Bushwhack just doesn't do anything. So it is a really strong ability on paper, but the fact that you can interact with it in a very unique way makes it not as good as it sounds. But it's still in a ranged AoE, like multi-hero stun. So it's good still. Bushwhack is a good skill. This is Decoy, I believe. Decoy is like pretty useless. The problem with Decoy, is it D? I'm going to put it in D. The reason why is because with Decoy, you sort of create this like expectation of like, oh, there's a Hoodwink running in a straight line. Just ignore it. Who cares? And like, even if you get people the first couple of times, like they're going to learn real quick and they're just not going to interact with it. Now, of course, the subversion of that expectation is like, oh, I'm the Hoodwink player. I just will run towards them in a straight line, you know, and then they won't do anything about it. But it's like, okay, well, if you do that, then what happens? You know? The only way you can really get anything done with Decoy is if there's like a super over-eager Labrador Retriever-esque bars Ursa on the enemy team, and you can trick him into like wasting his blink and the initiation of his combo. But like, that's not a huge deal. Like in ideal situations, you're not actually doing anything. So Decoy is not good. I don't even know if it's still in the game. I could just be complaining about an ability that doesn't exist, but whatever. This is the Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Mark is kind of nuts. The fact that it buffs damage from all sources is like pretty good. But you have to go Shard. I don't know. I'm going to say C. I can't immediately remember the numbers. Scurry is a very good mobility tool for supports. Scurry is very good. If it only lets you run through the trees, it wouldn't be that great, but it also just gives you a bunch of incidental evasion, which is super annoying. Like, it's weird that this hero is like, by the way, you need spells to kill Hoodwink. And it's really hard to chase a Hoodwink. There's trees everywhere. I don't know if you've ever opened your eyes while playing Dota, but there's trees all over the damn place. Scurry is a great mobility tool. And her ulti. Her ulti is kind of bad. It has some use cases, right? Because it's got like, it like knocks you back. So you've seen like Thompson using it to like hop over cliffs and escape ganks. Like, it's got some interesting use cases, and it breaks, which is good. Having a random source of break on your team is fantastic, because what it does to the draft is really good. Like, oh, I can't pick Bristle anymore because they have a Hoodwink. But it's still underwhelming for what it does. Like, if your support is like, my ulti is I do a bunch of magic damage, you want it to be like instant and guaranteed. You want it to be consistent, and this just isn't consistent unless you have a bunch of setup, and now you're using a bunch of your setup in order to make sure that your position 4 gets a kill. So, like, to what end? To what end? It's not that good. Also, my cat is here. You might hear her. Huskar. Burning Spears is an A. I think you could make an argument that it's an S, but I think there's one other auto attack effect that is better. Burning Spears is the reason Huskar is such a problem, right? It's why you hate seeing him on the enemy team. His other abilities are annoying, but Burning Spears is what makes him the absolute lane monster that he is. And it's difficult to deal with, right? I don't think you can dispel them. Even if you can, you're using your dispel for something that can immediately be reapplied to you. If you kill Huskar, there's a serious chance that you die to the Burning Spears anyway, which is like a very Pyrrhic victory for you. It allows him to lower his HP, which procs the rest of his kit very nicely. It's just a very, very good on-hit effect, and it stacks like crazy. I do think it's better than Poison Attack because Poison Attack at least has like an upper limit, whereas Burning Spears don't, and they scale really good. Like you get these up at level 7 all the way to level 4 and you just obliterate people. And there's not really anything they can do about it. Burning Spears is very, very good. One of the best on-hit effects in the game. I think it's number 2. So it's not an S tier. His Q. It's fine. It's fine. It's a very weird effect. I don't think it cancels TPs, but it'll like push you while you're teleporting away. The disarm is kind of nice, but like it doesn't really matter. I guess Huskar is like more weak to physical than magical because of the passive. But it's just not that impressive of a skill, but it's fine. It's like a little bit of a band-aid of like, okay, Huskar needs like one other thing to kind of keep himself alive. We'll give him this. This is called Inner Fire, I think. And then you have the Huskar passive. This is a B. This is a B. This is good. It really only works in the greater context of Huskar's kit. Other heroes who have this like wouldn't really care unless they have the rest of Huskar's kit. Basically, unless they're also Huskar. Very astute. I'm so smart. Grants a ton of health regen, grants magic resistance, and attack speed when they get low. It's very good, worth building around in their entirety. This is like, Burning Spears is the stick, and this is the carrot. Right? This is what really makes the hero. Burning Spears is what people remember getting hit by, but like this is what's actually making Huskar a problem. Is this ability right here. And Life Break. Life Break is also a good spell. Very versatile. Max HP percent damage is always really good. It jumpstarts Huskar's play pattern of getting really low. You can just use it on creeps to farm and also keep your HP low, and you don't have a mana cost, so you don't have to worry about that. The equivalent of the mana cost, which is the HP cost, is actually good for Huskar. So he really likes having this ability, and it's a very good ability. And when you get Axe, it's a monster ability because it pierces BKB, and then it also taunts. So it's a very, very strong spell. Great ultimate. Great ultimate on Huskar. And so it comes to this. So I've dicked around with Invoker for quite a while in like demo mode and bot matches and stuff. I don't think I've ever played a real game. Like I don't think I have a Dota Plus level on Invoker. But playing against him a lot, I have some thoughts on kind of all of his spells. The problem with Invoker is like every spell in isolation basically is a C. You know? They're all very situational. The best spell, they would all be C, but then I would put Sunstrike in like B. I think that's like kind of his best spell, low key. Did I keep Exhort? I guess I kept Exhort on accident. Okay, I'll remove that between the next recording session. I'm still going to talk about all of them, but I will just say right now, all of these go in C. Except for Sunstrike, which will go in B. I'll talk about Sunstrike first. Sunstrike is crazy, because if you have any kind of long duration stun or root or anything like that, that lane is now a kill lane, because you can just have a massive burst of pure damage coming down. The downside is that it's hard to use, right? Like you can miss it, you can whiff it. And then you also have to max Exhort, which has a serious opportunity cost because those other spells are so good. But you only need to level one spell in order to make it better. Whereas with other abilities, you have to level both like Quas and Wex, or Wex and Exhort. Like if you want a really good Alacrity, you have to max both Wex and Exhort. But this, you only need to level one spell, so it scales faster than other abilities do, which is nice. That's kind of one of the perks of like that and Cold Snap. So it's a really good spell that has a lot of like interesting utility and like poses a global threat. Global is very good in Dota 2. Alacrity. The code for Alacrity is Wex Exhort WWE because it brings the smackdown. It's good. Really helps with taking towers. It's kind of clunky to use, right? Because the duration isn't that long, so you like chucking on your you put it on a Troll Warlord and it feels really good. Well, he's like ulting or hitting a tower, but like some heroes don't really care. Like Ursa doesn't really care about having Alacrity put on him. You can throw it on a Forge Spirit and use it to push lane. That's nice. Meatball, the Chaos Meteor. Really good if you can like do the Deafening Blast combo. I've seen like some invokers go like Rod of Atos. It's like a training wheel item, and then you just kind of have to sit there. It's really good for pushing waves. It allows Invoker to have a split push presence. He's not that good at hitting towers, Alacrity helps a lot, so do the Forge Spirits, but being able to just like clear out a wave with Chaos Meteor and be out of there very quickly is nice. It's a nice thing to have. However, it's very little guaranteed damage unless you really build around it. This is Cold Snap. Cold Snap is situationally very good. It kind of lies about what it does. It tells you like whenever they take damage, they'll get stunned, but like that's not true because there's like a cooldown on the stun. So you would think that like earning someone, like the classic Quas Wex build, you go like Cold Snap earn, you'd think that it would just be a perma-stun, but it's not. And that's something that makes me mad, and I don't even play Invoker. What I'm saying is give Invoker a 4.5 second long stun. That's what I'm saying. Don't do that. Cold Snap is quite good. It allows you to trade very well in lane. Your opponent steps up a little bit too far and you have a Forge Spirit, you cast Cold Snap and then you just wail on them for a little bit. It's hard for them to run away. And they can't really trade into you because like most heroes can't even get a right click off in the time that it takes. So Cold Snap is a good spell, but it's sort of like an intermediate stun that isn't that good. Deafening Blast. The disarm is clutch. The disarm on this is very good. You can use it to like save your high ground if they come up to try to hit your tier 3s. Like you can literally just cast Deafening Blast and it's like a really long disarm. It's like, what are you going to do about it? You're going to cast spells? You ninny? Nah, I don't think so. Deafening Blast is good though, and it also plays a very vital role in some of your combos. So it's got use cases, but again, it's a skill shot, so the damage isn't guaranteed. And the primary feature is just that it's a big fat disarm that you can hit multiple heroes with, which isn't bad. But, you know, EMP. EMP, if you are up against very specific heroes, it's amazing. This is the reason it's really scary to pick Medusa into Invoker. I know I keep bringing up Medusa throughout this tier list, but it really does. She reveals a lot about the balance of this game. EMP is a C tier ability, but in certain matchups, it's like a very strong B, right? It's a very strong B in specific matchups. Exhort. Forgot to take that out. Forge Spirit, also a C. Half the time, Invoker is so focused on Trish trying to cast his spells and like play the macro game that he often neglects to micro these. As a carry player, I love seeing these absent-mindedly hitting melee creeps in the lane because that means I'm going to get even more out of this creep wave when I farm it. Because there ain't no way the Invoker's going to like micro it away. And they're not tanky at all too, so even if he realizes and starts microing them away, I can usually still kill one of them and get a nice little surplus of golden XP, which is very nice. It's a very nice thing. Ghost Walk. Puts pressure by being invis, forces the purchase of dust. It also disjoints, which is very good. I'm sure you've seen the clip of like Miracle dodging Dragon Knight stun by ghost walking mid-flight of the stun, which is sick. It's a super sick thing to do. Ghost Walk is good. The problem with it as an invis is that you're loudly announcing to your opponents like, I am near you, because of the slow effect that it does. And you're also really slow in it at early levels. So like most invisibility makes you faster. This is a weird form of invisibility that can make you slower. So it's got some downsides to it. It's got some exploitable weaknesses. But it is a form of invis. It's just kind of a shitty form of invis. Ice Wall. This is one of his better abilities, low-key. Ice Wall is weird in the sense that it really just is like a line on the ground that slows you. It doesn't do anything else, you know? It doesn't have any game impact beyond that. But slowing people in a line is very good. Like, you put this at the top of a staircase, and now, like, they can't come up the staircase anymore. Or they're going to be slow as shit. Because it's not just, like, a 30% slow. It's like, you're slow. You're slow as hell walking through Ice Wall. So it's definitely got some use cases that's very good. Oh, the Ags abilities aren't on here, so I can't talk about, like, Kata. I guess I can talk about it. And then Tornado. Tornado is probably the strongest of Invoker's abilities that isn't called Sunstrike. It sets up so many things, just there's grief potential. Playing in lower MMRs, I can like remember every single time in my life that I have casted Chronosphere and then just Tornado rips through the Chrono and like lifts two people up into the air so I can't lay into them. Because the Invoker's a moron. Like, it's so frustrating. And like, it's not just like Chrono's the extreme example, but it's also like sometimes you're just chasing a hero. And now Invoker is letting their cooldowns tick down while they're up in the air spinning around. And then the fact that Tornado's length is so variable is like a big part of what makes Invoker so hard, because you have to remember, like, okay, when are they going to drop based on the current levels that I have in the orbs used to cast Tornado, and then what's the delay on my other spells. But if you're really good at it, like, you're insane. Like, that's like the really hard part of learning Invoker, from what I know. I'm not an Invoker player, but learning how to really consistently land the combos out of Tornado is very, very difficult, but extremely rewarding. Because if you can get, like, okay, Sunstrike into Deafening Blast into Meteor guaranteed off of Tornado every time, like, that just kills anyone in the game. It doesn't really matter who they are or what they do. You know, maybe Pup can phase shift, and it's, you can pop BKB. It's not really a guaranteed kill, but like, it feels like it, you know? And it's scary when it happens to you, because you're like, oh god, this Invoker knows what he's doing. Like, that's a scary thing to be playing against a good Invoker player. So, Tornado's quite good. They're not on the list. I cannot, like, the, I don't know, tier that includes Dragon Knight passive would also include, like, the weird alternate Tornado, and then I think it's, like, the Ice Wall. I don't know. Almost everyone uses the Exhort version. I've seen the, like, weird Tornado facet be used as well, but Agent of Galaron, or whatever it's called, is by far the most popular one. Cataclysm is very good. It would probably be an A. It turns so many team fights into just, like, slaughters, right? You get a good chrono, you pop Kata, fight's over, you win the game on the spot. And then, like, also, like, RP Ravage is really good. You can go Refresher, and then it's actually a problem. The only problem is it's a skill shot that you can't control, and that means that it misses sometimes, which is really dumb. But, like, you can just use it like a Zeusel. Like, you can just, like, oh, where are they? And you can pop Kata if you want. It's a really long cooldown. You probably shouldn't do that, but you can if you want. It's a very good spell. It's a very good spell. Jakiro. Dual Breath is a really good landing tool. It scales okay. The attack speed slow is nice. The movement speed slow is nice. The range is really good, which I think makes it even better. I think this is a B tier spell, but it, like, squeaks in barely. It's kind of generic spell. Ice Path is a stun in a line. The cast point really brings it down, but it is good. And there's situations, like, you land a good Ice Path, it feels great. And, you know, you can do it on a staircase, and, like, where are they going to go? You can use it in a Roche fight, where are they going to go? So there's times when it's really good, but it's like a semi-unreliable stun, but the ceiling is really high. Liquid Fire is... it's very good because of what it does to towers. Like, it's not actually that good to cast on heroes. Obviously, it's not bad. The cooldown is super low, and you should cast it if it's safe to do so in fights. But the big thing is the attack speed slow affecting towers, because what this does, right? You're sieging a tier 2. They have Fort. They pop Fort, but you're applying Liquid Fire to the tower, and your creep wave stays alive through the Fort. That's insane. Like, you're just nullifying forts from your opponent by casting an auto cast spell with no mana cost that you want to be casting on the tower anyway. That's very good. That is what makes it better than Liquid Frost. Liquid Frost is funny. It makes all your spells deal more damage, and there's, like, cheese shit you can do in the lane, especially now that you just have both of them. But it's not as good as Liquid Fire, because all it does is it makes your spells deal more damage to heroes. That's all it does. Meanwhile, Liquid Fire deals damage to heroes, makes it really difficult for them to trade because the attack speed's slow, and it makes you, like, really good at taking high ground and keeping your creeps alive through Fortify. Liquid Fire is a very good spell. Liquid Frost is situationally good, but eh. And then Macro. Macro is like the poor man's Kata, because you need setup. You can't just cast it and hope it's good. Aghanim Scepter is difficult to go on this hero because you want to stack defensive items. You want Glimmer, you want Yule so you can set up your own Ice Path or help escape from a fight. You really want a Force Staff. Aghanim Scepter on Jakiro, like, you can farm, for sure, but, like, you want so many other items on that hero, so you could be, like, the responsible adult on your team, that it's difficult to justify the bowling alley. But if you do have the bowling alley, it's good. You can also use it to stall out pushes, right? I'm going to put it in B because of that. If the enemy is trying to siege high ground, you can just drop macro, and now their creeps never even make it up top. So, like, it's enough to get backdoor protection out of the way, but now the enemy team has to, like, sit there in the macro to hit it, which, like, no one feels comfortable doing. And then they also have to tank the tier 3 tower. So it makes it a lot harder to go in and take the tier 3. And anything that helps with high ground is like usually pretty good. Juggernaut. Okay. Juggernaut has like really good spells, but like Juggernaut himself is the problem. Like, he's got good edge game, but he's so goddamn squishy, and he has no IQ points whatsoever. That, like, even though his spells are all good, he himself is, like, kind of shit. Blade Fury is very good. This is a great spell. Anything that gives you magic immunity is an excellent, excellent spell. And this one also deals a bunch of, like, unconditional damage. You can move while dealing the damage as well. You don't have to right-click. You can also proc right-click effects while you're doing it. So if you go Maelstrom, you can right-click a camp as you're spinning on it, and you'll get the Maelstrom procs. That doesn't work for Cleave for some reason. Kind of weird, but that's how it is. That's very good. It's very good. It also is like a lane destroyer. Like, if Jug is faster than you and you're a pause 3, go watch the Jug PowerPoint. I talked all about this there. He is very good at just dumpstering position 3s and 4s because of this ability. But you're leaving yourself a little bit vulnerable to physical damage burst while you're doing this. So if there's heroes that, like PA, for example, can just, like, she doesn't care too much about the magic damage. She can pop BKB if she really does care, and she can just wail on you. And there's nothing you can do, because while you're in Blade Fury, you cannot cast your Omni, you can't cast Swift Slash, you can drop Healing Ward, which is nice, but it kind of locks you in that mode where you can't right-click. And very early on, it becomes like right-clicking is a more efficient source of damage. Like, not considering the fact that it's physical versus magical, your right click deals more damage than Blade Fury. So you are locking yourself into, like, capping your damage very low, but you can move your spell immune, and you do deal some damage to potentially multiple targets. So it's a good spell, but it has some weaknesses to it. Blade Dance is like a very good crit. It's one of the better crits in the game, because its chance is so high, and then you also have such a low base attack time, and you build a ton of attack speed. I'm not going to really consider the level 25 talent that gives you 50% lifesteal off Blade Dance, but just, like, its numbers are so high that it's a very good crit, even though it's literally just a crit. Like, it doesn't do anything special the way a lot of other crits do, or like bash type effects, but it's still very good. It's a very good crit. Healing Ward. Healing Ward is also a B tier spell. It's got weaknesses that can very quickly resolve themselves with, I think, the level 20 talent no, level 15? One of the talents that makes it harder to kill. But it is a massive max HP percentage AoE heal that just is vulnerable and gives a good chunk of damage. Or a good chunk of gold when you kill it. But, like, overall, it's an amazing ability. It's really good. It's kind of random on Jug's kit. Like, it feels really out of place, but, like, thank God it's there, because it's so good. Being able to micro this will make you a good Jug player, even if you're not that good at the other parts of Jug. Healing Ward is very good. It's very good. I keep talking about how good max HP damage is. Max HP heal is just as good. Omni, I think, is also a B. I think Jug, I will literally, like, there you go. This is Jug. All of his spells are above average. None of them are crazy. I mean, Omni is kind of crazy. It's the closest one to going into A. And I think pound for pound, it could be one of the best melee carry ultimates in the game. In some contexts, it's stiff competition there. Because you've got PA crit, you've got Sven ulti, you've got Slark ulti as well. Like, there's a lot of really good melee carry ultis. But Omni is very good in the sense that, like, you are hitting them and they cannot hit you in any way, shape, or form. Like, during Slark's ulti, it's kind of the same issue, but, like, he can still be AoE stunned. He can still take, like damage from, like, Radiance or, like, Leshrac ulti, Pulse Nova. Like, stuff like that will still hit him, but, like, Jug, no. And he gets a Dispel at the start, so you can't even, like, oh, I'll lower his attack speed before he hits Omni. No. He doesn't care about any of that. He's gonna mess you up good and plenty. And that's very good. That's very good in Omni. The problem is that if Omni can go wrong, it will. It will bounce to, like, the Wild Wing Ripper camp and, like, never bounce back to you. That's just how it goes. There's a lot of counterplay to Omni. There's a lot. And while it is really good, other spells don't have that degree of counterplay against them. Like, the counterplay to Slark Ultimate is, like, pick Bloodseeker. And like that's a lot harder to do than to just like buy a manta and calmly micro the mantas away from you while you're getting solo ultied. Swift Slash is the same thing. It's very good because you can use it to kill a support without burning your ulti. And it gives you like another form of, it's almost like an escape tool. You can use it to burn the cooldown for your Blade Fury to like TP out or like leave the fight. Or just burn cooldowns for whatever. Like it is useful. It's a great axe, and you should go it as Jug, but like it has a lot of the same problems that Omni does. And you can't use it to kill a core most of the time. You really just use it to like pick off the Warlock before the fight. And like that's what this ability is for. Alright. So this is Illuminate. All of his ability icons are kind of hard to tell what they are if you don't have the base set equipped all the time. Illuminate is good. There are problems with it. It is usually difficult not to telegraph it. The projectile is pretty slow, but it's like still kind of hard to dodge just because of how wide it is. I think it's good. It lets you farm well. It's just like a weird telegraph giant nuke that you can farm with pretty good. Blinding Light is pretty solid. It doesn't disarm. It gives them like a massive mischance. Feels like 100, might be 100. And then it also bumps them around, kind of like Flame Break. But like, it's not worth buying MKB over. Like, it's not worth buying MKB over, which is tough. Like a lot of the evasion granting spells, like Arc Warden Bubble, the reason it's so good is because it's like, okay, now you have to go this shit item. But like, the Blinding Light isn't good enough to warrant going MKB. So like, it's just kind of okay. It's a good escape tool too, because it'll bump them back, which is nice. Chakra Magic is like very good, I think. This is a good spell. There's a lot of heroes that really like having infinite mana and like random cooldown reduction, and Chakra Magic gives those things. And when I say a lot of heroes like that, I mean literally every single hero in the game, including Coddle himself, and he can cast it on himself, which is quite nice. Chakra Magic is very good. There's a reason that one Russian guy was very mad his teammate wasn't casting it on him, and he was like, "Koto, give mana." I can relate to that guy, and I think we all can. Chakra Magic is a B tier spell. This is Solar Bind. Solar Bind is weird. It's another ability that kind of requires your opponent to cooperate. The real thing with Solar Bind is like what you want them to do is you want them to run away anyway and still get hit by Illuminate. And you can make that happen with Blinding Light because you can bump them back in. They're super slow. They can't run. So it forms an important part of his combo, but it also reduces magic resistance, which is really good depending on how far they run, and it slows. It does a lot of things. And yet you don't even have to have it. You can go Recall instead. It's one of those abilities where you have to pick which one you want via the facet. In this case, I think this is the better option. I'm gonna put it as a B because it enables so much about his kit, but it's like a weak B, and then Recall is like also a really weak B. No, Recall's a C. Because you don't even go it, right? You go Solar Bind pretty much all the time. Recall is good, it's just like you have to like... The only times you're using Recall is when someone on your team fucked up, right? Like hey Cap. Like someone on your team is like, they TP'd out to jungle when you're actually supposed to be holding high ground and their TP is on cooldown. And like, that's awful. That's really bad. The only time Recall is good is when someone is like messing up in a game risking way. Like you can't use Recall in a way that you just get some value from it, right? Like I guess you could have like Ember throw out a Remnant or like Kunkka X and then recall them back to Fountain. But like that's so much work, and like that means the Coddle has to be in the Fountain. So like it's not good. It's not good. And Spirit Form. Spirit Form is it's up here too. Coddle's got good spells. This makes all the spells a lot better. It allows you to cast spells while charging Illuminate, makes that ability much, much better. Improves everything on him. And it lets him run around and look cool. You get to be a cool little ghosty Gandalf boy. So Spirit Form is good. It's a good ability. It's a fun little install ultimate. Kind of similar to DK, in that you get to spend a ton of time in Spirit Form throughout the game. And you can just pop it casually. Like, you don't have to do it in a way that's like, okay, we're about to have a giant team fight, let me pop Spirit Form. Nah, you can just use it whenever, pretty much. As long as you don't immediately predict there's going to be a fight within, like, a minute of using it, you can just hang out. It's good. The Lamp. the lamp is like kind of shit. The reason the lamp is kind of shit is because like people don't know this, and you should know this. Here's a tip for dealing with the lamp. While you are being slept, you can right-click the lamp. You're allowed to do it. You can't do other things, but you are still allowed to right-click the lamp while it's hitting you. And if you have any decent attack speed, or you're ranged, right, you can like right-click it once or twice, and then it should only ever pulse like once. Which means that the ideal use case for lamp, if everyone is perfectly informed, is like you only use it on one person, which is really weird. Like it's kind of strange. If people played around lamp properly, it would be a C tier ability, but people don't, and that makes it kind of a B tier. But like I'm not, in the same way that like I assume you know how flux works, I'm assuming you know how lamp works, right? But everyone knows how flux works. Not everyone knows how lamp works. But there you go. You can right click the lamp while it's sucking you in. There you go. If you don't know that, now you know that, and this ability is in C tier for that reason. Kez is like... I don't even know what to say. Like, I first off, I'm not going to call any of his abilities by what they're actually called. And then his stances, like, shouldn't actually be on this list. I should have taken out the stances. So, like, Shodosai and, like, Bird Katana, or whatever it's called. And also, which one is which? I guess we'll, like, okay, this is, like, Raptor Dance. This is hit. Wait a second, hit. This is good. This is a good spell. It does a lot of damage. It scales really, really nicely. And then I think Raptor Dance. Yeah, this one's Raptor Dance. Raptor Dance is also really good. It does so much damage. The channel time is like no big deal. And then his invis is also very, like, it's just like, what else can we give this hero? We'll put invis on him to then, like, it's so annoying to have this as the only source of invis on the team, because like people have to carry dust and sentries just for Kez, and like he doesn't even use it very often, but you still have to carry it in order to counter this one random ability. I'm going to put the rest in C. This is the shadow attack thing. This is like good. This is his mobility thing. This is good. It's like fine. Kazurai Katana. I guess these are like passives, right? So I guess I'm rating the passives from the on-hit effects. The bleed off Katana is nuts. The Shodosai is not that good. I'm actually going to put this in B. And then the Shodo, I know you attack really fast, but like, eh. And this is his silence. The silence is like short duration, I think. It's like 3 seconds or so. I'm going to put it here. It's really hard. Like, this is the hero that you should trust me the least on. Like, I was just kind of spitballing with Invoker and put them all in C as like a joke, but also a way for me to avoid actually having to do analysis, because like I don't play Invoker. I can't tell you the ins and outs of every single one of these spells. These are complicated spells. Kez, his spells are less complicated, but he's way newer, and like I've played against him way less, and I just know so much less about Kez. He has not left demo mode for me. Admiral's Rum. We're just going to glance over the fact that I cannot really rank Kez in any meaningful way. Admiral's Rum is... I think it triggers now once you get like below 50% HP. It's a big part of why Kunkka feels so tanky. I think it's B. Because like Death Prophet's innate that is similar to this is also a pain in the ass to deal with, and a big part of why she feels way tankier than she actually is. That's going to go there. Ghost Ship is like... eh. The reason Ghost Ship is eh is because you have to burn all of your other spells in order to make it good. Like, it's not an ultimate that you can just use on its own. Really. You have to use the rest of his kit in order to make it happen, and that means that after Ghost Ship, you're kind of just, like, walking around and right-clicking them, which is kind of a pain in the ass. Because, like, Kunkka without Tidebringer doesn't actually do that much damage. But it is still good. It feels bad to get hit by it, for sure. But it's not... It's kind of the payoff for his other good spells. Tidal Wave is like a really boof repositioning spell. It's also a C. Tidebringer is very good, mostly because of the lane. It's hard to get good Tidebringers later on, because there's just less units to hit. The structure of the laning phase is such that you will always have a creature to hit, and then hit the enemy heroes with the cleave off of that attack. So it makes Tidebringer really, really good in the early game. But later on, you don't have that consistent target. You're just hoping to hit someone in the front of the fight, and then you deal damage to the people behind them. And like that's not nearly as consistent. So, but the damage is insane, and the cooldown is very low. So I'm putting him in B, because it's also a really good farming tool for him. Torrent is a cool spell. It's a weird delayed skill shot knock-up stun. And you don't have to face the direction you cast it in. Like, the cast range is like a circle around Kunkka, and he doesn't have to actually look the way that he casts it, which is weird. So, like, it's a very awkward stun. It's also very easy to fake. Because, like, the animation is long, and the cast point is even longer. So you can, like, do the full animation for Torrent, and then it just doesn't happen. And, like, you can't tell unless you got, like, a wand charge. Which is, like, boof. Like, it's weird to see him, like, raise his hand slightly, like a butler, and then you have to be like, did I get a wand charge? And in order to tell if he casted a spell or not. So that's, like, it's got some weird use cases, but, like, it can also just whiff and not do anything. It's really good for securing range creep, though. You can, like, torrent the range creep and then Tidebringer, and then there you go. But you really have to use it with X. X is an A-tier spell. X Marks the Spot is one of the single best repositioning spells in the game to be used on the enemy team, and the fact that you can use it on yourself and allies creates a ton of depth for what you can do. You know, you beat up Kunkka real bad, but he can just X himself and TP back to the fountain and chill there for a little bit, and then he's back, and he's full HP and mana, and he's a Kunkka, so like, what are you going to do? Hit him until he dies? I don't think so, dude. You X someone, it guarantees the rest of your combo. It's difficult to escape. One of the worst things about this ability, oh my god, this makes me want to die, is you BKB and you TP out. The duration of X is such that unless you do it like immediately, he can bring you back after the BKB expires. You get to chill in your fountain for a little bit, and now you're back in the same position that you were getting ganked, except now your BKB is on cooldown. Because it persists. He can cast it on you while you're BKB'd and then bring you back. Like, it's so stupid. I hate it so much. And X is, like, so good. It's such a good ability. Like, seeing a Kunkka walk out of the trees, it's like, you may as well not even run. Just, like, fight him. Just see if you can somehow outdamage the Kunkka. You can't. But, like, you might as well. Because, like, other than that, if you run away, you're just going to get X'd and the same shit's going to happen to you. And there's going to be more time for his team to show up and help you. So you might as well just try to man-fight him. It's very difficult to work with, and if you don't have obvious counterplay to it, or even if you do, in the case of the BKB-X interaction, you're just going to die. X is a very, very, very powerful spell. Up there with Glimpse, for sure. Legion Commander. Okay. We're in the L's now. Well, how much more do we have to go? We're what, a third of the way through? Yeah, we're about a third of the way. Legion Commander. Duel is great. Duel is an A rank spell, for sure. 2 A's in a row, kind of nuts. Duel is a BKB piercing stun taunt thing that is really, really good because it allows her to scale like crazy. The fact that Legion Commander can pretty much build her entire game plan around skulking around in trees, baiting creep waves in order for someone to show up so she can duel them and just kill them on the spot with very, very little counterplay. It's really annoying. It's really annoying. This is the reason why if you don't see the LC on the map, you have to be terrified as a carry player. Because you don't know where she is. And she's got a blade mail and like a thirst for your loins, and like she's gonna get you. Like you do not make it out of a game against LC unscathed. It's gonna happen eventually. And there's this element of eventuality to her theoretically infinite scaling. The Aghanim is messed up too, just like giving her a free BKB for the duration of duel. You don't even have to go BKB on the hero anymore. Plus it makes it like 7 seconds long. But even without that, duel is still amazing, and there's so many synergies. Like just keeping a hero stunned for that long. Like Skywrath ulti is the obvious one. You can do Sunstrikes. Just any hero that wants to cast a spell with Doctor ulti, you can't run away from it. You're just gotta take it to the face. She's tech against Bristle because she forces Bristle to face her, which means that she's dealing full damage and her team can run up behind her and also deal full damage to the Bristle. She counters a lot of heroes with duel. There's a lot of like really annoying elusive heroes, like Anti-Mage, right? Every Anti-Mage player knows that LC is a pain in the ass because if you counterspell duel, it just happens anyway. Like you can counter it if you want. It literally makes no difference. Except it gives her a wand charge. and you have slightly less mana, but you're going to be dead anyway, so you don't care about that mana. It's very, very good. Makes her the best blade mail carrier in the game as well. Better than Axe, I'd even say. Yeah, Duel's Nature spell. This is like, eh. It's okay. It's okay. It never happens when you want it to, and it will cost you last hits. The targeting rule is really weird, by the way, because I believe this will only proc if you are actively A-clicking something. So if you're not like attacking a unit, if you're just sitting there and the creeps are hitting you, I think maybe it either doesn't proc, or if it does, it procs at random or something. I don't remember exactly how it works, but it's weird. It's weird and it's messed up. But it's a really good tool for, like, sometimes you are at like 1800 gold as LC and you just need to hit creeps for a little while. This makes it a lot easier to do so. There are certain lane matchups where you kind of want multiple points in this. Like, if you can avoid putting a point in your W and just go 202, you can trade with a shockingly large amount of heroes. Plus, you just have the big magic damage nuke from your Q that we're about to talk about. But it's okay. It's okay. It fits her kit. And when combined with Blade Mail, allows her to, like, man fight pretty much anyone in duel, which is really good. Overwhelming odds. This is called something courage? Whatever. Overwhelming odds. Moment of courage. Overwhelming odds is good. It makes her a lane monster. It also gives you like a moon shard worth of attack speed when you use it. Back in the day, you had to use it before duel, which kind of made it difficult because like they technically had a window to respond to what you were doing. Not that it was like long enough to do any of the ability blinks other than Quap if she was already looking in the direction she wanted to blink. But like you couldn't duel puck, right? Because like that's enough time for Q phase shift if the puck is like really on it, or like to use their AoE silence on you. Now that you can just jump in, duel, and then press this afterwards, it's an insane ability. It's genuinely nuts. And then you have Stonehall Plate as well that gives you like a barrier, which makes you even better at manning up the heroes that like on paper you don't beat. But if you have Blade Mail and you're proccing Moment of Courage and you have the attack speed from this and the magic nuke and the shield, like it's really hard to lose a duel these days. Like you have to kind of be an idiot in order to lose a duel. So this just does so much for the character, both in the mid game and like in the lane, that it's a very good spell. She has mana problems, but like, oh well. Press the attack. It's a hard dispel. It's a hard dispel. That's all I really have to say. The HP regen is a little underwhelming, but it is a hard dispel. Legion's got great spells. Leshrac. What are these? Split Earth, Pulse Nova, Thunder, Lightning, Storm, Nihilism, Diabolic Edict. Diabolic Edict is messed up. This might be an A spell. Both forms of it. Like, even if you don't go the facet that doubles it but doesn't let it hit towers, if you do go that facet, it's a disgusting amount of pure damage. It's filthy. You max this at level 7 and, like, literally no one, outside of, like, Blade Mail situations like we just talked about with Legion Commander, like, no one can man up to you. It's insane. And then even if you don't go that talent, you become a caster who can hit towers like crazy. You become, like, the best spell-based tower hitter in the game. Like, Pugno could never, you know? What you can do with the spell is just gross. And you're really fast. Like, you're faster than everyone else because you have 4 legs because you're a goat. Diabolic Edict is very good. Nihilism is like, eh. Nihilism is like, you can really screw up a team fight. Nihilism. And, like, if you have a Lesh mid, the odds of you having, like, I guess if you have a Muerta, you slam dunk the Nihilism, right? But, like, it's really bad. It's kind of an ability that's designed for, like, oh, I'm getting ganked by 4 heroes. I will hit Nihilism to buy time for my team to show up. But, like, there's better ways of amping your damage without potentially griefing the shit out of your entire team. So, like, Nihilism is bad. I almost want to put it in D. I'm going to put it in D. It's our first D spell in quite a while. We also haven't had any S's in a little bit. Not since Nature's Prophet. And we're in the L's now. Wait, what? Oh, Furion. Yeah, okay. Lightning. Good landing tool. Good landing tool. Slows, which is nice. You kind of don't care so much about the slow because you're already faster than everyone else, but, like, it's okay. It's another spell that is just like, he needs something to do in the lane. It's like, okay, he has this. But it's not super efficient in terms of like mana to damage. You have like more efficient ways of doing that. So that's really all I have to say is it's a slow that deals some magic damage. Or rather the other way around. It's a nuke that deals a little bit of slow. Pulse Nova. This is a great spell. This is a great spell. The fact that you can be like Yulesed up in the air, you can be stunned, you can be shackled, but you're still dealing damage the whole time. And then if you have lifesteal, it's kind of like when Gyro gets stunned with Ags, where like you have your Satanic Pop, so even though you're stunned, you're still hitting you, you're still lifestealing. Leshrac has that same thing going for him with Pulse Nova. It's really, really good for taking out stacks because the damage is like flat. It's not distributed the way the Diabolic Edict is. And then you have this and Diabolic Edict, like you just run people down. Like you don't even have to right click them. You throw that on them, and then you Lightning Strike, and then you just run at people and they die. So like Leshrac has a very consistent game plan because of Pulse Nova. It's a good ultimate. And he can sustain it for a long time. Split Earth. It's a stun that requires setup, but it's like a good-ass stun. You get hit by Split Earth, you feel it. Like, it does a good chunk of damage, and the stun duration is nice, but it's like, it's a stun that you can't just use. Like, you need to think about the situation that you're in, and then react accordingly. So, like, it's not ideal. But it works. Lich. We're gonna do Frostblast first. Frostblast is a great spell. Is it? Yeah, I'm gonna say it is. The reason it's so good is because when you're trading in lane, not only are you dealing like a considerable chunk of magic damage, like the damage on this thing is real, but it also slows their attack speed, it slows their movement speed. Once you're affected by this, it's not a very long effect, but you can't trade into Lich in any meaningful way. And he's going to win the trade if you decide to sit there and try to right-click him, or cast spells or whatever. Like, you're just not going to win. And that's very valuable. A 5 who can basically guarantee win every like little right-click trade they do with the pause 4 or the 3 is a very good 5 to have in your lane. It's a very nice trait. So, I do think it is this good. You still max, you get like 2 points in it, and then you forget about it. Until you don't have anywhere else to spend your levels. But like, it's a good spell. It's a great spell, dude. Lich ulti, I think, is also a B. It's unpredictable. It can go wrong. It's a bit like the support player's Omni Slash, but the ceiling is crazy high. It's not that hard to make a really good Lich ulti because you have your Shard. You have like Frostspire, I think it's called. So you can set up situations where you're like solo killing heroes that you have no business solo killing as Lich. And like that's a weird thing, but it is cool. Like it's good. There's a lot of synergies with like heroes that keep things in place. It doesn't do AoE damage or anything like that. It only does damage to the target that it hits, but like if there's an RP situation, it's going to bounce back and forth so fast if two heroes are like really close to each other that like it might as well be doing AoE damage. It's just it bounces so quick. So it's going to do a ton of damage, and the damage grows, and it bounces a really, really long time. And if you kill stuff with it with one of the facets, the number of bounces increases, which can make it feel like it lasts a century. Then, of course, you have the Grimstroke combo that I talked about earlier. One of the single best ultimates to just throw on that. So yeah, it's got a lot going for it. It's a good ulti. Frost Shield, I think, is also a B, like borderline A ability. I think it is in better company up here. This is a broken ability. 70% damage reduction, no questions asked, on spells and abilities, and it lets you chase, and it slows their movement speed, and it slows their attack. Does it slow attack speed? I don't know. This ability like does everything. In terms of like defensive debuffs, it's like pretty close to best in class. Maybe it even is best in class. It is so good. It like you and you use it on towers, and now like they can't siege. That's crazy. You can put it on the Frostspire, and it helps your ultimate get off. Like it's very versatile. It does a bunch of things. Just the numbers on it are insane, and they've always been insane. Like Valve is never going to make this a bad spell. It's going to keep 70%, no questions asked DR forever at this point. Frost Armor is a crazy good ability. Frost Shield, I think. Worthy of A. Spire is like amazing to get off Torm, and it enables those solo kills, but you can't really justify buying it because Lich needs to buy so many other items. It's gonna go in C, but like if you get it for free, it's like a B because of what you can do with the solo kill potential. And then Sinister Gaze. Kind of a homophobic name for an ability. I think it's like a point target stun with considerable upside because it both moves them towards you and burns their mana. Like, that's good. Those are really good traits to have in a stun. Its range leaves a little bit to be desired, and the Ags is like okay. I think, do you still need the Ags to cast your ultimate while using it? I don't know. But Sinister Gaze is like a good point target stun. The cast range is kind of rough on it, but like that's the only problem, and it has like two notable upsides, that being the mana drain and the force movement. So it's good. You could also like make people crawl over cliffs. So like if you drop down the spire on their high ground and a melee hero comes over to whack it, you can like Sinister Gaze, and then if you have a force staff, you can like force staff him during it, I think. Or maybe someone else can. I can't remember exactly. It's been a while since I've done it. But you can like yoink people off high ground. You can do like the shittiest Magnus impression known to man as Lich. And it's very funny. So Sinister Gaze is a good spell. It's a good spell. Lifestealer. Rage is not as good as Blade Fury all the time, but you can right-click during it, and that is good. Jug cannot right-click during Blade Fury. It's kind of just the same spell, but a different flavor of it, and you don't get the hard dispel at the end, which is kind of rough. But, like, oh well. His ulti is good. This is another, like, good spell. It's crazy with Ags. What's so funny to me is, like, a patch or two ago, it disarmed, and they took away the disarm, and it's, like, still just as good. Like, just being able to hit guaranteed damage inside of someone else and then pop out at, like, full HP is, like, crazy good. What am I talking? Okay, let's talk about the normal version of it, too. Being able to control a jungle creep briefly is really good. If you go the Gore Storm facet, which I think is way better right now, you hit 6, you waddle down to the ancient camp near the safe lane, you hope it's not golems. If it's anything other than golems, it's basically a guaranteed kill. And even on golems, kind of just walk up and pop out, and like all of a sudden you're dealing a Laguna Blaze worth of magic damage while you're also hitting them as a lifestealer. It's very good. But there's like other cases like it too. Like you just hop in your offlaner, like you have a Spirit Breaker and you hop in him and then he charges someone and then you instantly kill them when you get there because they have the Spirit Breaker on them, and then also a lifestealer is there and it does a good chunk of magic damage. You can hop in a melee creep and just run away while you're getting ganked. You can hop in a jungle creep, get in a centaur, like stomp and then run away, or stomp to fight. It's pretty versatile. The cooldown is a little bit prohibitive, which Ags also helps solve. And being able to just heal yourself up is really good. And you're healing up like someone on your team by like up to 800 HP. I'm actually going to move it to A. Now that I'm really thinking about it, this is like an A tier spell. Like it does so many cool things, and it makes Lifestealer really interesting to play. It's a great spell. This is weird. This is another... Okay, I talked earlier about spells like Exorcism, or not Exorcism, Witchcraft, they kind of just make your other spells better. This gives you like a weirdly small amount of movement speed. It's like 8% movement speed when you level it up all the way, which is like so weird, and then it just gives you attack speed, and like that's it. Like, and that sounds like it would be shit, but it's a lot of attack speed. Like when you get broken by the small camp and you're playing Lifestealer, you feel it. It's tough. It's really hard out here for a pimp. There's also the talent, the Lay Balanced level 15 talent that just gives you 50 attack speed. You just get a free Hyperstone, basically. Close to it later on in the game. But obviously that's not quite in line with the criteria that I'm judging these abilities on. It is good. It is good. It's also like nothing. That's kind of the weird thing. Like it's a weird design leftover from how Lifestealer used to be, because like he used to just be too you used to have like the feast, and then you had your ability that when you hit them they got slower, but now when you hit them they don't get slower anymore, so you just have this instead, back when the hero was double passives. So it's shitty. It's like Aftershock. You wish it was something else entirely, but what it gives you is like how the hero... It's what the hero should have anyway. I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but it's weird. You could replace this and just give him the attack speed, or like buff his agi growth by crazy, and it would feel the same. Feast. Feast is very good. It's a very, very good on-hit effect. This is the reason Lifestealer counters the heroes that he counters. He counters big, beefy strength boys because he can deal percentage-based max HP damage while also healing himself like crazy. You know, you get to a point where like Axe Blink calls you and like you don't care, because like yeah, he's going to deal some damage, but you're dealing a ton of damage to him, and you're healing yourself a considerable amount. And, like, eventually the heroes that counter Lifestealer kind of no longer counter him because of this ability. And it makes him a really big late game threat. There's certain heroes that he counters only because he has this, like Spectre, for example. Lifestealer is really good in Spectre because of this ability. Almost every offlaner, you know, the Lifestealer in the early lane is not what he used to be. A lot of offlaners are still afraid of him when they really shouldn't be, IMO. But this is why they're afraid of him in the late game. It's because of this ability. You get the RTZ rampage situations where you're just like smacking people and it feels like you have a satanic turned on even though you don't. And that's because Feast's numbers are just really good. Plus the level 25 talent that makes it even better. Feast is a great passive. It's an amazing passive. Lina. Dragon Slave is like a very generic magic AoE nuke. It's up there with like the Crypt Swarms and the Dragon's Fire of the world. But it's good because it gives you Fiery Soul stacks. Like, it's really whatever. It does pretty good damage. But it's only really good because of this. I'm going to put it in C, but, like, it's a good C. Fiery Soul is, like... The problem with Fiery Soul is I think that unless you go Shard, it doesn't actually help you deal magic damage. It only helps you right-click. Now, right-clicking as Lina is good, because you have a range the size of Jupiter. Right? And you can hit pretty hard, especially if you're going a right-click oriented build, like the carry Linas that were running around for a long time, a while ago. The Lima Major. But it doesn't help you deal magic damage unless you get another item that helps you do it. So it's not as cohesive as it sounds. The movement speed alone is like really good, and you always want to keep your stacks up, right? You know, you can walk by Roche and just like throw Dragon Slave on him in order to keep your stacks up. There's all sorts of like tricks you can do in order to keep your stacks going. But it's not so central to her core game plan of magic damage if you're going melee. I mean, but like, it gives so much attack speed, right? And like so much movement speed. It makes her really difficult to like run away from or man fight. Both of those things. But it's a big hoop that you have to jump through, and then it doesn't contribute to like half of your game plan, which is magical burst damage. So like, I'm gonna keep it in B, but it's like, you could put it in A, and I wouldn't tackle and kill you. Her Ags. Insane Spell Amp, moving over impassable terrain, flying vision. It's very good. It's a good Ags, and she likes going it because of the insane Spell Amp. I'm gonna put it in B. It enables the like, I think it was GPK who like first started doing the like all-in, like you pop this, LSA, Dragon Slave, Laguna, refresher, and then you just do it all over again. Which is like, I've got decent fingers, but like even that is like a little overwhelming for me. It feels silly to be like, yeah, I got mechanically filtered by Lina, but like there is some really cool combo stuff you can do with this ability, and the Spell Amp alone is like nuts. Fiery Soul doesn't contribute quite as much to the magical burst damage, but this does, and it's crazy. And the fact that you are like flying means you can just like sneak up on someone like crazy. Like, they're not looking for you, but you have perfect vision of them. You just come over and like pop, LSA, do your combo, get out of there unscathed. It's really good. It's a great Ags. Problem is it's an Ags. Then Laguna Blade. Laguna Blade is like also a B. I think all of Luna's spells are Bs. With maybe the exception of Blightstrike. Not even. I'll talk about him still. Laguna Blade as an ultimate is as simple as they come. You hit someone with it, deals much damage. Being able to supercharge your stacks if you have that facet is very good, because that means that like you can take advantage of items like Shadow Blade or just like an Invis rune. Or if you're like, if you want a Roche, right? I've definitely done that before. Like, you just walk in and like ulti the Roche, and now you have a shitload of stacks, and then you can just LSA, assuming it's not max level, and then you can keep your stacks up for relatively low mana costs, as opposed to like Dragon Slaving Roche 7 times. There's interesting cases like that. If you're like taking high ground after a fight and you somehow run out of stacks, you can just wait for the creeps to spawn and Laguna Blade a melee creep, and now you have all your stacks to hit the tower. Like, it's kind of funny, the flexibility that it gives you. And then there's that clip of who did it? Was it Nisha, or was Nisha playing the Invoker? Of the Forge Spirit going to deny the rune, and then Lina just like Laguna Blades it and kills it and goes and gets the rune. And it's like you can have, there's like some weird degree of creativity that Lina has because of Laguna Blade, even though it's such a simple spell, because of how it interacts with Fiery Soul. Lina is a very well designed character, by the way. One of my favorite designs in the game. I'm in love with her mechanical design. She's also very pretty. LSA is a good stun that's relatively easy to land, but it's not guaranteed. And that's it. It's a skill shot stun. If you max Dragon Slave, it actually has a pretty low cooldown, and it's better to use it to keep up your Dragon Slave stacks, which gives it a small advantage over using Dragon Slave. It obviously doesn't do as much damage, but if you're doing right-click Lina, I recommend you do that. It's fine. It's fine. Probably her weakest spell, but like not that much weaker. It's still a stun. Lion. Hexes are great spells. I think hexes go in A the same way blinks do. Instant stun, good duration. They cannot use items. If there's effects that they could use while stunned, they can't use them while hexed, which is very good. Because it's kind of like a stun, but like since they can still wiggle around, it's actually worse. But just having it be instant is crazy. Because you can precast it. Like if Magnus tries to yoink you, I talked about it in the Magnus video. You can precast Hex, and then like cancel it, and then just keep precasting it on the Magnus over and over again, and when he jumps up on you, boom, you're a frog, and you can't do shit. So there are, like, Hexes are just incredibly good spells. There's a reason Scythe of Ice is so expensive. And getting a Scythe of Ice at level 4 is very good. Like, being a chain stun hero with a Hex is great. His other stun is, like, also good. It's a point target range stun that can hit multiple heroes. Like, that's a pretty good spell. It scales pretty good. The problem is you want to get Mana Drain. You want at least 2 levels of Mana Drain, and then you can max it. Mana Drain is, like, also a B. I don't have much to say. It's really, really annoying to lane into. You basically need to get a magic wand if you're playing against Alliance so that you can have mana to cast stuff when the time is right. Really good counter to a couple of random ass heroes. Really anyone who relies on mana, which is most heroes in the game. If you can like suck them dry real quick, it's really difficult for them to fight back. And then Finger is like also, it's like Lina, but the ceiling is like kind of higher because of the stacking system. And then you can get the Ags and make it AoE. I don't think that's particularly good. I would rather go Refresher on Lion these days once you get that big like 30-degree cones done. Which has misleading animation. But yeah, it's a Laguna Blade, but it can scale further. Even though you're on a hero that doesn't scale further, but like this can deal more damage than an individual Laguna Blade. And sometimes you will have a game as Lion where you get like 8 sacks, and it actually just like obliterates people. Like it happens. It doesn't happen all the time, but like if you play enough Lion, you'll get those games, and it feels really good. So Finger's nice. Also, the cooldown is really low once you get it up to max level. Been a while since we had an S tier ability, huh? Because we're about to have one. Let's talk about Spirit Form first. Spirit Form is like kind of shitty. It's mostly just a panic button, and then you gain access to the bear abilities, which is nice. Like sometimes you want that. I think it's like bad overall, but like it's okay that it's bad because Lone Druid's ult is not his ultimate. Okay, yeah. Savage Roar is pretty good. It's like a bit of an escape option. It's better on the hero than it is on the bear, I'll tell you that much, because the bear you want him up in your grill, but you can use it to like protect your teammates, which is really good. And you just like use it to protect the hero as well, even on the bear. Savage Roar is like good. It's okay. Spirit Link is like also meh. It's not bad. It gives you a way to sustain the bear without having to resummon it, which is a big deal because resummoning the bear sucks. Yeah, that's like primarily what Spirit Link is for. And then we have Summon Spirit Bear, and this is an S tier. Easily. This is probably the strongest spell that we've had so far. Maybe. I might order S tier when I'm done, but like Summon Spirit Bear makes the hero. Lone Druid, who is famously not alone, he always has a bear with him, and he and the bear seem to be on very good terms with each other. The things that this hero can do are so broken because you have access to 12 item slots. You have this absolute super tanky bitch who can be level 4 at level 7. And you max out the bear, and it's like, it's the strongest hero in the game. And it's not even a hero. Like, you also just have a hero that you can right-click with and cast spells with. But Entangling Claws and Demolish are both ridiculous abilities. You get a Diffusal on this, and you can just run around and play, like, on creative mode. Like in Minecraft, where you just do whatever you want. You can do that with a really good lane on Lone Druid. You can just walk around and the world's your oyster. You can do whatever you want. You can kill buildings, you can kill heroes, you can tank spells. The inherent weakness of like, oh, we just have to jump on Lone Druid and kill him first. Like, you have a Savage Roar. And both of them can cast it, I think, which means that like you can use them to protect each other. And then you also have Spirit Link to help keep the Lone Druid alive. So like, the Spirit Bear is just such a crazy ability that has so many insane abilities of its own that even like, I talked in the beginning about how like if something summons a creature with abilities, those abilities will be factored into the skill that summons it. Even if that weren't the case, this would still be an S tier spell. And then Entangling Claws and Demolish would also be really good spells, like on their own. But this is like one of the single best buttons to press in the entire game, hands down, easily. The Spirit Bear is broken. I thank God every day I wake up and Lone Druid is bad in this current patch. I hate playing against him. He feels so unfair. Okay, what's next? Luna. Salmonella. We'll start with her new thing. This is like a glaive orbit, lunar orbit, or whatever it's called. It's like bad. It might be down. No, it's not quite down there. The thing is, like, if you go to Facet, it's a lot of damage reduction, which is really nice. That you kind of just get. Like, you don't really have to think about it. You just hit it when you're getting hit, and then that's it. The damage that it deals is pretty underwhelming, but there's, like, good use cases for it. Like, Luna really likes to farm big Ancient stacks. This helps her farm big Ancient stacks, right? If you want to split push a lane really fast, do this. Throw out, like, 2 right clicks, and you can just walk away. Like, you walk through the lane. You barely even stop. And, like, those are just like the jungle applications, but when you're actually fighting, like, your range is so shit as this hero that if you are in melee range of whoever you're fighting, this is a significant chunk of damage, and it's damage that's happening while you're stunned or hexed or whatever. It's just kind of like a passive form of physical damage, and Luna does a lot of physical damage. It's one of the things she's really good at. But it's not crazy. It's nothing that you're like, oh man, I can't wait to max this spell. Like, you max it last for a reason. You usually don't even go it until you just don't have anything else to put levels in. So it's not an ass spell. It's got applications. It's not a meme, but it's good. It does what it promises. It just doesn't promise very much. Lunar Blessing. Wait a sec. I think this is Lunar Blessing, but like, I don't remember deleting glaives. So I guess this is glaives? I guess this is glaives. Okay, so I use cosmetics. Glaives is really good. It is really good. We're gonna put this here. I think this is the Lunar Blessing icon, but just this is glaives. Trust me, this is glaives. It's very good. It's very, very good. This is another one of those abilities where it's a farming ability that makes it so you don't have to go any farming items. You can just go straight, like, Manta is your farming item because you can use it to push waves. It makes her so good at like just obliterating creep waves before the enemy can react. You throw them out on mantas and like they can take down a creep wave, or like even a jungle stack just like by themselves. It's very good. And then of course the high ground applications. So if you are taking high ground and you can take that tier 3 and Luna can just sit there and smack the melee rack long enough, like, it will fall. And what could have been like, oh no, we just lost the tower, like, no, everyone on the team hits harder because Luna is there, which helps take down the tower, and then everyone is hitting the barracks harder, and then Luna, by hitting the melee racks, just takes the ranged racks for free. Doesn't even have to think about it. Plus, like, one of the money nuggets in the base. And then when it comes to tier 4s, you just obliterate tier 4s as well. So she's so good. Like, Luna High Ground is like a meme for a reason. Like, you lose against a Luna in a situation where in any other game it's like, oh man, the game is really hard now. No, now the game is over because the Luna gets to hit your buildings. So taking range racks for free is the real reason it's up here in A, but it's also just a godlike farming item. Really helps with fighting. You can do like chip damage to support. Sometimes it bounces to the offlaner and like clips a blink, right? There's a lot of really good upsides to this ability. It deserves to be an A. Lucent Beam is on its own just like a damage nuke. The range is good, which is nice. You can use it to cancel channeled abilities, like channeled ultis, which is cool. But it's really not anything special, except it has a low cooldown. And then you have Eclipse, and like Eclipse is like also a C. Like, the problem with Eclipse is like Luna is fast and you do go some mobility items, but like with Eclipse you need vision and you need them to like sort of be cooperating, but even then there's like an upper limit unless you get the Aghanim Scepter as to how many can hit them, and then it doesn't stun them. So back when it was like a level 25 where Lucent Beam mini stunned, you could get the Ags and you could just obliterate someone, right? Like they're alone, you drop the ulti on them and then they just get mini stunned 24 times in a row and die because they get hit by 24 Lucent Beams, and like this kills the crap. But in the current patch and the way that Eclipse currently works is like you can kind of just run away. It is nice now that since you don't have to put points in Lunar Blessing, you actually do have points in Lucent Beam early on. So like, you know, you hit level 6 and like Eclipse isn't a meme. Like it actually does something when you use it for the first time, which was not the case back when you had to like put 1 point in Lucent Beam and then just keep it there. But even so, it's like not nearly as impactful as like a lot of other carry ultimates go. Like if you want your carry ultimate to deal damage, there's a lot of other options that are just better than Eclipse. So it's gonna go in C, being judged as an ultimate. Lycan, Feral Impulse, Howl, Shapeshift, Summon Wolves, Wolf Bite. I think I'm gonna do Lycan and then take a break. It's been an hour and a half. Feral Impulse is a kind of nuts damage amp. It's like a really, really strong self-steroid that also applies to your summoned units. I don't know if Lycans these days are doing Helm of the Dominator, but like it kind of would make sense to because of what Feral Impulse does and like the impact that this ability has. It's like a great passive. I'm gonna put it in B. Howl is weird. So once they made the change to where Howl at night became global, I started spamming it because I was like, oh, I can just reduce their damage and their armor. Whenever they're just like hitting creeps, I'll just knock it off cooldown. And it is funny to do that. The problem is that you're also reducing the armor of all the neutral camps, which means that their farming speed is like roughly the same. Like even though you're reducing all of their damage, you're also reducing the armor of the things they're hitting. So like in fights, it's still really good, but like don't do the meme that I did where I just cast it off cooldown at night. Like it doesn't really do anything. Like you kind of just don't notice it. You hear the oh, and you're like, oh, kitten, get down, but like it doesn't actually do anything. So save it for fights. But yeah, I mean, it's not bad. Armor reduction, damage reduction, lets you man fight a lot better. The cooldown is kind of weird related to the duration, but it's like fine. It's like a weird debuff. Shapeshift is quite good. The ability to not get slowed is what makes it good. Back in the day, I used to play Lycan with the Wolves Need No Armor video guide, which if you're a real old head, you'll know about that. It encouraged you to just split push all game. That's all you did. And then when they came to fight you, you shapeshift and run away. Nowadays, it's like you pop shapeshift, all of your units are hasted, and you just pick someone and you run at them until they die. And it's really annoying. Like, it's actually really hard to deal with. This is part of why he was so good with Necrobook back in the day, too, is because the little poopers would get hasted as well when you use shapeshift, and now no one can run away from you, and they can't slow you down. And, like, no one has enough stuns. When people are, like, getting level 6 and, like, getting their ultimates, no hero has enough stuns to deal with you. You can just run at a Shadow Shaman. He'll hex you, but, like, you still run at full speed. And obviously he can't run away while he's shackling you, so it's a good spell. The fact that it gives you the crit and makes you hasted just turns you into a right-click monster. You get items like Harpoon. You can definitely play right-click Lycan, and it's very good. You don't have to play him as a zoo hero, though obviously you can, and oftentimes you should. Shapeshift is quite good. It's a good ulti. And then you have Summon Wolves. Summon Wolves is like... If you're going Alpha Wolves, it's like an A, which makes sense because Alpha and A, but if you're not, then you have Beta Wolves, which are B, and I'm going to assume that you're not going that facet. Not having the 100% evasion and the hamstring, I guess they still have hamstring, I think. They're good, it's just they're not as good as some other summons or like mind-controlled lane, or jungle creeps can be in the lane. They're just not best in class, but they're still really good. And there's times where you can use, like, the invisibility means that they're really good at scouting ahead. Like, if you're looking for someone to, like, shapeshift and then just run at, you can use them to scout ahead, find someone, and then they'll start hitting the hero before you even show up, and kind of signal the fact that like, yeah, you're about to die, make peace with your god. So there are a lot of things you can do with the wolves, and also if the 5 is just getting like a little uppity, you can just chuck the wolves at the 5. And like, what are they gonna do? They're just gonna take a bunch of damage from them, and a lot of 5s just like can't really handle that. They can't handle 2 wolves just like nipping at their heels. So there's a lot of use cases for them. The invisibility and the hamstring makes them good, but like I don't know about you, but I'd rather just have like a Helm with the Dominator like Satyr or a Centaur. That's like stronger to me than the wolves. But the wolves aren't bad. The wolves are not bad. Bite. Wolf Bite is really good with the correct combo. The biggest problem with Wolf Bite, damn, Lycan's got spells. The biggest problem with Wolf Bite is that whatever you bite becomes melee, even if they were ranged before. So like you can't use it on like a sniper or a drow, or if you do, like they will now have to run in and be in the middle of the fight and like use melee attacks. So it has to be like a right-clicking hero with like good passives. So like it can be a Sven, and that's really good if it's a Sven. It can be a PA, and that's great if it's a PA. But you're a little bit limited in the kinds of heroes that you can use it on because of the fact that it forces them to become melee, and they keep all their base stats, right? They just get hasted and they get the crit. So it's a good spell. Lycan can go Ags because like he's kind of good at farming, but it's not like he's not good at hitting creeps, but because Shapeshift makes you unkillable, you can kind of just like push lanes until they come mess with you and then Shapeshift and run away, just like how the Wolves Need No Armor video taught me how to do so many years ago. So there are cases where like Ags is really good. Plus this almost won a TI. It didn't, but Tiny Lycan combo almost won a TI back in the day, which is cool. I say back in the day. This was like, oh no, it was. Jeez, TI-10 was like 4 years ago. Okay, that's it for Lycan. Who's next? Magnus. We will pick this up next time. We are maybe like 2/5 of the way through. Okay, cool. Okay, back at it again at Krispy Kreme. Magnus's Empower is very good. It is like close to an A. I'm gonna... If I put it in B, it's a little silly. Because it's like the best offensive buff, right? It's better than like Ogre Magi Bloodlust. I'm gonna put it in A because it has insanely good combos, right? Like everyone has lost to a PA Magnus before because the PA can just farm out of her mind and there's not really anything you can do about it. But then like pretty much any other carry really likes it. Even carries it's really redundant on, like a Sven loves to have Empower. And he already deals infinite damage with a ton of cleave. But you put Empower on him and now he's like dealing even more damage to the people he isn't hitting, which is crazy. And that kind of situation is even better because Magnus with RP creates the opportunity for that to be super useful. So Empower is very, very good. Probably the best spell to cast to help your carry farm. And it's good on ranged heroes too. Like it's not useless because it's still a massive damage amp. So it's a very, very good ability. Very, very good. One of the best. Horn Toss is bad. It's like redundant with his kit. It might actually be a D because it requires... Yeah, I'm going to put it in D because it requires you to go Aghanim Scepter on Magnus, and there's so many other things that you want to do. Like, the thing about Horn Toss is, like, you can just buy a Harpoon. And Horn Toss has the magical Christmas Land idea of, like, oh, you Horn Toss multiple heroes. But if the enemy team is playing against a Magnus, like, their support duo aren't going to be standing right next to each other, hanging out, waiting to get yoinked by a Horn Toss Magnus. Like, that just doesn't happen. So the magical Christmas Land situation for Horn Toss is so rare, and the opportunity cost is so high, and there's an item that just does it but better, and anyone can buy it, and it's cheaper, right? I think. I don't know exactly how much Harpoon costs. I think it actually isn't cheaper, but you also just get an Echo Saber and mana regen and stats that Magnus likes. So like Horn Toss is very bad. RP is also very good. It pierces BKB. I think like the problem with Magnus is like I think Skewer is an A as well. That's kind of the issue. It's like all his spells are like kind of insane. Most heroes only have one A spell, but this hero is gonna have like 3. RP is really good for a wide variety of reasons. The AoE is really, really big. It's kind of difficult to tell just how big it is. You can pump fake it, which annoys everyone. Pierce's BKB, super big team fight setup, Rampage on a silver platter. RP is a very, very good spell. It's one of the best like big team fight spells, because Ravage is great, but Ravage doesn't pierce BKB. And Black Hole is better, but Black Hole is an S. And RP is like not that far off from Black Hole, because it allows you to reposition the entire team in the context of Magnus's kit. So it's going to go in A. And I can say that with confidence. Shockwave is like fine. It's okay. The pull is funny because you can use it to set up, like you pull someone in and then you can skewer them like under your tower. But other than that, it's kind of just like Magic Nuke. It's good for securing range creeps. The facet where you can get level 5 and it travels back is very annoying to deal with, but like you're not going to get it up to level 5 during the lane, so it's not that big of a deal. And then Skewer is like also an A tier ability because it enables the yoink. Right? It enables Magnus to basically just win games on the spot. Like, not in a checkmate way, but in a, like, you made a minor positioning mistake, or we have a ward on your high ground, or just, like, clockwork flared, and now Magnus knows where you are, and so he can jump up, harpoon, and skewer you back and kill you, and now you don't get to play the game. So, Skewer is also an A-tier spell. Magnus has 3 spells in the A-tier, which feels weird, but, like, I think this is right. I think if you move 1 down, you can move, like, RP down, because like it's not quite as good as some of the other like big instant win the team fight ultis, but I think it's an A still because it pierces BKB. That's a very strong thing to do. I'm cool with leaving all of this in A, and then Shockwaves a C. Marcy, what are we gonna do? We're gonna start with this. This is like fine. If this was an actual ability, the like courier summoning thing, the problem is it has to fly back still, which is kind of annoying. But there are situations where like if you're playing mid Marcy and you go bottle, right, you instantly get your bottle, which is cool. That's a nice thing to have happen. And then if you're in the middle of a team fight and you get an item, like every carry player knows that like the moment you buy your recipe or whatever the last piece of BKB you buy is, usually the ogre staff, it's like at a bad time, and now you have to wait the 30 seconds or so for your courier to come over and give it to you, and that sucks. That's like a really awful feeling, because then also your courier can get sniped, and now you don't have your BKB for like 3 minutes, and Marcy buys a BKB, so it's very relevant. It's not as bad as like getting your Sacred Relic sniped, right, when you're building Rad, and now you have to farm up the Talisman of Evasion without a massive amount of bonus damage. But this has situational uses, and it's really good for BKB, and Marcy loves buying a BKB, so it's like okay. But it's like not good enough to be a normal ability, and it isn't a normal ability, so it's okay. Sidekick / bodyguard. It's okay. It's okay. It never feels that good. Like it's a weird thing to weave into her combo, and it doesn't last very long. The old version that gave bonus damage and just like shared lifesteal was a lot better. I understand why they changed it, because it led to really annoying play patterns with heroes like Sniper and Gyrocopter, because like now this hero who's balanced by the fact that he doesn't do any damage, now he does damage, and you can't harass him at all. So like, I get why they changed it, but the old version probably would have been a B. But this current incarnation, either form of it, is like, eh. Rebound, right? Marcy Jump. Marcy Jump is a ranged AoE stun, but you have to put your body on the line, and that's kind of rough. Marcy does like to go in. It's a good mobility tool, but sometimes you just would rather like stun them and run away, and this makes it harder to do that. It's also like on a bit of a weird delay, because when you target it, it's like, it's not vector targeted, but it's kind of like vector targeted. Sometimes the circle on the ground that you're trying to put for this ability, like the enemy hero has moved out of that circle in the time it takes you to get to your friendly unit and then jump. So it's not super reliable, but it's like pretty reliable, but it can miss, and that is a point against it too. It's cool being in C. Flip Like Burger. Flip Like Burger goes in the C tier as well. It's okay. It's like a really weird stun. Except it's not a stun anymore. I missed when it was a stun. I always thought the character was a more interesting design when you could flip like burger and like stun someone. But it's a fine spell. It has synergy with the rest of her kit. You can flip people back under the tower, which is very funny, and then like stun them with rebound. And that's funny. That's a funny little thing you can do as Marcy, but like there's way better repositioning tools. You can also like I don't think you can grab people out of Chrono anymore, but I know you can like grab people out of Black Hole, which is pretty funny. Um, and there's other interactions like that where you can grab a teammate and just pull them out of whatever situation they're in. Even just like your teammate is being shackled by Shaman, you can like chuck them back further away, so it's harder for the enemy team to deal with it. And they also have to get through a Marcy in order to mess with them. So there are some niche applications where this is like a good spell, but they don't come up often enough to really be worth it. And then if you're getting chased, it's useless because you chuck them down in front of you. Like you slow them, yeah, but you're chucking them down in a way that makes it really awkward to escape, and oftentimes like doesn't do anything at all. It gives them a one charge. So it's fine being in C. Unleash. Is Unleash an A tier spell? A tier is getting very crowded after what Magnus did to it, but I think it's an A tier spell. I think this is one of the best like install ultimates in the game. The cooldown is a little prohibitive, but being able to just like this is the reason that Core Marcy is allowed to exist, and then even on support Marcy it's a pain in the ass because like later on in the game she gets a BKB and a basher, and like yeah she's not that tanky, you can man fight her sometimes, but like she's just bashing the shit out of you. And she's dealing a ton of damage, and then if she gets the ag, she's also silencing you. It's very difficult. She's very good at applying on-hit effects. She just does a ton of physical damage with this ability. It's tough. It's like you're suddenly playing against an Ursa. It's like this hero who has built-in mobility and some stuns and some survivability is now also an Ursa at the same time, and they are stronger than you, even if they don't have any items. So, crazy spike. You can also use it, like you can use it to hit buildings. You can use it to take Roche. There's utility here too in Unleash, so it's an A. It's an A. It's a very good spell. We're gonna try to, well, if a spell is A, a spell is A. I'm not gonna try to even them out to have it less represented. Here comes Mars. Mars. Okay. So Mars is also an A. Like Mars Arena is so good. It's such a good spell. The fact that you can take heroes that run away, right? Like Slark and Drow, heroes that rely on like repositioning themselves and like using mobility in order to escape from a fight, and you can just be like, no, you don't get to do that anymore, is really, really strong. It's like a bunch of perfectly placed ES fissures, except it's better than those, because I think you can like Slark Pounce over fissure, but you can't Slark Pounce out of arena. There's no like interactions like that anymore, though there were a few back in the day. And then I don't think you can even get out with flying movement, because you get hit by the spear boys and they push you back in. And then it also has a lot of synergy with this kit, because you summon this, and then you hit W to slow them, and then you like line up the spear, and then you put them in the wall, and then they take a shitload of damage, and they're stunned. And the current facet where like you can't see inside is like cartoonish by Valve. It's so funny to me. Like, you know in cartoons where there's like a cloud of dust and people are fighting, but you can't see, so they don't have to animate it? Like that is what it feels like when you see your support and your offlaner get put in Mars Arena. It's just like, oh, hope it works out in there, buddy. But it's a very, very good spell because it has applications beyond just like the standard like offlaner puts a big circle on the ground and now you win the team fight. So it's very good. It's very good. Bulwark is good. It's okay. I think it's like so the problem with Bulwark, and it's kind of funny because it's almost like the opposite of Bristleback, but it's worse in so many ways. Like, it's on a hero that can't really right click you that well, and even if they do like the Desolator build, the Desolator is really just to apply it with the shield bash, right? It's not to right click you casually. It's a lot less useful than it sounds. The thing is though, you can use it to like tank towers. You're amazing at tanking Roche. I think it is a B, but it's not as good as Bristleback because it doesn't have the same kind of synergy with the rest of his kit. Like if you hit his shield enough and it automatically rebuked you, God's Rebuke I think is what it's actually called, then it would be up there with Bristleback, but it's not. So it's a B. Speaking of which, solid little spell. Solid little spell. Applies to slow. You can use it to secure range creeps in lane. Gives him a thing to do in lane that isn't spear. It's the cheaper of the two in terms of mana cost, which is very valuable. All right, now we're back to being full screen. God's Rebuke is a good spell. It's a great spell. It's not really a great spell at all. It's fine. It's a fine spell. It lets you do stuff. It lets you interact in the lane. Uh, Spear is a wonky skill shot, and the reward is not that good. Um, you do stun someone for a good amount of time. The problem is you're pushing them away from you, and you are a melee hero. It has really good synergy with his ultimate, and you can use the shield to slow someone to make it much easier to hit them with the spear. But you're still pushing them away from you unless you're like in melee range. And then the enemy can play around it, right? So like if you're in the lane, they'll try to never be between you and a tree, so you can't spear them unless you have a repositioning tool or you can outmaneuver them. You can also spear people like under your tower if they get really silly. And you can use the shield bash to help set that up by slowing them, and then you can walk behind them. So there are really good use cases for spear. You can also spear people on things that it doesn't make any sense. There's like weird pits in the map of impassable terrain. Like there's one by the Radiant bot tier 3 that you can get stabbed into. But like you can't get stabbed into like the walls of the base. Like you'll just go right through it, but you can get stabbed into a barracks. So like it's very strange. There's like weird hidden rules about spear. But it is a skill shot and you can miss it. And then if you miss it, it sucks. So yeah. Cold-Blooded. This is Medusa Shard. It's good. It's good. You usually pick it up at some point. Just because there's, you know, Medusa getting chain stunned is like the biggest way that you kill that hero, and this prevents the chain stun. Like if you get hexed by Shaman, and then he gets turned to stone, he obviously can't shackle you. And then some games you don't go it at all. So it's okay. You usually pick it up, but you're a Medusa and you pick up everything. So like, who cares? The weird root thing that she recently got is fine. It's very slow. That's the problem. It's very slow, and then the melee range one is like, it is faster, but it's tiny. And it's very easy to dodge. But it's pretty easy to hit people with the third one. If you go for gold and like try to hit multiple people, it's pretty sus, but you can usually get one target. And then it does like a good chunk of damage also, which I think is kind of funny. It does like a very fast DOT effect. It's fine. It's weird. It's I still think it feels out of place on Medusa, but it's a fine spell. Snake is good. Snake is good, not in isolation. It's like whatever, but it's very easy to go positive on the mana if you use it correctly, and that really matters for Medusa because she can't heal in the same way that other things can heal. Other heroes can heal. So you can walk around and find a satyr camp. Like the 4 satyrs are the best. You pop that on there. The mud golems are good because you get the big ones low, and you shoot it out, and it'll hit the 2 big ones, kill them, and then also hit the mud golem babies. So you can get a lot of mana from that. You can stack ancients. If you stack ancients and you get like the golems and then also the dinosaurs, you now just have like a massive mana battery. And like between farming waves, you can just go over and snake because they don't even have to have mana. That's like the weird thing. Like the ability doesn't steal mana anymore. It hasn't for like years now. But that also means that if something has 0 mana, you still steal a bunch of mana from it, even though that mana doesn't exist. You're kind of generating new mana. It's like fractional reserve mana banking on that ancient camp. It's very good. This is a good spell. Also really strong to deal with in the lane. Split Shot, I think, we'll talk about it next. Stone Gaze is good on Medusa, but like they can literally just close their eyes. Like that one Tyler the Creator tweet. Like they can literally just turn around and be like, no, and the spell doesn't do anything. And it has a really big mana cost. Like there's times in the mid game where like you get gone on and they can't chainstone you to death, but they can chainstone you to the point where you can't cast Stone Gaze anymore. And like that is basically the same as killing you. Because you can't, like you're not fast. You're not going to be able to run away. You can try to throw out Snake, but then in the time it takes for Snake to get that mana, they've like brought you down to 0 mana now, and then the Snake comes back and you don't have enough mana to ult still. So Stone Gaze has problems. It also takes forever to cast. It's like a really, really long cast point, and you have to just sit there while it's going. So this is a flawed spell. It's not a terrible spell. It like makes sense in the hero, but it's got a lot of issues. What else? Split Shot is a S. It is an S. This spell is very, 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 very good. It is probably the single best farming ability in the game, I think. So before you get the talent, you're dealing 80% of your damage times 5. So if that's 400% damage output. And single target is like not great for Medusa, but the cool thing about split shot is you can turn it off. Like you don't have to always have split shot on. So you can use it in fights, and then when they have just like one guy remaining or it's time to hit towers, you just turn it off and you're dealing even more damage. And that versatility is really, really strong. If split shot was on all the time, it probably wouldn't be an S tier ability. You also wouldn't put levels in it until you had 4 spare levels. Or maybe 3. That'd be an interesting piece of game design. But that's besides the point. The point is, split shot is insanely good. I'm not strictly considering it with the Ags right now, nor the level 25 talent it used to have. So, but if you have those things, or had those things, you could apply, or can apply, modifiers to the split shot. So Daedalus works, Scotty works, Mjolnir can work, which is really fun. She's sort of like secret tech against PL and Naga, because those heroes actually obliterate Medusa on paper, but if you go Mjolnir, and especially if you use the active and you have like mantas, you kind of just obliterate illusions as the hero. And I know that the item doesn't have the bonus damage against illusions anymore, but you just proc it. You have 5 chances to proc it every single time that you right click, and sometimes you're procking it multiple times per right click, which is crazy. So split shot it's so good for farming, it's so good for fighting, and then there's just a ton of like random applications. Like when you're hitting the tier 3s and the enemy creeps spawn, you just turn it on for a brief second, kill all the creeps, and keep going. So you don't have to like stop hitting the tower the way that every other hero in the game has to, except for like Gyrocopter. Like she's got so much use out of split shot that I do think it is an S tier ability. I don't think it's quite as good as like Summon Spirit Bear, but like I do think it's as good as like Black Hole, for example. It's just good in a very different way. But it's the single best farming ability in the game, so I do think it belongs in S as like a superlative. Meepo. This guy's also gonna be a pain in the ass because his spells are so weird. Let's start with Geomance, or Geostrike, I think it's called now. It's good. It sustains you. It's an interesting on-hit effect. Deal a little bit of guaranteed damage, heal a little bit of guaranteed HP. It's good. Poof. Poof is very good as a macro mobility tool. The damage that it does kind of falls off, but like in the early game, like once Meepo first starts getting active, it still does enough, and then you do it like 4 times. So Meepo is solid there, and then it also has, just teleporting Meepos to other Meepos is very good, because you have so many of them, and they're in so many different places. So Poof is a good spell. Poof is a very good spell. Net is also good, because you can chain it. And it roots, it doesn't stun, but it's also not a point target. So like, who was it? It was Weehaw. It was Weehaw, like, chucking nets in the trees to catch Anna's Spectre. Like, you can do that on Meepo, and you can't do that on really any other core hero in the game. I'm struggling to think of any support hero you can even do that on. Like, Lena with Ags, I guess, can kind of do something like that with LSA, but she only does it for the duration of LSA. Meepo can do it, like, 4 times in a row while beating your ass. And, like, he can poof to bring everyone in. So, I think it's a B overall. Meepo is balanced primarily by his difficulty to use. Mega Meepo is an A. It temporarily removes all of his weaknesses. You become extremely strong. You're very, very difficult to kill. It buffs all of your spells. And it's like a micro mobility tool because you can chuck your Meepos at people. It's difficult to use optimally. All of Meepo's stuff is difficult to use optimally. But if you are a good Meepo player, like Mega Meepo is pretty much mandatory every game because it eliminates all of his weaknesses for a while, and then just like you are this gigantic totem pole of death that waddles around. And it shorts up his weaknesses in a weird way because you can use it on the main Meepo to pull all the Meepos in. So I think if a Meepo is stunned or shackled or whatever, you can still pull them into Mega Meepo and like save them. I know for a fact that if a Meepo is doomed, you can do that, and then the Meepo will still be doomed when Mega Meepo ends, but like the effects of doom stop. So there's some really weird stuff that you can do to like handle some of the issues that Meepo runs into, and Mega Meepo overall just is a very good spell. Now, Divided We Stand. This, we'll dig is good. The problem is you don't get to be a Meepo while you're using it. Still a very good spell. Also kind of like Mega Meepo in the sense that it gets rid of a lot of your problems. Like, you get gone on and you can just have all your Meepos dig a hole in the ground and hang out there while, like, shit goes down. And then you can pop them back up, and then you're a Meepo at full HP. Divided We Stand is a crazy good ability, but it also is the reason Meepo has all the weaknesses that he has. It's so intrinsically tied that I'm basically ranking Meepo as a hero by ranking Divided We Stand, and I think it belongs as an A. It's a little bit weird. It's hard to rate. I could see an argument for S, but it's like, it's not a superlatively best option because nothing else does this. It's such a weird, unique effect because it's not an illusion generator. You can't even describe it as that. But it gives him an insane power curve, some of the biggest power spikes in the game, and lets Meepo be Meepo. I'm gonna put it as an A. It's a weird. This is another, like, I don't know, spell, but that's where I'm gonna put it, and that's final. Mirana. There's Potom bottom and Quap top. No more Solar Flare in the game, thank God. Sacred Arrow is a good spell. It's a good spell. The reason Sacred Arrow is good is because the ceiling is crazy high. You get like a 5-second stun on someone, and it's not that hard to hit if you have a combo. It's pretty tough to hit like a 5-second arrow. It's like borderline luck. But if you have, you know, Bane is the obvious one. Other heroes that just like keep people in place. Shadow Demon is another really good setup for this. But even just like a Shadow Shaman or a Lion or a Sea, like any hero that just has a stun. Like you can even just like Sven Hammer, and the hero will be standing still long enough that you can land a 2-second arrow, and it does a good chunk of damage too. And it's very fun. It's a very fun ability to use. You feel like a god when you land like a good arrow on Mirana. There's some sneak applications for it as well. Obviously, there's the Roshan thing. There's a guy I know who was a Mirana player, and what he would do is when the game started, the mid laner is like blocking their creeps, right? They're like walking in front of him, blocking their creeps. Sometimes he would chuck an arrow right down the mid lane while they were blocking the creeps. And this, it's a very high-risk strategy with Mirana because if they boof the block and there's a creep ahead of them, it'll instantly kill the creep and grief their own mid laner. But if the enemy mid laner is a good blocker and is standing in front of his creeps, you know exactly where he's going to be, and then it deals a giant chunk of damage, and then he's stunned, so he loses the block mid. It's a very high-risk strategy. But if successful, you know, if it fails, you grief your mid laner. But if it works, you don't quite win the lane on the spot, but like your mid laner, the enemy mid laner loses the block, feels like an idiot because he's so focused on blocking the creeps that he can't look for the arrow, and then he also just takes a ton of damage, which is my favorite use I've ever seen of Sacred Arrow. It's a very funny thing to do because it's not hidden at all. They're focused on blocking the creeps. They just get slammed by a Mirana arrow and get stunned for 5 seconds. Okay, I'm done. I'm done talking about that. Mirana arrow is a good spell. Moonlight Shadow. Yeah. It's good. It's a smoke that lets you get close. It's a good spell. Takes a little bit of coordination. It's a bit of an incidental invisibility thing. A weird side effect of this is that because it puts invis on everyone on your team, you kind of can't go other invis. Like the value of a Shadow Blade goes way down when this spell is in the game. And right now Shadow Blade's not that good, but sometimes it is good. Sometimes you do want to have that. Or you have a hero who's like, you know, not necessarily a Ricky, but just like a Nyx. But now everyone's guaranteed to have like random sentries and like dust on them because of this spell. So like it's not as good as it is, but like there's a reason Smoke of Deceit has a limited stock in the shop, and now you just have a better smoke. In some ways, it's better on a cooldown, on a support. So it's good. It's very good. Moonlight Shadow. And then like, you know, you procking like weird communication issues too, because like when people see Moonlight, they're always like Moonlight Shadow, but they never say where. Like they'll always just announce that there is a Moonlight Shadow going on, but they'll never be like, oh, they're by the bot tier 2. And then yeah, that's really all I have to say. And then she throws a Sacred Arrow out of this while invisible, and it's really hard to manage that. Like how do you deal with it? Leap is good. It's really just like a Force Staff. It's got some weird incidental effects. I know there's a facet that helps. There's like isn't it like silence now if you have a shard or whatever? It's weird. But Leap is fine. It's just a Force Staff that you get 2 charges of, but you can't use it on anyone else. It's a fine ability. It's really good. There's another like Sacred Arrow thing where you throw Sacred Arrow and then you like leap on top of it so they can't see it. And then you like kind of trade with them for a second, and then they get slammed by an arrow that was almost invisible. So there is some funny tech you can do with her and those two abilities. And then Starstorm is a like pretty vague magical nuke with upside in the sense that you deal more damage to the first thing that it hits. So it's okay. It's got use cases, but I wouldn't call it good. It's fine. Monkey King with his 6 abilities. This is Big Smack. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but like the Morphling, the full face of Morphling is staring at you right now. And it makes me laugh seeing these two abilities actually connected and not separated by the UI. It should be like this in game, I think. Just one giant ability. This is Big Smack. Big Smack is good. It is a medium range stun that is a skill shot. It's kind of easy to manta dodge. You can pump fake it though, which is cool. And it helps you with Jingu Mastery a lot. It's got a lot of synergy there. The obvious one is you get Jingu and then you use this to heal all the way up. There's also like, you know, you're panicking and you have 3 stacks, you throw this down and now you can try to man fight with your normal right clicks. Because it gives you a stack. And then in the lane, you get up to 3 stacks, you can just drop this and now you can heal up with the lifesteal off of Jingu Mastery. So there are some pretty good use cases for this. It scales up for your right click, and Monkey King likes buying right click stuff. I think it's like a B. I think it's a B. It's B because you can hit multiple heroes with it, and it's not that hard to do because it's fast. It's not unreactable, but it's fast enough, and you can hit it on people from trees, and there's no way they react to that. Jingu Mastery is also like borderline an A. I'm not going to put it as A, though. Monkey King on release, this was all of his spells were S tier. That hero was a menace. But Jingu Mastery is a B. I have some really bad thoughts. I think Monkey King is like the worst designed hero in the game. Low key. Like if I could remove any hero from the game, it would probably be Monkey King. Jingu Mastery is part of it. What this passive really does, if you want to zoom out and look at it through the macro lens, is if you are against a melee hero, you win the lane. And then if you're not against a melee hero, it doesn't really do that much in the lane. It does more later on, obviously, but it's the reason why Monkey King is such a pain to lane into for almost every melee hero, is because you get hit twice by Jingu, and it's like, oh. That's another thing that helps Big Smack too, is like, you don't run away when you have 3 stacks on you, you have to run away when you have 2. Because he can get it with this. So, it gives so much lifesteal, like, in later levels. At early levels, it's kind of bitch made, actually, but once you get, like, 2 levels into it, and you're gonna do that if you're against a melee lane, you just kind of have to concede the lane every time he hits you twice. And God help you if he went Orb of Frost, or, like, Orb of Corrosion or something like that, because now you can't really run away. So he just gets on top of you with his phase boots and his Orb of Corrosion, and, like, you know that you're gonna lose this fight. There's nothing you can do about it, because you can try to man fight him, but he's gonna win. You can cast your spells, but he's going to lifesteal. So, Jingu Mastery is very good. It's just kind of, it's a little bit clunky later on. Because proccing Jingu Mastery once isn't that hard, but once you've done it, like, you have to hit people 12 times. Really 13 in order for it to make any difference. And, like, 13 right clicks is a lot of right clicks in a fight. That's like, it takes a while. So, it's good, but it's not, like, insane. But it turns the lane into a very binary experience. This is Tree Dance. Tree Dance is also really good. It's also very good. It lets you bounce around the map in a very, like, unique way. It has a degree of mobility that no other carry really has. Like, even, like, the Anti-Mage blinks are in some ways worse than Tree Dance, because the cooldown is so low between the jumps and you can go so far. And then you also can mostly stay hidden. It has the vulnerability of, like, if you get cut down, you're stunned for 4 seconds. But, like, that doesn't happen very much. And I say that as someone who, when I play against an MK, I will keep a Quelling Blade until my last breath. Like, because the making him pay for using this ability is, like, so juicy. And, like, you just don't get it that often. But when you do, it's like, yeah, think twice. What the fuck? This is a broken mobility spell. You better stop using it. But it's very, very good and pretty unique in terms of what it does. Primal Spring is like, eh. It's very eh. You have the privilege of being... Oh, and another thing about Tree Dance is you can cast ulti while you're in a tree. Anyway. Primal Spring is like a pretty mediocre ability. It's necessary because it allows him to chase and prevents opponents from literally just walking away when he's using his ultimate. but it doesn't really do that much. And then this is Mischief, right? Or did I mix them up? I think this is Mischief, actually. Hold up. Let's put Tree Dance up here. This is Mischief. Lets you turn into a tree. It is a meme. I think, did they take away the invincibility? It was so tiny before. It was like less than a Manta Dodge, I think. And I want to say they got rid of it at some point, but I can't remember 100% if that's true. The one really good application is using it as a courier to get more movement speed when you're like walking. If you have to walk to land after TPing back, or dying with TP off CD, which sucks. That's like a terrible thing to happen, but it can happen. And being able to turn into a courier is a nice little balm for the soul. But like, you see a tree moving, and it's like, okay, that's Monkey King. There is the miracle idea of like, oh, you sit there as a tree and then they walk past it and then your team ganks, but it's like you have Tree Dance. Like, you don't need to do that kind of shenanigan. You can just be on top of another tree. You don't have to be a tree. You can just be on top of one. So it's very rarely useful. And it's mostly a meme, but it has like very small upside, and it's a free spell. The fact that you just get it for free and you don't have to put any levels. If it had levels, I'd put it in D, but it's like fine. It's just like a little meme. No opportunity cost, though. It's kind of like Minefield Sign in that sense. Except Minefield Sign does even less. This is Wukong's command. It's good. It's good. Really good for securing high ground. Really good for securing Roche. Don't think of it as like a big, like, I'm going to right-click you a bunch. Just think of it as area denial. That's what it really is. It's a bit like Warlock Upheaval in that sense, but instead of being slowed to a goddamn crawl, you're instead just being battered by monkeys, which is worse. If I had to pick between those two in real life, I would much rather be slowed to a crawl than battered by monkeys. So it's a good area denial ultimate, but it's not actually that good at like dealing. Like, you will kill people on accident in Wukong's command. That's the reason it's in B, is you can kill people on accident with it. Any spell that has that is like a pretty good spell. Like Flat Cannon is another one where you can just like, oh, there goes a Rubik. Morphling is tough. Morphling is tough, man. Adaptive Strike Waveform. These are like sort of partnered together, but actually the Agi one is better. I'm gonna put Agi in B and Strength in C. It feels weird to split them up, but like there's gonna be another split later on that I'm really looking forward to explaining my rationale behind it. In fact, the entirety of this tier list has been about a really weird ability split that I'm gonna be talking about much later in the S's. So look forward to that in several hours. The Agi one allows him to hit ridiculously hard. It allows him to make amazing use of healing. It gives him an insane degree of scaling, and then like being mostly Agi is how you're going to be for the entire game. Never go full Agi, you know. Always leave at least 1 point in strength. But being able to do the thing where you go down to like 1 HP, and then you pop like a Lotus, and then you go back all the way up, and now you're at half HP, right? That's very good. That's a very good thing that agility enables. And then strength is also very good because you can use it to not die all the time, especially if you go the shard in the current patch. So there are times where this is really good, and obviously the abilities work in tandem, but like the Agi one is better, as silly as it sounds. It's the one you're going to press more. I guess you press them equally, but it's the one you look forward to pressing, and the one that you're going to be tinkering with the whole game. Whereas the strength one is mostly just relegated to like, oh, I'm getting ganked. I need 4,000, please, I need 4,000 HP. Adaptive Strike, kind of shitty, honestly. It's like not a very good spell these days. Like, Shotgun Morphling is out. You can't do it anymore. I think it's like fine. It's mostly for just like, you right click someone down and you kind of use it as a really boof version of Sniper Assassinate. That's like the main way that you use Adaptive Strike now. It has like no farming capability whatsoever. You can use it to harass in lane, but like your mana is much better spent on just like morphing. So I think it's ultimately a C spell. It's fallen off a lot from what it used to be. Morph is very good. It's the reason it's not an S is because you kind of want to maintain access to Morph's abilities a good chunk of the time. The best way to use Morph is to go on a hero like Lifestealer, and then you use his spells, and then you immediately go back. So like now you have a free BKB, and you have open wounds on someone, and then you go back to being a Morphling. Or like Gyrocopter, you copy him and you cast Flat Cannon, and then you immediately go back to being a Morphling. Those are like the best ways to use it. But the sky's the limit with this. I mean, you can go into like Earthshaker. Earthshaker Morphling was like a massive problem in a patch a few years ago. Because you'd basically become a crit shaker that was also a Morphling. And that's a very good thing to be. Surprise. But you can also like outplay people like crazy on this hero as a result. Like I saw a clip recently where like a Morphling morphed into Shadow Shaman while under Helm of Undying, and then when he would have died, he then became a chicken instead, and then came back to life. And he's a Morphling with lifesteal, so you just go back to full HP almost immediately. So there's like a lot of really weird interactions with this hero. I don't blame Valve for like having bugs all the time with Morphling, because like how do you not? Not being able to copy ultimates is a big problem, and there's really only like 2 spells in the game that fit this category, and this is like the worst of the 2 of them. But like if Morphling was a bad hero, Morph would be so much better. It sounds weird, but it's true. And then Waveform. It's a good mobility skill. Does some damage. Reasonable cooldown. Gets even lower later on in the game. It's good. It's a good little mobility spell. Muerta. Te amo. Dale. She is weird. I think I messed up. Okay, is this the calling? Or is this Ofrenda? I'm gonna say that this is the calling, even though I don't think it is, and then I'll change, and then this is like critical strike from something. This is the calling for now. The calling is like fine. The problem is like it slows when you're in it, but it's not that big of a slow, and then the silence is like something the enemy team can play around. So it's not as good as like a lot of like point target silences. It's like worse than an Orchid, you know? And an Orchid is not that expensive. But there is the dream of like someone just getting continually silenced. The big thing is like if you cast it down at like the opponent's point of entrance to the fight, and they run through because they have to run through to get to the fight, and then they get silenced for a little bit, and then it slightly delays their ability to contribute to the fight. But it's really not that big of a deal. I'm pretty sure this is Ofrenda, so I'm gonna change that back. Deadshot. This is a good spell, man. Deadshot is like you can be very creative with this. You can use it to, it just does a bunch of damage. Like you can just use it to harass, and it is a skill shot, but it's very fast. It's a very fast projectile speed. So like it feels point target if you're like close range, and then if you're from far away, it kind of becomes more of a skill shot. But like you can hit them blind. You don't, and it feels amazing to do so. The cast range is crazy long, and like the travel distance is ridiculous. I always thought that maybe it should deal more damage if they're further away, even though that's not how guns work. Because like the amount of damage, you can just walk up to someone and just cast this on them, and it feels good to do that. It feels silly, but like point blank dead shots are like a viable thing to do as Marta. And you can like force people to run away from the fight, or like run under your tower is like another thing that you can see. They try to man up on you and you bounce it off their range creep, and then you just send them, and then they eat 2 tower shots, and like you body block them, and they eat a 3rd, and then they die. So there are some really good circumstances for Deadshot, and its damage is ridiculous. So it is a good spell. It's kind of weird to have it on a carry. Gunslinger is also a very good passive. The way that you can think of Gunslinger is I think it's 40% at max, and then I think there's a talent to make it 60. That just is a flat damage increase. Like that just is a 60% damage increase. Because you're getting a DD 6 out of 10 shots. So you're just dealing way more damage. That's it. And like, I think it can go to the same target now, if there's only one target available. Or maybe they took that out, I can't remember. But either way, it's a very good passive. It's the reason Muerte is so good at farming, because you get a Maelstrom and then you're proccing it all the time because of Gunslinger. So it's good. It's good. And then you have the calling. Not the calling. What's it called? Revenant form or whatever. This thing shreds people. It genuinely just obliterates. Like, Agi heroes kneel before Muerta because you can't do anything about it. Like, you can pop BKB, but then she's still normal right-clicking you. And then on top of that, the defensive capability, you pop this in BKB and you're invincible. And it lasts a really long time. Like, it lasts 8 seconds. Then if you get the talent, it's 10 seconds long. And the issue is mobility, but like you get a Force Staff, you can get a Blink. Like there's ways to solve that, and you just lay into someone, and you do so much ridiculous damage that like it doesn't matter even if they're like crazy farmed and you're not so farmed. Like you're just dealing way more magic damage than anyone can handle. And it scales with like items, so like you Daedalus and now you can crit, right? Oh wait, no, you can't crit anymore with it. I don't think, which is a weird balance decision by Valve. So, but it's limited by certain things, but like it just deals so much damage, and it's such a unique effect. Like very few heroes can deal as much magic damage as Muerta can during her ultimate. Like I can't think of like the Lina refresher thing I was talking about earlier. Like maybe you can deal a somewhat comparable amount of damage, but like that has a ceiling, right? And like Spell Lamp is hard to get in Dota. But with Muerta, you can just like you stack attack speed and damage, and you just deal such a high potential ceiling of magic damage that nothing else in the game can even compare to it. So it's very good. It lasts longer than BKB. That's the biggest thing. And if you're really laying into someone and you have the attack speed, like you kill someone in like 2 seconds. So it's fine. It's fine if they BKB. You just kill someone else. This is Critical Strike off the Wolf. This is the Riptide alternative. I can't remember the name. No one goes it. Having to manually cast it is such a pain. So it's just really, it's bad. It's a worse version of Riptide. Riptide itself is like good because if you put a bunch of illusions on top of someone and they all do it, it's a ton of damage. And that's good. And that's really all it's good for. Mirror Image is also quite good. Mirror Image is one of the best illusion generators in the game. Its cooldown sucks, but like the mana cost isn't a huge deal, and then they last a really long time, and there's a ton of them. So Naga Siren is a good hero because of this ability. This kind of like low-key is her ultimate, even though she has another absolutely ultimate-worthy ability as her real ultimate. This is Ensnare, this is Reel In. Ensnare is like a fine point target stun on a melee carry. The range leaves a little bit to be desired. Okay, hear me out, because these are basically the same spell. Ensnare is a C, but like Reel In is a B, which sounds kind of weird. But being able to reposition someone as Naga Siren and just drag them in, because it's not like a flaming lasso duration. Like you move when you're in this. Like you're genuinely getting repositioned, and you can go over impassable terrain, so you can yoink people with it and do another shitty Magnus impression, just like Lich. You're kind of doing a really good Lich impression of the shitty Magnus impression, but you don't need to buy a shard. You can just do it. Or do you need to buy a shard? I can't remember. Reel In is very good. I've played against it many times. It's a pain in the ass to deal with. Song of the Siren. It's it feels like an ultimate, but it's not good. You know, like it sets up interesting situations, but it really puts a lot of stress on communication. And you're trusting a lot in pubs, especially if you're using Song of the Siren. There are situations where it's amazing. Like in tournament settings, it's great. And the way that it interacts with BKB is like it kind of makes BKB suck. Because the person who's BKB'd, you put all the rest of his team to sleep, and they can't deal damage to the rest of the team. So now, if you pop BKB in a full-on team fight, and Song of the Siren goes off, and you're the only one who's BKB'd on your team, you're now in a 1v5. And BKB, or I guess a 1v4, the Naga is busy. But like BKB is not enough to win a 1v4 in the vast majority of games. So unless you can like somehow kill the Naga Siren while she's singing under the effects of your own BKB, you're just going to be 1v4ing the enemy team. And sure, you're spell immune, but like they can just hit you. So the Song of the Siren has some really weird, I wouldn't even call it applications. There's just weird conundrums and shenanigans that can happen with Song of the Siren that oftentimes work out in Naga's favor, but massive grief potential. You know, we've all seen like Song of the Siren begin as soon as Black Hole starts, and then it's like, so yeah, big communication tester. It has a lot of problems. The grief potential is very high, so I'm going to put it as a C, but like in tournament, it's like a B. It's weird. Or like at a 5 stack, it's a B. But I'm still going to put it as a C. Necrophos, another hero who I have a lot of thoughts about. Okay, I'm back. So, Necrophos. This is Death Pulse, is Q. No, this is the Shard. And the Shard is good. I'm gonna start with the Shard. I'm gonna put it in B. You go at pretty much every game. It gives you another cast of Death Pulse. It gives you a really good mobility tool. It's kind of weird. You need a blink target, but you don't actually go to that blink target. You go to where they were at the moment you cast it. So if someone is on the edge of your cast range and you use it, and they move mid-flight, like let's say they Force Staff away, you won't go to their Force Staff destination. You'll just go to where they were, which is kind of weird. I mean, that's how it works with like Ricky Blink Strike too. But the thing about Ricky Blink Strike is it's really fast, and this is like sort of slow. This is called Deathseeker, I think. But it is very good. It heals you, it heals your teammates. You can use it for burst healing in coordination with your Q. Necro doesn't really mind farming Shard for it. Once he gets kind of, you know, if you go the Radiance build, you get your Radiance, and then you farm it very quickly. And you kind of can go like Brown Boots, Radiance, Yules, this in a lot of games. Sometimes you don't even have to go the Yules. So it's a very good Shard. Would recommend. A splendid engagement. Death Pulse is also a really good spell. Death Pulse is the reason, in combination with his innate that gives him all his regen that used to be on Sadist, it's very good. It's very good. It allows him to dominate a lot of lanes. You go up against a melee hero as Necrophos. I mean, he's kind of a cheese offlaner, but if he succeeds, it's because of this ability. It's just a very good, consistent form of magical damage that also has massive upside in that it's a really good farming tool. It heals him and everyone around him. He pops W and he gets the health regen boosted more. It's good. Death Shroud is a Ghost Scepter that also boosts his healing. It only boosts it for himself. And he's like slow when he uses it, I think. Or he slows you a little bit now, I think. I think he used to be slow when he used it. It's kind of like an E-Blade slow effect. Now he slows you. And if you go the facet that I prefer, you actually move faster during it because you steal people's movement speed. So you can just be a crazy fast Necrophos who's also immune to physical damage. It's good. It is also the way that you counter him is by nullifying him and getting rid of it because he doesn't have any armor. And outside of Shiva's, he can't really go any armor items. I used to play Phase Boots Necrophos a lot before he had this ability. And so I would kind of build my own Depth Shroud. Or build my own Death Shroud, not Depth Shroud. That's a whole different ability. I am going to put it in C though because it's exploitable. If you have magic damage, like you might pop it when you're getting gone on as like a panic thing, and then like you didn't realize it, but there's a lion with his ulti off cooldown, and now he's just gonna like one shot you because it makes you really susceptible to magic damage. But the healing buff is nice. It's the reason you buy Wand every single game because you pop this and you pop Wand, and it's like the equivalent of 35 charges on a Wand for both your HP and mana. And then you also have Sadist. Like your regen is boosted too. It's not just burst regeneration. It's like the ticking regeneration. So in coordination with any other kind of healing, you actually heal up crazy fast. And like you get a kill, you pop this. The regen from the kill is doubled. That's like 11 Sadist stacks, close to it. So you're just healing like crazy with it. So it has really good upside. The problem is like the enemy team can interact with it and it can get you killed. So like it's going to go in C. It's really just a Ghost Scepter with some weird healing upside. Heartstopper Aura is like low-key bad. I know it sounds crazy, and you would think that it's one of those abilities where like, oh man, I don't like this. I feel like it's doing a lot, even though it's imperceptible, but your gut is like, oh, it's doing a lot. But then if you check your death log after you died of a Necrophos, you're like, oh, it didn't do that much. Because like Necrophos as a hero kind of wants to kill you quickly. Or like kill you very fast and then just sort of like hit Death Pulse over and over again until you die. But like 2.5% or something like that, it sounds like it'd be a lot, but like once you take natural regen into account, it's really not that much. And the health reduction effect is like small if you get the talent. If you don't get the talent, it doesn't do anything. So like it's not nearly as impactful as it sounds. Like you play Lifestealer and you're like, oh well, Lifestealer does max HP damage too. But like you're able to apply that number like 5 times very quickly, whereas with this it's like per second. So you're getting that proc like about a third of the time, that Lifestealer is doing his, and then this doesn't directly heal you. So it's not as good as it sounds. If you're up against like the crazy situations with like if a hero is able to get to 8,000 HP, he probably has a heart. And like the heart out heals this by a lot. So it's not as good as it sounds. If you get level 25 on Necro, please take the Death Pulse cooldown reduction, by the way. Do not take the thing that buffs this by 0.5%. Like, dude, open your eyes. Why does every guide recommend that you take that? I think most people go then on, like, matchmaking, too. It annoys the hell out of me. Reaper Scythe. It's like a B. It's a B. It sounds really good, but the math gets fuzzy, and it's hard to use. And then if anyone has a Glimmer Cape or a Pipe or anything, it instantly gets way worse. Glimmer obliterates this so much. Like, if you're in the mid game, and you can cast this on someone with, like, a quarter of their HP left, but, like, if they get Glimmered, they live somehow, which I don't fully understand. But it's hard to do the math for this on the fly, and then the stack that it gives you when you kill someone is, like, it doesn't actually do anything. Like, you can get a ton of stacks of Reaper Scythe, and it won't really make a difference. Like, you don't have mana problems anyway. And then in terms of HP, you heal yourself all the time as well. So, like, the Sadist stacks, like the permanent little regen that you get, is, like, nothing compared to just a couple stacks of Sadist. Even if you get a ton of them. Even if you get, like, 10 stacks of Reaper Scythe kills, it doesn't actually do anything. And it doesn't buff their... it doesn't make their life cooldown. What's it called? Respawn timer. That's it. It doesn't make that longer anymore. So this spell is, like, not actually that good. It also guarantees that you get the kill, which is kind of weird. I think you can accidentally put Axe's ulti on cooldown as a result, which is funny. But the fuzzy math and the fact that it's like permanent stacking effect doesn't really do that much, for me, makes this a B. But it's still a good ability. It's still like it's being judged as an ulti with a very long cooldown. So it's good. It's a good ability. So earlier I said that there was a hero that I was really looking forward to ranking when I was talking about Morphling, and I thought they would pull up in the S's. But actually, Shadow Fiend's in-lore name is Nevermore. So this is going to be that now. This is Presence of the Dark Lord. This is good. It will mess up your... It's like a free AC effect, which is good. It will mess up your last hitting under tower. And your last hitting in general. It also pushes the lane like crazy. Like, there are some problems with this spell in the early game. Obviously, those go away very quickly, and you're really glad to have it. But it's not... It's like an effect that you can just buy for, like, not that much gold with Desolator. Or an effect that you can have with AC, but it's only the offensive parts of an AC. It doesn't have any of the beneficial parts. And then you also don't get the attack speed. So... it's a worse version of, like, other items, so it's good, but I have a hard time putting it anywhere higher than C. This is Feast of Souls, right? This is his, like, Super Saiyan mode. It's a Mask of Madness that I think gives Spell Amp? Does it give Spell Amp? I know it gives Spell Cast Speed at level 25. It's bad because in order to use it, you have to, like, sack souls. And, like, 5 souls doesn't sound like a lot, and if you're using it to farm, you're going to get most of them back, but if you're using it in a fight, that's, like, a significant amount. That's, like, 30 damage that you're sacrificing in order to have your Mask of Madness effect. And you don't sacrifice it immediately, you sacrifice it at the end. And in fact, you gain, I think, temporary souls or something like that, but it's weird in the sense that, like, you have to pay a very weird cost when other heroes have similar effects like this that they just get to have. So, or like anyone can just buy a Mask of Madness, but this one you can still cast spells, which is nice. It's very weird. I hope they change it at some point, but it's still a very new ability, so I don't blame them for having it be weird. It needs a lot of tweaking. Right now, and the way that it's been in the game, I mean, it's the best it's ever been in the game right now, but it's still a C. Like, it's just not a good ability. This is his ulti. His ulti is very good. It's just hard to land. Is it an A? We kind of cooled down on putting things in A, but I'm going to put Requiem of Souls as an A. If you land a good one, right, like you BKB, you blink in, you can use it in so many cool and creative ways, and it just does a ton of damage, and it fears you forever. You get an Aghanim Scepter, and it comes back in, and it heals you, too. There's, like, weird ways to upgrade it. It's a very good spell. It's just, like, a very weird ultimate for him to have, because it's kind of like Crystal Maiden in the sense, like, you don't necessarily want to be in the middle of the fight, But now, because of the way your ultimate works, you have to be in the middle of the fight, and you're vulnerable when you're casting it. It takes a really long time. So you can cast it in the trees, you can hide up a staircase, and then when they walk up the staircase, you can explode them. You can Shadow Blade your way in and then do it. There's a lot of ways that you can use Requiem of Souls in creative and interesting ways. And plus, you can just like pop it during a Roche fight, and like now you win Roche. There's a lot of cool things you can do. You can blink behind the enemy team and do that to make them run into your team. You'll probably get them at an angle, but like it can work. And then you just blow people up. You hit the sweet spot on it, and people just die. So Requiem of Souls is good. It's just very strange. And now the raises. So here's the thing. Here's the thing about raises, right? These are all 1/3 of a spell. And so you'd think like, okay, they're all identical except for cast range. They're probably all just as good as one another. You'd think they'd be in the same. Wrong. The close raise is a C. The far raise is a C. The medium raise is a B. And let me explain why. I've been looking forward to this since I first started this tier list multiple days ago. So with Shadow Raise, the way Shadow Raise works is you hit someone and then the damage increases further Shadow Raises. The problem with close Shadow Raise is, first off, it means that someone's close to you. And if you hit someone with it, it means that you can't hit them with another raise unless they run away from you. And if they're that close to you, they're probably there on purpose, right? Maybe you just walked up to them and you get to do that, but even then they get to man up on you, right? Like you'll see that if you're a Shadow Fiend player, is you'll raise someone once and then they'll like stay at the exact same range. So if they close range you, they'll just man up and fight you. Because like if they run away, they know they're going to get raised again. So they might as well just like try to box you out. And a lot of heroes can do that. Like, and unexpectedly, a large amount of heroes are really good at just sitting there and trading right clicks with Shadow Fiend in the early game. Because he doesn't have the crazy scaling off his souls yet. He only gets 20 damage from max souls. When later on he gets like 120. With Far, it's also bad because they can just walk away. Like they can just like mildly pay attention to make sure that you don't walk forward into medium range, and then they're fine. They get out scot-free. There's no issue. And you can't start the combo with Far because there's nothing compelling them to walk towards you. But if you hit them with medium raise, right, it's really hard to stay in medium range. It's really difficult because the Shadow Fiend is moving as well. So if they walk towards you, you get the close raise, and then if they walk away, you get the far raise. So that's why medium raise is actually better than close and far raise. There you go. That's all I have to say. If you disagree with me, you stop. You're wrong. This is the AoE Silence. This is actually a crazy good spell. This is like a sleeper A. Like, the thing about an AoE Silence is, yes, you can BKB it off, but because it's a continuous AoE, the way that you deal with most silences doesn't work. Like, you can't Manta. You can't purge it. It's just always there. And it's not affected by status resistance if they go S and Y. It's just a really not, like, they can use it off, but then when they come back down, they're still silenced. And it deals a little bit of damage so that they can't blink away. Not very much, but some. You can use it to, like, farm if you're walking back to base anyway on low HP. It's good. It's good. It's a very good spell. I think it's like a very strong B. You could put it in an A, and I wouldn't argue with you. This is his ultimate. His ultimate is very good in the context of his kit. I think it's like an A. Like flying movement, you hit like a goddamn truck. You have amazing vision during it. I think it's an A. I think this is an A. That's really it. It just allows you to be in a crazy good offlaner and like harass the shit out of everyone. You can run away and no one can stop you. This is Hunter in the Night. Hunter in the Night is an okay passive. It's very similar to the Lifestealer passive that I talked about earlier, where it's to this one, because like you just kind of want to have this in your kit. You don't want to have to put levels into it. But it's a lot of attack speed, it's a lot of movement speed. It's like basically the same ability, but it's only active at night, which kind of makes it worse. But the numbers are even better. So it's also better at night, and you can make it night whenever you want, mostly. So Night Stalker has a lot of good things going for him because of Hunter in the Night. So, but it's also like whack, so I'm gonna put it in C. And then this is the nuke. This is the Q. It's called like Crippling Void or something. It has a really weird name. It's fine. It's a nuke that slows. You can use it to secure range creeps. It's got like a mini stun effect at night, which matters because it gives them a way to cancel TPs. If you're playing Night Stalker, do not open up with this because they can then just TP away, assuming they're not like low or you just deal insane damage. Do not open with this. Crippling Fear, I think, is the name of the silence. I can't remember what the Q is called, but it's fine. It's okay. Nyx. Nyx is very weird. Impale is like kind of bad. We can start with this. This is like a bad stun because it's not point target and you can miss it. And stuns you can miss tend to not be so great, especially because you're Nyx assassin. You're right up on someone, which means that they like move around you. If they move like clockwise or counterclockwise, it gets really difficult to hit. And then if they're trying to juke it, it's like the cast time is like shockingly long. It's really embarrassing when you hit someone with Vendetta and then you miss this, but it happens. It happens hundreds of times every day. So it's difficult to call it anything better than a bad stun, and bad stuns are still stuns, but they go in C. Mana Flare is this. It's very good. Nyx uses this as like the damage compounding aspect of it is why Nyx is such a problem. Because before they reworked him to have this ability, Nyx was like, he's really scouting for the gank so another hero can come kill you. Now with this ability, he just is the one who kills you. Having that kind of like compounding damage stack, it's like a maledict type effect, is like really good. And it has such a short cooldown once you get it high up that oftentimes you can use it like twice in the gank period. Like you do your spell combo and then they do their spell combo on you, and then if you're both alive, you do this, and then the gank is over and you win. It's very good, especially in combination with other sources of damage, like Dagon is the obvious one. You could do E-Blade, you get a Kaya on it, and the damage is buffed by the spell amp. It's a very, very good nuke. Burrow is expensive. Ooh, it's expensive. Nyx is bad at hitting creeps. He really farms heroes. He does not hit jungle camps well at all. I recently learned this from comment. Apparently, it does not just increase the cast range of your stun, it increases the cast range of everything, which is interesting. That means that you can kind of just spam Mana Flare over and over again, or Warp. I don't remember what it's called. You can just spam that over and over again, and then the damage compounds with itself, which is pretty brutal. So that's an option. Burrow is good, it's just expensive, and then it makes taking high ground really hard, but it also helps you take high ground, because you can like park it right outside the tier 3 range and then just cast spells on them, and there's really not much they can do about it without trying to invoke the wrath of your team. Spiked Carapace is like, it's good. The thing is, you need your opponent to hit you. So it's really good against opponents who have no choice but to hit you. So like Radiance carriers and the like. The fact that you can start a combo against like a Radiance character or like a Sven with cleave, like any hero that like deals damage not completely on purpose, you can proc this and then stun them to get the guaranteed Vendetta and then the stun follow-up plus whatever damage you deal back to them. So it's got some really good use cases. It's a pain in the ass for Dawnbreaker because it cancels out our ultimate from across the map, which is very funny. Yeah, it's not bad. It's a good spell with some good use cases, but it's not like a crazy spell. It's fine. It's fine. And then Vendetta. Vendetta is very good. Being able to deal that much damage on a right click, even on a hero that doesn't right click very hard, it compounds with the rest of his kit to make Nyx Assassins absolute terror, especially in a pub environment. In like a low rank pub environment, this is like borderline in A. I'm gonna put it in B though, because there is, you know, you drop a sentry, and if you can get on the Nyx before the Nyx can get on you, he's not tanky. So like you can deal with Nyx. And then you can also just counter it by playing as a team, right? Like if you're a support and you always have a core near you, the Nyx really has to be careful about using Vendetta. And the same is true for, you know, if you're a squishy little core, like you're an Anti-Mage or something like that, or God forbid a Muerta, but you have a Dazzle next to you at all times. Now the Nyx has to really be careful about what he does, because if he messes up once and he dies, then the snowball is over. So it's tough, but it is also the reason that Nyx Assassin can completely take over a game and just ruin it for everyone. I've had some bad tournament experience against Nyx Assassins before. I have a little bit of PTSD from this hero. Vendetta is good. Nyx has good spells. All right. Let me check something. Yeah, it's time. Arcane Orb is an S tier spell. Arcane Orb is the best orb effect in the game, Split Shot is also kind of technically an orb effect, but like, shut up. Arcane Orb is a really, really good orb effect. Having that much repeated sources of pure damage and you deal so much of it. You deal just a ridiculous amount. It is very intrinsically tied to OD's like mana bar and the other abilities that he has. But Arcane Orb is the reason that OD is like such a problem. Like his W is a major source of those problems, but Arcane Orb is like, oh my god. Like you get Hurricane Piked and hit 4 times and you die because of Arcane Orb, dealing an insane amount of pure damage. It scales like crazy. It's not perfect because you can't hit Roche with it. If you could hit Roche with it, it'd be perfect. And I'm pretty sure you can. Can you hit Torm? I think you can hit Torm with it and kill your supports. But it's a very, very good on-hit effect. Probably the single best orb in the game, I would say. It's in the context of his kit, but just repeated giant chunks of pure damage coming at you from a hero that really likes to build attack speed and attack range it's really hard to deal with. And it lets him proc Essence Flux all the time. So it helps his other abilities. The fact that it costs so much mana is like not a problem at all. And then it helps him use all of his other abilities because he can always do it. It's like Ogre Magi Axe, where you always have enough mana for it, no matter what. So it allows you to build up your mana pool again after, like, for example, Aghanim Scepter drains it and you get the shield. It's okay because you just keep hitting people and you start dealing more and more pure damage with every single Essence Flux proc. It's insane. It's the best on-hit orb effect in the game. So it's going to go in S. This is also a great spell. It's going in B. I could see an argument for A. I'm going to put it in A, actually, because of how much it does. It allows OD to counter a shitload of heroes. Like, playing LC against an OD is hard. It's genuinely really hard. Because of this ability. Like, you're playing as LC, and then suddenly your dual target is gone, and you can't hit them, and you're still exposed. You're just sitting there waiting to get your ass beat. A lot of heroes, like, you're getting shackled by Shadow Shaman, and you get put in OD gay baby jail, and then you get out alive unscathed. He can use it himself in order to set up Blink Dagger. You can do Meteor Hammer shenanigans if you're a cool boy. There's so many things you can do. You can just use it to secure range creeps and deny range creeps, and you can even use it to help you jungle, because it can proc Essence Flux, and that's nice. This is a really, really good spell. It's the reason why OD is such a mid lane nightmare. It's because you're going to get your range creeps denied, because while you go up to try to hit it, you get put in gay baby jail, and there's nothing you can do. So Astral Imprisonment is a very, very, very good spell, offensively and defensively, for his teammates and himself. It's a great spell. Essence Flux is like, it allows him to function, but it doesn't actually, like, because of Essence Flux, you're not worried about your mana cost, which means that you don't really care about Essence Flux. It solves the problem so well that you're like, wow, why did we even have it? But, like, if you didn't have it, the hero wouldn't function at all. So it's like, it's a band-aid, but they could also just rework the way the hero functions. And, like, you could make Arcane Orb not cost 400 mana for every right-click, and just have it cost a reasonable amount of mana, and then he would have to build some kind of mana regen system, and then he would have another ability that maybe costs mana as well. So now you actually have to balance your mana costs to make sure that you have most of your mana to get damage out of Arcane Orb. But Essence Flux makes it so that interesting game design doesn't have to happen. So it's fine. It is broken, but, like, OD's kit somehow manages to make it feel necessary, but, like, at the same time. It's very weird. I don't know how else to describe it. And the rock. Not as good as it used to be. This isn't the rock, but it is one of multiple rocks. Big old circle on the ground. Does a shitload of damage to non-int heroes. This spell used to be a very common, like, hit R, win the game ability. Now it's just like a solid ulti. The reason it's so good is because of the fact that it has no cast time. It's just like, boop. And then also you can use it on people who are astral imprisoned. And it deals damage based off of your int differential, or like mana differential, and you steal mana from people while they're astral imprisoned. So it has really good synergy with his kit, and then you can just obliterate an offlaner, and then he never gets to play the game. So that's a good upside for OD ulti. That's OD done. Ogre Magi is next. Didn't I just refer to him? It's almost like he's bleeding into my subconscious. Okay, we're like halfway done, I think. We'll do Ogre and Omni. We'll do a couple more. We won't put a hard limit. We'll do a couple more. Bloodlust is a good buff. It is another ability that applies Lifestealer ulti or Lifestealer passive to a hero that is not Lifestealer, in the same way that Hunter and the Knight. But you don't have to be a Lifestealer. You can be a ranged hero, and it doesn't have to be Knight. So it's good. It's good. You get an extra bonus on yourself, but like Ogre Magi right click, you can go core offline Ogre, but even then you're not right clicking people until you get that one talent. Like you're kind of just right clicking them for casual damage. It's not the primary source of your damage. And my cat just sneezed in the background. I will not edit that out. Fire Blast is a good point target stun. The ulti is the reason it becomes a B. Because you can get taken to the casino and just completely cleared out because of this ability. Like, if the ogre rolls high and just is really lucky, this like puts you in the dirt and there's nothing you can do about it. Because you're just stunned forever and you're taking a ton of damage. And there's a way to get a second bite at the apple with Unrefined Fire Blast, which isn't as good. It is good. It is a point target stun that can also casino, but it is, I think they're both Bs. It's bad because of the mana cost. It costs like 60% of your mana bar, no matter how much you have. It's like a ridiculous amount. And Ogre Magi has a huge mana bar later on in the game, so like you use this and it feels bad. So you use all of your other spells and then you use Unrefined Fire Blast, but it can... It's weird. Having a percentage of your mana bar be the cost just makes it really awkward and stilted to use, which makes it worse. But it also means that you can never run out of mana for it. So there's an upside for it too. It's just a really weird side grade to Fire Blast, but you also have to buy an Aghanim Scepter, which is a lot of money. Ogre Magi, however, can go Midas, and then it's nowhere near as difficult to get, because he's really good at using a Midas. So it's worse than Fire Blast, but also better, and also the same, and yeah. They're both B tier spells. They're both very good stuns. Ignite is good. It's kind of the same. The fact that you can multicast it to make it last forever, it does crazy good damage in the early game. It falls off a lot, but the movement speed slow is like still useful. It makes him really good at chasing. You use this, get close, use Fire Blast. Very, very simple bread and butter to the hero. And then you can also use it to farm, because you throw it on a creep wave and it'll hit like 3 or 4 of them if you multicast, and then they'll slowly burn down while you right click them. And Ogre does decent right click damage for the purposes of hitting creeps. For the purposes of hitting heroes, Ogre smack, but Ogre don't farm too good. He's more of a reaping than a sowing sort of guy. Multicast is also a B. Ogre's got spells. It's a weird ultimate because it's a passive. I'm actually going to put it in A. I'm going to put it in A because it's not just the spells. It's also, like, it enables Midas. You can go, like, Force Staff and play Pinball Wizard with the enemy team. You can go Yules and just, like, Yules a bunch of them for no reason, and maybe it's good. You can go Midas, which allows you to farm crazy good. You can go Orchid, and then you can silence a bunch of heroes. There's a bunch of weird applications for Ogre Magi. Heaven's Halberd as well. You can disarm multiple heroes at the same time, which is something that no one else can do. It's a very unique effect, and it's... I have lost and won games from multicast Fire Blast. Just from getting 8 Fire Blasts cast on you in a row. You're some agi here. You're like a jug. If you get 7 or 8 Fire Blasts cast on you consecutively, like, you just die. Like, you don't get one shot by them, but like you're stunned for so long and you're taking so much damage that if he gets any help or just walks up and hits you and maybe he Fire Blasts you again if he's level 25, you just die. And there's nothing you can really do about it. So that makes the casino so strong. And it gives a ton of unique effects and interactions with items. I really like what Valve did with... Get out of here, Grammarly. I really like what Valve did with Ogre's design. I think it's very interesting. This spell is shit. This spell is shit, dude. This is like old Undying ult to me, where like it doesn't actually do anything. Like, before they reworked Undying ulti, and all it did was just make him big. Like, that's what this feels like. Because you get this for free from Torm, you never buy it. There's no reason to. And then it's like, oh, it shoots out fireballs at them, and it's like, the fireballs don't do any damage. And like, oh, it reduces damage done to you, and it's like, not really. And it's only 3 instances, so like, if it were like a refraction type effect, it might be really good, but like, it legitimately feels like it doesn't do anything at all. It's like a joke. I legitimately think it doesn't do anything. Like, I'm sure if I opened up demo mode, I could find it and be like, oh, that's not bad, actually. But, like, no, I'm never buying this shit in my life. Nope, 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 nope. Omni. This spell's messed up, dude. Hammer of Purity. They removed the mana cost in the last patch, and now like core offlane Omni is like legit. Pure damage hits really, really hard. It scales off of his normal right-click damage, but it's all converted to pure, so you don't have to worry about armor. And you can go like Echo Saber too, and then you just obliterate supports. Like you harpoon a support in, and then you hit him with this and Purify, and they just die. It's a very good spell. Very good right-click effect. I would like to, like, it's not enough to be like, let's go carry Omni, but it's very, very good. And if they ever give him like a level 25 talent to where it has no cooldown, kind of like Janata, he probably would be like a rogue turbo mode carry. And he'd probably be really fun. Yeah, that's a B. It's a B. Guardian Angel is like probably also a B. It's like not quite an A. The way you can think of this is it is a Ghost Scepter that everyone can attack in. The way they've changed it now is you cast it on an area, and all the units in that area get Guardian Angel. It's not a zone-based thing, it's a unit-based thing, though. So if they move out of the zone, they still have it. But if you move into the zone, you don't get it. And the zone isn't that big. Like, you really have to coordinate it with a team in order to get it all off. But the thing is, you're never using this in, like, a preemptive way. It's like your team gets jumped on, and then you use it. So you can never coordinate that perfect 5-man GA. It's always just the way that it is. Unless you get Aghanim Scepter, which makes it global and affect buildings and everything too. But you don't really go Ags on this hero. Like, you haven't gone Ags on Omni in years. So it's not bad, but it's also dispellable. And, like, Nullifier just deals with it. Oracle just gets rid of it very quick. Like, it has a very clear weakness in Nullifier. So GA is, like, good. And it can be insane. Like, especially at level 6. Like, right when you get it, you can do some crazy stuff in the lane with GA, because physical damage like right clicks are really important at finishing heroes off then. But if you can suddenly cast a GA and now your Slark turns around and just fights them, it's very good. It's okay. It's a fine ultimate. Repel. Repel is good. The way that it buffs your HP regen based on how many status things it debuffs is like very good. It's very nice. It's shockingly noticeable. You look at the numbers and you're like, that doesn't really matter, but like, no, it does actually. It does matter. Other than that, it's just repel. It's just a BKB. It's good. Purification, kind of shitty. The mana cost is kind of prohibitive until you go Soul Ring, but if you go Soul Ring, you have to cast it on yourself all the time. The radius is very small. It can be difficult to hit enemy heroes with Purification and yourself. Like, running people down with Purification is difficult, because you also stop a little bit to cast it, so it's like kind of tricky to nail it on people if they're not like kind of playing along. Like if you're in the creep wave trading with them and then you cast Purification, that's fine. But when you're chasing someone with it, it's a little bit difficult. But if they're hanging out by like your range creep, you can cast it and it'll hit them and then also heal the range creep, which is very annoying. So there are some really good situations for Purification. Plus it's just like a fat instant heal, which is just good on its own. But like there's, is it a C? I think it's a C. I think it's a C because of the cooldown and the mana cost. The spell itself is good, but like the numbers surrounding it are not always good. So it's going to be a C. All right, back at it again at Krispy Kreme. This is Fate's Edict. This is the disarm. It is a ridiculous disarm. It's 5 seconds long. And it also grants, I think, the magic immunity. This is good. This is good. The fact that they changed Oracle so you can no longer like grief the hell out of your team is like a very huge buff to the hero. Like a lot of people didn't play Oracle because like A, they didn't know what his abilities did, and second, they were really afraid of like disarming their carry at the really wrong time. But like now that this spell works the way that it does, it just is a 5-second disarm. That's a crazy strong thing to have because there's no way to disarm melee heroes for any longer. I'm pretty sure it's the longest melee hero disarm in the game. With Halberd, it's tied for ranged heroes, but it's a very good spell. Magic immunity is also a very good thing to have. This, we'll talk about False Promise last. Purifying Flames is a cool spell. There is some funny things you can do with it. Like, when you have healing abilities, you want them... Yeah. Like, instant is best. But over time is okay with Purifying Flames because you can stack it. The problem is you nuke your friend when you do it. That's like the issue. But obviously you heal over that and it takes a couple seconds. So like, but you're stacking it also. So like, it's a weird thing where like if you cast like 3 purifying flames on someone in a row, they're kind of at the same HP for like 10 seconds and then they start like regen runing. So it's a weird clunky heal. You can do some funny things with it. For example, you can use it on a range creep in order to get it below deny range. Like if you max purifying flames, you use it on your own range creep and you can be like a boof lich sacrifice from back in the day. Like you can just guarantee they never get it. It is a good spell, but it's weird. It has a lot of synergy with his ultimate. I'm going to put it in C. I'm actually not. I'm going to put it in B. I'm going to put it in B. By the way, this website tier list maker exploded, and I had to clear my cache to make it work, so I had to remake this entire tier list. So I fixed this being that. I did, however, forget to remove the wolf crit from the pool, so it's still going to be there for this session. False Promise is last. This is the continuous dispel. This is... I can't remember the name. It's good, but you have to like charge it. It's like a channeled point target stun, but as long as you can target them, it's very good. And you can target your friends, and it's AoE, so you can hit multiple heroes, and it dispels. It does a lot of things. It has an opportunity cost in the sense that you have to sit there channeling it, but it's a very good spell. Oracle has really good spells. We haven't even talked about the really good one yet. This is the rain that buffs healing and deals a little bit of... It's like whatever. You don't really want to go Aghanim Shard on this hero. That's like the biggest opportunity cost, is like 1,400 gold for an Oracle is a lot of gold. Like, that could be almost a Glimmer Cape, or like almost a Force Staff. So if you get it off Torm, you're happy, and it's nice for taking high ground, right? Because you can just throw it down, and it makes it a lot harder for the enemies to harass you while you're hitting in tier 3. But it's nothing special, and you don't really want it. False Promise... Is it S? Is it an S tier spell? I'm going to say yes, because of what it does to the play pattern of the enemy team. When you're playing against an Oracle, if you see the Oracle, you have to go on him. He's priority target number 1, because if you go on anyone else, he will false promise them. And there are other heroes that are like that, like Warlock, for example. The difference is that if you cannot instantly kill Warlock, he just uses the false promise on himself, and now you have an Oracle. Like if you can't burst the Oracle. So false promise is really good because it makes him an insane threat that you absolutely have to deal with, but also it prevents him from dying. So it's like a really weird spell. Like worst case scenario, he can just cast it on himself, and that makes it really good. And there's a ton of combos that you can do with it. Because a lot of heroes just like naturally heal over time. You put this on an Alchemist, right? And the Alchemist, during his ultimate, he's regenerating a shitload of HP already, and then all of that is doubled. And then he just gets to run around with impunity and hit things forever. For like 10 seconds. It lasts so long. That's like the really good thing about it, is it lasts 10 seconds, like without any talents. You just have to be level 18. And even before that, it lasts a very long time, like at level 1 and 2. So it just guarantees that your hero will stay alive. And, you know, there's memes with it. Like, you put it on Huskar. Like, you let the Huskar armlet down to, like, 1 HP. Or just, like, get his ass beat. And then you cast False Promise. And now you have a Huskar that's permanently on 0 HP. And he's dealing infinite damage. And he's healing like crazy with his passive regen. There's just a lot of things that you can do with it. There's also, like, because they cannot take damage, right? There's like forms of healing that are really good. Obviously Purifying Flames is amazing because they do take the damage, it just doesn't actually affect them until the end of it. And the problem that I talked about with Purifying Flames earlier was solved by that, because you don't have to... They get to skip over the part where they're not healing, because it's 10 seconds long. You can cast Purifying Flames like 5 times on them during this. You can earn them, and the earn can't... It's just a free like 800 HP that the enemy team can't interact with in any meaningful way. Because I'm pretty sure even Scotty doesn't affect the healing under False Promise. Does it? I don't know. But False Promise is an extremely good ability. It's extremely good. And it warps the game in a very interesting way in the Oracle's favor. So it is an S tier spell. It's probably one of the weaker S tier spells. on this list, but it's very good still. Very, very good. Pengoiler. Let's talk about Pengoiler. This is Swashbuckle. Swashbuckle is good. It's another one of those like lane nukes where you kind of concede the range creep if you hit it, which matters for Pengo because he really wants a lot of gold and a lot of XP. It's also, but the movement also. I think Swashbuckle is a B, but then like Shield Crash is a C. This one. The damage reduction got removed in favor of the barrier, but like it kind of does the same thing, effectively just makes you more tanky. It's really good in the lane because you can use this and Swashbuckle to just like clear out a lane very quickly, and then if you're playing mid, you can just go roam, which is nice. He has some mana problems, but like if you have a bottle, it's not that big of a deal, and you're good at securing rune because you're hard to man fight, and then you also have mobility tools. Not as good as like a Queen of Pain, obviously, but Shield Crash helps you out a lot in the lane, and then the barrier is relevant to him. Physical damage is kind of a problem for Pango. Okay, this is Lucky Shot Heart Piercer. What is it called now? I think it's Lucky Shot because there's a coin, and coins are lucky. This is the chance to slow on hit. It's fine. It's kind of weird because like you already have Shield Crash, which slows them on hit. So, like, why do you have another slow? It's a little bit redundant, but obviously it's not bad, and you have a good chance of playing with a Swashbuckle. So it's fine. It's okay. You do not put spells... You don't put levels in it, though, because your other spells are so good. It's fine. Curl Up. Curl Up is, like, very situationally useful, but it's not bad. I think you can cast your ultimate out of it, but you don't go shard on this hero. There's, like, reasons to go this. Right? Because just being able to be like, actually, no, your spells don't count is like a very powerful thing to do. But you already have an ability where their spells don't count. So it's kind of weird that he has another one. So Curl Up is like, okay, but you don't go shard on the hero, really. Except in specific matchups. And then Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder is a great spell. It's an A. It's a pretty good initiation tool. You can combine it with Blink to just like jump scare people and get like multiple stuns. Like you stun like 3 heroes when you blink in, if they're grouped up. And then on top of that, you bounce off walls and you can smack into them again. So you can wind up dealing a ton of stun and a ton of damage. And then there's always situations like in the Roche pit where you're just moving back and forth and you're just like slamming into people and you're basically keeping them perma stunned. They have like small windows to escape, but most heroes don't have a way to get out of that. The problem with it is that it kind of bounces people around. So in that Roche fight, you can actually knock people out of Roche fight, and then you can't hit them anymore, which is kind of annoying. But on balance, it's an extremely good spell. It has some vulnerabilities, right? If you're playing Pango against Bloodseeker, you can't use this spell, which sucks. But it's a ton of magic immunity. The ceiling for it is insanely high. It's very good at initiating fights, and you can be really ignorant with it. So on balance, I think it's an A, but it's got some clear weaknesses, and it's just a little bit goofy. Like you can get like matadored while you're using it, but that doesn't detract from the fact that it just is a really good spell. Next up is PA, Coup de Grace. Shout out to the French boys correcting my dumbass in the PA comments. This is not Coup de Grace. This is Blur. Feel free to correct me again. Blur is like weird. The majority of the time you play PA, you're using Blur just as like a weird pseudo smoke of deceit. The fact that it no longer makes you actually invisible, you just have like a weird outline, is very strange. There's not a whole lot of good times to use it, is kind of the issue. Like you can use it to just kind of skulk around the edge of the fight and wait for your opportunity to go in. And then if the enemy happens to have vision on you, they can't interact with you because they can't click on you, which is good. But you're still revealing your position. Immaterial. Immaterial is crazy. Is a very good. I think it's a B because it is very good and it forces your opponents to buy MKB, which is a pain in the ass. But it's like the best reason to buy MKB in the game. Like you kind of, what you want is you want a level of evasion that your opponent is like barely has to go MKB. Like Arc Warden Bubble is the good example of that. Probably the best example of that. But this is like so much evasion that the enemy carry is like looking forward to buying MKB. Because they know that they can actually like man fight you with it. Without it, they can't. But this does also give you the BKB spike, where it's like, you can't hit me, you can't cast spells, and I deal a shitload of damage to you. So, like, what are you going to do about it? And what they're going to do is they're going to slowly buy an MKB. They're going to queue up a Demon Edge in their quick buy. Phantom Strike is also really good. I mean, this is like an amazing mobility tool. You can use it offensively and defensively. Some very obvious synergy with your kit. You get so much attack speed. You get like a Moon Shard when you go in on someone. And you can use it. So the way it used to work is you would only get attack speed on the target you blink on. But now, like if you're taking high ground and the enemies are dead and you're not going to use the spell, you can use this on like a creep as it spawns and then get the attack speed and then just hit the tower. And you're decent at hitting buildings, even though you can't crit buildings. So Phantom Strike is good for that, and it has some versatility, and you can just use it to get out, right? Like, you have a blink target, your support's in the back of the fight. If things go south, you can just blink on them. And then this also really helps against repositioning spells, too, because, like, if you get Flaming Lassoed, or you get Magnus Yoinked, the cast point is so short that it's kind of difficult to chain stun PA. Like, especially if she's already facing her target, she can just, like, hit W and get out. So it's a very good spell. It makes her very mobile, makes her feel like an assassin. Fan of Knives is on the Aghanim Scepter now, and it's not very good. You only go it if you have to. You go it for the break. You don't go it for the max HP reduction anymore. You just go it if you're up against like a Bristle or a Tide or an Ench or like some other hero where a break is really, really nice, borderline mandatory. So it gives her a bit of a counter to some of her counters, but it's 4,200 gold. It's an item slot. PA, it doesn't help her keep the snowball going. It just lets her deal with heroes that she has a really hard time dealing with. And the thing is, when you're up against an Ench's PA, you're kind of just like, you just like let your team deal with it, you know? You kind of just let them handle it, and then you deal with everyone else. But now this gives you a way to like actually 1v5, which is valuable. There are some games where Phantom Knives is really good, but it's a lot of gold, and it's kind of clunky to use, and it's like weirdly short range. But it's around you, so it affects multiple heroes, which is nice. Dagger. Dagger's great. Dagger is a great spell. It's a very long duration slow, does a good chunk of damage, helps you prep your ultimate. And the biggest thing about Dagger, at least my favorite part of it, is that if you're in a tough lane, you just hide in the trees and use Dagger to last it. You can just be a ranged hero. And you won't get every last hit, because it does still have a cooldown. It's like 3.5 seconds. Or no, it's like 4 something. But if you hide in the trees, the enemy team doesn't get magic 1 stacks. So you can do that, and then you just become a ranged hero. And you can actually sustain this. Like, it has a very low mana cost. Not much at all. It's a very good spell. And it's useful in a variety of circumstances. So it's good for farming in the lane. It's really good for fighting, because the slow is so good. And it's an essential part of her combo, and it helps you crit. And it can crit. You can just crit with a dagger now. You can just chuck a missile at the enemy Crystal Maiden, and there's nothing they can really do about it. Which is nice. And it cancels blinks. Coup de Grace. This is an A tier spell. This is the best crit in the game. Not only does it have the best numbers, but the fact that it will loudly tell you, like, you are going to crit is very valuable. There was a comment on the PA video where someone was saying that it was actually a nerf to know that, because, like, supports were tired of getting one shot out of nowhere, and I don't agree with that at all. That's kind of just like, what are you talking about? Being able to know that you're about to crit, and then having ways to ensure that you do, right? Like, you dagger someone and you're basically like rolling twice to try to get that 17% chance in order to crit is like really good. It's really good. And then once you do have the crit prep, like right when you're hitting 6 and you're still in the lane, now whenever you're about to get a crit, you can just throw a dagger at the 3 and deal like 300 physical damage to them for free, basically. So like it lets her, and then there's also just like killing people, right? Like, that's also a cool thing, is just having a big fat crit where you can just blink on someone, you crit twice in a row, and you just kill them, because it's the equivalent of hitting them 10 times in a row, except you did it in a quarter of a second, is like very good. Is a very good thing to deal a shitload of physical damage in Dota 2. Phantom Lancer. Lance is fine. It's fine. It's really not that much to say about it. You use it to hit people, you use it to slow them, and then you run at them. This is the ability that lets you run at them. This one's really good, actually. Phantom Rush is very good because it effectively doesn't have like a distance or anything like that. There's no like upper limit to what it can do. So if you're playing against like an OD and the OD Hurricane pikes him, but you were already Phantom rushing him, you will just keep running at him really fast, like hasted, and there's nothing he can do about it. And it's all of you. Because you have like 6 PLs that are all just running at the OD hasted, and it doesn't matter, like he could get force staff by his team, he could like do any number of mobility options, him and any other hero can, but it doesn't matter. You're still going to be rushing at them with this ability. Like PA, the other Phantom, she can use Blink Strike or Phantom Rush to get out, and it doesn't matter. Like, she might have run to her support at the back of the fight, but you can still chase her because of this ability, which is very good. And it helps you deal damage, which is nice. It's a good ability. It's a weird mobility tool, but it helps you farm as well, because you can just do that to get between jungle camps. This is Juxtapose. This is Doppelwalk. Or the spell and go into 3. This is a good spell. It's basically a Manta style that also like lets you go over impassable terrain. Those are 2 very good traits. This might be like an A-tier spell, actually. I think it is. I think it is an A-tier spell. Like, because heroes would love to have this kind of effect. Like, it's a farming tool. You can use it to kickstart the illusion train. You can also use it to escape. You can use it to juke like crazy, because there's no way to tell. The only downside is, like, sometimes you use this to go over a cliff, but then, like, the real you is not actually over the cliff. In which case, you kind of just have to bluff that you are and hope that they go chase your illusions. Because if they don't, then you die. So there is a little bit of a vulnerability to it in the sense that you can't pick exactly where you land. But, like, that's fine. That's fine. This is a very good spell. It's a very good spell. Juxtapose. Juxtapose is what makes the hero, but it also is, like, the thing that gives him all of his big weaknesses. I'm going to put it in B. You could make an argument that this... Oh, it's not a C, though. It's not a C. Because it lets you replicate on hit effects like crazy. Like, that's why Diff is so good on PL. Is because you hit someone, you do your combo. It's very similar to PA, right? You hit your Q on them, then you rush in, and then you just smack them until they're out of mana, and then they die. And that's it. And there's nothing they can really do about it. A lot of heroes just fold to a PL running at them, especially if there's a big farm differential. They can Glimmer Cape, but if the PL has dust, it doesn't matter. If they force staff, that's fine, because Phantom Rush is on a low cooldown. They can try to escape, but he's got his W to chase. And then you have all your illusions that are just constantly beating their ass, and they can't fight you because they don't know which one you are. But at the same time, there's a lot of heroes that enjoy playing against a Phantom Lancer because of all of the illusions that he makes off of Juxtapose. So it's the source of all of his weaknesses as well. But I still wouldn't call that enough. Like, it's still a great spell. It's a very good spell. I think we start with Icarus Dive, which is primarily just a mobility tool. There's some funny things you can do with it. If you've seen the Meteor Hammer build on Phoenix, you Icarus Dive, and then mid-Icarus Dive, you cast the Meteor Hammer, and you still come back and finish the channel from a light year away, which is very funny. There's also, if you're playing against Juggernaut as Phoenix, you can use Icarus Dive to right-click the healing ward during the dive, which is super obnoxious. He has to, like, use it in a very specific way. But the actual effect that it leaves on the ground is, like, not that big of a deal. And the best Icarus Dives never finish. You cast Supernova halfway through. So it's a good positioning tool, but it's kind of clunky to use. And then, like, the upside of leaving the trail on the ground is, like, not a huge deal. You would rather use Fire Spirits to farm. Speaking of which, Fire Spirits are a very good spell. It's a B. You can think of it as a repeated... It's like charge-based, because you spawn 4 Fire Spirits, and they are skill shots, but, like, they're not hard to land. Like, it's pretty easy to land 3 out of 4 Fire Spirits. And then if you want to go for the Hail Mary, where you just, like, chuck it, and you hope that you score a touchdown, you can do it. But on balance, it's fine. It's a good harassment spell, and the attack speed slow is brutal. Like, it makes taking high ground, like, more difficult, because you can just summon Fire Spirits, and then for the next, like, 15 seconds, like, you can't really hit. It's like minus 200 attack speed or something crazy like that. And then it also has obvious synergy with his ultimate as well. The problem with his ultimate is that if you are doing the Icarus Dive thing, it's really difficult to, like, chuck 4 Fire Spirits in a meaningful way during the Icarus Dive on your way to Supernova. So it's got a little bit of weakness in the sense that it's a little bit clunky to use, but Phoenix players who max this in lane are usually going to do very well in the lane. It's very difficult to trade with a Phoenix who has Fire Spirits. And yes, his right click is, like, dumpy, but Fire Spirits also does the damage for you, so it's okay. Um, Sunray is probably his worst ability. Sunray is very difficult to use effectively because you need everyone to cooperate with you. Like if you want to use it as a heal, you have to have your teammates line up in a row like little gooselings, and then use it on them. And that's bad because it requires a degree of coordination that other heals don't have to do. And the heal itself is like okay, but it's over such a long period of time that it feels like it's low, even though it's not. Um, but Sunray also has the use of you can use it to get over impassable terrain. You can move during it, which is really cool, and it also deals HP percent base damage, which is good against strength heroes. So it's got situations where it's strong, but overall it's like really weird and awkward to use. But it does have a lot of upside. I don't even know what to call this. It's like a heal nuke AOE mobility tool. It does so many things, but it's bad. It's bad at all those things, or it has like a significant downside to all of them. Like yes, you can get over cliffs and stuff, but you're slow as shit while you do it. And yes, it is a heal, but it takes forever to heal. And yes, it is damage, but it takes forever to deal damage. So it's okay. It's really good for applying his innate though that makes people miss, which is annoying as hell. Supernova is an A. Supernova is great. It deals a ton of damage. It's a massive distraction. It combos with everything. Like you can just plop it down next to a chrono when it feels good. You can use it with Mars ulti. That's probably one of the best uses for it. And at early levels, it's like not that hard to break, but later on, like good luck. Like you're gonna have a really rough time trying to fight against Phoenix Egg if you don't have cheese for it. Like even if you have like some cheese, like the Snapfire, little shredder is like not enough to deal with the egg later on. So it's very good. And it's a BKB producing stun that lasts, and the stun is really long. It deals a bunch of damage. It's good. It's good. It's a great spell. Amazing teamfight spell. Okay. Primal Beast. This is the charge. We're going to put Grab in B. It's good, but the range is really short. It pierces BKB, which is really nice. Its damage leaves something to be desired, but you can hit multiple heroes with it, which is really good. And it's just a BKB piercing single target stun. It's very good for that, and that reason alone. The charge is a really long range mobility tool on a hero that really likes it. And then you also have trample that you can use during it, and the roar that you can use during it, which is good. It does sort of announce that you're about to come in, but it's ambiguous still. Like you don't, like in a team fight situation, you don't know who he's going on. And it sort of, it creates a sense of panic because it's like, oh god, a primal beast is coming. And like now they're grouping up to try to deal with it, and then you hit like 3 heroes as a result. So it's a very good mobility tool with upside, and the roar is bad, but like it's not 100% bad because it can like sort of get people like anxious, and it's ambiguous, which is good. The rock. In my opinion, any Aghanim shard that is just like here's a stun is like pretty solid, but it's like you have to buy it. And it's awkward to use. But you could potentially, like, it could be a Ravage because of the little rocks that come afterwards. Shout out Arkansas. You throw this, and it has the potential to stun a bunch of heroes. You throw this at their offlaner, and all the heroes standing behind them get stunned. So it's cool, but you don't really want it as Primal Beast. And from what I know, Primals don't go Shard. So, Trample is great. Really good farming tool. Amazing in the lane. I'm getting a little bit more lenient with my B tier spells, I think. But like these are all B tier spells. These are all really great spells. This is a really good hyper versatile farming and laning tool. I've seen the thing where primal beasts will get this level 1 and then they will go between the tier 1 and tier 2 enemy towers and they will just trample over the creep wave as it walks because he can like mostly keep up with them. And then that like does all sorts of weird things to the lane equilibrium, and it secures the first wave for Primal Beast, assuming that I think he has to like right click some of the melee creeps a little bit, but that's fine. And then maybe the pause 4 can do something too. So that's a really interesting use case of it. And then the roar, probably his weakest ability, but it's not bad. The roar is good. It combos and it allows him, like if you have phase boots and he has phase boots, he's still faster than you because of the roar. And it deals armor reduction, and it helps make him tanky. The problem is you have to, like, save it up. You have to, like, get charges of it and then pop them, and then they get expended. So you can't just, like, use it off cooldown. There's a system for using Roar. but it helps him deter lane harassment in an interesting way, and then it also just buffs the rest of his kit, kind of indirectly. So it's quite good. Pug. Pug. Best designed hero in Dota, IMO. He's weird to rate. Puck is... This is Phase Shift? No. Yeah, this is Phase Shift, this is Waning Rift. Waning Rift... This includes Jaunt. Orb is a very good spell because it does so many things. It's a really good mobility tool. It's a fat magic nuke. You can use it, I think, when you hit level 3 to just, like, kill the range creep and get all the other creeps low. And, like, you probably click them down. But you can use it to, like, push waves and also get away from pushing waves. Like, this one spell does so many things for Puck. And then you go Blink Dagger on this hero, but having access to multiple mobility tools is so good. It's so good. It's a big part of why, like, you don't chase Puck because of this spell. And Puck is, like, really hard to kill because of this spell. And Phase Shift. Phase Shift will probably be a C, though. Just because its use is so limited, it allows you to guarantee that you get Blink Dagger off, which is amazing. Once you hit level 4. Until level 4, it's like, you really just use it to dodge spells. But it's so good at making Puck impossible to chase in combination with his other abilities. And you can also use it to dodge some really crazy stuff. You know, there's the obvious ones like Sniper Assassinate, but then it's also just like, you know, Venge casts W, and you can use Phase Shift in response, and now your armor and damage is fine. So it's very good. It's very good in that capacity. But it just doesn't do anything other. It's pure utility on a hero, and it's necessary. It's an absolutely necessary skill for Puck to have, but it's only utility, which is kind of rough. This is Waning Rift. AoE Silence is very good. With the current facet, you can kind of like whip them in and out, which is very nice. It's probably a B. The mobility that it adds to Puck is notable because you don't have to be in melee range with them anymore. Back in the day, it was like a this and Ursa Q were both like around you abilities. They didn't like give you any kind of burst movement, but now they do, and the spell is much better as a result because you can use it to get over cliffs, which is nice. It's just an AoE silence. It's very good. Dreamcoil is also a B. And the reason Dreamcoil is a B is because, first off, the cast range is like kind of shitty. And then it doesn't deter... The only thing it affects is movement. It does damage, which is nice. And if they break it, it's a fat stun that also deals a lot of damage. But if they don't snap it, that's all it is. It's just a nuke and a very brief stun. And then it prevents them from moving. But if they didn't want to move from the Dreamcoil spot in the first place, that's literally all it is. And as an ultimate, it's really shitty. Like, if you don't break the Dreamcoil, or if they don't break the Dreamcoil, it's not that big of a deal. But it sets up a lot of really good combos. It's kind of like Mars Arena light, in the sense that, like, they can leave if they want, but they're really going to be paying for it if they do. And then there's some funny ways you can interact. Like, you can have Magnus skewer people out of Dreamcoil, and that guarantees a really fat stun while also dealing a bunch of damage, which is nice. And then what Puck themselves can do, and I've done this a couple times, is you can actually go 4 staff on Puck. Like if you're up against a Ricky, you go 4 staff as like your first item, and then you Dreamcoil someone, you kind of beat on them for a little bit, and then you 4 staff them in order to make them break the Dreamcoil. So there's some funny stuff you can do with Puck Dreamcoil, but relative to other big circle on the ground ultimates, it's not that good. Because there's a lot of really obvious counterplay of just not breaking the Dreamcoil. So, and it doesn't pure spell immunity until level 25 and you get the talent. So it's fine. Pudge. Meat Hook is good, but it's hard to land. And so I think it is a C, sadly. You can do the thing where you just walk up to someone and hook them, which is like a valid thing to do. It's a big fat pure nuke. And that's a good thing to have. And the potential is like you just win the game on the spot, right? Like the enemy Weaver buys back, Shikuchi's on cooldown, you hook him, and then he just dies, and the game's over. So the upside is really big on Hook. But it's hard to land. It's got a really big mana cost, especially in the lane. You get like 3 hooks. Like it's tough. It's tough. And then if you miss Hook, first off, it's embarrassing. It's like, ugh. And then also, it has a really long cooldown, which is tough. But it's an amazing reposition skill shot if you hit it. The problem is you have to hit it. So it's either you can combo it with other heroes, or you can just like buy a Rod of Atos, or you can just be good at Pudge, and you can land hooks with consistency, and you can like hook people under tower. And that's a really strong thing to do. But it has a lot of hoops to jump through in order for this ability to do anything. And like worst case scenario, which happens all the time, is you just whiff it and it doesn't do anything. Or you can like hook your teammate in a way where they're no longer able to get the kill, which happens a lot with Pudge. Even at like higher ranks, Pudges will like go a little hook blind and just like hook their teammates out of advantageous positions, which is awful. The flip side of that is you can also hook your teammates out of disadvantageous positions. So it has like defensive applications as well, but you have to hit it. So it's being a skill shot makes it a lot worse than it kind of is. But you could put it, it's like a very strong C. It's like near the top of C if this were tiered. So I am putting it in C because like a good chunk of the time it literally doesn't do anything. But it's also got farming applications. Like you can just use it to hook a creep. And then you just have a red Hellbear's worth of golden XP. I think I am going to put it in B because of the farming applications, but like this is a spell that a good chunk of the time you cast it doesn't do anything, and that's bad. So yeah, Dismember is really it's good. It's good. It's a BKB piercing stun, really annoying to deal with for heroes that are BKB'd or have other forms of debuff immunity. It just doesn't do that much. It's a big stun, but you need your team to like come in and actually beat the crap out of whoever you're dismembering. But it's a BKB piercing stun. And if you land the hook, this is the reason why hook is so devastating, because if you get hooked, then you get dismembered. So I'm going to put it in B. It's like a fine ultimate. It's fine. Flesh Heap is like okay. The numbers on Flesh Heap don't really matter unless they are insane. That's kind of the issue with Pudge, is like a lot of heroes these days, it used to be a very unique thing that like, okay, this hero has potentially infinite scaling, and only a small handful of heroes had that. And this was defensive scaling, because it just gives you strength, which also, you know, helps you right-click a little bit, but you're not right-clicking that much on Pudge. So it's cool to be able to like become this 10,000 HP monster that no one can deal with. That's cool. But it's not that big of a deal. And then the damage block is like, it's useful, but it's situational, right? Like if you get hit, like Leshrac comes on you with Diabolic Edict, and you don't have to care because you have this and you can press it and you get that every kind of damage block. And then it also helps you mitigate the damage that you would deal to yourself with Rot, which is cool. It's cool. But it just doesn't do that much. Rot. It's good, but the self damage is like real. It's like a very real amount of self damage. But it doesn't cost any mana, which is cool. It just costs you HP. And as Pudge, you kind of want to be this guy who can tank a lot of damage. And if you're dealing a load of damage to yourself with Rot, that's less damage that you can tank. So it's a bit weird to use, but you can toggle it on and off. You can use it to help you right-click, right? So if something is just outside of your right-click range, you toggle Rot on, you walk up and you right-click it, and you get it. But it costs you HP. And that's meaningful for Pudge. So Rot is a very good spell, and it's like the reason Dismember is good also, because which also makes it the reason that Hook is good, is because if you get hooked, you're going to get rotted and dismembered, and you can't run away because it slows. So it is a good spell with a lot of applications, but it's just the cost of HP makes it a little bit worse. But Pudge has ways to deal with that, such as Dismember. Pudge is also a very good hero design. Pugna is the channel mascot. This is Decrep, Life Drain, Netherblast. Netherblast icon is so ugly. What the hell? These look like beta icons. This just is Pugna, except the horns are even bigger. Let's start with this. It's bad. It's not a very good spell. It's good against like Skywraths and Storms, except it's not that. Well, it is pretty good against Storm. It's good against Skywraths and whatnot, but like there's a lot of games where it kind of doesn't do anything, and then you also have to put it down on the ground in a weird spot, and they will find it and kill it and get gold. So it's not great. Like, Netherward isn't bad. It has applications, but there's a lot of times where it just kind of feels like it's not doing anything. And you max it last, because your other spells are good. This is Decrep. Decrep is good. It is Nihilism if it didn't grief. It's very good because you can cast it while you're life draining, and it buffs literally the entire rest of your kit. And it's a really good, it can just be a Ghost Scepter, or an E-Blade is the more accurate thing, because you can use it on your teammates. So if, like, your friend is getting wailed on by a troll, you throw this on them, and now they're not getting wailed on by a troll anymore, and their life instantly gets better. So Decrep is really good, it just has some grief potential, but, like, having an E-Blade at level 2 is, like, a very nice thing. It's a very good thing to have. So it's going to be a B. Life Drain is also going to be a B. It's a very strong B, though, because of its defensive applications. If you have a Pugna on your team and your Pugna cares about you, they can give you that good suck while you're getting obliterated by the enemy team, and there's a good chance you'll live. And then if you're a mana-hungry hero, he can also use it to refill your mana and be a gas station. And that's really good. Valve had to go in and nerf the gas station meta because of how good it was at the Pro Seed. So Life Drain is really good, and then it also kind of pays for itself back in terms of mana cost. And then there's, like, some really funny applications where you can, like, Torm. Like, you can Torm with Life Drain. You can also use it for Roche, which is good. It makes Pugna a menace once he hits, like, level 7, and he has, like Nether, because he can Decrep, drop Nether Blast, and while the Nether Blast is charging up, he can start life draining you. And all of a sudden, this hero just dealt like 800 damage to you, and there's really not much you can do about it because it's all on such a low cooldown. So life drain is a very good spell, and its defensive applications are amazing. The problem is that they can just run away, which is why you have to Decrep them. So you kind of have to go all in order to make life drain as good as it is, but it is a great spell with a lot of really interesting applications. Nether Blast is also a B. Pugna is a weak little bastard, so it's okay that all his spells are amazing. Nether Blast is a B because of what it does to towers. It represents a stark inevitability that your tower will die if Pugna is on the enemy team. And you could kiss your tier 1s goodbye. Because as soon as Pugna is able to establish lane pressure, he can just cast Nether Blast over and over and over again, and your tower's dead. And it has a really long cast range, and it only has to barely clip the tower, so the cast range is even longer than it looks. And then on top of that, the high ground applications are insane, because he can hit both barracks at the same time. So he can obliterate your tier 3 if you're not willing to go on his team. Pugna can just slowly wear down your tier 3s and then take both of your racks, like, pretty safely. About as safely as any support can. Safer than Jakiro. Jakiro has to waddle up there, and if he doesn't, he might miss with Liquid Fire. But having access to Nether Blast makes high ground so much easier. It makes it very easy for Pugna's team, which is good. And it's just a good farming item, or a farming ability. Like, you just throw it on a creep camp, throw it on a wave. Most of that wave is going to die. Right-click the melee creeps down, and you're good to go. So Nether Blast is a very good spell, with a lot of good applications. Pugna is a very versatile hero. Netherward sucks. Queen of Pain. Oh god, we're going to have to do Ringmaster. How much do we have left? Okay. We're like, what, 2/3 of the way done? Queen of Pain, Blink is an A. Quaps is better than Anti-Mage's because the cast point is smaller, but she has to face where she's blinking, so there is a bit of a trade-off. But if the purpose of your blink is to just get out of there, Quaps is better. Like, if you don't care where you end up, you just need to leave. You just need to not be there anymore. Like, you're about to get Meteor Hammered or something like that. Quap has the superior blink. Scream of Pain is good. It's good. The mana cost is a little bit high, but the cooldown is very low. It's a really good farming tool. It's also just your main bread and butter damage dealer in fights. You're going to spam this. The range is, like, very good on this now. I think they buffed it at some point, but it feels a lot bigger than it used to be. Gives a really good split push potential. When combined with Blink, you can just use it to shove out waves. It's very good. It's good. It's good. It's kind of a generic spell, but Quap likes it. Dagger is also a B. Everything's going in B now. What's up with this? Maybe just the later heroes have better spells. I don't know what to say. Scream of Pain might be a C, actually. Now that it is so generic. It is just like magic nuke around you. And it doesn't have the upside that, like, Death Pulse has on Necrophos. So I am going to put it in C. Dagger is still a B, though. Dagger is a B. Really, really long duration slow. Cancels your blink dagger for like 15 seconds. It's a pain. Cancels it for like longer than that, actually, because the final tick also puts it on 13. So it's an 18-second blink. You can't blink anymore. And the slow is really strong. And it heals her. There's a lot of things to like here. The Aghanim Scepter makes it a total pain to deal with, because it also, now the daggers, when they expire, shout racial slurs at you, which is a powerful thing to do. It's a really good spell. It's a very good slow. Long duration, a lot of upside to it. The biggest slur of them all. It's also a B. Being pure and then also like pushing them is so good. Like this allows you to like blink behind the enemy team and then like shout. And then they not only take a ton of damage, but they also get pushed into your team, which is really good. Or pushed away. You get to decide. Or pushed to and fro, left and right. All sorts of good applications for this ability. Once you get the cooldown super low, you can do some goofy stuff like yell it at waves. You can yell at a cloud. You can do all sorts of cool things. But it is a skill shot. And it's like an easy skill shot if you're aiming for one person. But if you're trying to hit like 4 dudes who are kind of scattered throughout a fight, it's like kind of difficult. But it's still, like, Sonic Wave is still just a massive pure damage nuke that can hit a ton of heroes at the same time. Like, the ceiling on it is very high. So it's a solid B. It's a good ulti. Works well with their kit. Clockwork. This is overclock? That's overclock, yeah. The jetpack. We're gonna rank Rocket Flare first. And it's fine. The travel time is the reason it's not a B tier ability. If it was like instant, it would probably be a B tier. Getting vision is really good. Ever since they added scan to the game, though, it's become a little bit less valuable to have as an ability. You can use it to scout out Roche, you can use it to farm, because it does some damage, and then when you overclock, you can like kill people with it, which is pretty funny. It's fine, it's a good scouting tool. And it slows a little bit too when they get hit by it, which is kind of weird. But it's mostly just a scouting tool. Battery Assault is a very... It's a good spell, but like, for the vast majority of the game, it doesn't do anything. And there's a lot of counterplay. Like, if a Clockwork is going on my support in lane, and I'm like decent HP, I'm not worried about dying, I'll just run up and help them tank it, so we can man fight with the Clockwork. Which requires a bit of communication, right? And Battery Assault is crazy at level 1, even though I think Cogs is the more popular option level 1 now, because they kind of do the same thing, but it's harder to, like, get your team involved with Cogs in play, because impassable terrain. It's a very good spell. It lets you 1v1 early on, and then it scales, it falls off in terms of damage, but, like, that kind of stun never falls off. It's always good to just be able to, like, dunk, 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 like a hero over and over again. So it is a good spell, but it's not great. Hookshot is another skill shot ultimate. It's a BKB piercing stun, stupidly long range. You can also use it as an escape tool. There's not a whole lot to say about it, other than you can manta dodge it, and I did that one time. I'm literally RTZ. Jetpack is a meme. It's a meme. It's a meme, Mario. Yeah. Yeah. It's not... Is it D, though? Is it D? You really don't want to go Aghanim Shard on this hero. There's so many other things that you can buy that are better. And if you get it off Torm, that's cool. And it's not a bad pickup in some matches, because, like, Flying Vision is really good. It's not a D. It's not a D, but it's close. Like, it's borderline, because it is a meme. Some of the abilities in C are memes, ultimately. I don't have anything else to say about Jetpack. Cogs is crazy. This ability is nuts, dude. This might be an A tier spell. If you're a good Clockwork, like, you can very consistently, like, force people to get hit by, like, 3 of these. And that's a ton of damage. Like, that's so much damage. Because if you max Cogs, and you have, like, level 2 Cogs at level 3, like, you could just kill someone. You can just straight up kill a support. And even if you don't kill them, they're super low and they don't have any mana anymore. The fact that it drains mana is so nuts. Like, why? What about getting hit by a Cog in real life drains your mana? I've never been hit by a Cog before, I guess, so I don't know. but I can't imagine it would like drain my IQ points. Maybe if I get hit in the head. It's a very good ability with a lot of versatility, and it allows you to just murder people out of nowhere in the early game. And later on, it's good too, because you can just put people in gay baby jail, and then you battery assault, so they can't right-click their way out of the cogs. And then you, even if they do, you can still like throw cogs after them and like deal damage and burn their mana. It's a very, very, very good spell. A tier for sure. It's up there with the rest of these as a basic ability. And then we have Overclock. It's hard to get an Axon Clock, man. It really is, but it's good. It's really good. I think it's a C. Only because it's so hard for Clock to farm. If Clock really was better at hitting creeps, it would probably be a B, because the effect is so good. Because you get this, and like, all of your... First off, it's a refresher orb. Like, for cheap. Which is already a great thing to have. But then, what it does to Rocket Flare in particular is like the problem. Like, Rocket Flare with this ability is such a pain. Because it's like, doot, and then you get all that magic damage dealt, and then 4 seconds later it happens again. And like, you can't run and hide from it. Because it sees you. And that means that Clockwork sees you. And that means that Clockwork wants you to die. But it has a big opportunity cost if you get stunned forever at the end. Right? So it's got downsides to it. But what it does to Rocket Flare and what it does to Battery Assault is really good. And then I think in Power Cogs you're spell immune, which is an amazing thing. It's kind of bad though. Like, if you're a Clock and you soak spells, you're like, yeah. Like, nice, I'm doing my job. But now that you're spell immune in Power Cogs, they don't cast spells on you anymore. But like, it's hard to... As the Clockwork player, you're like, nice, I'm spell immune. Like, you're gonna be happy about that. So, cool. Razor. Static Surge is a fine passive. It's kind of weirdly inconsistent. Only having it be a 25% chance and being limited to 3 targets if you don't have... You can make it a bunch of targets if you are in ulti with a facet, but like that, no, shut up. Being limited to 3 targets really hurts it as far as a like farming and fighting tool, because you can't constantly proc it on every hero. But the fact that it's guaranteed to proc on every single spell and hit the person who cast the spell is very good. So Static Surge has a lot of good applications in fights. It's just sort of limited as a farming tool. Your other farming tool is your Q. This is like Plasma something? Plasma Surge? This is like also a bad spell. It's bad. It doesn't do nearly as much damage as you want it to be. It's really just an AoE slow, which is good. Razor really likes to have that because his other spells require him to kind of be at a specific distance from you, so slowing you is very nice. And it does okay damage, and you can hit multiple heroes, which is nice in the lane. Like, if you get a good Q on, like, if you're playing him as a carry, and you get a really good Q on the offlaner and the 4, it's, like, nice. And you secure range creep. Like, there's situations where it feels good to cast, but, like, after, like, 15 minutes, this ability kind of just is a slow. Like, the damage falls off really hard. You can't even use it to kill range creeps. Like, I think it's after 12 minutes, 30 seconds, the range creeps get too strong for you to one-shot it, even if you max it, which is ridiculous. Like, that's crazy. So it's kind of a shitty farming tool, but combined with Static Surge, it gets the job done, and you don't have to go farming item on this hero, but you can if you want. Static Link is it's a good spell. It's a good spell. Clear counterplay to it, you know, it's not invincible, and then there's some heroes that just don't care. Like, it's weird because I used Ursa as an example in the Razor PowerPoint, and like Ursa is one of those heroes who, like, it sucks to get static linked, but your base damage is only part of your damage, and it very quickly becomes less than half of your damage. And then even longer after that, it's like none of your damage because you're just proccing Furious Wipes like crazy. And a lot of heroes just don't right click. And unfortunately, a lot of the heroes that don't care so much about the right-click damage are the ones that are the easiest to static link. Because, like, a Centaur Warrunner will blink on you, and you think to yourself, like, oh, I gotta static link him. But, like, he's doing all his damage with his W. Like, right-clicks matter on every hero, but, like, on some heroes, they really don't. Like, Axe. Like, you static link the Axe, and it's, like, good for his team, because now his carry can come in and mess you up without having to worry about static link. It's a good spell, but there is counterplay, and sometimes you can like force the Razor into using it poorly. So it's a B. And then Eye of the Storm is an A. This is an A spell for sure. I almost want to put it in S. This spell is messed up, dude. Being able to... The thing that makes it so good is its interactions with Aghanims and Refresher. Because no other spell in the game works like that. Eye of the Storm, if you have Ags, it will pick 2 targets instead of 1. And then if you refresh it, you just have 2 of that. So you have 4 Eye of the Storms. Now, the double Eye of the Storm cannot target the same person, but the second Eye of the Storm can hit the same target as the first one. Does that make sense? So, like, you can hit one hero twice with every proc, and then you get the talent, and it's, like, multiple times a second that it's getting hit, and it strips armor, and it hits buildings. And Razor likes to go Ags Refresher. Like, he's a hero that can really go that build. He really likes it, but you don't need the Refresher. It is nice, but the Ags alone, it's like, you can go that, and it feels really good. Because now you can hit buildings, and the uptime is crazy. It's up for, like, half the game. You know, obviously the Refresher limits that a little bit, but you can, like, cast it while Refresher is cooling down, and it doesn't feel that bad. Because, like, it'll be a bit up by the time Refresher is up as well, which is good. Like, there's not a lot of spells that are like that. So it's really good because of its uptime and what it does to... And even just, like, without Ags, it's you pop it and you run someone down, and they can't really... A lot of heroes just fold. They can't do anything about it. And it makes Razor difficult to go on in, like, solo gang situations. Because if you're the only unit near him, this thing will hit you, and then he static links you, and now you can't do anything. And you can barely even run away, because the Q does slow, still. And static surge, so you're already taking damage. Like, it's tough. What Eye of the Storm does to Razor is crazy, and I love it, and I hope they never change it. They will. Richard. Blink Strike is probably... It's good because of the mobility. I'm going to go ahead and put Smoke Cloud in B first. It's just a big AoE silence. It's the same reason that, like, Night Stalker's AoE silence is so good. Is because the traditional ways you deal with it don't work. So you have to pop BKB, or you have to go Force Staff if you're a support. And a lot of supports like going Force Staff, but they don't want to rush it. But Ricky means that they have to rush it. So you have to spend 900 gold on a recipe, like, on your first item, which sucks. That's a really bad feeling. But you have to do it. This also gives counterplay to a ton of random heroes. Like, Puck hates playing against a Ricky, because you have to go the Force Staff. It's the same reason why supports hate playing against a Ricky, because Cloud is so strong and then he kills you. But if he goes something like Nullifier, then the Force Staff doesn't work anymore. So, like, you have to go BKB on Puck, and, like, that's an awful feeling. That's the worst. Or, like, Wind Waker. Even Wind Waker doesn't work against a Nullifier. So, it's tough. It's tough. Cloud puts a lot of heroes in really uncomfortable situations, and then there's the mischance. Because, like, the thing about Ricky is, like, okay, he deals a ton of damage if he hits me in the back, but if he doesn't hit me in the back, he doesn't deal nearly as much, so I'll just turn and face him. And, like, yeah, you can do that, but you're going to be missing, like, what, 66% of your attacks? So good luck. Now you have to buy an MKB. And then, even then, you can drop it on buildings, and you can't hit buildings, because you still have 70% mischance, and MKB doesn't work on towers. So Cloud is a great spell. Permanent invisibility is also great. I talked a lot about the earlier invisibility spells, where it's like, this is an A, actually. What am I doing putting it in B? This is, like, amazing. What this ability does to the enemy supports and the vision game is monstrous. Because Ricky, even if you can see him, is still a problem, but you need to see him still. There is no, like, oh, okay, we'll just wait for him to reveal him. No, you have to carry Dust. You have to carry Sentries. And even if you cast Dust on him, Ricky is still a problem because of all of his other spells. But because he's permanently invisible, you have to do it all, like, preemptively. Like, you have to put Sentries down before the fight even starts because of this. Because allowing him to sneak up is very scary. Because you never know where he is unless he's showing in lane. So Ricky's invisibility puts a degree of pressure on the enemy supports in vision game like no other ability. It's the best at doing that thing. I'm tempted to, like, part of me is like, put it in S because it is superlatively the best source of invis in the game, but, like, it's also not, I don't think it's quite good enough for S, like, lined up next to these spells. So Tricks is a good spell. It's a good spell. It does a lot of things. It's an extra little mobility tool. It lets you deal damage without getting hurt. It's a little bit like Omni or like Swift Slash on Juggernaut, because you can hit them and they can't hit you, and there's really not a lot they can do about it. And then later on, you can make it a Dispel. Dispels are good. Tricks is good. Blink Strike is another solid mobility spell, but like it's really good because of the slow in the early game. Lets you do some really funny things, and you have 2 charges on it. But it's like Phantom Strike. It's like, it feels weird to put all of Ricky's stuff in B, but like Ricky does have really good spells. I think, yeah, this feels okay to me. It feels weird. I feel like I am like lessening the requirements to be in B at this point, but like, oh well. C was looking a little crowded, honestly. I'm not going to go back and refresh it under these circumstances. Okay, let me try to remember what all of these do. Okay, I had to refresh. I'm not even gonna lie. I had to refresh myself on what all these do. So this one is like not. These are like the bad ones. All of these are C, honestly. Like, come on. All of these are C. Like, they're bad in isolation. This one is a D. Strongman Tonic is probably the best one, but I say that as someone who doesn't play Ringmaster. Whoopee Cushion is probably the best one, actually. I'm always having Strongman Tonic cast on me because I'm a carry player. Whoopee Cushion is probably a B, actually. Like, it's very good. It's just like a fun little, like a Tumbler's Toy Force Staff effect, but it also slows behind you, which is really good. So I think Whoopee Cushion is actually the best of them. This trio right here, you don't go them. So a lot of people don't even know what they do, but they're not good. This is just like a point target debuff that like slows them for a little bit. This is like a really goofy ass, you get like a Pangolier ulti. It controls like Pango ulti. It's a very strange ability. And in theory would be a really good escape, maybe better than Whoopee Cushion, but it doesn't have any offensive capabilities. Well, no, that's not true, because you can crash into people, which is funny. Ringmaster is a very funny hero. Say what you will about his design, the guy's hilarious. And then this is a scan that gives you vision. I think it also gives True Sight, which is strong, but like, I don't know if it reveals wards or not. I think it just reveals Invis heroes. I'm not 100% sure. It's a C either way. But like, you don't go these 3. These are the set that you don't go. And then the set that you do go is like a lot more spread out, because you get Whoopee Cushion, which is great. Strongman Tonic, which is solid. I mean, at later levels, it's like a lot of strength. Like, just giving a hero 20 strength is like, they now win the fight. And I think you get all the HP from that strength. It's not like a percentage-based thing. And then this is like a goofy, because you can tell what the illusion is. It's a total meme. It's funny, though, because the illusion will come out and it'll just have like stupid long legs, or like the head will be big as shit. And that's funny. But it is a total meme, and it belongs in D as a result. Knives are good, man. Knives are really good. I do think that them being a skill shot hurts them, and then it's hard to, like, you don't have like a kill combo on Ringmaster. So like the knives are really just like poke damage and harass and like canceling BKBs. So the ceiling is, or blink daggers, blah. So the ceiling is very low, but it's good in the lane, and you have a bunch of them, so you don't care if you miss, which is a valuable thing to have on a skill shot. I do think because the ceiling is so low, though, it's ultimately a C. But they are super fun to use. Ringmaster is a very fun hero. Not a great design, IMO, from like a flavor perspective, but mechanically, he's awesome. This is the whip. The whip is like fine. You charge it up, the opponent can see it, there's warning, but it's a fear, which is cool. It has the same problem as Terrorize, where like fears are just kind of inherently bad, because if you have the enemy disabled, you want them running towards you if possible. And this is a fear that makes them run away from you. So it's not awful, but it's limited in some capacities. His ulti is like also boof. It's like a really, like, I don't know what they were thinking when they designed this ability, because it's so weird. But it's boof, and then a good chunk of the time it doesn't do anything. Like, it has the initial bump feature when you're rolling it out, but like that's kind of useless. And then it only works if people look at it, and then it's like it's like an axe call, but it has an ultimate's cooldown and mana cost, and they have to look at it, and it's hard to make people look a certain way. Like, even if you go through the Ruby Goldberg machine of, like, blink on Medusa, she pops ulti, gets behind it, like, they can just turn left and right. So, like, it's not that big of a deal. And it's hard to, like, catch people by surprise because, like, even if you roll it out from the trees, first it bumps into them, so they're moving away from it, and then also they have enough time to react and just not look at it. So it's like a bad ultimate. But that's okay, I think. Escape Act is really good. It's a very good save. One of the best saves. Is it an A? I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes because it scales so well. And then it being able to give someone this kind of effect is really, really strong because you can use it on them while they're stunned, and then when they're in there, they just don't care. And then their HP can't change either. So, like, if they're doomed, you can do this, and then they can use that to get away, which is really strong. It has a little bit of grief potential. It's a little bit like Disruption on Shadow Demon in that sense, but it's very strong because it allows them to still control their movement. So, like, even if you mess up and you, like, you use it on them while they're BK beat or whatever, they can just move forward towards the enemy invincibly, pop out, and then do their thing. It's still a grief, but it's not as bad of a grief as some of the other ways that you can mess up your teammates' BKBs. Also, people don't know how this works. I'm accounting that with putting it as an A, but you can still do, like, AoE stuff. Like, you can kill someone off with Cleave while they're in Escape Act. You can kill them while they're in it. It's not like Astral Imprison, it's Shadow Realm from Dark Willow. So keep that in mind. And Dark Willow, her Shadow Realm is a B, is a better form of it, unless you give anyone Shadow Realm, including yourself. Spotlight, yeah. Moonlight, yeah, is situationally useful, but it's really only good against illusion heroes. And if you see Ringmaster picked, you just don't pick an illusion hero. This thing obliterates illusions, though. It's very similar to the Storm Panda on Brewmaster, in that it's a massive AoE that just melts illusions. It doesn't instantly kill them, I don't think, but it does so much damage to them. It does like 10 times 100 damage to them a second, so you're just like constantly nuking the shit out of illusions. So like PL and Naga cry, and like Terrorblade cries from this ability, but like, he's also not good at farming. Oh, this is like cracking the whip. That's what this is. Okay. Well, we don't have to worry about that. Okay, that's it. Next time we got Rubik, who will have an S tier spell. I wonder which one. Arcane Supremacy is very good. The way that it amps spells to such an insane degree is really strong. It also buffs cast range. It's good, and it supplements a lot towards his ultimate being an S tier spell. Spoilers, but like it doesn't do a whole lot other than that. I think it's a C because it's similar to like Essence Flux and like the other abilities are like that, where it just kind of supplements the rest of what the hero does, but the ability on its own doesn't actually do anything. Because, I mean, obviously it's a passive, but like, it's just not, it doesn't, the only way it does something is with his other spells. So I am putting it in C, but it is a shitload of spell amp, and it's very good. But it's dependent on all the other stuff that you do. It also can affect items, so like you can go Dagon Rubik if you'd like, and I've seen that with mid Rubik. But it's Fade Bolt is like also mid. The damage reduction is like not very good. It has a pretty low cooldown, and you can use it to farm out waves. It has a really low cooldown, and it winds up doing solid damage. It's like a big part of why mid Rubik works in the early to mid game before you start stealing crazy spells, is like you are able to just do a giant chunk of damage with Fade Bolt because of the Arcane Supremacy spell amp. But that's all it does. It reduces like right click damage, but like you never really care that much about it. Rubik is still weak to physical damage. Telekinesis is good. It's a B. It's a B. It's like a really weak repositioning stun, but like worst case scenario, it's a stun. And then you can also use it for like other goofy reposition scenarios. You can like chuck someone on a ward spot. You can chuck them under your tower. So it's got some really cool applications, and it's fine. It's a stun. It's a point target stun with upside, and that's a B. Spell steal is S. Easy. Every single spell, well, not every single spell, because a lot of these are passives, but a lot of spells that are on this list, you, as a Rubik, depending on the enemy lineup, have access to all of them, right? You can get Eye of the Storm. You can summon a Spirit Bear. You can cast this. You can cast this. You don't really want to. Same for this. And then you can cast False Promise as well. And then your version of the spell, most of the time, is better. Sometimes it's not. Like when you summon a Spirit Bear, it's obviously not going to be better than Lone Druid Spirit Bear, but you have a Spirit Bear now, which is cool. And it has Demolish. The real juice that makes Spellsteal so good, aside from just having like a low cooldown, which is also nice, is the fact that it removes cast times, or like normalizes them all to be very low. So a lot of spells that have a bit of like a wind up to them, like Fissure on Earthshaker, even not accounting for the massive spell amp, which you should account for, it's just a better version of that spell. And the same is true for Ice Path on Jakiro. Rubik is like a secret, not a Jakiro counter, but you love seeing a Jakiro on the enemy team, because that means you get to steal Ice Path and you have a crazy good stun that like pops up pretty much instantly. Because you don't have to like wind it up like Y Iota the way that Jakiro has to. And that's very good. There's a lot of spells that Rubik just uses better. Really almost every spell, because he has a shitload of spell amp and the cast point reduction. So yeah, Spellsteal is an easy S. Sand King. Burrow Strike is a point target stun. And it's also a mobility tool, which is both a upside and a downside. And it's quite short range. So I am going to put it as a C. It's kind of like a bad stun, because you have to put your body on the line, which is rough relative to like the magic missiles of the world. And it's also just really stubby, and you can miss it, and it feels weird when you do. Sandstorm, no, this is Epicenter. Epicenter is like a fine ultimate. It has synergy with the rest of his kit. It deals a lot of damage. The cool thing about Epicenter is that even if you die, it's like this and Diabolic Edict, or like even if you kill someone, I think it just keeps going. I think that's true for Epicenter. I'm pretty sure it's true. I'm going to assume that it's true, but it's a B because of just the shock and awe that you can deal. And it's like a massive AoE, so you can deal that damage really consistently to multiple heroes. So it does a lot of damage, but you're also dealing it to multiple heroes at a time, which multiplies it. So Epicenter is a great spell. It's a good ulti. It's a good offlaner ulti. And Sandstorm is also the same. It's also a B. It's a form of invisibility, which is really good. Puts pressure on the enemy team, clogs up their item slots, helps you with the vision game. Invis is strong. Invis is strong. It's not invincibility, but it has a lot of effects on the macro game. So having it on an offlaner for a relatively low cost. And then Sandstorm itself is just also a good ability. You can use it to farm, you can use it in the lane. It's not amazing every game, but it's like solid every game. It's like good. It's always going to be good. You can like completely get dumpstered in lane, but thanks to Sandstorm, you like can still be a hero. Then Stinger. Stinger's like a weird ability, man. You can do some, it's also like a C, but like you can do some really messed up stuff. I've seen like right-click Sand King now because of Caustic Finale. Like if you set the lane up right and the enemy just kind of like loses focus for a second and like waddles up to the lane, you can use Stinger to like set off an insane Caustic Finale like chain. And then you just deal a metric load of damage. And it's also like an AoE attack, which is weird. That also is a crit. It's a very strange ability, but it is a good ability. It's just kind of limited in the applications of what you can do with it. There's other like similar kind of like crit, right-click enhancer effects that are just way better than Stinger, but that doesn't make Stinger terrible. And then if your opponent doesn't know how Caustic Finale works or Stinger works, it's like a B. Shadow Demon. Alright. He's got a lot of spells. Okay, Soul Catcher is like not in the game, so I need to remove that. Demonic Cleanse is his shard. It's like a nice little friendly purge that heals at the end. It's like the opposite of his ultimate, I think. Sort of the problem with it is that like even the heal over time spells will heal you a little bit immediately, but this one only heals at the end, and it's a considerable duration. It's like 4.5 seconds, I think. So it's got problems. It's not bad, but you need to buy an item to get it, and like it's okay. It's okay. This is his ultimate. His ultimate is quite good. It just feels weird to use. I think it's going as a B. It's just like a point target slow that lasts. It's a very harsh slow. It's like 80% or something like that. And then at the end, it does a big chunk of damage to you. And it being delayed is bad, but it does something while it's going up. And then the Aghanim's for this is insane because you get 2 charges and it breaks the entire time. It's like the best break spell in the game. Probably the best break in the game, actually, because like Silver Edge is a fat cooldown. But this is like a really long duration break. It can be like a 12-second break, which like this kills the bristle. There's nothing you can really do about it. I mean, you can pop BKB, but if he's got 2 of them, you can only BKB like 1 of them to avoid the issues of it. And then you also take a bunch of damage from it at the end. So it's a pretty solid ultimate. It just feels weird to use because there's no immediate feedback on like, I am doing good. Disruption is good because of the combos that you can set up with it. Any hero that wants a little bit of setup, even like in small ways, like Clinkz being able to like get his skeleton archers positioned perfectly out of skeleton walk, you disrupt someone and like now there's no pressure to make a slightly inoptimal decision. You have time to make the right choice. And then there's the obvious ones like Split Earth, you know, with Leshrac. You just do this and then the delayed spell goes off. Marana Arrow is also really good. It doesn't work with Pudge Hook because Pudge can hook friendly units, but Marana Arrow goes right through friendly units. So, you know, you time it to where they come out and hit the arrow, and then they're stunned forever. And then on top of that, the illusions oftentimes have on-hit effects. So like Anti-Mage is a really good example. AM blinks in on you, and assuming it doesn't get counterspelled, which it might, and even then, it's not that bad to get Disruption counterspell, because at least like you're not getting an Anti-Mage on you immediately. You stay alive for a couple more seconds, assuming you're going to die. And then his counterspell's on cooldown, so you can ulti him. But if you do disrupt the Anti-Mage right after he blinks in, he's now got 2 Anti-Mage illusions, which I believe burn full mana against him. So he's just completely out of mana now, which is difficult for an Anti-Mage to stay alive when he's at 0 mana. It's a good spell. You can also use it. The other thing is like multiplying your own allies. So if you have like a Luna and you're taking high ground, you throw this on Disruption, or you throw Disruption on Luna, and now she can hit high ground even better. And you micro it, she doesn't. So like you're a Shadow Demon, you're just chilling in the back of the fight, maybe throwing out Shadow Poison, you can fully devote yourself, or almost fully devote, to just microing these and getting the most value out of them as you can. So yeah, it's good. Disseminate is like Fatal Bonds, but it's very weird. So you can cast it on an enemy hero, and then anyone around them will take an additional portion of that damage. I think that includes themselves, which is kind of weird. But it's based on that just one target. The other cool thing about it, though, is that you can cast it on an ally, and it'll still have the same effect. So if you have a guy like a Tide who's getting gone on, they're just like laying into him, you can chuck Disseminate on him, and then it's like a pseudo Blade Mail effect. The numbers are like good, but the duration is low. It's a very short effect. Relative to Fatal Bonds. It's like, I think it's like 5 seconds, which is like enough time for it to do its job. But then like, compare that to Fatal Bonds, which will cancel your blink unto eternity. And you can't dispel it in the same way that you can. I guess if you're the target, I think maybe you can dispel it. I don't know. I don't check what's dispellable or not. This is known in my videos, especially my video about Shadow Demon. But Disseminate is a good ability. It's just kind of weird. And it doesn't feel that impactful to use. This is Shadow Poison / Shadow Poison Release. It's good. It's good. It gives him, it's like a thing to do in the lane, but it also like scales. And it's got some really niche applications. I also didn't talk about it in the video. You can use this to, like, you have to do some really nerdy shit. But if you time it just right, you can stack like 4 camps. Because the Shadow Poison will expire, and then it'll aggro the creeps. And then they'll run towards you, and then you like right click one, and then you Shadow Poison another. And like there's some funky stuff that you can do in order to stack like several creep camps at once. Or you can just, you know, you don't even have to leave the lane. You can just throw it at the Ancients by the save lane, and now those are stacking. So when your Sven hits level 6, you can disrupt, have the Illusions tank, and then he can just wail on an Ancient stack, and like that's really good. So there's some cool stuff you can do with Shadow Poison, not to mention just like making your opponents like do a little jig while they're trying to lane against you, and that's useful on its own as well. This is Soulcatcher. This item is out of the game. Shaman. Shadow Shaman. Ether Shock is a very generic, like, it's kind of cool because the number of targets increase as you level it up, so pretty soon you can like clear out creep waves with a cast or two, and that's cool. But it doesn't really do that much. It's just kind of like a cool lane trading tool. It's kind of like Disruptor Q, in that same vein of like, this hero needs something to do in the lane that isn't just stunning the opponents. The cool thing about Shadow Shaman, though, is he has another ability that he can do stuff with. This is Shackles. Shackles is pretty good. The cast range is a little rough, but you go items like Blink and Aether Lens to help with your positioning to overcome the deficits of the cast range. And other than that, it's just a really long channeled stun, which is good. And it has synergy too, because like it's kind of, it has a cast point. It's not slow, but you can blink in on someone and you can hex them, and then that's instantaneous. And then after the hex, you know, if you chicken finger them, you can do that, and then you go into the shackle, which is very good. It's just a super long duration, and it also life steals, which is funny. This might be an A, honestly. The hex is also the problem with shackles is like you're a weak little bitch and you have to stand still and they know exactly where you are. So like it's got Earthshaker, but it's still a very, very good spell. It's a great spell. It's a big part of his combo where he like jumps on you, hexes, drops snakes, and then shackles you, and then hope the snakes kill you. This hex is an A. It's the same. I can't remember what makes it different from Lions. I think it's like the duration is slightly shorter, but like it has a better cooldown. I can't. There's like a slight differentiation between the two hexes, and I can't remember what it is. But like I couldn't tell you which one's better. Even if I knew what the difference was, I probably still wouldn't be. They're probably just side grades to each other, same as AM and Quap. So I like shared abilities. That's something I've always liked in Dota. Foul play. In the early game, it's got some really good use, but like as the game goes on, incidental chip damage is so much easier to have happen. Like just someone with a radiance makes this ability not really do anything. And then shard is also kind of useless. It's like not that good, but it has applications. Like early on when heroes are killing each other by just right clicking and you barely escape, like you would have barely escaped, now you actually do get out alive. But you like walk back to base. So, or I guess you can fly to south. So it has uses, but it's not really anything special. And then it's not really a spell. Like you don't get to cast it. It's like you're dying. So you get this cute little bonus. Snakes. Snakes are really good, man. The current, I think Valve is going to change it, but the current like humongous snake is kind of insane. It's like broken. The reason it's broken is because one of the weaknesses of snakes is that there's 10 of them, right? But they all have 2 HP. So if you kill one, now it's only dealing 90% damage. And if you kill two, it's 83, 70s, etc. But with the big snake, even if it's at 1 HP, it's still dealing like, it does like 1,400 damage, or like just some ridiculous number. Like it does such a stupid amount of damage. So snakes are good because they can clog up the fight. You can trap someone in the wage cage if you get it just right and they don't have access to phased movement or like a force staff or something like that, and then they can't leave. You can use them to take Roche. They're not as good as they were, but they're still pretty good at taking Roche. But of course, it's just buildings, right? The Shadow Shaman can be the side lane bandit, because if he goes BOTs and a refresher, he can just show up and obliterate your tier 3 and take your range racks, and there's nothing you can do, even if you TP back in time, because it's just so much damage. And then it'll come back for your melee racks once refresher's back up. And then there's also just the base race component of like, he's going to drop a shitload of snakes around your ancient. You have to kill 20 snakes. Good luck. You're not going to do it. Snakes are very good. They're a very solid win condition. And early on, you just like, whenever it's off cooldown, you go push a tier 1 and plop it down. Better hoping Alk isn't on the enemy team, because he gets a lot of gold from all that. So Timber Saw. This is second Chakram, which I don't think is in the game. Well, he has the facet that makes like, you throw out Chakram and a second Chakram's like, I'm here too, and like wiggles around, which is like super weird. I don't know why they did that. I think his other facet is better with the splinters. I'm not a huge Timber player. He is quite fun though. Chakram is good. It's really good in the sense that like you can use it to farm by just leaving it out on a creep wave and letting it kind of wiggle itself down. And then it's also a really, really strong slow that gets better the lower they are. I think the way it works is like they have a slow applied to them that is equal to the percentage of HP they're missing. Or maybe it's a ratio of that. But if you're low, it's a stronger slow, which is kind of weird. But it's very good. It's just a very consistent source of pure damage that also slows and has some farming utility, split push utility. Flamethrower is like, all it really does is it lets you hit towers, and it's not amazing at that, and you have to spend 1,400 gold to get it. So it's not bad, but like, it's very rare to be like a timber saw split pushing to the point where you're the one hitting the tower. So it's kind of a relatively defined weakness of him that he can't hit buildings. But like now he kind of can with flamethrower. So, you know, do what you like. Reactive armor is very good. It's just a little clunky to use. I think it's a I'm gonna put it as a B because of what, like, if you are at full stacks, either by like popping ags or just you're in a situation where you could sit there and tank a bunch of lane creeps and get all your stacks up, you are really, really hard to kill. Like your HP gen is really high. You have a ton of armor, and like your HP pool is already good. So like magic damage is an option. It's the preferred option, but like it's hard to have that much magic damage. Reactive armor is quite good, and it allows you to just sit there and tank lane creeps in order to heal up, which is like a weird thing. Only a like Legion Commander can kind of do that too. Timber Chain is a great ability. All of Timber's spells are like really good, actually. Except I'm just gonna put everything in B. Like, okay, Timber Chain. This is just like do a bunch of pure damage. It's good with the combo. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. Timber Chain, however, is a really weird spell. Like, it works in very strange ways. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen, but like, if you're being glimpsed, you can Timber Chain to a tree, and then even after you're teleported by the glimpse, you will still zip to the tree. And there's weird things you can do with it. And then this also is just like an insane mobility tool on a very low cooldown. The downside is it's like a skill shot, but like you have to hit a tree. There's a lot of trees. The problem is when, like, in high ground situations, because there's not a lot of trees up on the base, which makes Timber, like, kind of shitty at closing out the game, because it's really hard for him to use Timber Chain as a mobility tool because there aren't that many trees. Not to mention that, like, he can't, like, Whirling Death, but benefits from cutting down trees as well, and that's not really an option anymore. So he's got some flaws when it comes to the high ground situation, and the inability to use Timber Chain at that time is the biggest one, but the fact that it's so low cooldown and it's a massive mobility tool on a hero that tanky makes it very good. Plus you can like cast Whirling Death mid Timber Chain, which always feels like very satisfying when you just obliterate a creep wave, or you chuck a hero's HP down by 40% with 2 spells. Timber has good spells. He also has the Whittly Diddly. Silencer. Arcane Curse is fine. It's like a big debuff that you throw out, and then they don't cast spells. Like, they can cast spells, right? Like, they can, like, Slark can hit Q to dispel himself, or like any other hero like that, or like Jugspin. But it's not really that impressive of a spell. It does, like, you put levels in it, and it like feels really good, and it slows too, which is nice. The spell that actually makes it good is Last Word, which, like, in isolation, you kind of have to use these 2 spells together. Because in isolation, it doesn't really do that much. But Last Word silences them for a long time. And if you're silenced, Arcane Curse, it makes it so that the the timer for it is paused. So the entirety of the time that you're silenced by Last Word, if you had 5 seconds left on Arcane Curse, but now you're silenced for 5 seconds, it's actually 10 seconds now, which is pretty good. That's a lot of damage. These 2 abilities together are very good, but like on their own are really whatever. In the context of the kit, though, that also means that if you're going to do your harassment combo, you need to spend like 300 mana, which is tough. Like, that's a lot of mana, even for an int hero. Glaives are like also... This is also somehow his third something to do in the lane ability. Like, Glaives can be really good. They can deal a lot of damage, and like they steal int now, which is really nice. And they're pure damage, I think. All I know is they hit really hard. But as Silencer, you're a squishy little bitch, and I'm assuming you're playing him as a support. Like, you can play him as like a rogue mid or like a silly carry, haha. But like, it's like Glaives is not enough for you to be like, oh wow, this hero's a core. It's mostly just like a harassment thing. Like, you smack the offlaner with Glaives over and over again, and now it's really annoying them because it's like taking their mana in an indirect way, and then it's also just a bunch of pure damage, and you don't aggro the creeps if you're manually casting it. So there's a lot of upside to Glaives, but like, this kind of effect is just not that useful on the hero unless you're playing him as a core, in which case it's insane. But then like the rest of your kit is like eh. And then Global, which is an S. Surprise! Yeah, all the spells are C's except for Global, which is one of the very best spells in the game. Global warps the enemy play patterns in a very, to the same degree as False Promise does. It's not the same effect, obviously, but what this ability does to games is it takes every character who would be channeling a spell and just makes them like not want to play anymore. And that's an awful feeling. Because there's so, like, Enigma is the obvious one. You're never going to get a good black hole. If the silencer knows what he's doing, you will never, ever get a good black hole. Ever. Not once. And then, like, even if he globals for another reason, the enemy team just doesn't group up. Like, it's just like, okay, let's split up and farm and, like, maybe push a little bit, like, split push. But Global Silence not only does that for, like, the game, but its impact on the draft is huge. Because you pick Silencer in the first phase of a pub, and, like, there's so many heroes the enemy team just cannot pick now. Like, they can't pick Enigma, they can't pick Witch Doctor. Like, there's so many heroes. And then there's, like, the non-obvious counters. Like, okay, your carry got Pudge hooked and he's getting dismembered. Well, Global Silence happens now. And so now the Pudge is sitting there, his ult is off cooldown, and he has to keep rotting. He can't turn rot off because that's a spell. And he's silenced. Global Silence is the best silence in the game. The only problem is the cooldown. And you can play around that. Or you can just buy a refresher and have fun. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 spells. I think I said I was going to have like 10 to 12. I think there's like a couple more S tier spells in the game. But there's not going to be that many more. I can't immediately think of a spell that's going to be there, but like there's so many spells in the game. How could I? This is Skelly's / no, this is Spectral Blade. Skelly's is great. Skelly's is like really good. It's a farming tool, but it's not enough. So it's a farming tool, you still have to go Radiance, but it also does a bunch of other things. Because it hits buildings, it split pushes lanes for you, it diversifies your farm, and it replaces itself, right? That's the biggest thing, is you pop Skellies, the Skellies kill things, that gives you charges, you make more Skellies. It's like a feedback loop. So like, it sucks if you pop 8 Skellies and they run to an axe and die, and now you're stuck at 0. But you can just like hit creeps until you have enough Skellies to pop 8 more, and then the cycle renews itself. So it's a very self-sustaining farm item that's very light on your mana pool, and it has a bunch of really good applications. You can use it to ruin Omni, you can use it to ruin Lich Ulti, you can use it to ruin Witch Doctor Ags. Like, any like bouncing spell that doesn't really get to pick its targets, it's good. It's really good. Bone Guard is by far the better facet. There were some people in the comments of the Wraith King video who were like, I go Spectral Blade and I win all the time. And I was like, okay, that's nice. You'd win even more if you went Bone Guard. Speaking of which, Spectral Blade is like, eh. The reason it's eh is because you're taking, like, Wraith King is good at just like blowing people up, right? And in theory, you go Spectral Blade and you can blow people up even better. But the problem is that 3 seconds is like a long time. Like, that's enough time for you to be like, oh, I will Force Staff away and then Yules so that the damage doesn't even happen. And then he can't apply it to me still. So, like, Spectral Blade is, like, really weird. It's also really awkward to jungle with, because you want to always have it on the crit. But because of that delay, and you can't reapply it, you have to, like, juggle multiple weird cooldowns in order to jungle efficiently with Spectral Blade. Whereas with Bone Guard, you just hit W, and you're like, go forth, my bony boys. Like, it's like, obviously your mental capacities should not be at redline playing this hero. And that's not what this does, but it is, like, a factor that you have to think about. And for a player like me who's like, how the hell am I going to hit these trolls in the camp? Like, it bothers me to not farm with the utmost efficiency. Maybe it's a me problem, but I just, what it does in the context of fighting versus farming, I do not like Spectral Blade. I do not like it. I think it's bad. Make it like Silence or something. Wraith King crit is pretty good. It's one of the better crits in the game because it's timed and it's fat with a PH. Like, it's a huge, like, just dunk. No questions asked. Big ol' crit. I oftentimes like going in at level 1. Like, if I don't think we're going to go for a kill at level 2, I mean, really, even at level 2, you can just skip Skellies and go stun, and then you have stun and crit, and you're probably better at killing. You're way better at killing with that. But getting in at level 1 allows you to, like, guarantee last hits for the first 2 waves, and if you have, like, the spare time to do it, you just walk over and bonk the offlaner. And, like, it's good. Like, they'll hit you once or twice in response, but you get that crit on them, and it's like, well, see ya. And you lifesteal. It's really good at interacting with his inherent lifesteal, which is nice. The stun, it's good. It's good. The stun duration isn't great, but the slow is good. I think point target stuns generally go in B. I think we haven't done Venge yet, but Magic Missile will also be going in B. It's fine. It's a good stun. I'm trying to remember the rules. No, it's like a super weak B. It's a super weak B. Or like top of C. It's better than like Lucent Beam, which is in C. I'm going to leave it in B. Okay. Reincarnation is very good. It's very good. It's not an S, is it? I think it is. I think it is an S, and let me tell you why. A lot of these spells up here are like incredibly strong, right? Axe Call, Doom, Black Hole, False Promise, Global Silence, and then a lot of other spells are really good. But the problem is, like, spells have cooldowns, right? But what if a hero didn't have a cooldown? What if when you died, you didn't? And, like, Wraith King does that. And it puts the enemy team in such a difficult position, because even if he's the carry, it's like, you can't really justify casting spells on him. Like, you have to. You have to just, like, keep your team alive and kite him in some meaningful way. But all that hard work just goes out the window when he dies, because he pops back up. And if he's got a Blink Dagger, he can blink out of Reincarnation, as long as you don't have anything set up to stop that immediately. And then he also might have a BKB, and then the shitty spells you have left don't do anything. So it makes fighting Wraith King a really weird little puzzle of, like, resource allocation into his first and second life. By the way, he has 4 teammates. And if you count the Skellies, he has 12. And if you count the talent that raises the Skelly spawns by 5, he has 17. 17 friends. I don't even have 17 friends in real life. I couldn't name 17 people. And he's got that many dudes, like, backing him up. He's got shooters for days. And Reincarnation spawns even more, so he has even more friends. That's like what? 4 Skellies per person? 20? That's 37 friends. And 2 of him. That's 39. That's why Reincarnation... That's why Reincarnation is an S tier spell, because of the number 39. Anyway. Skywrath Mage. Okay, it's rather intuitive, actually. Shield gives him the magic damage barrier, which makes him, like, really good against other mages, and then this one reduces his cooldown. I think the cooldown reduction is better, but they're both just kind of like whatever passives. Like, they're nice, but his innate giving him spell lifesteal is better than both of these. So I'm going to put them here. I don't know which one is better. I have not played Skywrath Mage since they changed his facets. This is Conch Shot? No, this is Conch Shot, and this is the Bolt. The Bolt is like a fine harassment spell. It scales really, really well, but like, because the damage is based off of his int, so it scales like crazy because he has really good int growth. But like, it's not, it doesn't do anything other than just like boom, magic damage. It's like a very generic small nuke, but it's on a very low cooldown, and that's nice. It's also a targeted spell, which, like, you know, Lincolns and Lotus and all those kinds of interactions. Ancient Seal is a really good silence. It's a really good silence because it also buffs the amount of magic damage that they take. And Skywrath himself can take amazing advantage of that, but it's not an E-Blade effect, so other people can still right-click them, which is really good. It's not like Decrepify. It's Ancient Seal, baby. So it's a better E-Blade effect that also silences. That's very good. It's a very good spell. Conch Shot is also a B. So, a long time ago, I was in a match where we had an AM counterpick to Skywrath Mage, right? Because he has Counterspell. And what the Skywrath Mage did instead of casting his Q on him over and over again is he actually maxed Conch Shot. Because it's not a targeted spell. So he could just... And like, AM does not have much of a mana pool. So the AM actually got dumpstered by the Skywrath, just like mashing Conch Shot off cooldown. And it was very funny, and I still think about it sometimes. It's a very clever thing to do as the Skywrath Mage. I'm sure he felt smug as shit. I don't even think he put a point in in the queue. I think he just had points in Ancient Seal and Conch Shot, and Skywrath won the game. Conch Shot is a really good slow. It can hit multiple heroes in Magical Christmas Land, which is nice. It's just a very good addition to his spells that allows him to sort of be a team player, and it doesn't target, and then you can get the like global Conch Shot talent, so you can like just like whack people with it from across the map, which is very funny. The damage is okay. It's obviously not like, that's not the purpose of it. It's not to deal damage. It's to slow, and then the damage is like okay in the lane, but like later on, who cares? But it's a very good like pseudo AoE slow. It's a bit like Frost Blast in that sense. And Frost Blast is in B, so I think this spell should also go in B, even though there is a chance that Concussive Shot does not hit the target you want it to hit, which is a little, it's a small downside, but notable. Mystic Flare. Mystic Flare is very good for the same reasons that Sunstrike is very good. I'm going to put it in A, but it's like a weak A. It's like a weak-ass A. It's probably one of the weaker A's. One of the weakest A's, in fact. But it combos with a ton of things. So if the Legion Commander duels, and she has a 4 Skywrath, you drop Mystic Flare on them, and then she wins the duel from your damage and not hers. If there's a hero like Shadow Shaman who can shackle someone and just keep them still for a little bit, you drop Mystic Flare, and then that hero dies. And then it interacts with his Staff of the Scion or Shield of the Scion and his Innate that gives spell lifesteal in really positive ways. Like, it sort of functions as an engine for all of his passives to work, which is really nice. The problems are the mana cost, and the fact that if you don't have any synergy, it kind of sucks. It's pretty useless. There are situations where enemies will keep themselves still, which is nice, right? Like they're doing a channeled ability on like Witch Doctor or something. You drop this on them and then they die. They have to cancel their spell to move out of the way or they die. And that's very good. It punishes people for standing still. And people stand still a lot in Dota, voluntarily or otherwise. So it is going to be an A because of just the sheer quantity of damage that it does. And it scales all right. Ultra late game, it falls off, but like it scales pretty good. Dardar. Bash is good. Bash is a good spell. Pierces BKB. He likes to build attack speed as a result of this. It just does a big chunk of physical damage. It interacts with his ultimate that amplifies damage very well. Or Corrosive Haze, I think it's called now. When it used to literally just be called Amplify Damage. And his Bash was called Bash, and his Sprint was called Sprint. Or Slytherin Sprint, which I think that's what this is. Sprint is like a pretty good ability, but it's like, it's a good mobility tool, but you still have to build mobility, which is kind of rough. Right now, the current facet for Sardar is one that makes him unslowable for the first 2 seconds, which is kind of insane. I hope Val takes it out. It's a little too strong IMO. But it doesn't completely solve his problems, but it makes it so that after you blink in and you crush, you can use that to either escape and then get ready to blink in again and crush more, or you can use it to like chase down and bash whoever you want, and it's tough to run away from him. So it's got some really good use cases, but it doesn't solve all of his mobility issues. So I'm going to put it in C, but it's a good C. Crush is a nice little AoE stun. It is a stun, but notably the stun duration is quite short. It's a very short stun. It's like not a mini stun, but it's close. The good thing is that it slows for like 6 seconds afterwards. So like, even though the stun isn't that great, it sets up the ability to like run people down and bash them over and over again. And bash is also a stun. So that's like where a lot of Sardar's value comes from. You get Shard with this, and I think the level 15 or 20 talent, and you just like one-shot creep waves also, which is cool. Amplified damage. Amplified damage is also really good. Sardar got spells. Not because of the actual armor reduction. I mean, that is really good with Sardar himself, and then there's a lot of synergies. Like, he's a one-man anti-armor strat. So you have heroes like PA or anyone with a Desolator or like a Templar Assassin is like really good. And you just erase people from the map, like a Sven. They just no longer exist. You cast this on them, someone else does their big physical burst damage, and then that hero's just gone. Like, bye-bye. It's also really good for taking Roche. It makes Roche so much easier. And Sardar's really good at tanking Roche too. So he's very good at helping his team Rosh. He can't solo Rosh. I guess if you have like the ultra max like multiple moon shards and you can permabash Rosh, I guess he can. But like, don't expect that to happen. Like, that's not a reliable way to play the game of Dota 2. The other really big thing about it though is it shits on invis heroes. You cast this on them, and unless they have a way to dispel it, like they're just, you're not invis anymore. You put it on a Clinkz and like it's really hard for him to run away because that hero, it's hard for him to buy dispels that aren't BKB. And if you're popping BKB to deal with corrosive haze, like that sucks. And then he bashes you anyway. So it's difficult. It's really hard to play an invis hero against Slardar because of this ability. And even if you do have a way to dispel it, it's on a very short cooldown, so he can just do it to you again. Having like walking through the jungle and then you have this cast on you from like out of vision is like, you're gonna poop your pants. Like, it's a very scary ability to just have it cast on you from nowhere and you're probably going to die. It's a good spell. It just takes the weakness of it is like the mana isn't that big of a problem. It's like it only affects one person and it's got like a little bit of a cooldown and like a little bit of a cast point. So like it's kind of hard to like put it on a bunch of heroes at once. But if you get the shard, that's not a problem anymore because your crush now applies it for I think half duration. So it's a very good spell with a lot of great utility. Slark. Slark is kind of tough to judge because he's another hero where like all of his stuff matters. This is Dark Pact. Dark Pact is really good. It's a farming item, or it's a farming ability, and then also the continuous purging is something that's very unique, and it makes Slark very difficult to play against, because if you orchid him, or you bash him, or you cast spells at him, or whatever, he can always just get rid of it. There's a lot of things that aren't dispellable in the game, right? But most things are dispellable. So, like, he can get rid of, like, almost any debuff and just keep fighting. The problem is that he needs to anticipate it a little bit, right? Because, like, it's not instant. So you need to be like, okay, I'm going to sneak up on this guy, start hitting him, and then cast Dark Pact, and then I need for him to use his spells after that. The thing is, if he doesn't use his spells, right, if the person is like, no, I will not use my spells on you because I know you're Dark Pacting, and they visually confirm that you've hit Dark Pact because the bubbles come up or whatever, then they'll be like, okay, now I'll use my spells. And that's like, oh, I'm outplaying the Slark, but like, not really. You just gave him like 4 seconds to wail on you and get Essence Shift stacks, and then you casted your spells, but there's still a Slark in front of you, and like that guy's going to be a problem, and he's going to pounce you. So it's not as straightforward as just waiting for the Dark Pact to be over. Like, you have to use your spells in a very inoptimal way that plays into Slark's game plan as a result of Dark Pact. So it's a very, very good spell because of the play patterns it forces. And that's best case for you. Worst case for you, your spell just doesn't work. So keep that in mind. This is Depth Shroud. Depth Shroud is really good. Little bit of grief potential on it, and it is a shard, so it's like, it has to be judged a little bit harsher. The thing about it, though, is like, you can't target, you can hit AoE, but the HP regen is like so good that if your supports get gone on, you can chuck Depth Shroud down on the ground and they are no longer dead, and they can just leave. They can just go away. It's very good. You can use it if there's a Legion on the enemy team and you drop Depth Shroud on his dual target, or on your team, and you drop Depth Shroud on the Legion, it instantly ends the duel, which is funny. That's a funny thing. So you can grief the hell out of your Legion commander if you want with Depth Shroud. And there's a couple other interactions like that too. I think there are. I'm struggling to remember them. But Depth Shroud is very good. You just have to buy it, which is kind of rough. Essence Shift is probably his best ability. I'm going to say it's an A. The ability to, like, gain that much agility in such a short time without really, like, the hoop that you have to jump through is you have to hit people on the enemy team. The thing is, you're going to do that shit anyway. Like, even if you didn't have Essence Shift, you would still be smacking people on the enemy team. That's just kind of what you do. So, Slark benefiting that much, and then it stays alive for so long that, like, Slark isn't good at hitting buildings, but if he has, like, 30 Agi stacks for, like, 90 Agi, now he is good at hitting buildings. So it kind of solves one of his problems. And then it also creates the play pattern of, like, run in, smack people a little bit, run out, heal up with Barracuda, and then immediately jump back in. All your spells are off cooldown, smack them up a little bit more, and now you're better at smacking them because you have your Essence Shift stacks. And you can kind of like weave in and out of fights with that pattern. And then you also have your ulti for when you don't want to weave out, but you still want the benefits of doing so. His ulti is also quite good. It's a big old Shadow Realm effect that only affects him. But that's okay because you heal like half your HP pool. And you can hit people while you do it, which is like really good. Like that also plays into Essence Shift. It allows you to weave out of the fight without actually leaving. And so you get full uptime on your right click abilities and your other stuff that you're doing. So it is quite good. Like Slark has spells. Slark has really good spells. His worst spell is Pounce, which is down here. And the reason it's down here is because first off, it's very easy to counter. Like almost any defensive item is really good against Pounce. It doesn't, you can use it defensively to like get away, but it's got a considerable cooldown. And there's always the thing that they can do where they like walk in front of you. So when you pounce, you don't actually go anywhere. Which makes it a little bit weird to use. It has like, there's a way to interact with it that no other hero has. So that's something that he can die from, is like people interacting with Pounce in a weird way. And then if you do hit it, it's susceptible to literally every defensive item and technique in the game. Like Leash is not that strong. Like you can literally Force Staff out of Leash. So I don't, like, it's weird. Maybe you shouldn't be able to Force Staff out of Leash. But pretty much anything, even just like walking around in a circle, the support can like make it a little bit harder for you to hit them. So it is one of his weaker abilities, but it's still good. It's a good C. Slark has spells. Cookie Grandma. Little Shredder is like good. It's good because, like, first off, the damage it deals early on in the lane, even at level 1, is like kind of nuts. You sort of go 1-1-1 on this hero just because of how much damage Little Shredder can do early on. Like, you pop it and you hit the 5 like 6 times, and it does a shocking amount of damage. They don't have any armor. They can't trade into you. They just have to walk away. And then if it's a carry last hitting, like, he needs to get his last hits. He needs to pull up. So you're forcing him away from the lane for a moment while the Little Shredder debuff makes it impossible for him to trade. And then also he just took a bunch of damage. And that's just like the lane applications. Like the real strength of Little Shredder is you're either like a core in the late game and you're shitting out an insane amount of damage with Little Shredder. I know they switched around like the multi-shot and everything. Did they get rid of it? I don't remember. But like it has late game potential too, just because it allows you to, it's like a ranged Ursa W where you just get to smack them a bunch and it's difficult to interact with. But then also there's things in the game like Undying Totem or Phoenix Egg, where being able to just chuck out a load of right clicks is really good. Even just like smaller ones. Like you can use it to get rid of Grimstroke's dead wife or his dead girlfriend that his dead wife doesn't know about really quickly using Little Shredder. Or Weaver Bugs is like another good example. A lot of things in the game require right clicks to interact with them, and anything that does, Sapphire is generally pretty good at doing that because of this. It gives her like a really interesting, unique niche beyond just like support who does damage. Alright. Now for the abilities that... Oh, my cat sneezed. Alright, now for the abilities that make Snapfire a position 4 that does a bunch of damage. So Fire Snap Cookie is like solid. It's a good repositioning tool, but it's kind of weird and like you can mess up the communication on it. There's some fun stuff where like you can do it on an Undying zombie and it'll make the zombie shoot forward, and like it doesn't matter what unit you use it on, the damage and impact from the Snapfire Cookie, it will always be the same. So it's a nice little stun that also functions as like a mobility tool, and it can heal a little bit, I think, if you go like the right talent, which is nice. But like it's ultimately just like a very clunky stun. So I think it's a C, but it's like still a stun, like it's still good. Gobble Up is hilarious. This is one of the funniest spells in the game, man. It's tough because like going Ags on Snap is not good, but there are combos. Like you can shoot Shadow Fiend, and Shadow Fiend can start ulting while he's in the air. So he like lands and it goes off right when he lands. And it's like, that's very funny. That's a funny thing to do. Also, just like any big tanky bitch, like Tidehunter, you can set him up for like a really good Ravage, because you put him like right in the middle of the team, really far away. The problem is that, you know, he's far away from his team. So whatever, the Ravage might be good, but the follow-up, not so much. But there's really good situations for Goggle Up, plus you can use it defensively. So like if your homeboy's getting dueled, to pick on Legion Commander even more after the Slark explanation, you can grab them out of that and then just shoot them off to safety. So there's a lot of really interesting applications for Gobble Up, plus it's just a funny little nuke. You can use it to like prevent the enemy creep wave from getting close enough to disable backdoor protection. You just eat one of your own creeps and throw it out there, and then it kills the creep wave. So like there's a lot of interesting applications, but it's like the grief potential is stupid high with this ability. Like crazy high. You can just like shoot your friends into the fountain when the game is ending if you want. I always do that because it's funny. There's a lot of ways to use Gobble Up and you can be creative with it, but you need an Aghanim Scepter or a Snapfire. And she's not bad at hitting creeps, but like there's a lot of other items she wants to go. So it's good, but it has a really high opportunity cost, and you can like lose the game if you do it badly. So I struggle to rate it anything higher than C. It's not a meme though. It kind of is, but like no, it's good enough. We're gonna do Scatter Blast first. It's just a nuke. It does a lot of damage early on, and the slow is useful. The slow is what scales. The damage kind of falls off, but even then, you can use it to pick people off when they're going away. Like if you go the one where it like has a longer radius and you want to hit it at the end of it, not radius. You know what I'm talking about. That one's pretty good. Like that damage stays alive. But if it's the normal version and you have to be point blank, then you have to be like right up close to someone, and like you're not super fragile, but you're not tanky either, and you want to stay alive. Like your ultimate puts you super far away from the fight. So having an ability where you need to be like literally point blank in order to deal the most damage, it leaves a little bit to be desired. But it's really good in the lane. It's definitely a decent spell. And then Mortimer's Kisses, which might be an A. I think it's an A. God, this tier list is so long. Mortimer's Kisses is an A because it allows her to interact with a fight from so far away and be perfectly safe. But it is difficult to use. Like, you don't want to just, like, pop this for no reason with no setup. You want a reason to use it. But it gives her an insane level 6 power spike with any setup whatsoever. Like, even just to hit the first couple of them. That's enough damage to secure the kill on the vast majority of the cast. So there are ways to make Mortimer's Kisses, like, absolutely monstrous in the early game, and then later on it's just causes a ton of panic and chaos in the fights. All the blobs like stay on the ground and slow and deal damage over time. So like even if you don't get like 12 hits in a row, it's still really solid in the sense that you're just creating a bunch of chaos in the fights and like area denial, and you're really safe while you're doing it. It also has a dead spot, so like if they get up close to you, I think it was it Gunner who like figured out that you could like A-click your own hero portrait to do it right on top of you? I think so. And I actually wound up using that in a game before they took it out, and I kind of miss it, but obviously it's not intended. So it's got weaknesses, right? And you can just whiff. Like the time between aiming it and like it actually hitting is enough time to get like juked like crazy, even if you have perfect vision. But if there's even a tiny bit of setup, Mortimer's Kisses is a kill pretty much every time you use it, which is quite good for an ultimate. It's a very unique thing. Next up is Sniper. Assassinate is good, but like it's a little bit counterintuitive. It's really only good for killing people while they're running away. But the nature of Assassinate makes it so that they won't run away. Like they're just gonna get on you. There's not a whole lot more to say about it. Like it refreshes itself if you get the kill, but it's very mana intensive, and you're probably casting Shrapnel first, so you're not gonna have the mana to do it 5 times. It's funny on Support Sniper with the Ags, but like that's a meme, and I'm not really considering that too much for the tier list, even though it's a meme that is near and dear to my heart. Yeah, it's a big fat magic nuke that is a little bit counterintuitive with the kit, because really what you'd rather be doing is just right-clicking them. And Assassinate takes so long to get off that you could like right-click people like 5 or 6 times. Like it, I know you've seen this when like a sniper is like man fighting someone and then they stop right-clicking them and just assassinate them instead, and it's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, unless you're trying to cancel a channeled spell like a CM ulti, like there's no reason to do that. But snipers do it all the time. Like Assassinate is not that great of a DPS option. It's really just for picking people off as they run away, and then because they're running away, you're only going to get 1, maybe 2 off. So the cooldown refresh is nice, and then I guess if you're mid and you hit 6, you just do it to like harass them. Just like, here, eat shit, loser, and then you just ult them for no reason, which is funny, and it's fun. But it's difficult to rate Assassinate higher than a C for me. Concussion Grenade is nuts. This is a very good spell. It's going to go in B. The ability to knock them back, slow them, and disarm them while also knocking yourself back is really good. And when combined with Hurricane Pike, that's really all the defensive mobility that Sniper needs to stay alive. Like you can, that's for the mobility. You still need like a Satanic or a BKB or something like that to really stay alive. But it's a 1400 gold Hurricane Pike. Like that's really all you need to know to be like, oh, this item's really good. Go Concussion Grenade, please. Please, it's so good, Sniper players, I promise. Headshot is a pretty good on-hit effect. The slow is a big part of what makes it so good. It's just an on-hit effect that boosts physical damage. And then it has the, like, mini slow. I think it used to... No, MKB had the mini stun. I don't think this ever, like, mini stunned. Maybe it did, I don't know. Dota's a very long-lasting game. But Headshot is a great spell. It allows snipers' shitty right clicks to actually do something, which is nice. Take aim is a meme. I don't know how true this is, but I'm putting it in D because this is like, I think this is the source of the only talent in the game that is a nerf to your hero, which is the one where it makes take aim like 5 seconds long. Cause you are such a slow bitch. Like, and look, if you sneak up on someone as sniper and you can hit take aim and just lay into them, that's great. But like take aim, it sucks. Like it's bad. It's a really bad spell. Your problem is mobility and staying alive. This reduces your mobility by a massive amount and just kills you. Like you can't run away from anyone. You can still use your defensive mobility options, but like I think going into take aim is like bad the vast majority of times that sniper players do it. What is going on with my voice? Shrapnel. My voice might be giving out because I've been recording like crazy. Shrapnel is very good. It's probably a B. Sniper's got spells. It's a B not because of the damage necessarily, but because of the utility. If you're taking high ground and it's between creep waves and backdoor protection is still down, you cast Shrapnel up on the tier 3 and then you just right click it forever. And you repeat the same for the racks. And then because of Shrapnel, you cannot hide from Sniper by running in the trees. He just pops a Shrapnel on top of you and then he can right click you with impunity and there's nothing you can do. And it slows. And it's a really good farming tool. So like as Sniper, you can go and you can make a fat jungle stack. And if you're maxing Shrapnel, you have 3 points in it at level 5. You walk over and you throw Shrapnel down in the camp. And then you take like a triple or a quad stack very early on and accelerate your farm and you get your Maelstrom really fast. Or a Dragonlance. It should be a Maelstrom though. And then you can also aggro multiple creep camps at the same time and like drag them into the Shrapnel. It's a little finicky, but you can do it on both Radiant and Dire side. So its versatility and utility make it a great spell, and then the fact that it does damage also is cool. The Scattershot spell is probably a C, but it's like a very strong C. Because it's just a ridiculous amount of magic damage that you can pour onto someone at any given moment from a hero that doesn't really do that. But it falls off quite a bit. So the Scattershot is like, it has a lot of weaknesses. It's worse than normal Shrapnel, but like, you can go it if you want. Spectre. Is this Desolate? Why does Desolate have a bunch of cute little ghosties hanging around? Okay, no, this is Desolate. Desolate has cute little ghosties on it. That's so funny. Desolate is quite good. It's a bunch of pure damage. Mantas can deal it, which is really nice. It functions with her kit in the sense that, like, you know, you pick one target, you go on them, and then you hit them to death with Desolate. The thing that really makes Desolate good, though, is even if you miss, the Desolate damage still happens. So if you're fighting against a PA or a Wind Ranger, and your attack would miss, as long as they're alone enough for Desolate to work, the Desolate damage, the pure damage, will still hit them. So, like, there are times when you don't necessarily have to go MKB against those heroes, because if you pop Manta, you're still dealing a shitload of pure damage every single right click, even if you're missing. And then if you do hit them, right, it's cool. There's even more. You get to do physical. So Desolate, the fact that it, like, pierces evasion, and it's pure damage is just really good, makes it a pretty good on-hit effect. It's up here in B. What is this ability called? I know exactly what it does. It's the flat damage reduction that also returns it depending on how far away they are from you. I just can't remember the name of the spell. It's fine. It's not as big of a deal as a lot of Spectre players make it out to be. It's a good passive, and like flat DR is crazy good, but the numbers just aren't that high. And then like against ranged heroes, it's only the DR. You don't get any of the damage reflection. And then if it is a melee hero, but they're like a PL or a Monkey King, like they can be a little bit further away from you, then the damage isn't fully being reflected. And if you're running away, which is when this ability is the most valuable, when you're getting gone on, it just doesn't work quite as well. So it is a good passive, but you max it last kind of for, well, I max it last. I think maxing Desolate is like way better, but I also do the Orchid build. So maybe if you're going the Radiance build, it's better to max it second over Desolate, but like I don't know. It's a good passive. It's just like it isn't as impactful as it kind of looks slash feels, which I know sounds weird, but like just trust me. Trust me. It's a C passive. It's okay. It's not bad. It's good. It works with Spectre, but it's not amazing. This is Haunt, right? Haunt is good. The fact that it will go on people that you can't see and reveal their position and let you go on and kill them is the really good thing. Shadow Step's biggest weakness is that if you can't see them, you can't use it. But with Haunt, you can use it. So if there's a Tinker hiding in the trees, you can just go on them and kill them. If they have like a support who's like trying their darndest to like hide in the back of the fight and not get gone on, Haunt says fuck you and just goes on them and kills them anyway. And the illusions are really good because like they're not, you can't position yourself in a way that really deals with Haunt all the time. So like sometimes there just will be an illusion dealing Desolate damage to you and there's not much you can do about it. And then you can like buff the illusions up even more, and then they really deal damage. And like you can kill people on accident with this, especially if you have a Radiance. So it's a really good spell. But the problem is you need an Axe. But Spectre doesn't mind that so much because it functions as an addition to her ultimate. Which we will also probably rank pretty high. Shadow Step is really good. Shadow Step is a really good ultimate. I liked when Valve switched these, because Shadow Step used to be your Ags, and then it became really popular to rush Ags on Spectre so you could use it, and then they said, screw it, and then they replaced it, so now Haunt is your Ags. Shadow Step is so good because, like, first off, global. Anything global is already amazing. But then it lets you bring your toolkit into the environment where it shines the best, which is against one dude. Like, Haunt is nice. It's good in team fights, and you can use it as, like, a Shadow Step, sort of. But Shadow Step, in coordination with one other hero, like, you pretty much kill anyone. Like, if you have an Orchid and a Manta, you know, as long as they don't have, like, Yules and a lot of defensive items, and even if they do, like, maybe the other hero has a stun, you hop on them and you just kill them instantly, and there's really not much they can do. And even if they run away, you have your Q on them so you can track them and get them. So Shadow Step is really good. It's what allows the hero to snowball and just take over games. And it also allows them, like, if you're having a bad game, this helps you because you can kill steal like crazy. And even if you don't get the kill, you still get the AoE golden experience. So, like, it's really good. And in really ideal situations, you kill them and then you, like, go back to the jungle. Like, you just keep farming, which is nice. It makes me really mad that they gave Reality a 40 mana cost, because, like, Spectre has mana issues, and adding that on makes it so that, like, one Shadow Step gank effectively burns your entire mana pool, which makes it a lot more difficult to justify going anything other than the Orchid. Now, you pretty much have to go the Orchid, and even that's not enough. Like, you still need to buy Clarities with it. Anyway, Shadow Step is very good. It's a B tier ultimate. And Shadow Dagger. Shadow Dagger is like, it's good and it has a lot of really good use cases. It fits with her hero identity quite a bit, but I am going to put it in D because of the travel time. The only thing it's good at, really, like, you can use it to farm because it pierces through, like, neutrals, but it's not that good at it. Like, it's just not. Like, sometimes you have to use it because it's the best you have other than this, but, like, seriously, what is this ability called? It's driving me insane. Whatever, I don't care. But Shadow Dagger is really only good at, you put it on someone and then you chase them until they die, or you die, or you have to give up. And, like, that's really all it does. And, like, the impassable terrain is nice, but the impassable terrain, it's a cute rule, and you can use it to escape sometimes, so it is a little bit more versatile than I'm giving it credit for. But chasing someone over impassable terrain is only useful when they also have a way to go over impassable terrain. Otherwise, there's not really any point. Like, you can take a slightly more efficient route to get to them if they like go around a ward spot. You can chase them a little bit faster by just going over the ward spot, but it's not nearly as valuable as a lot of like somewhat similar chase abilities. So I am putting it in C, but it's like a very strong C because of that one use case where it is crazy good. It's just not nearly as versatile as a lot of other like chasing abilities are. It's a good escape though. It's a solid escape as well. Also, it contributes massively to our mana issues. I'm leaving it in C, but it's like the best C. It's like one of the best Cs. Okay, we'll do Spirit Breaker and then call it. So Bulldoze is really good because of how long it lasts, and it's kind of a pain. The thing is, you can dispel it with Yules, and then Spirit Breaker is kind of a melee creep. The thing is, he can get out anyway because of Charge of Darkness. Bulldoze is really good. You can do some really funny things with it. I'm gonna put it in B because like status resistance is really hard to come by these days, and this is a shitload of it. So like if you go in Bulldoze to start the fight, they can like, Shadow Shaman shackles you and it lasts like a second and change. You get hexed and like you hop twice as a frog and now you're back to being a Spirit Breaker. Like it's really hard to do it, and it makes it so that you kind of can't cast spells on him. So it's very good. The problem is there are abilities that pierce status resistance, and you can get it dispelled, and then if you get Yules, you're kind of screwed. Because like now, like if you're charging in with Bulldoze active and you get Yules, now both of those are gone, and you're probably gonna die. But you're also tanky, so like you don't care as much, and then you're also a Spirit Breaker. Like if you die, who cares? That means that like they spend all their time in spells killing a Spirit Breaker, and that's a win for your team. Even if it's not a win for you, it's still really good for like the way the game is going. So Bulldoze is quite good. Charge of Darkness is also really good. It gets telegraphed if you're not like doing it from base, but like that's not always the case. And like you can buy a Shadow Blade and then you just jump scare people and do a lot of damage. And there's always like the strike, where you run into like 5 people and you stun the entire team, and it's like a little mini Ravage. So there's really good situations for it. Plus it's a really good escape. I think it's a B. It's very good. It's very central to the identity of the hero. And then it lets you not TP. Like, you don't have to burn TP scrolls to get anywhere, because you can use this most of the time. And you can use it to farm. Bash. What's funny about Greater Bash is that it's kind of worse than a lot of the other bashes in the game. But the effect is, like, so... Like, you have no attack speed as this hero. But when you do bash someone, first off, they like fly into heaven for some reason. The knockback on it is insane. And then it always feels like if you get bashed once, you're going to get bashed twice, like a hit later. Like they're going to bash, normal hit, bash you. Which is like bullshit. And in fact, there is a facet that where you bash, the odds of bashing again go up. And it's called bullshift. No one picks it though, because the other one's better. Still, like... It's one of the harder bashes to land, but when you land it, it's really good. And then it just is a bash. So like if someone's BKB'd and they're TPing out, the thing is you have guaranteed forms of bash that because of Charge of Darkness, which scales off of this, so that isn't actually a point against the ability, it's a point against like Spirit Breaker's right click itself, which is weird. It's difficult to judge this. It's like a C, but it's... I'm gonna say it's like a bottom B. Spirit Breaker has spells, apparently. My criteria is all over the place for this this tier list. Nether Strike is good. It's good. It's like also a B. It's a repositioning ultimate, guaranteed BKB piercing stun. It looks funny. Like, I don't know why Spirit Breaker is like has a seizure when he's charging it up, where he's just like, "Arr!" and then does it. But it's good. It's a targeted BKB piercing bash that relocates, and then when you charge into someone, your team is usually behind you, so it pushes them into your team, and that's cool. So there you go. There you go. It's a B. It's a B. It's good. Any ult that is like a BKB piercing stun is going to be a B, most likely. Planar Pocket is trash. It is bad. You should not go it. Planar Pocket is really bad because you don't get to pick what you snatch. So you could take Doom onto yourself and prevent your like beautiful baby Huskar from getting doomed, and that's nice. Or you can just like not. It could be like a diff active Like it's really weird how Planar Pocket works, and it really requires like if you pull it off, it's like, oh hell yeah. But then if you don't pull it off, it's like, oh man, this ability sucks. Why did I spend 4,200 gold on an Aghanim Scepter? I think it's a Scepter now. Even if it's a shard, it's still a meme. Like it's just not good. Planar Pocket is not good. It is very funny though. Like I want Valve to make it into an ability that is good, but like in the current patch and historically, this is a D tier spell. It's bad. It's a very bad spell. Storm Spirit. This is Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning is very good. It is an amazing mobility tool. The mana cost is severe, but the fact that it's such a good mobility tool with no cooldown at all, and you're invincible during it, is really, really nice. You get to do some really cool things as a result. First, it's really hard to run away from Storm if he has mana. I mean, that goes without saying, right? But the other thing that you can do is you can use it as like a nuke itself in various ways, because Ball Lightning deals damage like when you come into contact, and it's kind of hard because the damage scales with how far you've gone, and it's difficult to hit. Like you can use it as a skill shot, but it's a really difficult skill shot to hit. But you can use it in order to like deal a huge chunk of damage on its own before you do all your bullshit, which is really good. You can also use it to clear out waves. So if your base is getting pushed in and you know you're going to be sitting in base for a long time and you don't care about burning TP, you can just Ball Lightning like out to the river and then TP like halfway through, and then when you're out of mana, you've already cast the TP channel, and then you go back to base, and then that clears out like a creep wave and then hopefully a second one behind it, which is good. Not really a sustainable thing to do, but it is an option. The other really cool thing about it is that I believe it's Overload like slows turn rate or something, or maybe it does. I don't remember, but you can take advantage of turn rate by like zipping across and back someone. So like they're turning to try to cast their spells on you, but because you're moving so quickly and you're able to like burn the cooldown on your spells and also like proc overload, you're able to do a ton of damage to them, and it's more difficult for them to cast their spells on you. So Storm's Ball Lightning is a really, really good tool. It's very strong. It works very well with the Overload, which is also a very good spell. That one's probably going to go in B. Yeah, we're just going to put Overload in B because it doesn't do an insane amount of damage, but you get to use it like 10 times in a row, which is really good. And it does like a good chunk of damage. It does a lot. It's just not insane. It doesn't feel like it, but it kind of is the workhorse of Storm's damage. Like if you die to a Storm and you can check the death summary, you will see how much damage this ability caused you, and it's a lot. Overload is really good. It's also one of the harder things to master with Storm, because after every single spell you have to right click, which can feel a little clunky. Eventually you get a feel for it, and you get a groove, especially at higher levels when you have more attack speed. Maybe you have like a Witchblade too, which helps. But Overload is like a really good source of damage. It's just that you have to jump through a hoop by casting a spell. But it's very good, and it's AoE too. So like a lot of the lane consists of you casting a spell in order to secure like a last hit, like a range creep, and then you chuck this onto the enemy laner, and you do a little bit of chip damage, and then later on, you can like boil the frog with Overload. And then you can actually go in for the kill with Electric Vortex, which I think I'm ranking next. This is a point target stun. The range is quite low, but it gives you an Overload proc, and the Ags on this is crazy. Like I don't know why not every Storm goes Ags. Like I guess because the range isn't amazing, but it's like a massive AoE stun that sucks people in a little bit. This is really good though, because you can also use it to set up the Remnant damage. And humorously enough, I think Remnant is actually his worst spell. Like it is good. It's good for farming. It lets you proc Overload, but it's kind of just like on its own, it's just like a magic nuke, which is fine. I guess the biggest issue with it is that like it's not really ranged. With the facet, you can like make it walk towards people, which is nice, but even then they can just like get out of the way, or it'll creep or something like that. So it's not a bad spell. It is good in his kit. It's like a solid good C, but it's just a damage nuke, and it's kind of weird to use it because it takes like a snapshot of where you are. But it is good. Svenathan. How do we rank? Okay, Stormhammer is good. It's a good stun. It's a little bit like it has like a similar thing to Conch Shot where you want to hit multiple heroes with it, but it's easier with this because the travel time is so fast and it's point target and you get to decide where it goes. So it is a good spell. It's a lot of what makes Sven like a decent laner, because you have this threat of, and you can use it to like set up your supports shenanigans, whatever they do. So Stormhammer is good, and then the Ags makes it really funny because you get an offensive dispel on it, which is a weird thing for Sven to have, but cool. This is Great Cleave. Great Cleave is good as well. This is one of the best. It's probably, is it the best melee farming tool in the game? I don't know. It's kind of up there with Empower as well. I kind of want to put it as, it's not going to be an A because God Strength is going to be an A. But this is a really, really good spell. They took away some of the cleave shenaniganry because you could like hit a low armor target and then the damage would not be affected by the cleave target's armor. And you can't do that anymore. But like Sven, I think back then also had like 66% cleave. Now it's like what, 95%? It's basically full cleave, which is really good. You can use this to just obliterate a creep wave. Amazing flash farming tool. As Sven, you can do something that like not really any other hero can do. You can stack the ancient camps by the safe lane, and just with like the tiniest bit of support, you can go when you hit level 6, you like cast all your spells, and then you go kill it. And then you're like suddenly level 7. You basically skip being level 6, and now you're 7, and now you have full cleave. Maybe you wait till level 7 until you have full cleave. But like the point is that this enables you to do so much cool stuff. Plus in the lane, if you know what you're doing, you can use it to guarantee last hits under tower, because you can like orient the cleave in such a way that it'll prep the other creeps. And you also can just like deal damage to the 3. Like when you two are dancing around the creeps together, like every time you hit the creeps, you're dealing a little bit of chip damage to him, which isn't huge, but like it matters. And also just anything that summons like a Broodmother, you blink on it, you kill all their spiders in like 1 second because you have Echo Saber. So it's just like smack, smack, and then they're done. And like other heroes like PL or zoo heroes like Beastmaster, like you can just like eliminate everything they have in just a couple attacks. He's really hampered by his attack speed, which is why you go Echo Saber, but that's not something I'm talking about right now. Warcry is like kind of mid. It doesn't, like, there's certain matchups, like if you're up against a Shadow Fiend, it feels really good. And you can like keep your supports alive. Because you look at it and it's like 20 armor. And the movement speed is relevant for Sven, because he's not a very fast hero. That's another like weakness of his, is that he just doesn't move very quickly. And if you don't have Ags or Blink, you don't have any mobility options, aside from just walking up with Warcry. But the armor isn't as impactful as it sounds. Like you look at it and you're like, that's a shitload of armor. But it's like not... It just doesn't feel good to press. The movement speed is what you press it for, and then the armor is like, oh, that's nice. I do like the shard on it. I'm a big fan of the shard. God's Strength. This spell is bonkers. This is an A. Borderline S. I kind of want to put it in S. I'm going to put it in S. So the reason that Sven's God's Strength is so good is because damage multipliers in Dota 2 are messed up. And the default way of multiplying your damage is with a crit, right? So I think the Daedalus crit is like 190. So if you hit for 100, now you hit for 190. And then there's Chrysalis and Revenant's Brooch and like other forms of crit in the game. So having a damage, but like multiplying a multiplier is so much bigger. So with this, you are multiplying your damage. You're like tripling your damage. And then you can go crits on top of that. So if you would hit for 100, you pop God's Strength, now you hit for 300. Instead of critting for 190, you're critting for 570. Which is like, you go from hitting for 100 to 570. Like, that's ridiculous. And that's the power of like multiplying multipliers. And very few characters in the game have access to that sort of thing. And even the ones that do, like I guess like Magnus Empower is kind of the same thing. Even the ones that do, their numbers are nowhere close to what Sven can do. So Sven's ability to just pop ulti, blink in, Echo Saber, chop chop, and just obliterate sometimes multiple heroes, depending on how good the Stormhammer is or where he's positioned for the cleave, is something like that's very unique. Because it's like instant damage. It's, you just die, and there's nothing you can do about it. And Stormhammer's travel time is such that like you're not going to react to that. Like, unless you see him walking up to you and you can preemptively like counterspell his AM, you're just going to die. And there's nothing you can do. All your defensive items are going to be off cooldown, sitting in your inventory while you're waiting to respawn against a Sven. And that's really strong. Just the ability to put a additional multiplier on all your damage is very, very good. And Sven is the best at doing that in the entire game. So he's going to... God Strength goes in S. That isn't even accounting for his innate, by the way, which levels up with God Strength, so it's not really the same thing. Techies. Minefield Sign is a meme. I know that there's the Ags upgrade for it, and the Ags upgrade is good in like a win more situation. You use it kind of like Monkey King ult as like a giant area denial, and then if anyone is already in there, they kind of can't move. But there's ways of kind of dealing with that, and the damage isn't so much that like you can't just walk out of it if you really want to. You'll take a bunch of damage, but like you can just leave. That isn't true if the techies is super far ahead and gets an early Ags, but like I'm still putting this in the meme territory because without Ags it's a meme. It's a meme ability, straight up. Out of all the abilities here, this is the memest. Proximity mines are good. They're quite good. I think it's an A because of the charges and what this spell lets you do. Like, the fact that it reduces magic damage resistance when it's used makes it so that it compounds with itself. And then with the rest of Techie's kit, you can just like jump on a lot of heroes and kill them because of proximity mines. You can do the triangle thing, reactive taser so they can't right click it, and then they're just dead. And that's just like one part of the combo of it, right? Because you can also just put them all down on top of like a staircase. You put two of them on the corners of the staircase, and then people walk up and like maybe they're looking at their mini map or they don't hear it or they just don't think and they just die. Or they take a shitload of damage. And then maybe you put a bunch of mines down in the jungle and then there's a team fight there later and then your team can like lure them into the minefield. Like someone gets low and then they start running away and the enemy team chases and then they explode and die. And so it's not that the spell itself, like one mine is like whatever, but the creative applications of it, and like I'm not even talking about like hitting towers and creep waves with it. Like there's a lot more you can do with these mines. It's very good. They have some weaknesses, right? Like if there's a Naga Siren on the team, they can just send an illusion through the jungle and it'll pop a couple of the mines before it dies, and then that's a lot of hard work down the drain. But that's okay because the potential upside is like you can kind of just like win a fight on the spot with techies. So this is an A. Sticky Bomb is like another have something to do in the lane. It is good. The fact that you can like completely whiff it and it will still just like vacuum up to the nearest person is a little ridiculous, and that makes me very upset. But like you buy raindrops and it's not a huge deal. Like there's very easy counterplay. Plus you can miss it. And then if you miss it, it's like, it doesn't do anything. There's also, if you get hit by Sticky Bomb, you can run over to your range creep and it'll blow up and hit the range creep and then you can deny it, which is pretty funny. I think you can start doing that at level 2 Sticky Bomb. So when he's level 3, and I'm assuming he's maxing it in the lane. But there's really good counterplay, and like you can whiff it, and then you can get your range creep denied as a result of using it, which is like not a huge deal because it means that you hit them with it. But there's just like enough counterplay and potential downside that like I can't put it anything higher than a C. Reactive Taser is like kind of also a C. It's a very short duration disarm, but it happens twice, which is interesting. One of them is localized on the target, one of which is localized on techies, I think. It's a repeated disarm, but it's not anything to write home about. It's like fine. Equal length, I believe, on ranged and melee, which is notable. And then like in theory, it could be like a 6-second disarm, which is really long. Didn't earlier I say that like Oracle had the longest melee hero disarm? I guess that's technically kind of true because it's continuous, but I guess the ceiling for reactive taser makes it a little bit better in that context. And then Techie's rocket off, blast off, that's what it's called. It's good. Is it an A? It's a good B. It's a strong B, solid B, an American B. You just go in and you stun them, and then they're silenced for a while, and then it allows you to be in the position to do the rest of your combo. So it's good. It is good. But the problem is like, I mean, you're killing yourself. Like you're jumping in and you're just like, you're dealing a ton of HP to yourself, and then the odds of you getting out, like you can get out, you can survive. It's not like the old Techie's Suicide Squad attack where you literally die. But like you can, it's tough to get out of these situations. And then if you're behind this Techie's, like you're basically just, you're making peace with your maker, and then you're going to go pay him a visit. But the potential of it, and then just like having it happen in lane, like your Centaur stomps on them and then you blast off on them, and now they just took like 75% of their HP. And so you might be a little bit low, but they're even lower. So if you have a little bit of setup, this ability is really strong. And that's all I have to say. I'm not a big Techies player. TA. This is no, this is refraction. This is meld. I like how there's leaves to show that she's hidden. She's like a PETA in the Hunger Games when he disguised himself as a tree because he can make cakes and that lets you become a tree. Okay, TA. Refraction is probably her best ability. It's tough because traps are also very good. Refraction's ability, I'm going to put it as an A, but like there's a lot of games where it's shit. Like you're up against a Viper or like an Ogre or some other like really consistent and easy to apply DOT, and like Refraction's value drastic go down. But it still gives her the damage buff, and she can make really good use of that because of Side Blades. And she can use it to tank towers. So if that hero isn't there messing with her, she can like split push and kill a tower because she has a Desolator. So she hits buildings really good. So Refraction is a very good ability. The way it interacts with Blink Dagger is also very good, because if they don't have an easy way to dispel it, all of it, you pop Refraction and you run away, and then you have 3 seconds, and it takes them at least 3 seconds to do it, and you can just blink out for free, and then now they don't get to kill you. And not killing the TA is bad. If you don't kill the TA, you usually lose. So Refraction has a lot of really interesting dynamics. You can also like, is it Earn that gets dispelled as a heal when you get hit? I think so. Well, if you get earned, and that's true, I'm pretty sure it's true, Refraction can happen. And so you can protect that heal. And there's like other situations like that. Meld is quite good as well. The fact that Meld stacks is very funny to me. Because what you can do is if you want to go Meld level 1, it's kind of troll. You can park yourself down where the offlaner, this is assuming you're a side laner, you can park yourself down where the offlaner is going to be with Meld, and then when they come up to the lane, like sitting behind their melee creeps, you pop out with Meld, then Meld again and do it, and now they have like minus 12 armor with literally 0 XP on any heroes outside of First Blood. And First Blood's about to happen because you're gonna die. TA can literally just run you down like this, and it's very funny to me. But Meld presents a threat that is also a lot of utility because of what it does for Roche and Torm. And the fact that you can stack it, if you couldn't stack it, it'd probably be like a really good C. But the fact that you can, and it does so much damage, and what it does to like the other sources of physical damage on your team is very good. Like you can't meld a tower, but that's okay. Because you can meld a hero and just instantly kill them. And that makes her really good at just hopping in and eliminating a key support threat. Like you go in and then you just like blow up the Oracle. And there's not much the Oracle can do. Like maybe they react in time and false promise themselves, but then the Oracle false promise themselves, and like that's good. And then he disarms you and you die. But TA is like very good at just blinking in and killing a priority target because of Meld. And then also there's shenanigans. So like you get ganked and you duck into the trees and then you meld, and now they don't know where you are. So they're chasing you even though you're sitting right there invisibly. And it's a source of invisibility, so that puts pressure on the enemy supports. So there's a lot of going for Meld. Even though it's a very simple ability, it can do a lot of things. Side Blades is cool. It sort of invents a problem for TA and then solves it because her range is so bad. It's also a little bit tricky to use. If you're really good at TA, you can like very consistently use Side Blades to harass, and if you're going the one facet that lets it extend Meld, it's very good because you can use it to basically one-shot the range creep in lane, and then you can go hit jungle creeps. But it's also an amazing farming tool that doesn't, you don't have to go a farming tool because of it. So I think Side Blades is actually up here. TA's got really good spells. Side Blades goes up there. And then if you're Ferrari 430, you can kill an invisible Broodmother without any sight because you're cool. Traps are a very good utility and crowd control skill. The problem is how you use them. So one of the problems is that like you can't just throw it down and pop it and expect full results. It has to like ferment. It's got to age a little bit like a fine wine in order for it to actually have an impact. Other than that, it's just like whatever. You can use it to like stack camps though. You can use it, the vision is really good. You can rune control with it, which is quite nice. I mean, you can tell where the rune is. You can't actually rune control because like you don't have any mobility built into your kit. But it's good at like random little things. You can put it on top of staircases and then you can just tell. If you're about to walk somewhere dangerously, you can do so. You can check Roche if you think the enemy team is in there. Or you can put it down to check Roche respawn timer. But the way that you pop them is like rough. Because it's not as precise as you would necessarily like want it to be. And then you also like you feed gold, because melee heroes, because they're buying sentries anyway, because you're a TA, you have meld. So if they have a sentry down and you put that down, that's like a free, I think it's 40 gold that a melee hero can just waltz over and grab it. And like, sure, now you know where that hero is, but you just gave them free gold and you lost your vision because of a mechanic that you're already weak to. So there is a bit of like a weakness redundancy between traps and meld, but it's still good. It's still like a very useful utility thing that you can also just use to, like, you can also just pop trap and slow a support and then you blink in and kill them. So there's cool things you can do with traps. But related to like other ultis, it doesn't like, it's not as good as a lot of other ultis are. Yeah, I'm putting it in C, but it is a quite strong C. And then this is the thing that lets you teleport 2 traps. You don't go it. It's not terrible, but it's like not good. Reminder that ultimates are judged harsher, by the way. Terrorblade. Oh, we got another S tier coming up. Mirror Image is a very good illusion creator. I want to say it is an A because of its cooldown. This might be the best illusion maker in the game because you're not really committing anything. With Naga Siren's like mirror illusion, or mirror image, you're committing the cooldown to making all of your illusions right then and there. And then if your illusions die, you have to wait for the cooldown to come up to make more. But Terrorblade's cooldown is so low that even though you're only making 1 at a time, the illusions themselves are like pretty good in terms of like damage taken and dealt. And then also you just have a constant stream of them. So if your illusions die, it's not a huge deal relative to like if Naga's illusions all die as soon as she spawns them, like she's crying. But Terrorblade doesn't care as much. And that's very good. And then the illusions themselves benefit quite a bit from metamorphosis because they can also transform. So this is the reason that Terrorblade is so scary, is because they function as like constant damage multipliers that are not so simple to deal with. Because yeah, you can hex them and like deal with illusions, but like he can just spawn another one, and even just one illusion with Terrorblade is a threat if he's in meta. So I'm putting it in A as probably the best illusion generator, but Mirror Image will probably also be in A, even though it's like diametrically opposed. It's like good, but for completely different. Oh wait, no, I put Mirror Image in B. LMAO. Terrorblade. This is Demonic Zeal. This is like bad. You don't really go this. You don't go it. It's not quite a meme, but there's not really any point to doing it. I mean, do Terrorblades go this? I haven't seen this in like since it dropped. I know some people were experimenting it, and I'm sure there's some guy out there who's like, I love Demon Zeal, #1 Demon Zeal enjoyer, but like it's whatever. We'll do meta last. This is the illusion spawning thing. It's fine as like a lane harassment tool. It's really only good against, like, even against heroes with like the on hit effects, it's not that good. It's like it's not good. If you're playing support Terrorblade, yeah, it's the spell that you have because it lets you do things in lane that aren't just like right click. But on balance, it's like you're playing core Terrorblade, you max this last, you oftentimes don't even get a point in it. And then you just hope that it's like a babysit lane. And because it's hard to do a kill lane with TB, but if you do a kill lane with TB, you're killing with meta. You're not killing with this. So I think it's kind of bad. Sunder is good. It is a good spell. It makes a lot of sense. I think it's a B, but it's a good B because it's versatile, right? Like, not only can you do the obvious thing where like someone jumps on you, they beat your ass, but then you sunder and then you kill them, right? That's like the intended play pattern. But this is a hero that really likes to go satanic. So if you're like mid laners getting jumped and they're running his pockets, you can sunder your mid and then pop meta and satanic and then heal up very, very quickly. Because if they just cast a bunch of spells on your mid to make him low, they probably don't have the spells to immediately deal with you. So you can create really good situations and save your teammates using Sunder. You can also, like, you can grief a little bit. Like, if you have an Enchantress, or not even grief, I mean, you can, but if you have an Enchantress who has Nature's Attendance off cooldown, it's more efficient for you to Sunder her and then have her cast Nature's Attendance to heal herself up, rather than using Nature's Attendance to heal you because you have the higher HP pool. So there's, like, weird little efficiencies that you can do with Sunder as well. And the cooldown is, like, reasonable. It's, like, 30 seconds. And then you can get it down to, like, really low. You can get it down to, like, 6 seconds or something, which is crazy. Sunder is a good ultimate. It's good. Shout out Lady Geist in Deadlock. This is like Demonic Tantrum. This is like Terrorblade's Crash Out that you get if you get Ags. It's bad. having a little burst of meta is good. The problem is that the wave of fear that goes out, it's a little bit like Shadow Fiend ulti, is like that's the moment in time where you don't want them to run away from you. Like you want them to be right in front of you so you can just wail on them with like Scotty ranged attacks. The primary appeal is that it just is a couple extra seconds of meta. If it disarmed or silenced or did like anything other than fear, it would be a lot better. But I don't know if that would be balanced or not. But overall, this is a D because you have a lot, or a C because you have a lot of other items you want to buy as a Terrorblade. And meta. Meta's S. It's an S. Up there with God Strength. This is your ultimate that you get at level 1 oftentimes because it turns you into a completely different hero and that hero is overpowered. Melee form Terrorblade is not very good. He is primarily a farming tool so that when you pop meta later, your meta is better. You go Dragonlance on a melee hero because of meta. It's similar to kind of how you play DK, but this is like better than DK. This is like the better version of Dragon form because it also applies to your illusions, and your illusions hit like a truck, and you have a bunch of them. You have like 3. Or like if you pop Manta, and I think you can get 4 mirror image illusions out total, or whatever his illusion spawning thing is called. You can get like 4 of them out, I think. But even if it's 3 max, because I haven't played Terrorblade in a little bit, you just have 3 giant dudes, and you come up knocking on their door. Hey, who's home? They can't pull up. They can't. Their best option is to just wait for you to have your way with them. Like you go in and you destroy their base, you take racks and you leave. And then meta is down and you have this really long period of vulnerability, right? So like there is a crackback that is possible. But you're so goddamn strong and you're so good at pushing that like good luck. All your waves are pushed in and I'm farming up for the next meta. And there's kind of ways around that cooldown issue. So it's very, very good. It takes a mediocre, it takes like an hero, mediocre is the right word, and then turns him into an absolute monster for a good period of time. Like meta is not short. It lasts a while. And what it does to the game in terms of sieging and like team fighting is terrifying. It warps the game in a very real way, this ability. And it's very good. Metamorphosis is one of the single best abilities in the game. I would argue it is the best basic ability in the game. Like maybe Split Shot comes close, but I think it's meta. I think meta is the single best button that is not an ultimate in the game. Meta is good. Terrorblade is fun. Valve, please buff. Even though he's alright right now. Tidehunter. How long do we got? Okay, not that much left. Probably 2 more. Probably 1 more session after this one. Tidehunter. Anchor Smash is very good. 70% damage reduction is fantastic. It's on a very low cooldown. It allows him to farm. It applies on hit effects so you can lifesteal off of it. It's very good. It's a very good spell. And then if you go the scaling facet, it becomes an even better spell. After you hit level 12, of course. Before level 12, it's A. But it's a very, very good spell. Excellent. No notes. Dead in the Water is a really obnoxious spell. This is also quite good. It's a shard which is like being levied against it, but having a leash that works in that way. Like leashes are not the most powerful kinds of debuffs in this game, but if they have a hero like an Ember or a Storm or any other like mobile hero, you plop this on them and like they just like you can't even run away. Like you can, but it's so slow that you don't. You just decide to man up and now you have to fight a Tide in a one-on-one fight and you're anchor smashed and he has Kraken Shell and you can't kill him. So it creates an incredibly advantageous situation for the Tide. And then they have to right click it down, and I think it's 4 hits, which like some heroes can do, but even then that's going to take you a little bit. And that's a window of opportunity because if you're a mobile hero, you need to stay moving. If they get spells on you and they chain stun you, you die. And also Ravage can happen, which contributes to the chain stun. So like he blinks, ravages, and then Dead in the Water's you, and it's like there's really not much you can do besides pop BKB. And then your BKB is popped. But you still got ravaged, and there's a chance that you're getting chain stunned even right out of the ravage. So like Dead in the Water just provides this amazing way to deal with hypermobile heroes that Tide is like very philosophically opposed to. And it's very good, even as a shard. You love spending the 1400 gold on this shard. It's that good. Dead in the Water is amazing. Gush, it's the armor reduction is nice. It's pretty good in the early game. but there are better chasing spells and better armor reduction methods, but it's not bad either. The Ags is like bad. You don't go it anymore. It's like a really good Lincoln's Popper. It's like that's what Gush is. And it's not bad. Again, like especially early on, you can use it really good as like a lane trading tool. The armor reduction is notable. But compared to his other spells and other heroes that can do the things that Gush does, it's not impressive. Kraken Shell is also very good. It sort of compounds Tide's strengths by the fact that he becomes really only vulnerable to magical damage or heroes that hit extremely hard. So like the Svens and the PAs of the world can still kill you with physical damage, but like you can leverage that tankiness in order to farm ancient camps, which you then can use to counter those heroes in return in various ways. So it's a very good ability. The active on it is like pretty sus. I don't think it's very good. It kind of works well with Dead in the Water because when they turn to fight you because they have nothing better to do, or they hit the anchor, I guess, you can pop that and then the damage reduction is raised even further, which gives him a lot of options for tanking things. But it only works on physical damage. It doesn't do anything for magical. And I'm not including Blubber, which is the effect that purges him after taking a certain amount of damage. That used to be tied to Kraken Shell. Nowadays it's tied to an innate. So I'm not factoring that in. But it's still quite good. Ravage is A. Ravage is A. Blink Ravage. When you stun a bunch of heroes in the game, what word do you say? You say Ravage. When you get the 3-man Lion stun. That's not a Lion stun anymore. That's a Ravage. This is the Dota equivalent of when you throw like a ball of paper in a trash can, and you yell Kobe. That's what this is. And that makes it A. It is not pound for pound the single best teamfight spell in the game, but it is up there. It is in the pantheon. It's like not quite as good as Black Hole, but there are situations where it is better than Black Hole, right? Like if the team fight is really spread out, you can hit, it's way easier to hit a 5-man Ravage than it is a 5-man Black Hole. 5-man Black Hole never happens. Like it's very rare. But 5-man Ravages happen all the time. And even if you get like a 4-man Ravage and then you force the Storm to pop BKB, like I talked about earlier, like that's a win. That's really good. The cooldown is a little boof, and that's difficult to work around, but like it's like you can't really get Octarine, but you can get Refresher if you have like the int and the mana pool for it. So Ravage is very good. It's a very, very good spell. Dinker Stinker. The shield is fine. I think it grants like status resistance or some shit. It's fine. It's like a fine defensive ability. It's not a huge deal. You never see someone with shield and you're like, oh man, we can't go on him. Like you have to go on him anyway, especially if it's the Tinker himself. So it's a fine spell, but it's definitely not the star of the show when it comes to Tinker's kit, I'll tell you that much. Keen Conveyance. It's like his free bots that he levels up. I think it's tied to the rearm. It's weird, but I know that like you TP to towers, then creeps, then heroes on it. It's a really nice additional tool to have in his kit because it lets you go a different kind of boots, and that's nice. I think because it's just BOTs, but it's like a bonus ability slot, so there's not really like an opportunity cost for it, and then you don't have to put levels in it. I don't think. I'm not a Tinker player. Keen Conveyance is like good, but it's purely a macro mobility spell, and it's far from the best in its class relative to like Charge of Darkness and Teleportation. So it's good. I kind of want to put it in B just because like that kind of macro mobility is rare and very valuable, but I'm gonna leave it in C because I don't like Tinker. Laser is good. A lot of Tinker spells like are dumpy. That's kind of the gimmick of the hero, is he's a bit like Invoker in the sense that like his spells are bad, but he gets to use a bunch of them all the time. The laser blind is annoying, but there's a lot of ways to deal with it, and then having it be 100% accuracy is like, they built an MKB, and then this is just like a random pure nuke, which is, pure damage is good. It is good. But like a lot of heroes don't mind being blinded for this duration. So it's good, but it's not crazy. It's better than Warcry. I don't know if it's better than either of these spells, though. March of the Machines. It's probably a B because of its strength as a farming tool. It's pretty good, it's difficult to deal with, and the damage scales a little bit longer than you might expect, just because of the quantity of it. Because, like, one might not do a lot, but, like, you can drop down 3 of them. And 3 of them does substantial damage to supports even in the late game. So it can be a little bit of area denial, and then it's a really good farming tool, because it's really easy to hit multiple camps. And you can cast it from the trees and farm lane creeps as well. So March of the Machines is like a pretty good spell. Okay, this is Warp Flare. I thought it was Shrink Ray for a sec. I had to go check in the game. You don't see it super often. It's very weird to play against it. It's like a weird ranged nuke Hurricane Pike thing. It's very strange. I think the opportunity cost is high enough that you can't really do that. But there are games where, like, if there's a Spectre who's going on you, I mean, Spectre's kind of a bad example because she can get right back on you, but you can rearm it and push her away again. There's, like, heroes that will get on your ass, and you can use this and rearm it to, like, get them off of you, but that also means you're not doing anything else, and you can't sustain that forever. Because, like, maybe a second hero comes, and then you're really screwed. So, like, it's very expensive. There's a really big opportunity cost, and then it's boof. Rearm is an A. If it were old rearm, it would be an S for sure. But this form of rearm is, like, worse with what it does, or what it doesn't do for items. So it is still very good. It is the engine that makes the hero work, and combined with Keen Conveyance and effectively infinite mana, as long as you're able to go back to the fountain in between stuff, really makes him work as a hero. He's very unorthodox. Tinker is very strange, and I do think the current version of him is healthier for the game. I miss a little bit of his weirdness from the old version, where you could, like, loop Scythe of Ice and stuff like that. But the current version of Rearm, again, none of his spells are, like, insane. But the fact that you can, like, pop off Laser, Rearm, March of the Machines, Laser, Rearm, do it again, Keen Conveyance back, and, like, you have that play pattern as a result of Rearm, I can't put it anything lower than an A. And I think you could still argue that it's an S tier ability because its effect is so unique, right? It's a refresher that you just get, and then it's really easy to use. And it doesn't have a cooldown at all. So, like, it's very impressive to me. Like, the game design that goes into making the current iteration of Tinker work. I hate Tinker. I hate this hero so much. But even I have to be like, good on you, Valve, for being able to make a hero like this. It's very impressive from a game design standpoint. Rearm is a balanced ability. I hate to admit it, but it is true. And it's A-rank. It's a good ability. Tony. This is Tree Grab. Craggy is his innate, I believe now. Yeah, Craggy is his innate. So I can remove this from the tier. This is Avalanche, which is good. It's a good stun. It's a big ol' AoE stun. The range is, like, kind of weird because, yes, it is, like, melee range, but the actual AoE of the effect is so big that it's kind of okay. And you can hit, it's really easy to hit multiple heroes with this, especially if they're, like, coming upstairs and you have a high ground advantage, or, like, they're coming up on your tier 3s. There's some use cases where Avalanche is, like, really good. It feels like a Ravage, but it's just overall just a really good stun. And then Toss is, like, also a B. Toss is really good. The ability to cheese the fuck out of people with Toss will never not make me smile. Like, even when I'm the one getting cheesed. Like, I'm playing against a tiny Magnus, and I keep getting tossed, and then the Magnus hits the Q button, and then skewers me under the offlane tower. And even though I'm mad, there's a part of me that's like, dude, Dota's beautiful. And, like, Tiny Airlines enables so many cool things, because you can toss people in, you can toss people out. You can toss someone just up into the air in order to increase the damage of Avalanche. There's a lot of cool things that you can do with Tiny because of Toss. It's a very, like, creative ability. Part of me kind of wants to put it in A. The problem is, like, the Toss targeting system is, like, boof. If you could always pick and, like, vector target, kind of, who you tossed and exactly where, I mean, you do get to pick where. If you could always pick it very consistently, Tiny would be, like, a little bit better of a hero for people who don't play Tiny. But also, like, sometimes you mean to toss a hero while they're farming and you just grab a creep instead. And, like, that's frustrating. So it's a really good spell. But it's a little bit clunky. And you can grief like hell with it. Which kind of hurts it a little bit. But I do love Toss. I love Tiny Airlines. I will buy their credit card and go into debt on purpose to help finance them. Because they don't actually make any money. Grow. What a weird ability. This ability is why Tiny doesn't have very many skins. Because they have to make 4 skins every time they make Tiny. Ayo. He's a very cool hero, though. And Grow is a big part of the appeal. I think it's like an A. I'm going to put it in A. It's good. It's a very good ability. It feels great to put a level in it. When you hit like 6, 12, 18. It feels awesome. And there are the downsides of like the attack speed. But like, who cares? Like, you buy an Echo Saber and it's fine. And that's assuming that you're playing like right-click Tiny anyway. If you're not playing right-click Tiny, you just don't care. It's quite good. It's very good. It does a lot of things. It just makes your hero better, and then there's like minor downsides, but who cares? And also you get big. And it's funny, because his name is Tiny, haha. He's tiny, but he's big. This is Tree Volley. It's good. It's pretty good, I think. Like, the problem is you need to be in a tree-rich environment. And then when you use it, the tree-rich environment is no longer a tree-rich environment. You've committed deforestation, which means that you have to go somewhere else. So if you're hiding behind your tier 3 in that little strip of trees, it's kind of difficult because the range on it is like good, but not amazing. So it's kind of difficult. It's a similar problem to like Timber, how there's no trees in the base, or very few trees, and therefore he becomes worse at both taking and holding high ground. But with Tiny, it's not as bad because you have that big stretch of trees that you can like pull from. It just does so much damage. Like with a little bit of setup, it feels a lot like Snapfire ulti. Nowhere like a sixth of the range, obviously, but like it's a very, very good, just like deal a shitload of damage in a tiny area, as long as there's trees, which is like a weird hoop to jump through. But it adds a very interesting dimension to Tiny, and I think it's very good. You don't go it every game, and it's more of like a non-right-click Tiny thing, but it's quite good. And then if you are right-click Tiny, they do a shitload of damage. So like it's a pretty good like 5th or 6th item that you can pick up that has legitimately massive game impact. So I think it's a B, but it's a weird B. It's a weird B. Craggy is not an ability. Tree Grab is good. It is quite limited until you get the Aghanim Shard, and then it just, you kind of take it for granted. But like 1400 gold for a farming item is like not bad. And the cleave is really big, and it enables you to hit towers. I think it's actually a B. I think almost all of Tiny's abilities are Bs. He's a very well-designed hero as well. I like Tiny a lot. I'm going to put him in B. Yeah. In the video on Magnus, I mentioned how there's like, I said 2 other heroes that are able to play all 5 roles. With like, in pretty much across like several patches. And my 2 heroes that I picked were Marana and Nature's Prophet, and I wrote about it in the wall of text. And a lot of the comments were people saying like, oh, what about like Wind Ranger? Which like, I don't think, like when Wind Ranger's really good as a carry, she's kind of bad as a support, and vice versa. And like, there's a lot of reasons why that I don't think that that's true. And other people were like, there were some weird ones. People were like, what about Shadow Fiend? And it's like, who's out here playing 5 Shadow Fiend? But someone mentioned Tiny. And like, that's true. That's one that I kind of glossed over. I didn't think about it. But Tiny is another one of those heroes. Tiny can play all 5 roles. Shout out to whoever commented Tiny on that vid. You were right, and I was wrong. Treant Protector. Living Armor is like cool. The numbers aren't that good. It's better for recovering, right? It's better for like you get out of a fight and your carry would have to like fly out a salve or go back to the fountain, but instead you can living armor them. And it heals towers, which is like a unique thing. And that's quite good. I think it's actually... I'm going to put it in B because of the uniqueness of it. It's a very unique effect, being able to heal towers. I think Lich with a 25 talent can do it too. And then being able to just globally heal people is like a pretty weird thing. It's not that useful early on. But even just throwing it on your mid is like a pretty good use of your mana. If your mid is like having an even matchup, now it's not an even matchup. And like that can be the thing that tilts the scales, that lets your mid win the game, and that's quite good. Leech Seed is bad. It's a stationary... if you cast it on a tree, it's stationary. If you cast it on an enemy hero, they run away, and then you don't get the heal. But it's like a super clunky AoE heal, and the numbers aren't very good. And it's like an okay slow. It's fine. It's fine as an ability. Like, Treant doesn't need anything better, but it's eh. And then his like what it's supposed to be like vines that come out of the forest. It's also bad. In lane, it's really goofy to use, and then a lot of times it's just like, okay, I'll take some damage and slow while walking through this. It's like a terrible ice wall. That's like its best case scenario, is it's a bad ice wall. It just doesn't do that much damage. And then as far as like lane altercations where he throws it on them, it's like they can just step to the side a little bit. It's too thin. If it was wider, it would be a much bigger threat. And I don't necessarily think that they should make it wider. I think Treant's other spells are already good enough between Living Armor and his ulti. But it's tough. It's tough to be like, oh man, I can't wait to cast this spell. You can walk over it and stay invisible because it counts as trees, even though they aren't trees. So that's like a nice little upside to it, but it's very underwhelming, and it's not very good for farming. You can use it to kind of like passively push waves, and then if you're a based boy, you can do like Meteor Hammer and just hang out in the trees all game. This was better on the old map, but you can just hang out in the trees and they can't really fuck with you. And then you push lanes with this, and then you Meteor Hammer towers, and you play like a super stoned out Broodmother because of this ability. But that's bad, and it's not good, but it is fun. As long as you're like hitting the bong between every time you drop Meteor Hammer. Watchers in the Forest, I think this is called. This is Zags, where you enchant a tree and you basically make it a ward. This is good. It's just really hard to like get an Ags on this hero. It is good though, and you really like to go it. There is like the meme where you can put it all near the jungle camps, and then whenever you ulti, because it functions as an extension of your ult, which very rarely matters. Like, it's very weird to be a Treant and your team is fighting and you're on the other side of the map and they're like, oh, they're near one of my Ags trees, I'll ulti, and then I'll ulti them. Like, that doesn't really happen. But if you put it near jungle camps, it'll hit the jungle camps and potentially farm them for you. I think a lot of the big creeps will survive, but then you just get them the next time, and then you go like Octarine and you become this really weird like farm vampire from like all the way across the map, and your team will hate you for it, but you're giving a lot of vision, so it's kind of okay. And then you can always like sneak into the enemy base and like put them on the trees, because they can't tell unless they have true sight, which is obnoxious. Because like once the Treant kind of gets all his ward trees set up, the counterplay to that is like you buy a gem and a quelling blade, and then you have to walk around the map. And if you're doing this successfully, the Treant will see you the whole time, and like his team can come kill you. So it's a very weird ability to interact with. And it creates very unique play patterns on both sides. I think it's like a very well-designed Ags, but it's just strange. It's a very strange Ags. It's very cool, though. And then Overgrowth, I think, is the name of his ulti. This is a very good spell. I think it is B. I'm going to put it A. I'm going to put it A because it pierces BKB. It's a big fat root that lasts a long time. It pierces BKB, keeps you still. It's like 3.5 seconds, I think. It's a long enough time that you feel like you wasted your BKB if you pop it first. And then there's other, like, you know, Jug Spin or Lifestealer Rage. It keeps you still. It's a very good ability. It's kind of awkward to cast because you always want to be on the side of the fight unless the fight is like literally happening in the trees. So it can be a little difficult to get off in a really good way. But if you do, it has a very high ceiling. It also can be dispelled, which is kind of bad. But the cooldown is like lower than like Ravage and similar effects. So even just being like you don't get to Manta anymore, and then your team is sitting still, like that's a decent support ulti. It's not bad at all. It's quite good. It's quite good. Blink Dagger on Treant is so that you can cast this well, and then you have to waddle back into the trees, which is pretty funny. Like they can't move, so they just have to watch while you blink in, hit your ulti, and then you're like, oh, see you later, and then walk back into the woods. Treant's a funny hero. I like him a lot. What? Oh, man. One of my most played. I love Troll. I love him a lot. There's a reason he was the very first video on this channel. This is Battle Trance. This is his passive. This is Fervor. How much we got to go? Are we just going to... I kind of want to just buckle down and finish. Troll Warlord is a weird hero to rate because a lot of his spells, like his best spells, real shit, are like these. These are both like Bs. These are good. These are great spells. These are both really low cooldown. This one blinds by, I think, 60%. This one is a 40% slow that lasts a long time. It's like a 4-second long slow. Both of those are really good. and you level them up at the same time, which matters. They're just quite good spells. They're kind of just like utility spells. There's some cool things that you can do with them. The W range is really long. It's like longer than it indicates in the game. Kind of like Lion's Done, where you can hit people outside of the point target if you hit the ground. So you can use that to like cancel clarities and stuff, which is funny. Always funny to do that. And then the blind makes them really difficult to man fight, and it's a really good farming tool. And using them together is great because you can like W the wave, walk up, and then use the whirling axes in melee form, and then you just right-click each melee creep once, and that's a wave. Congratulations. And if you have Battle Fury, you just hit 2 creeps, and then the cleave will kill the 3rd one, and like that's great. So there's some really cool farming applications that you can do, and the effects that they have are nuts. And if you go Battle Fury, like you should, you basically never run out of mana. So both of these spells are like really, really good, and they're versatile, and they're a pain to deal with. Whirling Axes is very good spells. Whirling Axes' pronouns is they, them. Not because they're non-binary, but because they are literally 2 spells. Fervor is also quite good. Fervor is like probably his best ability. I'm going to put it as an A. Which might be some favoritism from me, but Fervor allows you to do a bunch of shit that is, I probably should have saved this for last, because it ties into a lot of his other abilities. But just being able to pick one target and go ham Sammy on him opens up so many opportunities for you to counter heroes that you might not expect, in combination with his root on his passive. And in addition to that, it's also a utility thing. So and also it's great for farming, but the utility aspect is like, you're really good at taking Roche. You're really, really good at hitting towers. You can create checkmate situations out of Fervor, because if you use your ultimate while hitting the Ancient, you will not de-aggro from it. Unless you're like relocated by a Force Staff or something like that. Even then, I think you just Force Staff through the Ancient and you keep hitting it. I think. I don't think that's ever happened to me before, but there's a lot of really cool things you can do because of Fervor. You can solo Torm if you're willing to burn your ulti because of Fervor. You can farm massive Ancient stacks because of Fervor. Because of your range form, you can build up Fervor stacks while walking up to a tower or like a jungle creep, and then you can use the Fervor stacks in your melee form to farm it really quickly. And there's all sorts of really cool things you can do with Fervor. And because of the way attack speed works in this game, let's say you have like max Fervor stacks. When you switch targets, your attack speed will only get reset on Fervor when the target is hit. So you can get like 3 ranged attacks in the air on the way before the Fervor stacks reset, and now you basically start at 4 Fervor stacks, which is great. It's really good. And then Shard is like an amazing ability. I really like Fervor. I'm putting it as an A, which might be a slightly hot take, but I do genuinely believe it. His passive, this is his ultimate. His passive is a B. It's good. It's very good. And then if you do the Scotty Refresher thing, like I talked about on my slideshow, and then Skeeter did at the Fishura event recently, some people commented on my video about that. Thank you very much. You can just be alive forever. And if they don't have any obvious counterplay, like an axe, they can't deal with you. They cannot kill you. And this means that you can kill them, or they have to like stack a shitload of defensive items, and then you can build counterplay for that. So it makes you the problem in a way that very few other heroes can do. Like, you will always be the issue that they have to deal with. You don't have to respond to them, they have to respond to you. And that's a very powerful thing to be in. If you're a card game guy, like, you are the beatdown when you're playing as Troll Warlord because of this ability. And you can use it to like solo Torm. And you can use it to like farm an Ancient stack once you hit 6, or once you have Battle Fury and it's like a quad stack, you can use this to farm it. And like, you'll live. It's got a lot of like interesting tech to it, but it also is shit because like you can't run away. So if you get static linked or something like that, you just have to sit there and take it. Or like, you don't get your roots. You know, sometimes you hit people 10 times in a row and you don't get a root, and then they walk into their fountain and now you're fountain diving them involuntarily. So there's a lot of like weird ways to take advantage of it, but it is still incredibly good. This passive is also really good. The main thing that you can do with your ranged attacks is whatever, but the root that you can get, it pierces BKB. People get surprised by that sometimes, but yeah, if you root someone while they're BKB'd as Troll, it will pierce it. And they can dispel it with like a Manta, but you will keep your Fervor stacks, and if you guess right on which one it is, you just keep going right back at it, and you can chain root people with it too. And it gives you a shitload of movement speed, and it gives you a shitload of bonus armor. So if you have a Yasha item in Phase Boots, you can basically run around almost hasted as this hero because of this passive. It's very good. It does a ton for you. It does a ton. And I've been harsh on some of these spells that just like Aftershock, I rated it as a C because that's something that Earthshaker should just have. He shouldn't have to like invest levels in order to do that. But with this, you're getting so much with every single point that like it does really feel like an amazing ability. Like you're glad to spend points in this. And then you get the 25 talent where you get plus 25 movement speed and you're even faster. So this is like another weird supplementary passive, but I will be putting it in B. This is troll favoritism for sure. I'm not even going to hide it. And then the ability to switch between melee and range. It's good in the lane, but like whatever. It's honestly not that big of a deal. There's like a lot of utility tech that you can do with it, but to be honest, you're going to spend 90% of the game in melee form. So like the range form is really just good for like the lane, and then that's it. There you go. There you go. Drinking Buddies. This is the one where he like grabs you. It's annoying. I remember I once had a Tusk. I was playing in a really tight game, and there was a Tusk who kept like casually casting Drinking Buddies on me, and like I didn't review the replay or anything, but we lost that game barely. And I kept thinking to myself, like, man, if this guy didn't do that all game, like just he wasn't like griefing, but like every time he walked past me, he would just like pull me away from the creep wave or like pull me away from the ancients. And I think it cost me a stack one time, or something like that. And I remember thinking, like, man, if that guy didn't do that, we probably would have won the game. Anyway, Drinking Buddies is like the worst of the two, but it's not bad either. The ability to reposition an ally is good, but the cast range is so short that it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna put it in C, but I'm much more familiar with Tag Team as well, so maybe there's stuff about this ability that I'm not familiar with. Can you pull people out of like Black Hole or Chrono with it? I don't think so. Marcy can no longer like flip like Burger someone out of the Chrono, which she used to be able to do, so I'm assuming that you can't do that with Tag Team, but who knows. Ice Shards is quite good. Quite good. You get someone in the Thunderdome with this, like deep in the armpit of the Ice Shards, and like it's tough to get out. It's a really good ability. It sets up unfair situations for weak support heroes that Tusk himself can like massively take advantage of. And you can also use it for weird, like you can use it to block the top of a staircase so the enemy team can't chase you, or they can't run away. There's a lot of cool things that you can do with Ice Shards. Does it still have the Aghanim Shard where it just makes it like even bigger? Like the walls of the Ice Shard just extend really far? Because if so, that's bad. They really ought to change that. It's very strange. It makes it really hard for your allies to take advantage of the situation, especially if they're melee. But Ice Shards is a good spell. It's a good spell. Snowball is a point target stun, but it has a lot of problems. Right? I think it's also a B, because the defensive capabilities of it are really good. Like, we've all seen like the FY clips where like there's an axe call, like a 4-man axe call that's going to win the game, but then FY blinks in on Tusk, snowballs him, and then just pulls all his teammates in, and then waits for the call to be over, and then they all get out and they kill him. So like you can be a total killjoy with this hero, thanks to the defensive capabilities of Snowball. But its offensive capabilities are like kind of rough. You can get over cliffs and stuff, which is funny. It can be a little bit ambiguous as to who you're targeting, but like most of the time people know. So like it's not a huge deal. And then like as a stun, it's just like not that good. Like the damage it deals isn't great. I had another game. I've had a lot of like traumatic Tusk experiences in pubs now that I'm thinking about it. I had another game where one time we had caught like a Terrorblade with meta down. Or no, meta was off cooldown, and then we all, like, we landed like a Marana arrow on him, and we all just jumped in and just started wailing on the Terrorblade while he was stunned. And then my Tusk player targeted Snowball and brought all of us in. And so none of us could hit the Terrorblade or use our spells anymore. And then the Terrorblade survived because of it, and then like pop meta and kill us all, and we lost the game. And that is the angriest I've ever seen 4 people in a Dota game. This is like a canon memory for me. This was like in a Divine game, I think. And I was mad. I'm generally not that toxic. I was toxic as shit that day. My God. We were pissed. Anyway. I have a lot of stories about Walrus Kick too. I made that PowerPoint after a very frustrating Drow game. Do not read the description. The description was a lie. Tag Team is fine. It's good. It's better than Drinking Buddies, I think. It's got a couple of like boof ass combos. The issue is like you have to be in a really weird position, and then the damage isn't, it doesn't scale super good. Like it scales because other people's right clicks scale, but the ability itself is like rarely the difference maker come the mid and late game. But it's got some funny combos. And that's kind of all I have to say. You can do the Snapfire thing, a little shredder. Ooh, Walrus Kick. Walrus Kick is like, ooh. It's a, I'm going to put it in A, but like the Aghanim's opportunity cost is real. The thing that makes it so good is that it pierces BKB, and it's a repositioner, and it's a slow, and it does some damage. And there's a lot of heroes that like if you're holding high ground against the Tusk, you have to be terrified of him blinking in and just kicking your carry down, because the range is so far. And even if you pop BKB, like you can go with Lincoln's, but like that's not going to stop the Tusk. Like he can have a Yule's or a Force Staff, or like fuck it, he can just snowball in. And even if you BKB the snowball, it still pops the Lincoln's, and then he can kick you anyway. And yeah, the Tusk will probably die, but like that's okay, because he's sacrificing himself for like your strongest hero. So like Walrus Kick, it's hard to farm an axe, but this ability's impact is so insane that I do think it belongs in the A tier, just even taking into account the fact that Tusk has to farm 4,200 gold. Also, people in the comments told me that Shard makes him good at farming. I don't know. Walrus Punch is kind of bad as an ultimate. I mean, it can deal some damage, and it is a stun, but it's a melee range stun. And I said that DK stun was also shit for the same reason. This just deals more damage, and it knocks up, which is funny. And it pierces BKB, which is quite... It's a BKB piercing stun. It's going to be B. Tusk has spells. Yeah. I mean, I pretty much just said everything that I wanted to say about it. It's not a bad ultimate, but it's constrictive in the way you can use it, and then there's like better ways to stun someone in BKB that don't involve you being in melee range with the character. It's not bad, though. Oof. Undying. He's got some spells. I'm going to start with Soul Rip. It's like a really shitty heal. Like, you need to be in magical Christmas land for this to actually do anything. Like, it's probably one of the worst heals in the game. It is instant, which is nice, but like, man, you're surrounded by your creep wave and the enemy creep wave and the Undying, and he's got Soul Rip max, and he Soul Rips you and you heal like 180 HP, which like is like nice, I guess, but like it's not enough. And it's got like a real mana cost and a real cooldown as if it were a good spell, and it's not. So I am putting it in D. I am a Soul Rip hater. And then from the offensive perspective, it's got the same issue as Miscoil, where if you heal someone with it, you're going to heal the full amount, but if you deal damage, then they have magic resistance. So it's not good as an offensive ability either. You can sometimes snipe a kill with it if they barely get away. And you are good at like making the units to fuel Soul Rip because of Tombstone and your right clicks and your ulti if you went that facet, but it's not good. It's just not a good spell. But that's okay, because Undying has godlike spells. This is Decay, I think. Yeah, this is Decay. Decay is good. Decay is really good as a spell. Being able to steal that much strength, and then the HP of that strength is permanently gone, is like really good. Strength heroes hate playing against Undying, because not only is it taking their HP, it's also taking their damage. But also, like, non-strength heroes hate it too, because they don't have any strength. So, like, stealing 4 strength from a hero like Crystal Maiden is, like, huge. And God help her if you steal 8 or 12, and she's now like a paper bag floating in the wind. But it kind of falls off a little bit, and then there's positioning that you can do in order to prevent like the big multi-decays. Because like you'll see Undying with Ags hit like 4 heroes with a decay because they decided to go on like his teammate or on him, and then suddenly he has like an extra 600 HP that's full, and like that's difficult to deal with. And he hits harder. So it is a really good spell. It just doesn't scale that amazing unless you get Ags, and then Ags is difficult for Undying to farm. I know he can like decay creep waves now too, but also like the mana cost is a little prohibitive anyway. Ceaseless Dirge. The problem with Ceaseless Dirge is that this is the thing that auto respawns him, I'm pretty sure. It is good. The thing is, if you die as Undying 90% of the time, like Tombstone and your ulti are on cooldown. So all you really have are Decay and Soul Rip. And Soul Rip is a joke. And Decay is quite good, but you don't have any of your Decay stacks because you died. So it's not nearly as useful as it sounds. Like, if Valve gave this to any other hero, it would be extremely strong. But he just kind of doesn't care. It's not that good on Undying. It's good for like the high ground fight because you can go in and just like make them burn spells and time on you, and then intentionally, like, I guess you can put Tombstone down, but like don't use your ulti, and then when you come back, you can go in and actually use your spells, or you can do it again and then buy back, and now there's 3 Undyings in a row that you have to deal with. And he doesn't keep the decay stacks, but the enemy keep like their strength loss. So it is an interesting ability, but it's not nearly as broken as it would be on almost any other hero in the game. Undying Ultimate. He becomes a big zombie. The old version of this did nothing. It's fine. It's fine. Being able to like slow and deal damage is like an okay ultimate. Killing supports is important to do, and this makes it harder to do that. I think it's a C, but it's like not that good. But then if you're playing like a really, maybe it's pause 4, but you're like playing in a core style where you are right clicking people and you go the fast with the zombies, it's actually really good. Like, you'll win man fights you shouldn't win because of the zombies and the stats that you get from the ultimate. And in that case, it's like probably an A. But like, if you're playing as a support Undying, it's just a B. It's an okay ability. And then Tombstone is probably an A. Tombstone gets a lot done, man. And it's a pain. Like, the enemy, because the enemy team has to deal with Tombstone. If they don't, they will die because of all the zombies that are slowing and chewing on them, especially the supports. And the supports are the worst ones at killing them most of the time because they don't have any attack speed. So the cores have to come around and deal with it, and then he can heal it with Soul Rip, which is probably the best way to use the ability. And then, like, it's just not... It's such a distraction, and it demands so much from the enemy team. The downside is that it gives them a lot of gold. And then if there's like an Alchemist, he can kill the zombos to get like stacks of Grievel's Greed right below it. Look at that. How serendipitous. But Tombstone is still on balance an amazing teamfight ultimate, and it's very good. So yeah, Tombstone is good, and it stays up even after he dies. Hello, Lightning McQueen. Ursa. Overpower is good, but like, it's fine. It's a fine ability. It lets him chase before he gets a Basher, and then even during Basher, it's quite good. And then if you go the Shard, you get the super mini ulti, which can be quite useful. And then you get 2 charges of it at level 25. But like, Earthshock, outside of like buffing it up with talents and Aghanim stuff, is like kind of just whatever. Like, you don't max it for... You get 1 point in it because it's good in the lane, and you can use it to like kind of tilt skirmishes in your favor and hopefully boil the frog with a couple of fury swipes and then kill them using this as like a surprise, we're faster than you. But it's not that good. And then it's really bad for farming. There's like a couple of times... I played a lot of Ursa. There's like a couple camps where, depending on your farm level and your neutral, using this, like the 4 of Satyr camp, using this puts them below a certain threshold where you only need to hit the blue ones 3 times and the white ones twice. So there's like minor farming applications, but like, it's really not a big deal, and you just don't have to do that. And it costs a good chunk of mana, which Ursa cares about before he gets his Battle Fury. So it's a good spell, but it leaves a lot to be desired, and it's kind of just a stopgap until you get your real chasing items. Or you can like buff it up by buying items. And Rage is quite sublime. I think it's an A. 80% damage reduction. It says 80, it feels like 99. Like, it's really hard to deal damage to an Ursa while they're like this. You're not gonna kill him. There's freak cases where you could do all your burst damage and he's at like 2%, and then he pops this and you can kill him. But like, if that doesn't happen, if he has 10% HP, he's not gonna die, which is pretty nuts. And it lasts a good long while. It's very good. The status resistance is only 50%, which is kind of shitty. So like, you can still kite him a little bit, but like, if you get the talent for the plus 25 status resistance, which you don't usually do, but you come back for it at like level 28, I think, it's really hard to kite him, and you're not gonna kill him. So Enrage is a very good ultimate for a carry to have, and it fits to Ursa like a glove. I mean, in terms of his hero design, it's just fantastic. Fury Swipes is also quite good. It's going to go in B. The cool thing about Fury Swipes is, first off, it makes the hero, but it's an amazing farming and fighting tool. And it allows him to get more items that help him farm and fight. And like, that sounds weird, but it's really, really good at farming. And then you need a shitload of items. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Basically, you can use this ability in conjunction with your other stuff to take Roche and take Tormentor, and it doesn't work on towers, but you can flash farm lanes very quickly with Battle Fury, and it's really good against heroes. The only problem is if you're up against a ranged lane, because it's really hard to get Fury Swipe stacks on a ranged hero. Who would have thought, right? Crazy. Nutso. And then this. It's purgeable. Fun fact, you can dispel this, and it's very annoying. It's good, and a lot of other carries would like to have access to it, so I'm going to put it here. But it also is like, the thing that keeps it from being in C is that it lasts such a long time that you can use it and then wait for the cooldown to go down, and then you can blink in and you can hit someone 12 times, because you hit them 6 times and maybe you bash them and then you do it again. So there's really good use cases for this ability. If it didn't work that way, and it only went on cooldown after you used all the attacks, it would be a C for sure. But the fact that you can kind of stack up 2 of them by like cheesing the game's cooldown system is very nice. And you can just walk around with this prepped all the time. Like, it doesn't cost much mana, and if you're a Battle Fury buyer, which you should be, it's fine. Home stretch now, huh? We're in the Vs. A lot of V heroes for some reason. Okay, home stretch. Let's just get her done. So Vengeful Spirit is she's got some interesting spells. Right now, Vengeance Aura is one of the best abilities in the game because of the Ags, but that's not traditionally what this ability is for. Vengeance Aura just gives everyone a lot of bonus damage. I think it's like a percentage of their base damage that they get on top of it, but it's like a really high percentage. It's like 35 or 40%. So it allows you to like fuel a death ball, and it makes certain objectives really easier to take, like Tormentor, because everyone's gathered around, everyone has the bonus right-click damage, and everyone's right-clicking it. So like Tormentor is a lot easier. Roshan for the same reason. It allows heroes, like Witch Doctor can hit a tier 2 tower if Venge is nearby, and deal like meaningful damage. Like, not a whole lot. And that's like for heroes that don't right-click. Heroes that do right-click, especially ones who have like a ton of base damage, benefit a ton from Vengeance Aura, because they get just like a massive amount of damage. Like, I can get, like, it feels like 100 damage bonus on the right hero. So like, this is a really, really good passive, one of the best auras in the game, offensively speaking. Vengeance Aura is very good. It's going to go in B, but it's a strong B. Magic Missile is like a gold standard stun. Point target, reliable. It's a little bit slow on the projectile speed, but that's not a huge deal. And then it's a good duration, and it's got good damage as well. It has an upside if you go the one facet, but you usually don't go that one. I mean, if you're playing as a support Venge, yeah, you do, but it's just it's a gold standard stun. It's a very good stun. Her W is like also quite good, but it's not always that valuable. Like, armor reduction is very nice, but it really only does a lot of work when you're hitting heroes with it. Right now, you can make it deal like minus 10 armor with the right talent, but like, it has like niche applications. It's very good for throwing it on someone that you're ganking, but it's also kind of awkward because like it gives vision. The vision, I think, pushes it up here, because you can use it to de-ward cliffs, like putting sentries down on the ground so they cover more area, and then using the W on the ward spot in order to see it, which is quite good. And then you can use it to scout for your ultimate. So you use this, and it sends out the ghost, and then you can use that vision to swap someone off of high ground or something like that, and that's very good. That's a very good thing to do. And then her ultimate is like probably an A. Honestly, like, the current incarnation of it is absolutely an A, because it deals a ton of damage, which is great. And then on top of that, it creates a barrier for you. And then if you swap an ally, I think you both get the barrier, which is really good. And it's very versatile because of that, because you're able to both like swap a Drow Ranger into your offlaner's like foaming mouth, and then you can also swap your Drow Ranger away from the offlaner's foaming mouth. Is like very good. That's a nice level of versatility. You usually die after using it defensively, but that's okay. You also usually die after using it offensively, but that's also okay, because you're a bench. Like, who cares? Once your spells are on cooldown, you're really just kind of like a walking aura, and that's fine. And losing that aura does suck, but it's okay. Losing the aura is not as bad as losing your carrier mid. So yeah. Use it well. Use it well. Veno, this is his ulti. His ulti is okay. It's like a fine ulti. The way that it bounces to and fro can be really annoying to deal with. Because, like, you kind of have to run away from each other. So, like, if you have things that would help, right? Like, if you have heals, if you're like an Omni, you can run over and repel, but then it's going to bounce off of the guy and then go on to you. So it makes team coordination and cohesion, like, tough, which is a very valuable thing to do. And there's also, like, the miracle situation where there's, like, a big RP, and you use this, and then it spreads to everybody, and now everybody's affected by your ult. It's also a point target, so it gets blocked by Lincolns. You can't really use it against a Lotus Orb, and then, you can do, like, Grimstroke shenanigans with this. Someone commented on that on the Lich Grim video, and I really want to give that a try, because it sounds awful for them. For the Venom, it sounds like a grand old time. I was going to say a different word there. Venom's other spells are kind of weird. These are, like, shitty. They're a good farming tool, but, like, Venom, they're a really good farming tool, and then you can also use them for scouting in a really cool way, and you can use them to cancel blinks. Like, if you see an Earthshaker hiding, you can plop one of these down, and Poison Sting does not disable blinks, but the physical attack of these things do, which is nice, and you can use them to chase, and you can use them to body block. Like, if someone's running in the trees, you can plop one of these down in, like, the place where they would go, and now they can't move, which is pretty good. And then if someone is going in between, like, the Lotus Pond and like, there's the hot tub by the offlane tier 1s, and then there's that, like, tiny little narrow bridge that you can walk over. If you plop one of these down and you sit there as Venom, you can just body block the entire bridge, and there's nothing they can do about it. And it's very funny to do that. It's highly specific. You don't get to do that often. But these have a lot of synergy. The stereotypical method of, like, lining them up on top of the stairs leading up to the tier 3 is, like, kind of shit. And they don't do that much damage, but the sheer utility of it and the fact that it's on such a low cooldown is, like, very good. The ball. I'm not gonna say what me and the boys call this ability. It's kind of bad. Like, it's a very short-range skill shot, and if you hit it in the lane, it's really good. But later on, once people get access to Dispels, this feels like a great spell to, like, pop Manta against, and then you don't care. And then there's always a chance that you whiff it, right? Like, whiffing it is super embarrassing, because it's not that hard to hit, but you can whiff it, and if you can whiff it, you eventually will. Like, it's not bad, but there's other spells that do what this does way better and more consistently. This is like, if you could miss Quap Dagger. And Quap Dagger is a pretty good spell, but you can't miss it. Well, actually, you can if you go Ags, but that's fine. Poison Sting is good. It is a movement speed slow that's very slight, and the damage falls off like a fucking rock, and it's actually not good. Upon further deliberation. The ways that you can buff it up are, like, solid, and then if you go, I think it's Ags, like, you deal more base damage depending on how many debuffs they have, and this counts towards that. And it's annoying in the lane, right? Because he can right-click you and then kind of run away, and then you can't deal damage to him even if you got the initial right-click trade, but he's dealing damage to you with this, but you also don't want to max it, so it's like, it's kind of whack. It's better on the wards than it is on you, in a weird way. Because you can apply it with the wards, and then it sticks on a support and just kind of bothers them. But it doesn't cancel blank. It's really hard to justify putting a bunch of levels in it early, though you can do it at the cost of the ball and your wards. So it's kind of bad, but it's not terrible. Viper is a weird one. Poison attack is quite good. Poison attack is, like, a really, really strong laning tool, and then if you get the shard, you can somehow hit towers as a Viper, which still feels weird to me. I feel like Viper should never be able to hit towers, but Valve disagrees. And they're the ones in charge, so poison attack is going to go up here. What it does to the lane is really rough, because it's an orb effect, which means that you can right-click your opponent and the creeps won't care. Like, the creep equilibrium won't scramble itself in response to you doing that, as long as you manually cast it instead of, like, putting it on auto cast and right-clicking them. And that's a really strong thing to have, and then a lot of heroes just, like, can't lane into this effectively. So this is why Viper is such a terror in the lane, and then also he's, like, a really scary ganker, because if you get a haste rune or something like that, or you just TP in, like, to a tower dive, that the opposing team is doing, and you just cast this a couple times, like that hero's just dead to rights. Like they can't, most heroes cannot run away from a Viper early on, especially if he has like boots, and maybe you both have boots, but he gets 1 or 2 attacks on this, and he's a lot faster. And once he's faster, 2 attacks becomes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you die. So poison attack is quite good, and he wins the lane because of it. Corrosive Skin is really good in particular matchups. Valve removed the thing where Dark Pact purges it, but then also applies it at the same time, so Slark deals like 1200 damage to himself, which makes me sad. But Corrosive Skin is like a bunch of weird effects that you can just kind of buy weird versions of. I don't know about buy weird versions of, because it's like, it's a bit like a Blade Mail, and a bit like a Shiva's, and a bit like a Cloak, and like, it's just a bunch of really weird things, and most of the time it doesn't really do anything, because if you're hitting a Viper, it's because you're going to kill him, and that means that you're very rarely dealing casual damage to a Viper. Like, you're going all in on his ass, and that's kind of cool, that's kind of fun. But Corrosive Skin really just kind of makes him a better magic tank, and then it's counter tech to like certain mid laners. Like Queen of Pain is constantly going to be dealing damage to you with her Q if she can help it. I guess you usually max Scream of Pain in that matchup, but like once she casts a Q on you, as long as you're within the proc range for Corrosive Skin, like she's actually going to wind up dealing more damage to herself, or she can, depending on where the levels are on both of you, and like that's a pain in the ass for her. So Corrosive Skin is like okay as a passive, but it doesn't give you anything special, and it's like kind of whatever it tries to do. So I'm gonna put it in C. This is Nether Toxin, which is a really weird icon. Nether Toxin is like an okay farming item. It's another one of those circles on the ground where you kind of concede the range creeps, because if you use it on a lane, the creeps are going to tick down at a very even and steady pace, and you can man up to like come get the range creep yourself, right? Because you're a Viper, they don't want to fight you. But if they're a ranged hero, they're going to have the advantage in denying the range creep, and then you're pushing the lane, and then the damage accumulation is weird, because it starts out not dealing that much damage, and then after a little bit it deals a lot more. But you have to put a lot of levels in it in order for it to actually clear out the wave. And then it's not that good at jungling until it's like level 3. So it's very like parasitic in terms of Viper's skill build, which makes it a pain in the ass. Nosedive. Nosedive is cool. It applies... It's like a weird mobility tool, and then it also applies the Corrosive Skin stats. I think it's double them to whatever it hits. And like, that's cool. And then it also drops another Toxin on the ground. So like, it does a bunch of things. And Viper is not a universal hero, nor can he ever become one, sadly, anymore. But this is still an item that he likes to buy because, like, screw it. You have 4,200 gold as Viper, and this does a lot of things, so you might as well. And then it also disarms, I think. Is it disarm? What does it do? It does some. It puts a word above their head. And in addition to all the other things I just mentioned, so like it's good. It is good. It's a nice like fourth or fifth item. But Viper Strike is quite good. It might be an... I'm gonna say it's an A because it's also like the best break in the game. It's a very long-range break that slows the shit out of them, and it pierces BKB. And it does a good chunk of damage. Its biggest weakness is that, like, you don't have to Manta dodge it. It just gets disjointed by, like, anything. So, like, you can blink and it'll not hit you. You can just, like, pop Manta as soon as it's in the air, and you don't have to time it at all. It just won't hit you. But that's, like, a minor weakness for the amount of good things that it does. And... the Axe no longer gives it like an 18-second cooldown, but it's still an incredibly strong point target break that also like secures a kill. Like you get hit by this in the early mid game and you're probably gonna die. Like it's very difficult to survive getting hit by Viper ulti early on in the game. So I'm gonna put it as an A because it's the best break. Visage. Oh man. So there are 2 stone forms on here. There is a reason for that. One of these is stone form for the Boyds, and the other is stone form for Visage himself. This is Silent as the Grave. This is Soul Assumption. This is Grave Chill. This is Summon Familiars. What is this? I don't know. We're going to talk about Grave Chill first. Grave Chill is a fine ability. It's a really big swing, right? So I think it's like 30% movement speed and then like 60 attack speed. And it takes that from them and it gives it to you. which is really good. And I think it gives it to your familiars as well. Because that's like, think about the swing, right? Because it's like a 60% movement speed swing, so you're pretty much guaranteed faster than them. And then on top of that, you have a moon shard relative, like compared to them, you have a moon shard. And so do your birds. So like that's really good. That's like a massive swing. The only problem is like you don't really man fight Visage very much. Like you kind of just kill him or he just kind of kills you. So the applications for this are like kind of eh. And the duration leaves a little bit to be desired. So it's not an amazing spell because the ideal situation for it never happens. And then it just doesn't last too long. And like a 30% slow isn't as big of a slow as you might think. It's the fact that it's a move. It's good in like 1v1 situations, but a 30% slow doesn't mean that much to your teammates catching up to them, right? Especially with the duration that it's at. There's much better slows in the game. We just talked about an amazing one with Viper Ulti. This is Gravekeeper's Cloak. I feel silly for not remembering that. We can talk about that actually. Gravekeeper's Cloak is a very weird ability. It kind of works like TA Refraction, but it just passively regens itself. And because of this, playing against Visage, it's really good to open up with a damage over time spell to get rid of all the Gravekeeper's Cloak things. And then they regenerate themselves even if you're hitting him. So I think it's like every 5 seconds he gets one back. So this is why like Visage is kind of weak to burst, but also like strong against burst at the same time. Because he has Gravekeeper's Cloak. So if you blink on him as like a TA and you use your meld, the way the stacks work is like they get removed, but they stack the total damage reduction. So if he has 4 of them and you meld him, you're only going to deal 1/5 of the damage you should. But then your next hit is going to deal 2/5, and then 3/5 and 4/5, and then finally full damage when he doesn't have any stacks of Gravekeeper's Cloak. But then they're going to regen themselves. So like it's a very weird defensive ability. It's not bad, but it has very clear and obvious weaknesses. Like Visage's spells are so far not very good, but don't worry, they'll kick up. Silent as the Grave is quite good. It's like a massive Shadow Blade that also does a couple of other things. Like when you break it, I think you get bonus attack speed or something. It's like good. And Visage can go Axe because there's not a whole lot of items that are directly great on him. Like you can go like AC and Vlad's if you want to go like all in on the right click stuff and have a little bit of utility. But you could also go like Bloodthorn, you know, and then the familiars just do a shitload of damage. Like you can pop out of this with a Bloodthorn and just kind of kill anyone. And then you can also chainstone with Stone Form because the birds go invisible too. So you can like position them in the right way that as soon as you break out of invisibility, you just kill them and there's really not much they can do about it because you're already chainstoning them. So it is good. It is quite good. Next up is Soul Assumption. This spell is also quite weird. It works in a very strange way, but like what it comes down to ultimately, I don't know exactly how it works at the top of my head, but I know that it's a fat magic nuke and like good lord. Like heroes around you have to take damage, but I think that is friendly or enemy. I'm just going to put it as a B. It's a good nuke that matters. And then if you go that one fast, if it's still in the game, you get bonus gold when you kill people with it, which is ridiculous, by the way. Stone, we'll do the birds and then we'll do the stone forms. Summon birds is an A, easily. These are like very strange familiars, but they're very good. Like as far as summons go, like you can play Zoo, or like emulate the Zoo playstyle as Visage, but you can also be like this weird ranged assassin hero as well, because of what the birds do. And you can hit buildings, and you can take Roshan Torm, because it's a ton of physical damage. I miss a little bit about like how birds used to work, because you used to have to put them in stone form to like recharge their damage. Now they're just flat damage, and Visage is much easier to play as a result. But I kind of miss that old game design. That is neither here nor there. Stone form on Visage. This is okay. You're just gonna have to trust me, because they're literally in the game. They use the exact same icon, which is stupid. They're not next to each other on the bar, right? Because Visage just doesn't have stone form, but then you can get it. On Visage, it's like bad. Because yeah, you heal, but like everyone knows where you are. The timing is consistent for you to wake up. They can just crowd around your body. So like oftentimes when you're using it, it's like you can use it for value, like after getting out of a gank or something like that, or after a fight. But oftentimes, like from playing against Visage perspective, it's like, oh, he used stone form, we are going to kill him. Like you're just delaying your death by a little bit. You're shallow graving yourself, except you can't fight during it. So like Visage's stone form is like not particularly good, but the bird's stone form is quite good because you can chain stun, which is really nice. And it also heals up the birds because the birds are like 100 gold when you kill them, or like 200 gold. It's substantial. Whatever it is, it's a substantial amount. So being able to heal them and not have to use resummon all the time is really, really valuable for Visage. So Stoneform on the birds is a B, but Stoneform on Visage himself is a C, like borderline D, but I can't say for sure. Void Spirit. Remnant is weird. Remnant is like a very strange ability, but it has a lot of uses. So I've played a good chunk of Void, and you will, if you're creative, you will find weird things to do with this ability. The obvious one is like using it for rune control, right? But like, let's say you go and you get water runes, and then you walk down the river to come back, and then they walk down the river, you can just chuck this down and make it so that they can't walk down the river anymore. And so now they have to sit there, and you can watch them think in their head, where they're like, wait, what do I do? Because it's like, you either walk into it, and then you take the damage and the stun, and then I can come over and right-click you, or maybe hit you with the circle. And, like, you could do that, or you could, like, go back, and, like, I just slammed my hand against the desk, and walk around all the way, like, to where your tier 1 is, in order to not take that damage, but, like, that's embarrassing. And like obviously that doesn't work on every hero. Puck will just illusory orb over it or something like that. But it's really funny when they like stop for a second and they're like, wait. So you can do some kind of funny stuff with it. Also, you can just like put it at the top of stairs. You slow people with your ulti, so it's not hard to just hit it raw, like as a skill shot. I guess it's you're peppering it up a little bit because you slow them first, but it's not hard to just like throw it out in a direction and grab someone. And then there's like certain mobile heroes where it's really good. Like against Weaver, it's solid because it'll pull him during Shikuchi, and now you know where he is. And then also his Shikuchi is kind of ruined. So you've got some like really interesting applications from it, but it is a weird spell, and it's like unreliable because you can whiff it, right? So I do think it's a C, but it's a very funny C. Oh, and Void Spirit is also tech against Keeper of the Light. Because if you're playing against Caudal mid, you have your ward up or whatever, right? Or you just are on your own high ground so you can see him. Once he starts charging Illuminate pre-6, just chuck this out and cancel the Illuminate because it's a super long range stun. And he has to stand still. So you chuck this out and then he lets the Illuminate go early, and then you can deny all the creeps because your right click is way better. So Void is like, it's such a funny ability. Aether Remnant is so funny. It's a good spell. It's a good spell, but it's also boof, and it has a very low floor. So we'll talk about Astral Step last. This is Dissimulate. Dissimulate is good. It's a really good escape tool. It does a lot of damage per mana. It's better than your shield that you can make, which I can't remember the name of. And you can use it to get around as like a weird mobility escape tool, which is quite nice. So it's your primary magic damage nuke, and then it does a lot of other things. Also, fun fact, if you drop your bottle or whatever, or any item, and then you use this ability while you're gone, you're like invisible, you're like melting into the floor, you can actually still pick up your bottle if it's positioned right in the middle of the central one. So if you drop an item, use this, you can actually still pick it up while you technically don't exist. Do whatever you want with this information. Use it for like the flashiest item drop regen ever. I can't remember who taught me that, but I've taught some people that. This is the shield. The damage is like kind of underwhelming, but with Ags it's crazy. Like, because it's a giant AoE silence. It's huge, and it gives you a shield, which is cool. I usually go the facet that makes it all damage type shield, which I think is better still, but it is good. It's quite good, even without it, because it's just like a really long, like you can just clip people with it while they're running away, because it's a really long range, and it's very fast too. So you can just like if you're going to gank someone with a blink dagger, you can walk into the trees and use this to cancel the blink, and then you can ult in. Obviously you can just ult in. That's like even less reactable, but there's like weird applications for this. Plus it's a shield, plus you can like clip people from far away. So it's like a good spell, but it's not as good as Dissimulate in an offensive capacity. But if you look at it from like both an offensive and defensive perspective, it is just as good. And then the Ags is crazy on it. So I think it does squeak into B. And then Astral Step is also a B. Astral Step is cool. The biggest weakness of it is, first off, the cooldown is really big at early levels, but that's not a huge deal. One of the problems is that it deals the like magic burst damage afterwards. And so you can't you can't use it and then use them up to do some kind of combo with your Aether Remnant, because you need to wait for the damage to pop. And that also means that if you want to use both of them, you have to wait for the first damage to pop and then do the second one. I'm pretty sure, because I think it refreshes the debuff. So you'll get both initial like right clicks off of it, but then the damage pop that comes after is like you need to wait for that to happen before you do it again, which isn't a huge deal, but it's like a minor inconvenience. And other than that, it's an amazing mobility ganking tool. Really good escape, really good for like flashing creep waves. Like you do this, dissimulate, and then do it again to get out. Or you walk up and like shield, dissimulate, and then use it to get out as well. Like it's a big part of your sort of ability combos as this hero. And plus it just does a bunch of damage. Like it's a very good ability to just like zip in and try to burst the Oracle before you get spells off. It's a very good skill for doing that. So it's a really good spell. Void Spirit has good spells. Unsurprisingly, he's a spirit, right? The lock. Let's talk about the lock. First off, the rock. The lock's rocks. We're going to put it as an A. It's a massive BKB piercing AoE stun, which is already quite good. And then on top of that, you get a golem. And the golem can solo kill supports. Like, that's a lot of upside. That's a lot of upside for your spell that is already amazing. Like, even if you didn't have the golem, it would still probably be a B tier spell. But you also have a golem. And this thing is really good at hitting towers. It can run at creep waves. You can use it to farm the medium camp while your carry farms the ancients right next to it. There's all sorts of things that you can do with the rock, and it's quite good. This is one of those abilities that has, you know, like people call big stuns ravages. This is another like nickname type spell, the rock. You drop the rock. It has a lot of cultural relevance. And then what you can also do, first off, it combos very well with the rest of your kit, and then you can go Ags, and then you get 2 golems, and then you go Refresher, and then you do what I like to call Girls' Night, where you summon all 4 of the golems and then go 8-click the tier 3s, and then you win the game. So, you know, the girlies come out to play with Warlock, Ags, Refresher. I love Girls' Night. It's one of my favorite builds in all of Dota. When I do the PowerPoint for Warlock, I will absolutely be talking about Girls' Night. Warlock's other spells. Shadow Word is like boof. It's like not good. They added like an AoE damage thing. It's like close to D. I think it is D, actually. It's not good. It's a very slow heal that takes forever to do stuff, and then the numbers just aren't very high. And then using it offensively is like a joke. Like, if they're running away at like 100 HP, you can throw it on them, and then like maybe it'll kill them, but like maybe not, because they could just like TP away. Because it's so slow, and then it's also affected by magic resistance in the same way. And they recently added the thing where, like, if you have Shadow Word on you and you walk up to a creep wave, it'll deal damage to the creeps, and that lets you see just how sweet fucking nothing it does in terms of damage, and it'll mess up your last hits, which is really annoying. So, like, this is a bad spell, but it's okay because Warlock's other spells are fucking amazing. I think Fatal Bonds might be an A. So far, Meepo, I think, is the only hero with 2 spells in A, but I think Warlock is about to join him. Yeah, like, Fatal Bonds as a damage multiplier is such a pain, right? Like, you drop this, and then, like, any other kind of wombo combo, and you just win on the spot. And the range is massive. Like, you click on their offlaner in the front, and then they're, like, pause 5 Rubik, who's, like, chilling in the back, waiting to blink in, is now getting his Blink Dagger canceled, because somehow Fatal Bonds hit him, too. So then when you go in on the Tide Hunter, it might, well, actually, it would purge itself from the Tide, but, like, you get the idea. Like, it's very easy to apply this to a very large group of heroes. And then the effect that it has on any kind of other team fight things, such as the Rock, become multiplied to such a degree that it's very easy to win a fight with a good Fatal Bonds. And it lasts a really long time, which means it also cancels Blink. And it also makes retreating more difficult, because, like, if you're really low and you run away, but you have Fatal Bonds on you, and your teammate is fighting, like, he might just get you killed. And so you have to yell at him to, like, run away. And it's like, nah, dude, I gotta get this kill. And then you die because he got greedy. Except he wasn't getting greedy. He just wasn't thinking about how Fatal Bonds affects you, because you're a screen away running from the fight. So, like, it creates some really weird situations that are, like, anti-teamwork. But Fatal Bonds is, like, an extremely good spell. I do think it is an A. And then Upheaval is, like, mid. It's funny to stir the soup, but you have to stay in one place. You're not a very powerful hero. There are situations where it's good. Like, it's not a D tier spell by any means. There's situations where it's really good, like trying to prevent the opponents from taking high ground. And then I think it still has the attack speed talent at 15, so you grab that, and then high ground becomes really easy for you. And it helps you hit buildings with the golem as well. So Upheaval is good. You can stir the soup all you want, but it's not a particularly high impact spell outside of highly specific circumstances where you, as the Warlock, are getting away with murder. Like, if you can keep Upheaval up for, like, 15 seconds straight, yeah, it's going to be really high impact. But, like, you shouldn't be allowed to do that. Like, the enemy team is messing up. if Upheaval is a good spell against them. Weaver. Shikuchi is quite good. Shikuchi is probably an A. Super low cooldown invis that also makes you hasted and phased movement speed is like, that's amazing. Like, Shikuchi would be like an ult in other MOBAs. And in Dota, you get it level 1. Shout out. Our game is the best game. Shikuchi is very, very good. It's one of the best mobility tools in the game for a carry. It's like up there with the blinks, like Anti-Mage and Quap blinks. I think it really is like on the same level as that because Shikuchi is so good and it deals damage. It's one of the best like micro repositioning tools in the game as well. And it's an amazing escape. And it's an invis spell, so it puts pressure on the supports. And it's really good for like ganking and initiating. And because you can't see him, like, if you're a Blink Dagger hero and you're getting ganked, like, you just get hit by the Shikuchi, and now your Blink Dagger's on cooldown. So you can't blink away from him. So, like, there's a lot of really good situations where Shikuchi is, like, the spell of the day. And then also, you can get the Shard, which is kind of more of a Geminate attack effect, but, like, I think it's tied to the Shikuchi, but it makes Shikuchi even better. So, Shikuchi is an A-tier spell. I'm tired of saying that word. Next up is Geminate. Geminate attack is good. Good. It's got synergies with Maelstrom, because it makes you much more likely to proc it if you decide to go Maelstrom on the hero. I think like the rest of Weaver's spells are in B. Like, Weaver's spells are good. They're just attached to like this really frail bug. So it's kind of balanced for him to have like all really good spells. Geminate attack's real value, like farming is nice. But the real value is the capability to basically have, like, 2 rolls to get a crazy crit to kill a support, like, instantly. Because, like, if you have Desolator and Daedalus, like, you're hitting like a truck. And then Geminate makes it so that even if you don't crit, you kind of still did. Like, you still have double damage. And then if you do crit once, it's like, wow, that's a lot. I looked it up. Daedalus, I think, is 225. So if you hit once and then you get a Daedalus crit, that's 3.25 times as much damage as you should have done. And God help them if you crit twice in a row, and now you're dealing 450% damage. 4.5 right clicks worth of damage. That's a PA crit. If you double Daedalus, it's like almost a PA crit. Or I think it is a PA crit. Or more. So like it's really good. Like Geminate scales like crazy, and it really helps the hero out a lot. And then if you hit 25, you pretty much always go the Shikuchi cooldown, but like in the level 30 situation where Geminate now has 2 bonus attacks and you're hitting 3 times, like good lord. Like even in that super late game scenario, that's so much damage so quickly that it's hard to pop a Ghost Scepter in response. And even if you do, you're low enough that like other people's spells can finish you off. The Weaver himself probably can't. Geminate is quite good. The Swarm is super annoying. Another spell from the top 3 annoying spells. It's a really big pain in the ass to deal with because it splits your attention away from Weaver and the bug and then whatever else is in the fight. So it's putting like an additional, like, you already have enough car keys being jangled in front of you, and now here's like another car key. It's tough. And then God help you if you're some shitty sup with no attack speed. You know, you put this on a Train Protector and he can run away, but like he's gonna have like a shitload of minus armor because it's really hard to get the bug off, especially later on when the bugs take even more hits. I guess to the point where you need like 5 right clicks. You know how long it takes Train to right click 5 times? It's like an actual 5 seconds of him just sitting there hoping to get this bug off him. And he's low armor already. Like a lot of the heroes that are really weak to the Swarm because of their low attack speed also have low armor. Because they have no agility. If they had agility, they'd have attack speed and armor, but they don't. So it hurts them like doubly bad as a result. And then Weaver one-shots you. So it's a good spell. It's a very good spell. Also good against Roche. Time Lapse. Is it called Time Lapse? Weaver ulti. It's good. It's good. It's a good spell. Basically, if you can't 100 to 0 burst him, you can't burst him at all. Which is really good. Obviously, it's a little bit... Like, the thing is, if they can 100 to 0 burst you, then this shit is useless. Like, it doesn't do anything. But you can also just use it for, like, repositioning yourself. So, like, if you go in and, like, you see the Faceless Void, like, jump on you and is about to chrono, if you're really on it, you can hit your ulti and, like, dodge the chrono. And you can do shit like that. Even though you never got hit. Like, you're not recovering any HP, but that's fine. And then there's also the meme where, and you can do this on Puck Illusory Orb too, you can buy back an ulti on Weaver, and then you will be back to where you were when you died, or like very close to it, because that's where you were, I think, 6 seconds ago. So if you ulti right after buying back, you do get there with no ulti, and you died once already, so like, good luck. Like, it's a pretty specific thing to do. But like, if you drop a rapier or something like that, you could do that to get it and hopefully get out. But it's quite difficult to do that, especially if you died to a melee hero who had an empty item slot, and you're not getting your rapier back. But you can do that. So that's another cool thing that time lapse can do. Wind Ranger. We only got 5 heroes left. Though Zeus has quite a few abilities. Wind Ranger is a pretty cool hero, and I like her. Gale Force is like an annoyance. That's what this is. Like, even in the best case scenario, you're just making it harder to hit your tier 3s. You're delaying the siege by a little bit, but there's better abilities for delaying a siege. And it costs a lot of gold that Wind Ranger doesn't want to spend, because she's a very tempo-oriented hero, as a core or support. So Gale Force is like pretty bad, but it's not quite D, because you can use it to prevent them running away. Like, there's better uses than just delaying a tier 3 siege for this ability. So it's okay. It's okay, but it's bad. But it's fine. Power Shot is quite good. This is a good ability. It does kind of a ridiculous amount of damage if you're the first person getting hit by it, and it's fully charged and it's level 4. It does like not that far off a Laguna Blade type damage. And then they added Kill Shot to the game, which makes it even more insane. Like, I can't, that is a nuts thing to give Wind Ranger like an ultra long range execute. And if you're good at Wind Ranger, you can like chain these, you know? Like, you can run after someone and then like try to hit blind power shots. And like 3 power shots, like, this kills the crap. Like, it's really difficult to survive 3 charge power shots. The problem is you need to hit probably at least one of those blind. And then you can set it up yourself, which is good. It's a pretty solid nuke. It's just, it is a skill shot and you will miss. But like, the mana and cooldown aren't that bad, so it's not a huge deal if you miss. And then the upside if you hit is really good. It's kind of like Pudge Hook in that regard. Her ulti is like really good, actually. Focus Fire might be an A. I think it's an A. It's an A because it's a very unique effect. If you have on-hit effects, like even just a Javelin, like Maelstrom is the obvious one, but if you just have a Javelin and you Focus Fire someone at level 6, like, and they don't have an obvious escape or a way to deal magic damage to you enough to the point where they can kill you, like, they are going to die. That's a big part of why this hero is so good against like other Wind Ranger-esque heroes, is like, there's a Drow Ranger on the enemy team, but you Focus Fire and you run at them, and you don't have to stop in order to hit them. You just keep walking around, and you're just dealing constant damage, so you don't even have to focus on clicking them at all. All you have to do is focus on your movement. It's also really good at taking towers. You can use it on Roshan, you can use it on Tormentor. It's pretty good for both of those, for all 3 of those things. And then it also just gives you like burst solo kill potential. Like, if you're walking through the jungle and you spy an errant lion, you can shackle him because he's not positioned to meet with you, and then you Focus Fire and you just kill him. And like, because you can sort of dance around while you're doing it, and you can wind run while doing it, it's pretty difficult for them to like fight back. Focus Fire is a very good spell. And if you go Basher, you will probably get a Bash. And that's funny. Wind Run is also quite good because it's enough. So it's 100% evasion, but it's only sometimes. But that alone makes it really good because it's enough that they have to buy like an MKB or a Bloodthorn or something like that. Like, some way of hitting you while you're in this. Because once you hit level 25, you can get the talent where you can no longer dispel Wind Run. So like, Nullifier doesn't work. Or like, offensive dispels won't work against it anymore. And you can also make it so you go invisible but can still attack during it, which is super unfair. That's like the least fair shit in Dota. And there's a lot of unfair stuff in this game. But being invisible and moving and 100% evasion, and you have like 60% physical damage reduction on Wind Run. So even if they can hit you, they can't do very much damage, and she's killing you while she does that, is like profoundly unfair. Like, if I was a kid, I would be kicking and screaming and no longer playing Dota. Instead, I pick Wind Ranger and I do that shit myself. Wind Run is quite good. It forces them to buy an MKB with no real alternative solution. I guess Bloodthorn is the alternative solution, but that item is expansive. But it's versatile in the other things that it can do. But it's still quite good. Shackle is like, eh. The Shackle giveth and the Shackle taketh away. Because sometimes you will hit a Shackle and you're like, I didn't deserve that. Like, I've hit Shackles where I've literally opened up all chat and been like, sorry, like, afterwards, because this spell is messed up. It reminds you that Dota is not top down. You're at an angle. And so like what you perceive as being in a straight line is not always actually in a straight line. And shackles can look really different to two different players depending on where their camera angle was at the time. So like some shackles that don't make any sense, if you just move your camera around, you're like, oh, okay, I get it now. But it's pretty easy to get shackles once you kind of understand how it works. The target acquisition is determined, I believe, at the time that you fire it, not when it hits them. And then the cone is related to like, no. That's not, no, it's determined when it hits them. But like the cone is determined by where Wind Ranger is in relation to them at the time of contact. So like if they move to the right, the cone for Shackle Shot is like larger to the left or some shit. Shackle Shot's a fucked up ability, man. And you can stun 2 heroes for a very long time. Shackle Shot is weird. I knew the rules at one point, but it also just can whiff entirely. And if you whiff, it's like a very shitty stunt. You can use it to cancel a TP, but that's about it. So the upside is like quite high, and there is a scenario where you stun 2 heroes together in a straight line, and if you do so, you're positioned to like power shot both of them, which is quite good. But you can also just whiff, and it barely does anything at all. So, you know, if you want to be a baller, you can do the thing where you actually shackle shot the creep while the hero is standing behind it, and then they become like the shackle shot secondary target, and it's just as good doing that, and you feel really cool when you do it. Winter Wyvern. This is Arctic Burn, which is quite mid. The problem with Arctic Burn is like when you apply it in the lane, you can only apply it once per cast. So like you cast it, you hit the, let's say you're playing pause 5, you hit the 3 and the 4, and then you can like just sort of like meekly right click them for the duration of it. And yes, you do get like flying vision and free pathing, which are really good things, but Arctic Burn is first and foremost like a lane harassment spell, and it's not very great at that. And then if you're putting a lot of points in it, you're neglecting your other 2 spells that are both really strong. So it is cool, and it enables core Wyvern, which I have mixed feelings about. But I can't look you in the eye and be like, yeah, this spell rules, because it doesn't. Frozen Embrace. Frozen Embrace is like a really good heal, actually. It's a really good heal because not only does it is a heal over time, and it does keep you in place, which is rough, but it also makes you like immune to physical damage. And like that's a really powerful thing. Because people tend to open up with their spells and then kill you with right clicks, right? That's like the stereotypical way a gang goes in Dota. So if they open up with the spells and get you low, you Frozen Embrace, and now their spells are on cooldown, and all they can do is right click you. But they can't right click you. And it heals a lot. It heals like 40%, it feels like it sometimes. You know, in dream scenarios, you can just like blink after using it. That's very rare, but like in theory you could do that if they don't have any additional magical damage to pour onto you. And then it also has like sneak uses, like during Fort, you can use it on the siege creep to keep it alive. Or if you're pushing the tier 1, you can use it on a melee creep that the tower is hitting, and then it'll heal all the way up, and then it'll tank a bunch of tower shots, and it'll tank even more now that it's healed. So you can do that to avoid having to tank tower yourself or the other person you're with pushing the tower. So Frozen Embrace has some like really cool things you can do, but there is also some grief potential to it, and you can get your teammates killed. And that isn't the only grief ability that Winter Wyvern can use. But overall, it's a very good heal with a lot of upside, but some grief potential, which I'm willing to tolerate personally. Splinter Blast is fine. It's a very generic, like, push the lane nuke. You can use it to get some farm in the mid game. Winter's Curse. Winter's Curse is a BKB piercing stun at worst with a shitload of upside. I think it's an A. I think it's an A. As far as like BKB piercing stuns go, this is one of the best because not only does it ruin your BKB, but it lasts a really long time and it makes all your teammates beat your freaking ass. So you cast this on a hero. I mean, you can just cast it on like a Lich, right? Or an Oracle or some other like squishy support with like high value spells because the cast range is really big. And then depending on their positioning, they group up and they beat his ass. And then there's no Lich or Oracle. And then, is it the Innate or the Facet? I think it's the Facet. It'll cast it again on the next guy. And then it repeats at like half duration, but like still. So you get a lot of value out of the spell. And then you can also deal damage to them while it's happening. And then your teammates, they can't deal damage, but they can like position in such a way to be like really optimal after it. The problem is that you can't deal damage during it. So if there's like a Warlock ulti or like a Witch Doctor ulti and you ulti as well, you've now ruined their spell. I mean, Warlock still gets a golem, but like there is some serious grief potential with this, and you need to communicate with your team to get the most out of it. But this, combined with the ability to like save the hero that they were all jumping with Frozen Embrace, is like really good. It makes Wyvern a very strong support in specific circumstances, and a little bit of a high risk one too, but one that you really appreciate having on your team if they know what they're doing. Okay, IO. We can talk about Tether. Tether's cool. Tether's a cool ability. It does something very unique in that it gives them your regen, which is nice. And then you also share movement speed. Like, whichever one of you has the higher movement speed, probably them, now has even better movement speed. And then you share it with IO as well. So you can, like, A-click them and follow them, and you don't have to be worried about being too slow, like a Juggernaut Healing Ward. And Tether is very good for that. But that's kind of all it does. There is, I think, like, there's effects if you can get the Tether on top of them, but, like, you don't... Like, as the IO, you really don't want them to be between you and your best buddy. So the Tether effects have, like, never really mattered very much. But it's cool. Tether is cool. It's a very specialized way of playing the game. Spirits are okay. The problem with spirits is, like, it's kind of just like a one and done thing. And they don't deal that much damage unless you have the way to make them regenerate. Maybe it's the Axe right now, the Ana IO carry BS that won TI. But they have some utility in the sense of, like, first off, they slow when they hit, which is nice. And then you can use it to find people. So if someone is, like, hiding in the trees, you can use spirits, make them really big, and then when they explode, it's like, okay, that's where he is. So you have that going for you, which is nice. And then you can also just kind of use it to farm creeps very slowly. Like, IO sucks at hitting jungle camps. The hero scales pretty well with gold too, because you can buy a lot of healing items, like Holy Locket and Mechanism and stuff like that. So it's like a shitty farming item. But it is a farming item, so it's not that bad. Yeah, Spirits is like a very mediocre spell, but it's got its usage. Overcharge is pretty cool. It's like a really big attack speed buff that affects both you and IO. I want to say it's like kind of a C. But the thing is, it depends so much on what hero it is, right? Because if it's like an Ursa, it's like whatever. But if it's a Gyro, it's like, oh my god. So I'm going to put it in B, because if you pick IO, you probably have a really good IO target to hang out with. And even if you just use Overcharge on like a Legion commander while they're dueling, that's already huge. That's a very high impact thing to do. It's easy to find ways to make Overcharge a great spell. So I am going to put it in B, but it can be kind of useless sometimes. IO's Teleport. The problem with... Okay, IO's Teleport is quite good when you're using it offensively, because you can take you and your Gyrocopter or your Lifestealer or whoever the fuck, and you can just go. You can just appear on somewhere, anyone on the map. It makes any hero into like Nature's Prophet teleportation, and then IO himself as well, and that is very, very good. But defensively, it leaves a little bit to be desired, because yes, you can save your core, but you have to come back now. You know, you have the vision of like you initiate the teleport and then you tether in on your core at the last moment, and then you bring them back to the fountain. But then like you have to tearfully say your goodbyes. Like you know that IO is going to die when he goes back there. And yeah, he could use tether in order to like latch onto someone and get out of there, but like that's difficult to do. And then that hero is also risking their life for an IO. So like it's not good to do unless it's a convenient thing, or like a relatively risk-free thing for that hero to do. So it's difficult. It's way better offensively, but even its weakness with its defensive usage is fine, because the IO dies, but like your Anti-Mage lives, you know, and like that's good. If you had to pick which one lives and dies, like Sophie's Choice, like you're gonna choose to kill that IO every time. So there you go. A rank. Alright, last two heroes. I have officially gone insane. Death Ward is like borderline in S. I'm going to put it in A because it has some weaknesses as like a channeled spell, and it's really only a massive threat with Aghanim Scepter. But it's also relatively easy for Witch Doctor to get Aghanim Scepter. So like this, it's close. It is close to being an S tier spell. But like it's not quite there because you need Ags, and while it's not that hard for him to get Ags, like it's a little bit tough. And then also you're just a Witch Doctor. Like Ursa can just jump on you and murder your ass. Until you get Shard, in which case you get like a really shitty version of your ultimate. but like on balance, this is a messed up ult. Like the amount of times that like you try to go high ground or you try to take Roche or you're just trying to take like a big 5v5 team fight under vision, and then a Witch Doctor just like appears and then casts Death Ward and then you lose the game on the spot. It's like ridiculous because you didn't know he had X because he used the Grigri. So Death Ward is like one of the strongest abilities in A, for sure. Maledict is also a very, very good spell. It's a B because there's counterplay, right? Like if you're able to heal yourself, keep in mind it tracks damage differential, not or like HP bar differential. It counts how much HP you have that has changed. It doesn't care about like the damage dealt during Maledict itself necessarily. Like it does, but it's kind of in a roundabout way. It doesn't work like Orchid, is kind of what I'm trying to say. But it's a very, very good damage multiplier. Excellent what it does to the lane. Coconut is like, I'm going to put it in C, but it can be like an A. Like there's situations where it is like a godlike stun. Like if you just find two heroes chilling 5 feet apart because they're not gay, and you throw Paralyzing Cask on them and it bounces between them and chain stuns them, like they're probably gonna die if you have anything else, or even if you don't, and you just have Aghanim's Death Ward and you just kill two heroes, and it's very good. Voodoo Restoration at level 1 is like an A tier spell, but then later on it's just like a very good heal. It is heal over time, but you can heal everyone on your team and yourself, and it's pretty mana efficient. Even at level 4, you can like sustain it pretty well, and you can like flick it on and off. Another cool use of this is that you can cast it while you're ulting, which means that you can use it to prevent Rubik from stealing Death Ward and getting an even better version of a disgusting spell. Rubik's Death Ward is S tier for sure. But you can flick it on and off, which is cool. But yeah, it's just a giant AoE heal, and that's a good thing to have on a team. This is his shard. His shard is quite good as well. Witch Doctor kind of has some crazy spells. You hit this, and you're invincible, and you deal pure damage. It's like, whoops, whoopsie daisy. You thought you were killing me? No, I'm actually tickling you. But the attack speed on this, relative to the real Death Ward, is like way lower. So it's not nearly as good. But it is still quite good because of its defensive capabilities. Because this is enough time for your team to come in and back you up when you get out. And then you have Voodoo Restoration, and then if you have a Force Staff, it's like kind of tricky, because I think you can turn during it. So you can look to safety, and then when it ends, you Force Staff yourself out, I think. Not 100% sure on that, but it is a very good shard, and it is worth buying yourself, now that there's only one Torm on the map, and it's kind of difficult to take. And the last hero with 6 abilities. Chain Lightning is pretty good. Its biggest selling point is that it bounces to so many units. And that means that you can have like a quad jungle stack, and this is still really good at taking it out. But, it's a B. It's a B tier spell. It's a good chunk of magic damage. It procs your passive, and then you use it as a really good farming item, and it's also good for fighting. So like it kind of does a lot of things. It's a very good spell. This is Nimbus, right? Here, real quick, this Lightning Bolt is a D. Or is a C. It's not a D, but it's a C, just because it doesn't do anything. It's just a magic nuke. That's it. It's a fat magic nuke, and it gives you True Sight. It does actually have that too. But that's like a very weird upside to have. And it's good, but it's mostly just like a fat magic nuke, and the damage sort of kind of falls off a little bit later on in the game. And then but it's still good for like obliterating supports, but it's also not the kind of magic nuke where like you hit it and someone just dies. You know, it's not like a Laguna Blade, even though it has about the same level of utility as a Laguna Blade, except it does way less damage and it costs a lot of mana. But you're a Zeus, so you don't care too much about that. I am going to put it in C, but it's like a good C because you have True Sight from it. Heavenly Jump, the icon for which still uses Zeus Olden model, apparently, at least on Open Dota. It's good because you can use it offensively, because a little thing of lightning forks out and slows people. And then you can also use it defensively for the same reason, because it's harder to chase him. But it's like not that good. It's like a weird Force Staff knockoff with upside, which is not a terrible thing to be. But I think it's a C as well. It's very weird. It's like if Slark Pounce is down here in C, I unfortunately have to put this in C as well. Them's the rules. Okay, yeah, this is Lightning Hands. I went and double checked. Lightning Hands is like an okay farming tool, but it's not that good. Like as Zeus, like right-clicking enemy heroes is like kind of rough. It's a bit like Clinkz actually, because like it's not, you basically buy it as a farming item, and then you can use it to farm without wasting all your mana. So you can show up to fights, and then you're not at like half mana by the time you get there. You're at like 80% mana, which is enough. But at half mana, you kind of run out as Zeus. So Lightning Hands gives you a way to farm without expending all your mana, which is quite good. But then it's hard to use it to fight, actually. I think it's like a C, because you already have a farming tool with your Q. But then this just makes it so that you don't have to spend as much mana. And you can also use this and your Q to farm even faster, which is quite nice. But you're bad at right-clicking. And you can go all in on the right-click Zeus build, but like it's a meme. And you're probably going to lose. But you can do it if you want. This is Nimbus. Nimbus is his Ags, and it is quite good. It is global. You can use it to cancel TPs. You can use it to cancel channeled abilities. You can throw it on like a Legion commander while she's dueling to deal a bunch of damage. You can use it to help gank. Probably one of its biggest things is that since it prioritizes heroes, if your team is ganking someone with a blink dagger, you can use this to cancel the blink. And the cooldown is like tolerable. You can use it to check Roche. You can use it to like area denial, like a staircase or something like that. It's pretty versatile in the things that you can make it do. And it gives True Sight as well, which is nice. So A on that. And then Zeus is also one of only a small handful of heroes with multiple level A abilities in my mind. Thunder God's Wrath is very, very good. You use it to secure your scaling in the early game. You can gank without ganking. It's global. It reveals the location of everyone, even if they're invisible, and it deals a good chunk of damage. Like, this ability just does a shitload of stuff, and it does all of it quite well. And the ability to guarantee ganks that, like, because it's really demoralizing, right? When you spend all your mana and, like, time trying to gank someone and you don't actually kill them and they get out with, like, 50 HP, this makes it so that that never happens. Or it happens after that, which is really demoralizing. But Zeus Ult now is, like, a chat wheel thing by default in the game for a reason. Like, it's very good. It's a very good spell. And I'm glad that he has it. Giant Global Magic Nuke. The facet that makes it, I think it's called Divine Rampage, that makes it so that if you get a kill, the subsequent strikes have spell damage. I have seen the clips on YouTube of people actually using that to get like a sequential rampage, and I really want to do that at some point. That's kind of on my Dota 2 achievements list. But yeah, that's yeah, shit, we're done. Okay. The tier list is over. I'm not gonna order anything. This was a ton of work. I'm gonna scroll through choppily, and then you can pause if you really want to read it. This was about 20 hours of work all in, or I predict it will be about 20 hours of work. I've been stitching the recording sessions together as we go, and I'm just gonna shadow drop it tomorrow. And then, I don't know, hopefully some people watch it and find it interesting. And then I probably will make timestamps for the heroes after the release so that you can see where your favorite hero winds up on the list. And I have a feeling some people are going to be mad. People are going to be mad that I put TA traps in C. I don't care. I did what I did. The criteria for this list definitely changed over time. A lot of the later spells got into B much easier than they got into C. But B and C are supposed to be like the average spells. It's just like these spells are a little bit better because they have a wider use, or they do something better than other relative spells. Like they're higher up in the pantheon of what they do, be that like save, mobility, damage, nuke, heal. And then C is like worse off in that pantheon. Raise is the best raise. Medium raise is the best raise. I'm a little tired. I don't know if you could tell. But yeah, this was recorded over the course of about a week. Close to 5 days, I think, because I did multiple sessions today, and then I think on day one I did multiple sessions as well. And then the editing is very lazy. I'm just kind of stitching them together. And this is still in the B rank. There are a ton of Dota 2 spells. Dota 2 is a very fascinating game, and I was able to provide a good amount of commentary and insight on most abilities, but not all, because I do not play Invoker and I do not play Keds. So I just kind of had to be like, okay, this is what it's like to play against them, and like kind of how the hero conceptually works. which is why the vast majority of Invoker's abilities are in C, except for Sunstrike, which to me is probably his best like single spell, and I thought it'd be weird if they were all together. And then I couldn't rank Kata because it doesn't have an icon, but Kata would have been like an A because of all the shit it enables. So yeah, this was an adventure. This was really fun. I got a little antsy towards the end, you know, like shaking my leg while talking about the abilities because I was like, please just let it be over. My voice is also kind of trashed because I've been yapping for several hours a day trying to make this video while also making the PowerPoint presentations. And I think in the Shadow Demon video, like I was so focused on this happening in the background that like that's part of why I forgot about that poison can't be dispelled, and I got lazy, and I apologize for that. I make a lot of factual errors in my videos sometimes, and like I guess now is like an okay time to apologize for that. You know, people still like the content, people still support it, and I'm very grateful for that. But when I first started making these videos, I was like, okay, this is just memes for like people who have already played the game, right? It's just like, oh, so true, bestie type like relatable content. But like a lot of people have said like, I'm getting back into the game, or like I'm learning Dota, and like this is helping me. So that gives me more of a sense of responsibility to try to be accurate with all my videos. So I guess this is like a good as time as ever to just acknowledge that I make mistakes and apologize for it. So I do. Thank you guys very much for watching. I want to do more mega projects like these, probably once a month or so, because this is so much effort. I don't know what the next ones are going to be, but it will probably be shorter than this. It might be a tier list, it might be a massive PowerPoint, it might be something else. But thank you guys very much for watching this video, and peace on planet Earth.